trying to gap up here to start the session and the week. Actually, the last week of course, June of 2026 and the end of H1 2026 and Q2. So just be aware, guys, we're heading into the new second half of the year starting on Wednesday. S&P 500 again gapping to the upside. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ 100 also gapping to the upside. USO though, kind of choppy right now. We know that the conflict between Iran and the US is back in focus. Whole bunch of different posts, different strikes that occurred over the weekend. Most recently, though, earlier this morning, President Trump announcing that Iran has requested a meeting. It'll be occurring tomorrow, June 30th in Doha, Qatar. So hopefully some updates here when it comes to peace, but there are a lot of updates when it comes to news, as there are pretty much every Monday morning. I would think we have CMCSA gapping to the upside, bringing other communication plays like CHTR with it. They're announcing plans to separate their media and technology businesses. We also have a new entrant to the NASDAQ 100 as of July 7th. That's going to be SPCE. Lots of Meg 7 names in focus as well. Palantir and NVIDIA with a deal. As always, on a Monday morning, there's going to be a ton to talk about. And I also want to let you guys know here, just for housekeeping, no major economic numbers that we have occurring today. We will have at 10:30 a.m. Dallas Fed manufacturing, but nothing else in terms of massive number releases for most of this week. Tomorrow, though, we're going to get JOLTS job openings. Good morning, Sharif. Happy Monday. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you, Adara. Lots to talk about today, guys. Apple turning to a Chinese memory supplier, possibly to try to get their hands on some memory, as the price hikes from last week were none well received at all. Hysterical lawmakers over the weekend wanting to break up Apple. We'll get more into that later. Google also limiting Meta's access to compute as they've been using Gemini, but Google looking at saving some of that compute for their customers as well as themselves. Tesla in the headlines as well. The NHTSA closing the investigation into the steering wheel. We also have new delivery numbers from Tesla. SpaceX also in focus as Elon Musk tweeting over the weekend that they've begun testing on Grok 4.5, which has been interesting because we've seen him now sort of rent out compute because he doesn't really need it for Grok users. Amazon Prime Day in focus. DRAM also in focus as Samsung and SK Hynix both announced that they're going to be aggressively expanding production capacity in that country. That is, of course, ahead of SK Hynix expected listing in the next month, I believe, Adara. And then Baidu as well, also up on the morning, and Bitcoin continues to bleed.
And big tech, I think, really the theme of the stories today. How are you doing today, Sean and Joe? Good morning and welcome to both of you.
Yeah, we're back. We're back. How's it going?
What's up, man?
Oh, God, my mic now. We just got to mute Joe. How's it going? Hold on. I got to take this out of my ear.
Oh, okay. You got that going on.
Team Canada. Oh, here. Team Canada yesterday. What a nice movement that was yesterday. Into the round of 16 finally for the first time. You know, finally winning one of those elimination matches. And then United States goes this week as well. That should be a good one. I'm trying to get my stream deck all loaded up here, and that should be a lot of fun for everybody. And now I'm starting to get, I wasn't too into the World Cup until now, obviously. And now I see that round of 32 come through, and now I'm looking through. And here in Toronto, we have Portugal versus Croatia coming in. I was telling Sharif about how much of a huge game, obviously, that's going to be for people around here. I mean, we have so many Croatian and Portuguese, people in this area. And hold on a second, I can't. There it is. Okay. There we go. I had to hit that for once, But I was in lovely Vermont, Burlington, Vermont.
How was that?
It was amazing. And I have something to tell you. I took full self-drive.
Yeah.
The whole way.
Oh, yeah?
The whole way.
How was it?
8 hours, I barely even touch, you don't even have to touch the wheel.
How were you?
Almost zero disengagement. The only reason you would disengage it is because you're getting nervous.
Yeah.
Oh my God, is it going to make this?
Did you get nervous at any point, or?
No, not really. I mean, when I first started using it, it was a little bit like, is this actually what it is?
And then
literally, dude, you could just sit back
and
just relax and look at the scenery.
And just look at everything.
And it was just so anyways, I am now I got to thank you for it because you're telling me just to get it. Big, huge fan. And the thing is I was trying to use it on the way into the office, and you could just hit it whenever you want. You don't even have to put a direction.
So it's like cruise control.
It will just go and just drive randomly, if you want to.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't like it as much in the city streets.
Yeah.
Because
a lot of stop and go.
and if I know a light's about to turn, I like to give it a little bit more gas and get through those lights.
Well,
you know
Mad
what I mean?
Max. You could set
so you could set all that, and it was just, but it was awesome.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's
so
good.
I don't know. I think it's great for longer trips. Like, I don't know why, Randy, like if I was traveling
That much from
40, 50 an hour a day on highway and stuff like that, I think it would be an absolute life changer.
So are you gonna hold on to it, or you think you're going to? It was just more.
Well,
of
the thing
an
is, we have.
experiment.
So that's what we're thinking about, is that we have other baseball, other hockey events happening all throughout the summer that involve traveling. So I think we'll probably use it for that. It's just, the thing is, like, the mental stress, like from driving 8 hours, like you're on the road, you're looking, you're focused, you're blah, 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 you're talking to the wife, you're flipping the music, like, so there's lots going on, and that takes up mental capacity.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like arriving from, like, traveling for 8 hours and basically like not even having to focus on the road.
Just being like that.
It's like, it just gives you such mental, like, I love to drive.
So you have that much confidence in it. That's good to hear.
I didn't even, no, like, this is me driving.
Yeah.
Coffee like this. I was doing the whole Kevin O'Leary thing. I was getting like this in the car.
All right.
I was watching, like, looking at things. The thing is, if you're looking over here at that lovely mountain in beautiful Vermont, and you're looking over there, and then all of a sudden he's been looking there for 5 seconds, it'll flash on the screen and basically say, get your ass back to looking forward.
No way.
I had my hat on and it was a little low.
Yeah.
And they're like, bro, we're not sure if you're looking forward or not.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like, you gotta start looking forward.
All right.
But you don't have to. Oh, happy birthday, Joe. Is it your birthday?
No,
Okay.
don't let them get into
okay. So, anyways, great experience.
That's
so
good. Yeah.
long Tesla.
Long Tesla. Let's see how Tesla's doing here today, anyways.
And everybody in the chat was like, full self-drive is awesome. And I don't even have the newest hardware. So like, I
don't
just
have the latest
no,
version?
mine's a 23.
Okay.
So it's not even like the best one. The only thing I found that was a problem, like, it's not greatest at parking. So like, it rolls into the lot and it highlights spots and you can pick them.
Yeah.
But it has a hard time finding its own spot.
Yeah, that's all right. I think we can deal with that.
Yeah,
like
I just disengage
eliminate the highway driving, and then we can park from here to there. I think we'll be all right. But speaking of Tesla, I mean, we're getting 0.75% here this morning to the top side. Katina, man, you and I both being like, man, what is even happening with NVDA? We're down to $194. Doing some TA last night. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more downside in this bad boy. We can pull up the old, I know these guys got some stuff going on, but what I was thinking here, and we talked about this shelf, it was only inevitable. You had this head and shoulders pattern that you guys cannot see at this given moment from April to about where we're sitting at June.
Oh, Andre's not over there.
Yeah, no, they're working on something.
Oh, is there a problem?
Anyways, if you pull up your charting, you can see that a head and shoulders pattern was established on NVDA over the past couple of months.
I mean, are you worried about NVIDIA? We just talked about that.
No, I mean,
because they can't see the chart right
now. No, they can't. Am I worried about it? For the long run, no, but just because we're here every day and we talk about it, right now it doesn't look pretty. And I've mentioned this on multiple occasions. I just hope it doesn't fall into like a Microsoft 2.0 where it's dead money for quite some time.
I almost have that exact same shit. I'm glad I didn't wear it.
All right, well, why, man?
Like
we can be like, you got the blue one.
Well, no, you would look way
Sharif's
better.
got the blue one
better
as
in
well,
it
too.
But
yeah, no, I just don't want it to fall into in the world of Microsoft. I don't think it will. Microsoft's been dead money for quite some time. You're in April of 2025 levels, and if you zoom out a little bit more, it gets even worse, like January of 2024.
For me on NVIDIA, it's such a scary thought to think about when that CapEx spending stops.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the next thing you see is like, what becomes the reason then for NVIDIA's, valuation, when if you know that you're going to get like 100 billion, like if Microsoft doesn't include another 100 billion the next time or whatever it is. We saw Oracle last week. I just saw on our note, it was down 19% last week or something like that.
Yeah.
We're a little worried about the spend here and where they're going to get the money for that. And then plus you had Google, which, are we able to flip yet, Andre, or no? Okay.
Well, that's what I was just about to mention is Google. So
like they diluted themselves.
But I wouldn't be as worried about Google as I would with NVDA, right? Just due to the fact that, hey, you can have people involved in the ecosystem outside of massive capital expenditures. So once you have your massive build out, you still have all of those AI tools plus everything and every other segment within the company itself, right? So
here's something to think about. What about selling, Google being down, looks like 15% or so from the high, something similar to NVIDIA. What about just swapping them?
Yeah, that'd be
like if we think that we don't see the runway as easily for NVIDIA as we possibly do with the moat that's surrounding around Google, but then if you do that kind of a switch, you still are invested in tech, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't completely offload all the shares, but maybe reducing some size would be more ideal, and just maybe rotating into something else. Like JP Morgan, while you were gone, Katina, man, the banks are most likely always going to succeed unless there's some form of financial crisis.
I'm loving the banks.
Right? So, I mean, JP Morgan hit all-time highs on Thursday. It did sell off a little bit, but the banks are looking pretty good, in my opinion, as well, too.
Yeah, I like the banks. And right now, Bitcoin going on a little bit of a jaunt here. We're going to have Michael Noss come through this morning, I believe. I shouldn't say that without checking the calendar. But there goes Bitcoin. Like, what just happened there? 33.8 up to 34.3. A nice move on Bitcoin as we try to hold out. So, yeah, that's right. We can't show the charts. As Bitcoin, we're just having to let you guys know, normally it doesn't just focus on Joe and I.
Yeah.
But we're having a problem switching over some of the cameras right now. But Bitcoin is on with a nice little run here. Hopefully that can hold. I see gold and silver still not doing the greatest.
No, and I was thinking about grabbing some of those.
Yeah.
But I mean, USO to the downside, that's what I want to see personally. Silver and gold.
$73, right? A barrel now, or even a little bit less.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot better. Is it? And you kind of see that reflected at the pumps. I was there yesterday.
Yeah, it was nice, no?
Yeah, it wasn't horrible.
Didn't I see 149 or something? Or
I put premium, but yeah, it's sub $2, I believe, at this point for 93.
So what was, how bad was it for the 93?
Oh, dude, it was like 235.
Okay, so now you're down to 2.
Right.
So you're down at more, about like 15, 20%.
Right, which is pretty good. So.
Trump retains the rights to use Oh man, when is this stuff gonna stop? Like, well, they had that. I guess there was, and I was paying attention to this on Thursday, Friday. That there was that violation of the ceasefire agreement where apparently they took down one of the ships, and then right away Friday evening, the United States retaliated, right? But USO, which we can't show again the charts, but only up 0.4% right now. So that's what's going on with USO. Are we able to flip back to the desk? You want to keep it here, guys? Okay, we'll stay here.
Right, hey, man.
Okay, so
this is what we do, though. We get
nice tan. I noticed you have a nice tan.
You know what, man? We were outside. Hey, listen, I was at the Stacked Market yesterday. You know who they made a surprise appearance?
Drake.
Big Sean.
Big Sean.
Yeah, Big Sean was there.
Whoa. Is he the guy that goes whoa and all that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I don't know his ad libs, but
Big Sean's from Detroit, no, Adara?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he was here.
I know these. I know some stuff around here.
So Big Sean making a surprise appearance.
Because yesterday was the Janice Festival.
What's that?
So Drake sent out invitations in Miami.
Who is Janice?
Exactly. Well, I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, okay.
So you know the song, the #1 song. It's called Janice STFU.
Yeah.
So the thing is that's like everybody that's named Janice is like, what the hell? Like,
yeah.
You know, it's like imagine a song was called Joe STFU. You know? Anyways, so he sent out all these invitations to like 1,000 Janices in Miami, New York, I think Toronto, and somewhere else.
Yeah,
and there was that Cactus Club here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so he rented out a whole bunch of these clubs, whatever, and invited all these Janices out there.
Oh, yeah?
And to have the food. I don't know how it wound up going. If there's any Janices
well, I'm sure a lot of them show
up
to Drake's Janice.
Yeah, so. Oh, is that why? Announces Sherry. Okay, so that might have been part of the help there with Bitcoin. Starting to go back to the upside. Anyways, I don't know. Let us know if there's anybody in this chat or if you had a wife or girlfriend named Janice. And how that's been going.
And they attended the festival.
Yeah, festival maybe is a hard word. I think it was just like a 5-hour, like maybe just like
a meet.
Come get some appetizers. I don't know what was going on, but they had random draws.
But do you know who like Janice is? To the one he's referring to?
Oh, I don't know about the song.
Yeah, I have no idea either. To be honest,
I don't dig that deep into it, but no. Anyways, it was quite an FSD weekend there. It was, and just being able to put it on. And the thing is too, another great thing about the full self-drive is, when you're on a trip, it tells you that you need to stop at this supercharger.
Oh, okay. So it'll map that out.
Yeah, so it maps it out. So we stopped like in Trenton.
Okay.
And you just sit there, and it was charging. The supercharger was charging 900 kilometers an hour.
Oh.
The charger.
Okay, so you're just there for like
there for 40, 20 minutes.
You're there, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it stopped in when we were like 20% full.
Yeah.
You plug it in. It had the first one had a Dairy Queen at it, whatever. So we just stopped in there.
Hit that bang on
and then you do that. You go to the washroom, whatever.
Grab a blizzy.
And the next thing you know, it's charged up and it's ready to go.
That's good.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. But let us know in the chat what you guys are up to. What stocks maybe you're looking at there today, and we'll try to work on this little screen issue that we're having as we continue to go. But that's what we've been doing. You were able to watch the game yesterday?
I was, yeah. A friend of mine came up from my old town, and we were downtown and we were watching.
Where's your old town?
Bradford, Ontario.
Bradford, Ontario.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good old Bulldogs, man.
Bradford
We used
Bulldogs?
to have a junior A team, the Bradford Rattlers, but I don't even know if they're in existence anymore. But when I was playing minor hockey, we were the Bulldogs.
Oh, yeah. That's nice.
Yeah. We'd always have. I know when you mentioned some teams that
hockey.
Sia would RC.
Yeah, Gia's fine.
Gia would play. I'm like, oh man, I used to play those guys back in the day, like the Barry Colts of the world, right? And all of those other places.
Yeah, so. No, it's. I was trying to find some. Maybe if I have any pictures of this weekend.
How did they do in the tournament?
It was a showcase.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't even a tournament. It was just a showcase of. Basically like all the best, so that you get it was like
it's invite only.
Yeah, invite only.
Yeah.
There was I don't know if I don't know how much you know about women's hockey. Probably not that much. I wouldn't have known either. But Brianne Decker was there. She's like she's a USA Hall of Famer for hockey.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
She was on the Olympic team.
Oh, nice.
Won gold, and she's a coach for the Frost. So they were there, and it was like Gia's 11 turning 12.
Yeah.
Like. There was Penn State was there. Yale was there.
Really?
Yeah, all these prep schools were there.
They're ready, man.
I'm not sending my daughter away.
Not yet.
No, not even for high school, I don't think. I'm not.
You don't think so?
No.
Why
Would you send your kid? Like, I don't know, like some of the prep schools down south.
What if she wants to? What if she wants to?
Oh, no. I mean, it's a discussion. I just think as a father, I don't want to. Because I don't want to lose that time.
Right? It's quite a bit of time. Like if you're going for 4 years of high school, and you have to live in the billet house,
that's what it is,
right? Like it's like literally, but the thing is, it's like other parents raising.
There's a lot of prep schools here in Toronto, though.
Yeah,
right.
So
if that can work out.
Like, listen, man. I don't know if you have to, but don't forget, like Toronto. Is a major city within the hockey world, right? So a lot of people come here. So if you have the ability to just stay within the ecosystem, then
But I have some bad news. Because we went to Vermont, we missed out on a tournament for baseball.
Yeah.
Not good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they went 1-3.
Oh no.
So I don't know if it was because the coach wasn't there.
Yeah.
But. Yeah, not good. So we got to get back on track with that very, very soon. So, Joe and I are just spitballing.
Yeah, we're literally spitballing.
We can't even really change the screens or anything at this point. And we can't go back to the desk, I don't believe either.
No, we can't do anything. So we're
you and I just have to sit here and chill. What did you eat this weekend?
Barbecued a bunch of chicken. Nothing crazy, to be honest with you.
We're gone.
Oh, we're back. There we go.
Adara's back. There we go. Okay, maybe
it's a quick refresh.
Maybe now we're back. Everybody's starting to. That's kind of a good look right there. You got the ticker on the bottom. This looks like we're in the Matrix.
Yeah, there you go. It's like three-dimensional.
We'll just keep talking until someone tells us otherwise.
We get them talking there
right now. But this is how we know who the loyal fans are. Who the true watchers of Trader TV are.
I don't even have the
as
chat
Joe
up.
and I ramble on for 20+ minutes.
And like, we haven't even really talked that much stock, really, to be honest with you.
Sharif reading the chat over there, he's looking back and forth.
MSTR, man.
I mean, I'd let those guys. I mean, I'd let Sharif. I don't know if they can hear Sharif's mic. I don't know anything at this point. But we're having. Anyways, lemon pepper was great. Oh, we went on to. In the streets of Burlington was quite nice. They have Lake Champlain right there.
Yeah, now we're back.
Okay, here we go.
There we are.
There we are.
It's them now.
All right. Okay. I think we might be back.
Yeah, we might be back.
I have a feeling we're back. No. So we don't even really have a cameraman other Zinc here. We just we have a bunch of Andre there.
We got the whole team working on.
It's the buttons back and forth.
Yeah, it's production, man.
What was Milo saying?
Don't even get me started.
Was he in trouble?
He just ate something this morning, so
Milo.
we're just having like a crisis right now.
Oh, what?
Yeah. So
I just brought that up out of the blue there.
My phone's ringing down, so I'm getting yelled at this morning and everything. Oh yeah.
Why are you getting yelled at? What did you do, my guy?
It's always my fault.
You left the chicken bone out or something? You left some of those wings out?
Anyways, aside from that, so I'm like, it's absolutely chaotic this morning in the
Wilson household.
So yeah.
It's Milo Wilson, or did he take her last name?
Wait, come on. That's great. It's crazy.
I'm just wondering. I mean, these days, I don't know.
You never know these days, man. Yeah, exactly. It's madness.
I think you guys should hyphenate his last name.
Yeah, Wilson or Johnston Wilson, right? Yeah, MJW. Yeah, please.
Do you want cocaine or coffee? What did you say?
Oh.
Easy now. I'd love a coffee. Let us know. Oh, it's still not ready yet. Okay.
Crazy.
All right, so what about SpaceX? So SpaceX added into the NASDAQ 100. That'll be effective July.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it was added
on
Friday. It was added to the MSCI.
No, but they got approval for NASDAQ 100
yeah, exactly.
happening on July the 7th.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to try to throw to the desk, so why don't we try that?
There you go. She's about to sneak away.
Is that what Andre just told me? Okay, whenever you're ready, there it is.
Okay, I have to, hold on, I'll be back.
Yeah. Here with you, and thank you, Joe and Sean, for holding it down in the interim, and thanks to our awesome production team. And I'm sure if you're long Palantir, you're probably saying thank you, Palantir, because PLTR, nice gap to the upside. They have an NVIDIA deal here.
Yeah, they got a couple of headlines, Adair. They're debuting a secure AI engine alongside NVIDIA, and they're also expanding their software suite commercialization with Surf Air Mobility. Let's cover the NVIDIA headline first. You're going to read probably an article about this, and it's just going to be like, oh, this is just a generic tie-up for a model. That's not what's happening here. Palantir built a highly specific and intelligent engine to run NVIDIA's Nemotron. Remember this one? Their own proprietary LLM. It's going to be run isolated, completely on its own in air-gapped environments. The point is to make it highly secure for government use. Right? We saw this whole debacle with Oracle not having the right, government security software on parts of its cloud infrastructure. This is part and parcel of the same story. When it comes to the Surf Air Mobility, just 3 days, I just got to tell you guys, just 3 days before the announcement, Surf Air Mobility, which is ticker, by the way, guys, SRFM, they filed a prospectus and they issued about 4.7 million shares of common stock directly to Palantir. So Palantir, as a result of this tie-up with Surf Air, they're going to get a non-cash equity consideration in exchange for kind of blending in Foundry AIP with their software. So good look, Adair, and they definitely need it because it was a tough week for them last week.
And Surf Air is also a potential small cap play here, guys. They do have about a 15% short float, currently trading around $1.30. Also be aware, we're getting comments coming from Kevin Hassett, who's, of course, White House economic advisor. Quote, arguments for a rate hike right now are not so strong. Indicators pointing to another strong jobs report. We know that he's backed off on trying to get the Fed to be in a situation where they're cutting right away, but very clearly also not pro a hike. Sean, Palantir, one of your favorites. I saw this catalyst and I thought, great day for Sean to come back.
Yeah, I was just reading about it right now. Look, I mean, I was looking at Palantir and just thinking, when's this potential bleeding going to stop? And, oh, hey, thank you, Randy. Oh, Joe got an espresso instead. What's up, my guy? Yeah. There you go. Cheers. I was wondering about 100 there. Andre, I still have Joe in my ear. I know they're dealing with different things. You know what? I'm just going to mute the program here so I don't have to hear you. But yeah, maybe it did just bounce off $100 there, Palantir, right? If it goes down to, there it is, good. Down to 106 there. Nice couple days back up to the upside right here for PLTR. It's nice that there is, a talk with NVIDIA again, because, we've seen some of these software names just been getting absolutely destroyed over the last 2 or 3 weeks, right? So Palantir hits that 200 period moving average right on the nod and then all the way back in, bounces now off of 106 there for NVIDIA. But the company's announced a joint initiative to deploy NVIDIA's Nemotron in OpenAI models, which is nice, integrates it with their Foundry platforms, everything, yada, yada, yada. Palantir right now trading up 3%, while NVIDIA's trading up 4%, while NVIDIA's just up 1%. I mean, I'd like to see them, get up to this 125 marker. Is this enough to really rally it today? I don't know. I kind of want to sell pops, honestly, right now in the market in general. I mean, we talked about moving over to some names that were not sort of central to data and software. And I think Palantir is basically both of those, gathering the data, processing it, putting it into these AI models, and then spinning out some sort of a result. We've seen names like Salesforce and all that really starting to get hit. You saw Oracle last week with not a nice little week there either. I wanted to actually look at what Palantir's PE was, because I still believe that a lot of these names are getting hit on valuation, right? And until you get into something that's a little more reasonable right now, you may have a little bit of a downdraft in Palantir. It still has a 76 forward PE and a current PE of 126, right? So when you're gonna look at a name like Softy or something like that, and you're gonna see a PE of 19 as opposed to 76 or 125 as opposed to 22, you can look at a name like Google, like what Joe and I was just talking about. Okay, let's go. Then you got a 25 PE on that one. A name like Meta, where we are.
It's much cheaper, 20.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
So these are all market multiples right now. Yeah, I don't know if the software will show it to SPY. No, I don't think. No, it doesn't show the forward PE.
Yeah, but apparently SPY.
I think it's like 24, 25. I thought it was.
Which is a little expensive.
It's expensive right now, but if that's expensive, the stocks that should be driving a lot of this are even that or lower right now, right? And so for me, I like the story on Palantir. I always look at the 200 period moving average. So that's all the way down here at 115. I think a pullback into 115 for Palantir probably gets me long. The only name that I have written down right here, right now, and I don't know what the topic's going to be with Michael, even if we're going to go to him at this point, but SpaceX is an interesting name for me today. We've been bouncing off of this 160 for a couple minutes, and I just thought today was the day. It's the number one stock that I've written down here today to break through this 160 level. So if that can happen, I think SpaceX, with a little bit of a story today, I actually thought when I was there sitting on Friday and I saw that story come in Friday after market, I actually thought SpaceX was going to be up a lot more than it has been over the last week, right? I thought we would be breaking above that 160 and potentially touching that 175 marker there today. So do I think that's still possible? Yes. Does it look like SpaceX wants to go up $20 from now?
No.
No. So I know you're invested in it. I'm invested in it. I think we all are. I know Neil is as well. So yeah, not much going on with SpaceX today considering the catalyst. You talked about it being added on Friday to the Russell.
No, MS.
MS?
Yeah, MS.
And then on the rebalancing there. And then now we get NASDAQ on Monday going to add SpaceX through.
Yeah.
We have to say Happy Canada Day. We will still be here on Wednesday. But Wednesday, July the 1st, it's Canada Day.
I don't know why they do that. I don't know why they just host it on the weekend, like have it the weekend.
No, I think even that's the same thing with the States, isn't it? Whatever day July 4th lands on,
have that.
That's the day, right?
So it just so happens to be on a Friday.
This week. Joe killed the internet. I think that is what happened there. You mashed it up, but no, it's been good. I think we're back. Ready to rock and roll and get fixed here again.
That's good. But yeah, listen, I'm kind of in the same boat here. We were talking about NVDA. I think what the market is already pricing in here, and I think Sharif can agree with this at this point, is that you have some of these custom ASIC plays within Amazon and Google who are going to be the hyperscalers. So what I was just thinking, what's going on behind the scenes is just the fact that the market might be pricing it out. So the question being is, what is that next wave for NVDA? Could it be sovereign nations? Could it just be the steady upgrade of these systems? Because apparently they're only good for so many years, so you'll have to upgrade it at some point. But the way the stock is performing right now, in my opinion, it's not the best. But I'm not going to be ringing or sounding any alarms just yet. If it gets uglier, which I'm not sure it will, to Katina Man, but anything can happen. We can't see the future. I'm going to remain somewhat optimistic within this name and bullish, even though it doesn't look great right now. I've said this on multiple occasions. What's really disappointing is this 8-month consolidation with a couple false breakouts and no real demand. It did the exact same thing again. You break up to 235, and then you're just starting to come back in, giving back the majority of that breakout move to the tune of where you're almost down 20%, entering bear market territory, right? So it's just the lengthy consolidation that I don't like, and I mentioned it from before, is look how similar this is from a price action standpoint to what Microsoft was doing for quite some time, right? Like you're down, like you're trading within that $50 range, just moving sideways for over a year, and you're just like, what's actually going on here? And then you have the exact same narrative here in VDA. So what I was thinking is, hey, where do we really start to put our chips? Like, where are we going to put our money? And we like to put our money where our mouth is. And I was thinking, well, AMD is moving a little bit different, but it's also had those lengthy consolidations before breaking out as well too. The difference being here from a technical standpoint is you go from October to March, right? October of 25 to March of 26, where you're just moving sideways, very little appreciation from a percentage standpoint, but then you just have this massive breakout, right? So we talk from a textbook standpoint. All right, the longer the consolidation, the bigger the potential breakout. Well, you're fortunate enough to get that here in AMD.
All right, why don't we go back up to the desk and we'll see what they're up to back up there.
I mean, we could talk some once we get back. I don't know if NOS is coming. We got the options and the upgrades and downgrades. I don't know if that stuff's working there just yet. So yeah, we'll send it back to the desk.
Talk about Apple, as Sharif alluded to during our little opening spiel for you guys at 8 a.m. Apple has a couple different catalysts. We know that, of course, memory is still a concern. Apparently, they're trying to get some permissions to access some memory from a company in China. We also have reports of India, antitrust-related investigations. There's a lot to talk about with AAPL.
Yeah, let's talk about the one that matters here, guys. Lobbying campaign to obtain White House approval to buy from Changxin Memory, okay? So this is China's largest memory manufacturer, and it's Apple's response to what's now being called by analysts as Ramageddon. They really like including Armageddon in everything. We've seen components really quadruple in costs. This is a blacklisted company, though, and I'm going to explain what I mean by blacklisted because it's not exactly what everybody thinks. But I was just telling Joey over the weekend, listen to this, guys. The memory and the storage components, just as a cost, okay, for the iPhone 17 Pro was $50. For iPhone 18 Pro, they're making the assessment, of course, analysts, because we don't know quite yet, that storage and memory component for the 18 Pro is going to be $200. So it's a $150 increase right off the bat. Apple scrambling. They don't know what to do. So media reports that, this Changxin Memory Technologies company is blacklisted, but what they miss is the critical legal distinction that Apple's trying to exploit here. So currently, they're only restricted for Defense Department contracts, but they're not legally barred from doing business with private commercial transactions with companies like Apple. So Apple's aggressively lobbying the administration for an ironclad guarantee that they're not going to withhold or put them onto this military linked list. It's called the 1260H list. And so they want guarantees from the administration that if they do a deal with this Chinese memory company, the White House or the administration in general won't come back and then add them onto that list. And the reason is because Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron, they're all directing all their resources to HBM to satisfy the demand of the hyperscalers, and they're not really caring a whole lot about DDR5 or just regular RAM. So that is the problem there. There's also, $145 increase that people are saying is going to be on the iPhone 18 Pro Adara, but again, we don't really quite know yet.
Yeah, Ming-Chi Kuo also weighed in on this here, and he said that based on what he's seeing, the real reason for this is, again, concerns that these memory issues will continue through 2027. But specifically, he said with the timing, that's with the fact that Tim Cook isn't going to be CEO for too much longer. He's got a couple months left, and because he has really good relationships with both Washington and Beijing, Ming-Chi Kuo believes that the company probably feels Tim Cook is the best person to get this change to be able to successfully lobby for this change. So we'll have to see what happens there. Are you guys watching AAPL today?
Yeah, I think you always got to look at it, right? I mean, the fact is the market's up 1% here and Apple's down. So I personally, as an Apple investor, I was extremely nervous about what's happening here with Apple, and it's not necessarily that I'm worried about the longer term here. Andre, if there's any way you can mute Joe's mic in my ear, I know you're busy, but I can't take this. Down to 270 right there for Apple. That's your 200 period moving average. Joe and I kind of said to ourselves, is this just noise that we're seeing a lot in the market and this is about to come back up? I'm not so sure. Like, these costs, have to get passed on somewhere. And I actually think the Apple consumer isn't too worried about $100 extra in memory, $200 extra. I'm a little worried about that folding phone. I don't know how successful that's going to be, and if they spent enough time and money on that, and how that's going to impact, and if that flops, what does the market think about Apple in that situation? You're on Joe's screen. That's fine. That's a 3-minute chart there for Apple that Joe has.
No, it was your screen.
No, it was yours. There it is. Now back to me. I'm just looking right here. If we can bounce off that 200 period moving average like it looks like we've done, then back up to the upside. I'm thinking that we do have a nice little runway for Apple to get back up to the top. I think their earnings will be somewhat solid, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was muted. It's not the greatest quarter for them. You want to wait for the new iPhone to come out, potentially into September, October, when they have some new releases. The Siri AI agent doesn't seem to be really that much better. We didn't get anything at WDC to tell us that, hey, Apple, has corrected any of their problems. We do know you can use Gemini and Grok and chat and all that stuff just through an app on Apple, but has it made Siri any better? I still have the iPhone 14, so I'm not 100%. What was that? That was the voice of God.
Yeah.
There happened.
It's the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. I'm just looking at Apple today, right? Pulling back in. I think it's going to be a short here into the day just because of the way it's looking. We'll see if we can hold out for that 282. But right into there, if we drop below, I do think that we can retest a little lower. So we'll see if we can break back down through 282, make a little lower here. And then watch out. Honestly, I don't think it's going to happen today, but 274, 275, those look like good buy zones, not only there, but also on the daily, right? But Apple's had these trends, and when it starts to fall down, often it will find a bottom there and start to go back up. I mean, we know that there's a lot of funds that have to keep on buying.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? As you contain yourself with Apple, it's a stock that people go to, they buy on dips. So, I do like the stock, but I do not think the pain is over. I think there is a potential that we do revisit 270 at some point, and it's 285 right now. So, I think there's a little bit of a downturn coming.
I mean, honestly, the more I think about it, I'm in the camp of it's just forever noise. Like, think about how long Apple's been around for. If you when you're in doubt, zoom out. There's going to be things stepping into the market. From when I first started trading, at first it was QT. You sell off, you have the increase of interest rates. Then before that, you have COVID hit the markets. Then you have the tariff tantrum. Now you have this CapEx. These companies just find a way to just continuously perform, and I'm going to stick with that. And you know what, Sean? To your point is, like, if you really want to eliminate some of the noise, you look at a name like Apple here, where it's down, double digits off of the highs, right? Like, you're down 10%, you're hitting down 10%, but then you go over to the NASDAQ and the SPA, you're down half of that. Are you going to get any crazy form of capital appreciation? No, but it's nice and steady. So, listen, there's a reason why some of these companies are worth $4 trillion, $3 trillion, multiple trillions of dollars, and I think they're just going to continue to perform. It's tough especially when you're focused on it every day, to kind of just phase out all of that noise. But at the end of the day, these guys have ridiculous amounts of cash. They have individuals within the ecosystem, and I think it's going to be a continuous driver for the foreseeable future. These dip buys, I'm in the camp of these dip opportunities, these down 10%, down 13% in Google. Those are my opportunities to buy, in my opinion. But yeah, let's send it back to the desk. Let's see what they got going on here. Maybe we got a special guest for you guys.
I believe we're going to be welcoming on here Mr. Michael Noss of Stats Edge. Excited to have him on here. Michael Noss, CMT. We're going to talk about some AI. Before we do that, good morning. Happy early Canada Day. How are you doing today?
I'm excited for Canada Day. Although it's going to rain out here, I hope it's going to be better in your neck of the woods.
I don't think we have any rain forecasted, but hopefully you guys don't get any either. Our fingers and toes are crossed. Let's talk here about the AI bubble, because I understand you want to talk about some of these AI plays and maybe some hope that can be found even with recent weakness.
Yeah, and it just starts with, the first slide. I saw this stuff kind of all weekend. The central banks are saying the AI, it's going to be another financial collapse and all of this. And I don't blame anyone for doing parallels to old times where markets were insane like this and certain sectors, especially technology, was ripping. But it seems like every time we just get any kind of movement in these names, all of these narratives come back up when it comes to, is this 2000 or 2008 or where are we in this cycle? And I'm just going to make my argument from what I saw in the charts and in my work this weekend that the market doesn't really care that the AI stocks are coming down. And I know it's unfortunate for a lot of people who hold all of these names to see some of these names doing so poorly. So like NVIDIA, for example, is the next chart. If you're an NVIDIA holder, and a lot of it is technically kind of in a bear market. We're in a bear market territory. It's 19 some odd percent down. 18.42 just with this rough drawing I went, so roughly 20% down. So if you're focused on this area in the sector, some of it does feel very bear markety, especially the Mag 7. However, if we go to the next chart, this is IWM making a new all-time closing highs on Fridays, daily, monthly, weekly, yearly. This has never been higher. And yes, the Mag 7 is under pressure a little bit, but this is the moment where we look at it and we say, is this a sell-off, a crash, or is it just rotation? Are people just taking profits in some names and then moving over into others? And I've been, pounding the rotation table for a long time here, but this is a clear example of that, in which when you have 2,000 stocks or 2,000 tiny stocks making a new all-time highs at the same time, again, NVIDIA and Microsoft and some of these names are in these big drawdowns, that to me doesn't show a bubble popping or some sort of collapse or something. It shows rotation. People are selling those names and buying other names. So another example I have here in the next chart is IBB. This is biotechs. Look at this clean breakout in the biotech stock sector. And what's happened, even though the SP 500's down, 6-7 days in a row almost now, we have IBB just absolutely ripping out of this base, cracking to new highs. This to me is not only saying that the market's not scared about the future of the world, which is what causes, bubble pops and recessions and blowups. They're super excited, just in different areas. In this biotech sector in particular, like that chart is screaming breakout to me on that one in particular. So then the next one here is KRE. These are your small regional bank guys, not a new all-time high, but a new multi-year high and very close to an all-time high, breaking out of that kind of $70 area, making a new all-time high on Friday and then all through last week. These are the kind of ma and pa banks that lend to local companies that are building things and creating things, think small industrial companies and farmers and things like that, making a new high. This is not something that I see if there's some sort of bubble collapsing and throwing everything up. And yeah, last but not least here is XLV. So this is healthcare. Your entire healthcare sector looks like it's on the verge of a breaking out to new highs. The list could go on, but I didn't want to bore you guys with details. Financials are doing fantastic. A lot of these sectors are doing great. So really just, I know we've done a lot of heavy math on what I've been doing recently, but for this one, I just wanted to kind of take a second to zoom out and to look around and to say, man, if I am just focused on some of this AI stuff, there's a lot of volatility, a lot of noise, a lot of craziness going on there. The guys, when I was getting ready there, were talking about Apple, and I talked about that on Friday and how Apple got kind of killed there, but the rest of the world is doing just fine. So I think it's one of those moments where you have to look at your trading and look at your portfolio, and if it's hurting, then you might just be too concentrated in a single area, and you might want to do what it seems like the rest of the world's doing, where you just kind of look out there and say, yes, a healthcare company or a small regional bank isn't going to 1,000x like SanDisk did or any of these things, but there are other places out there to invest, and there's other places out there to trade, and a lot of those places are doing just fine. That's kind of bucking this narrative of some sort of bubble popping.
I do have a couple of questions here, things that I'm curious about that I think we can discuss. So we talked about, of course, NVIDIA, as you mentioned here on the chart, that's been beat up. Palantir, trying to recover, but getting really pretty beat up. Oracle at its worst week since 2001. But there are names that, as you just mentioned, SanDisk and Micron, that are still kind of near those all-time highs. So I guess my question would be, if you are an investor that's in one of those AI stocks, this is part of the general sector that's been struggling, but they're still doing relatively well, how would you suggest people maybe approach that type of situation?
Well, in traditional technical analysis, we just do a top-down approach. So one of my favorite sayings in trading and investing is that, you pull the weeds to water the flowers. So you look at your portfolio and you say, okay, in this period of time where most stocks are hitting a new all-time highs, are my stocks hurting? And if so, what I do personally, I'm not going to tell other people what to do. What I do personally is I just go through and anything that's really underperforming, I sell some or all. And then I look to transfer that over. And I think an easy way to do that is by just doing a top-down approach. So I showed a bunch of sectors out there that were breaking out to new highs. And then from there, you can go inside those sectors to look for what other stocks are strong. So if you like healthcare, take a look at your Oscar Healths or your Eli Lilly's. If you like, these regional banks, there's like 1,000 of those things to look at. And just kind of go top down and say, okay, my stuff isn't working. Let me raise maybe a little bit of cash if you think this is going to continue. And let me go shopping in these other areas that are making new highs.
And I like that answer as well, because I was going to ask you to kind of, if you have a situation like XLV where we're kind of on the cusp of breaking out, but you're not sure if it's going to break out, the idea that you can look within the sector for other plays is a really nice alternative. So I really appreciate you saying that. Where can the people find you if they want to see more of your insights, Mr. Michael Noss?
Yeah, as always, Stats Edge Trading is my website, and you can find me at Michael Noss CMT on all socials out there.
There we go, Michael Noss, CMT. You can also find him on this show every 8:30 a.m. on Monday and Friday. Happy Canada Day, Michael. We will see you. I guess we won't see you this Friday, but we'll see you probably next Monday.
See you Monday, and happy Canada Day, you guys.
Happy Canada Day.
All right, guys, fantastic stuff. As always, make sure you join. Actually, this Friday we won't be here. Happy July 4th. Premature one anyways, guys. Let's take a look at some of the analysts, some call activity, some of the options activity from Friday's session. We're going to kick things off, guys, with multiple names here. USO at the top of our list. We're going to be looking at that $115 strike price. This is an out-of-the-money call. Now, our open interest sitting around 4,700 at that specific level. That could be a potential resistance zone. But then I also want us to take into consideration, unlike equities, this may not be the same kind of narrative when you are using open interest. I just wanted to point these levels out. We're going to actually be talking about USO to the downside as well on some put activity momentarily. But first things first, 558 contracts open and closed on Friday's session. Now, as for the SPY, guys, this $735 marker, this is going to be the most that I've seen on this expiration cycle. That's going to be the 30th of this month. So we have 5,140 contracts still open at that level. And then on Friday, we had 8,350 open and closed. Now, as for the NASDAQ, guys, 5,400 contracts at that 725 marker, but this is going to be expiring next month on the 2nd. Now, as for the volume, 4,000 open and closed on Friday's session. Moving forward, we're going to be looking at USO once again. This $110 marker, there's a lot of open interest there, guys. Going to be expiring July 2nd. 17,000 contracts at that specific zone. Volume relatively light, but this is the most amount of open interest that I've seen on the put activity through multiple expiration cycles. 2,000 contracts open and closed on Friday's session. Now, as for Apple, another name that we are talking down double digits here, just holding on to a 10% to the downside here from Apple off of the highs. This $270 strike price on the put side, that is, there's nothing really outstanding. This is the largest amount of OI and volume combination. Now, I would be expecting to see a little bit more because it typically is in the top 5 names from volume standpoint, but a lot of activity is on the call side. What we're looking here is for potential support levels. Now, at that $270 strike price, 3,350 contracts still open at that level. That could change after the open. Now, as for volume 1,620, nothing substantial. Now, SpaceX, the $135 strike price, we're not there just yet, but 8,490 contracts at that specific level with 5,600 open and closed. Once again, this is a near dated expiration cycle. This is going to be expiring on the 2nd of July. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at Micron, this $300, quite a ways away, I understand that. But anyways, what we really want to focus on here, guys, is just the value of this specific contract, okay? $4,600 and $4,200. the delta is just absolutely through the roof, and your gamma exposure relatively light. That will change. Never mind that. But your at the money, it's 90. Your at the money IB is 96%. Okay, that's extremely elevated. I understand that we're looking at a contract. There's like this metric doesn't even really make sense at this point. I just wanted to point out the volume and the actual size between the bid and the ask. So $400 spread. Now, open interest, we're sitting around 1,710 at that level, and then 4,800 contracts open and closed on Friday. All right. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the analyst actions. We're going to go through some market downgrades here at the top of the list. Now, going from a buy to a neutral is Salesforce. Philips Securities giving them the downgrade here, guys. Still holding on to positivity. We're up about 0.9%. Adobe getting the downgrade as well, too. Going from a buy to a neutral with a $203 price target. That's down from $385. Both the downgrades from Philip. Now, CrowdStrike also getting the downgrade here, guys. 2% to the top side, going from a buy to a neutral with a $730 price target. And then Synaptics also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a hold with a $125 price target. Now, to look at some more positive things, we have STM Microelectronics, a European company. Now, we're going from underweight to equal weight with a €65 price target. That's up from €34. And then Warner Brothers also getting the nod bright and early this morning, going from a neutral to a buy. Again, this is going to be a buyout with a $31 price target. WBD slightly negative this morning. Roblox up 4.3%, going from a neutral to a buy, and a price target increase to $95. That's up from $75. And then United Rentals, for all my construction guys out there, 1.5% to the top side, going from a neutral weight to an outperform with a $1,320 price target. Let's send it back to Sean.
There we go. I also, good upgrades and downgrades there. I also want to look at a stock there because what Michael's talking about there, a little bit of a rotation. I don't know if you guys remember, we've been talking about J&J. We bought some in the low 220s. It's 250 and broke through. So there we go. Like, you want to talk about the XBI. XBI is another spot where I think there's a lot of value. Right now, you had some deal making, and we talked about Synaptics, which was the ON Semiconductors, and we saw what that did over the last little while. But it was AbbVie with a nice purchase 2 weeks ago that really started to rally the XBI, right? Talking about buyouts and things like that, and potentially starting to rally some spots other than tech, right? And there goes XBI. So we're really happy to be involved in that one. I look over at the portfolio. Obviously, I'm still hella long in tech, but that J&J run, and put your hand up. Like, if you guys have been here the last couple of weeks, I was talking about Johnson & Johnson. Not only did I talk about the valuation was pretty cheap, also, it sort of sat out the rally there and went the other way. Thought that there was a move to the upside there. Decent portfolio coming for Johnson & Johnson as far as drugs are concerned and what they have coming in the pipeline. So I like J&J there, and we were talking about it down here. So it's been a good little run there. I'm not getting out of any of it for sure. I just think it's a good hold, and add to your portfolio when you see some stocks dipping is what I was doing. But CrowdStrike was an interesting name that I thought was actually on your downgrade side there, yeah. CrowdStrike, but still up 1%, man. I mean, I like that stock. They've sort of weathered the storm, in my opinion. Huge move up on earnings, huge move up on Palo Alto earnings. They all sort of went to the upside and then came screaming right back down, but they actually held out pretty good. They didn't even really test this 50-period moving average. So now you're starting to go back up to the upside. And when you get downgraded and you're still up 1% and besting the market, I like the stock. I like it breaking through 720, 715 right here. CrowdStrike looks like it wants to go. And before I do that, I want to look at Palo Alto. Wasn't that down to 280? Now it's back up to 307. So again, another good rebound there. Yeah, 280, no, 260, sorry. So another great rebound there for Palo Alto. And actually, I'm sort of surprised that it's over now its highs in Pan W, right? I was expecting CrowdStrike and them to sort of act together, but it looks like Palo Alto right here. In an ever-changing world where we have to worry now about cybersecurity, I mean, we've had to worry about that for a while. these are the right names.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen the drone attacks happen. What's next, right? I mean, I think cyber, you know, you want to protect all your data. And we talked about how important some of that is, right? And so I like Palo Alto. And then, you know, the worst one, Zscaler, ZS, has been really beat up. They were kicked, wasn't it Zscaler was kicked out of the NASDAQ 100, I believe it was, unless it was another name. But there it is down to the 120, 125 area. And that was a good, I always think sometimes when you get that NASDAQ delist and the company is still, you know, in the right space, maybe that's a little bit of a...
I mean, this stock's down 60%, even more, like 75%. We were talking about CrowdStrike not too long ago being down. That stock was almost cut in half.
Right.
Down 40% plus off of those highs when we were going through SaaSmageddon. They're fortunate enough to find a big time recovery. I just think it was too soon and too quick to throw these guys out of the gate, right? Like you couldn't kick them to the curb that quick. Cybersecurity is huge, especially during this whole AI build out and this complete new infrastructure that is being established. You're going to drop your cybersecurity. I don't think that was the right play. And Sean was talking about, we have Facebook up here, but I mean, Sean was talking about Zscaler. I don't know. I think there's a point, I don't know, Sean, how you feel about this. I think at some point within a stock, there may be a point of no return. Like here's 61% to the downside, right?
Yeah.
And then, I mean, we're talking about Salesforce, CRM. I don't know if you can ever come back. I don't know if you can ever, as Tiger King once said, what's that? Joe Exotic once said, I don't know if you'll ever financially recover from that. And it's the same thing here.
Wait a minute, we just quoted Joe Exotic?
Yeah, you remember when one of his employees got his finger bit off or his arm bit off?
I did watch Tiger King.
Yeah.
I don't remember a financial quote from this guy.
Yeah, well, that's what he stated. One of his employees got a limb chewed off by a tiger.
Okay.
He just stated, he's like, he was more worried about financially recovering from the situation.
That's the context of that quote?
Yeah,
I didn't know what it had to do with like a tiger eating a limb.
Yeah. So the tiger got a hold of one of the employees' limbs, and he's just, the first thing he thought of was, I'll never financially recover from that. So what I'm thinking is, I don't know if it's necessarily the case within some of these names, but I think within some of them, you're going to have a point of no return. Now, could I be completely wrong? And have we seen stocks get absolutely destroyed before? 100%. Of course we have. Have they recovered? Yeah, like, I mean, look at Robinhood after the IPO date and look at some of these IPOs. And I know I'm comparing apples to oranges, but there was a time of pain that was just like, I don't know, is this thing going to do what I think it's going to? Like, you lose 90% of your value going from $80-something to $7.21. You don't think the stock's going to recover, especially if you're buying this in 2021. Now, can Mark Benioff recover and save Salesforce? Hopefully. Can whoever the CEO of Zscaler is turn things around, especially when its peers within the sector itself are just around all-time highs or a couple percentage points? I don't know. It makes things a lot more difficult, but hey, if you put yourself in the right place at the right time and in the right names, hopefully you don't have to go through these 60%, 40% drawdowns. But even so, it looks like you go through them in a couple of the names anyways.
We have...
There's a bunch of super chats.
Yeah, we missed a couple super chats here. I'll just go with the most recent one here and send this to you. So
what's this one? I didn't party at all this weekend,
okay.
Man.
So we'll clear that one. Thank you so much. All right, this one from Tisha just came through as well. $20. Thank you, Tisha. UPC curl for the win, so we can. Joe pounding back the water. Seems like you might have partied a lot this week.
Oh, just hydration nation, man.
Hey, we have some.
Dude, you want to know the honest truth?
For that.
I had I like these non-alcoholic beers, man. They're good. They're good stuff.
Isn't that so? I have a funny story about that because this weekend, some guys that we were chilling with, they didn't have the beers, but they were talking about it and said that the taste of those has gotten way better.
It's way better, dude.
So what is the brand that you like?
There's this one. It's like something arts. It's a Toronto-based brewery, and then I had a couple of the Heineken on Zeros, the Heineken Zeros.
So, I don't mind. Obviously the taste of beer, but
I enjoy it.
I drink it I mean, I drink it because there's alcohol in it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know if I could ever taste.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah,
I enjoy the taste
and
of
it's
it.
very similar to.
Yeah, it's not.
Is it a light beer?
But see, that's the thing. I feel like it gives you the taste of it loses its carbonation relatively quick, right? So it gives you the taste of. I know Americans are big on light beer, and I apologize for that. But anyways. That's what it tastes like. It tastes like a super light beer, and I enjoy it. There's 0%, 0.01%.
So this is Universal Pharmaceuticals there, Tisha. So just having a quick look at this name, and thank you for the super chat there. It also says she remembers when Neil was trading small cap stocks on there. But here goes UPC right now, and just trying to look up what this stock is all about right now. Universal Pharma, relatively low float name, I guess. The float is 600,000 shares. It doesn't look like it has a big short percentage, but that's probably wrong. So UPC there. On some news, let's find out. On Friday, they were starting to jump around as well. Company announced it will acquire Best Praise International. So they're making some moves right here. Comcast has nothing to do with it. So I'm not sure the exact story here today with UPC, Tisha, but we'll find that. There it is, Universal Pharmaceuticals. Disclosing that it will acquire Best Praise International. So that is what we were talking about. So there it goes to the upside today. UPC putting on some damage there. And if you sort of zoom out, yeah, man, this is what happens with pharmaceuticals. Looks like things are going well for them. And there it goes, breaking through that $8 mark. Looks like that was just what spiked it. We obviously get that move on Friday. Then there's a continued move today for UPC. So thanks for that 20. And I remember when Neil used to trade those as well. I kind of wish he got back to it. I feel like now he just kind of trades the same stuff I'm looking at. But hey, man, that's to each their own. But there it goes. We do have small cap names coming. Joe and I will look at all the opportunities, as we all do, every single day. I mean, let's not just throw shade there. Because
how many times is Mike Peter Ryder gonna?
What else did Mike Peter? Okay, we got. We're not doing that one.
He's done it twice.
He wants to know the sexual preferences of space. So I don't really know what that means. I'm not sure what's going on there. That was that one. And then here we go. On the Rails sent one as well. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to go back over there soon. We're going to do our rundown and get that all going. Our watch list again. One of the best curated watch lists in the business. Go grab that link in description right now. All the members also get Sharif's morning note. All right, if you look back historically and see NVIDIA is around the 37 RSI, you'll usually see a 10% bounce within 2 weeks. So I'll have to call up the RSI to help show you that. But I guess that you're talking, I don't have it on my daily chart. I'll have to just load it up there. But for right now, I mean, this is what NVIDIA looks like. Here, you know what? I can add it right here. Customization indicators.
What are you looking for, percentage?
Do you have the RSI?
The relative
it just takes me a second.
I could pull that up.
So I'll just go into create. Well, I have it right here. RSI. Is this alphabetical? There it is. Relative strength indicator. You put it on there. I'm going to push apply. And then we're going to see. So here it is down here. This is the RSI. And that's exactly where it's at. So it's at the 37 spot, right? And if you sort of zoom, maybe I can hold this a little higher so everybody can see what this is. So relative strength, it's when it's overbought versus oversold. That's really all that it's saying to you. It's that, it's gotten over its sort of britches up here. Yeah. It's overextending, right? And if you looked at, that's the top. That seems to have been the top in the market, right? RSI is more of a back indicator, I would think. Like whenever you're going to see RSI spike higher, it's because the move sort of happened and then stopped and then went back to the ends. I can show you a stock where the RSI was holding above and just kept on extending, and you don't necessarily want to.
It'll probably be that for AMD. What's it looking like on AMD?
We can look at AMD in a second, but there's the bounce. So just to talk about, why did my chart just reset there? I do not know. But there's the bounce from 37, I guess is what you're talking about there on the rails. So maybe we do have time to start to buy. This is pretty much the lowest on the RSI, the relative strength it's been that I can see here going back 2 years. This is 25, so going back to June of 25. So you're back about a year right here. And it's the lowest the RSI has been. So you want to look quickly at AMD? Sure. Let's check out AMD.
Let's see what that RSI is.
Well, you know what would be a crazy one would have been Intel.
Yeah.
Chart. Yeah, so right now it's fine. Man. It's not. You get the RSI starts to blow up, Joe, once there's the huge moves happening. So it would have been like right into here, right? When we went from, like what was this price? 170 up to 500.
Yeah.
So RSI up there into the 90s. So it's not always that the 70 marker or the 30 marker are indications to go long or short. But I think it's kind of like once you break back down below, that's when you start to lose some of the relative strength. And another one that we could look at here would be Intel. I think that would have had a very similar RSI up to the 80s or 90s most likely once they had that huge move. Yeah, there was 95. And look at them coming back in. So at some point, they're going to have been too. Oh man, this chart just keeps on resetting down there. Just is going to get bought up, right? So this looks very similar to that NVIDIA chart where you had an RSI bounce in and around that 40 marker, not even getting to 30s. So yeah, no, you're looking for some relative strength and weakness there. But thank you so much for that super chat.
Did we? I know we're running into we're kind of into some rundown time. But did we go over WMC Good Tunes 824 super chat? We'll do that quick before we send it back. What are your take on GME forward guidance that dropped on Friday? Seems like something that would be a major move, regardless of eBay offer. They have a $2 billion buyback on the table as well. So we can pull up GME. Listen, if the street doesn't react, it's tough. Don't hold a bias within an earnings report. I used to do that myself. Well, they guided this. They did all of this. They beat on EPS. They're doing share buyback, and the stock market doesn't react. React to how the stock market and how the stock itself reacts, okay? Now, Ryan Cohen is actually putting up numbers that I didn't think he'd have the ability to do so. And I was actually on Kalshi not too long ago, last Thursday, Sean, and there's actually a bet that you can place to see if this eBay GME deal is going to go through. And you know what? The betting markets, these prediction markets, are leaning towards it's most likely not going to happen. eBay being the bigger company, so Ryan Cohen, even though he's talking half cash, half stock, might be in a little bit of trouble. React how the stock reacts, not to what the numbers are telling you, because it doesn't care. The market's going to do what it wants to, and the bigger participants are going to be able to control the actual underlying itself. Now, we're 5 minutes over. I guess we can send it back. We can head through our rundown now.
It is, in fact, going to be time to do that rundown. It's funny you mentioned, too, here, Joe, half cash, half stock, because Rocket Lab actually, with this half cash, half stock Iridium deal, we'll probably talk about that in a minute as we talk SpaceX.
Thank you.
But in the meantime, we're going to start here with our rundown.
That's better.
And a look at the futures.
7:29 on the dot, guys. This is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're above that right now. If we go to the chart, 740 is what we're going to look at as resistance. So we did reject, we did fail to hold that 730 on a closing basis. But when you look at the 4-hour chart, very, very close to holding up that 730. So we're going to continue to use 730 as support. If we start moving up for whatever reason, 740 as resistance.
Let's take a look here at the Trader TV rundown. This happens every day at 9 a.m. or around 9 a.m., so stick with us. It's from our free Trader TV Live watch list, which comes right to your inbox before 8 a.m. every single day. It has everything you need to know about earnings on watch, economic data on watch, companies that are making moves or that could be making big moves, that have events on watch. Basically, it's your one-stop shop for market information. Now, at the top of this watch list today was SpaceX, SPCE, and Focus. They're going to be joining the NASDAQ as of July 7th, so just over a week from now.
Yeah, Grok 4.5, guys, has entered private beta testing inside SpaceX and Tesla. So Elon using his own companies for the testing here. It's a major tactical escalation for XAI. The hype here is that it exceeds Anthropic Opus, Claude Opus in certain respects, specifically with coding. Something to look out for there. Grok 4.5, yes, is optimized for code, and that isn't by accident. SpaceX picked up Cursor for $60 billion, and right away they directly injected Cursor's real-world multi-turn developer interaction right into Grok 4.5 in the training to kind of explicitly master the agentic AI parts of this whole stack. And to force Grok 4.5 past its rivals, Musk executed what people are calling a ruthless internal talent diversion. What am I talking about here? Well, he quietly reassigned what people are saying are a few dozen of the elite Starship and Starlink hardware and data engineers. They're abandoning their aerospace. Pursuits, and they're working directly to overhaul Grok. Also, Grok's 4.5 is the first model optimized for Grok build harness. This is XAI's proprietary reinforcement learning pipeline. Listen to this, guys. So the model's closed here. So what it does is it forces Grok to write code. It then executes it inside a virtual container it checks its own output, and then it self-corrects bugs as it finds them. So this is a new development here, and I haven't heard any LLMs do this before.
And again, it will be also joining the NASDAQ 100 index. Cannot stress this enough. It'll actually be less than a month after the company went public is when it'll join the NASDAQ. We can briefly talk here as well, too, Sharif, about Rocket Lab, another name in the space sector that's getting a lot of love in our chat today.
It really does deserve its own story, Adara, because this is a really big headline here. It's not the acquisition that's headline moving. It's the reason for the acquisition. $8 billion cash and stock acquisitions of Iridium Communications. That is ticker IRDM for those interested. And it mimics here the express vertical integration push that SpaceX has been kind of doing for years. That's what their purpose is here. So Rocket Labs, they're using their own stock to fund a deal, but there is a lot of debt buried here to cover the $27 per share cash component, because $54 buyout price, but it's half stock, half cash. So $27 cash component. They're taking on Adara $3.6 billion in a bridge financing facility, and servicing that debt at a higher interest rate will eat into the cash reserves of this company for the foreseeable future. But the real reason that they're picking this up, by the way, is the 66 satellite constellation that they have. Now, the problem with this constellation is it's aging. It was put into space 2017 to 2019 with a lifeline of 12 to 15 years. So you could be taking on aging assets. There's more to talk about. You guys can check the chat. I'll put some of these links in there for you. Very interesting story.
Are you guys watching any of these space stickers today, Rocket Lab and or SpaceX?
No, definitely not watching SpaceX. No, for sure watching both of those, actually.
Yeah.
I like that IRDM. That was something that I was looking at purchasing a while back, and I was trying to break out. But for me on SPCX, it is going to be, I'm just writing the sticky note as we speak right now, because we had some delays.
We had a lot going on.
We had a lot going on this morning, SPCX, so I'm just writing that down here. I wrote down 154 long or a 160 break. And the problem with this 154 long is it's actually coming in pretty aggressively here in the pre-market, and it's just coming right back into this level here where it looks like it's been somewhat of a, it was a problem breaking through it. Now that we did, I was going to try, instead of it being a top, maybe now it's a bottom and it can be resistance, turns into support. You also have the 153 there. This is a 5-minute chart. So you do have some support here that I feel like should be able to hold for SpaceX. Now, I don't want to sit there, open arms, willing just to buy all the 154s. I'm not sure if this is actually going to hold today. I thought we would be much higher with that inclusion. Forget about, I love the Grok story. That's, I'm starting to use Grok more. Talk about Grok is installed in the Teslas.
Yeah.
So you can just have random conversations and you can ask Tesla all these questions. And I'll spit it right back to you as well. Obviously, we're not talking about that basic LLM. Sharif was talking about the coding side of it. And I think that that's the next sort of iteration. And I believe in Elon and get it all figured out. This might be the best LLM eventually. And the fact that SpaceX can use it to their advantage and has full capabilities and usage of it because it's part of the same ecosystem.
Yeah.
I like SpaceX. And I also thought that, it being added to the NASDAQ 100 does give it a little bit of a base that we should be able to hold this 148. Obviously, we're all waiting to see if that 135 ever comes into play. But I think we've been right trying to buy the dips into 150 there. And I also do like the break of 160. So we talked about that, being a top there. So I thought this market would open up. We'd be around 157, 158, something like that. Then the break of 160 is imminent, and we take that long. So now we sort of got to wait for any sort of a imbalance that hits for SpaceX. Maybe we do get an upside move right there. But as opposed to Rocket Lab, I like this Iridium Communications. And, just talking about, and it's interesting that they got their assets with Rocket Lab, as we just discussed, bought out a little bit there. And that's sweet. That's part of what you're talking about. They were getting beat up. A lot of these space names were getting hit after the SpaceX IPO, and IRDM just right back up to the top here. As look, the components in space have to matter as well, right? And so we'll wait to see what happens with IRDM, but I like that stock getting higher here, breaking through. I think pullbacks, into the 40s is great. You might not get that opportunity today. High of 55. I think we could break 55 today on IRDM, but I'm much more concerned, and I'm just about to push enter, man, just making some tweaks to it.
Yeah.
On the sticky notes, SpaceX is my number one idea, breaking long 160 or long 154, but either way, they're both longs. But I did pay for shorts.
On SpaceX?
So we're going to pay for short on SpaceX, and we're going to see what happens.
You know what? I'm short-term bearish in this name. I just, considering, right, like you have the IPO, you have 3 up, 3 down, and now you're starting to form a consolidation. We talk about the TAM on space within the company in itself, where the majority of the revenues can potentially flow from. That's going to be data centers. It's not yet space. You obviously have Starlink involved, but I think there's going to be some more short-term downside. We're fortunate enough to start to get some earnings reports within this company, and that's going to be a massive teller. Are we still bleeding immense amounts of money? And the street may not like that. We're going to remain forward-looking within SpaceX. We're talking about the options chain on this name as well, too, to see where there's a potential floor. I was looking at 135. I think we can most definitely fall into that neck of the woods because I would have believed buyers would step in at this point, right? Like, we've already had a couple of weeks of sessions here within this name specifically, and now we're in that downtrend. We're consolidating. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a pullback. And I mean, 135 is nothing substantial, right? Like that's from where we're currently trading at right now. Let's see, let's get an exact percentage metric to 135. That's another 13%. Like I get it, it's double digits, but what have we seen from previous IPOs is that they, with the exception of a few, the majority of them are selling off and getting hit pretty heavy. Now, you're going to have the people who are believers within the companies that Elon has within SpaceX itself. I'm going to be looking at this almost as an ETF at some point as well. But 13%, I think that's going to be a good opportunity to grab a little bit more here at 135. I actually have orders placed out at 125 on this one. I grabbed the 180s, I grabbed the 170s, and then I knew that we were going to hit that opening price of 150. So I'm like, let me drop it a little bit lower. And if the underlying asset actually turns around, I'll buy it. But at this point, I'm going to let things cool off, wait for some earnings reports to come out. Let's talk some crypto.
Let's talk some crypto. As we know, Sean mentioned it, Joe mentioned it, the chat mentioned it. There was a big move here around 8 a.m. in Bitcoin. A lot of that has to do with this announcement from MSTR. Some board authorizations here and new minimum USD reserve policy.
Yes, they're calling it the Digital Credit Capital Framework. That's the term the company is using there. It includes a buyback program of $1 billion for its Class A common shares. But more importantly here, are the $1 billion for its preferred securities. Because you wait until you guys see the interest rates that they're paying on this preferred securities, which was his whole setup. This is why people were worried about it. But let's talk about the change in approach here. Firstly, for years, MicroStrategy or Strategy, whatever you want to call them, aggressively printed new equity and debt to acquire Bitcoin without selling. This framework, this new framework that we're talking about this morning, marks an official corporate pivot towards what their company is calling now a flexible two-way capital management model, and it formally introduces active Bitcoin monetization program to defend the equity price. That's why he's doing the share buybacks, because the equity price has fallen off a cliff over here. But the real target of the $2 billion framework, let's get to that. So Microsoft has the specialized, what they're calling strike preferred stocks. That's STRK. That's the ticker, STRK. They've been collapsing, bleeding 11% in the last trading day, and it's sitting, at least at the time of the writing of this article, it's probably bouncing now, at its 52-week lows, right? So it's saddled with a massive near distress 14.87% interest rate it is having to pay because it's declined so much. Dividend yield footprint, that's what it's called. The company is rushing this $1 billion chunk of the buyback mandate specifically to retire these expensive preferred shares and wipe out kind of that crushing annual dividend that they have to pay. 14.87% Adara. That's heavy.
Do you guys have a strategy for trading Bitcoin today?
Buying share buybacks?
Not really. Like I was, he's just explaining that whole strategy to me here because I wasn't aware of. I saw, you mentioned Microsoft, they had a huge day, they had 6% update there on Friday. I just wanted to, we will go over it. We do have another super chat that just came out right there, and it was from Cheese in a Chair. So I'm going to say thank you to Cheese in a Chair right now. And he's talking right here. Spent the weekend in your lad wondering why you didn't buy KXIAY. So what exactly is KXIAY? This is a spinoff from, so they're the third largest player in the memory, NAND memory space right there, spun off from Toshiba in 2018. Yeah, a huge move to the high side. And I think you're right, like when we started talking about memory there, you know, Micron was going and SanDisk and WDC and all that. This is just another name, a Japanese name coming through. They're trading on the pink sheet, so the OTC markets right now. So decent liquidity. Expecting a listing in spring of 27 into the U.S. Main markets there. So we'll have to see what winds up happening with that. But yeah, 52-week range of a low of $4, a high of $70. PE ratio well over 100 as this name just keeps on extending through. But yeah, I wish we had that time machine also. I don't know if I would buy some KXAIA. What I might actually buy if I had a time machine might be Bitcoin, because then I would just go back and buy this thing 20 years ago, and then you and I both wouldn't be here. I would give you about 100 Bitcoin right now, and it'd be no problem.
Exactly.
Because I would have just bought that for $100 back then.
But I would have bought it when it was like a pen. It was like, what did it come out at?
That's what I'm saying. You buy $1. I mean, it was there for $1 or $2 for a while.
Something like that.
Joe, even if I told you I could give you Bitcoin right now long at $1,000, you'd take that, right? So it's
absolutely.
It's a big move there for Bitcoin. But for MSTR, look, I mean, we always talk about the noise that exists in this name, right? And I think that it's just had its problems, and we all knew that it was a financial sort of house of cards. And eventually, once Bitcoin unraveled, and I know there's still a lot of traders that believe, well, maybe there's not a lot anymore, Joe, but there are traders that still believe Bitcoin can bounce. I don't know if I'm one of them. Fortunately enough, you know, I maybe own a little bit more than half of Bitcoin, something like that, you know, in total holdings, maybe a little bit more. Not too much in Ethereum. And, you know, we still have some Cardano and some Ripple and Solana. So we're still holding all these shit coins. But at the end of the day, the movement's been down, and it's been pretty violent, right? I mean, this is from May, is 190. You're down to $87. So you're chopped in more than half right now in just 2 months. So I'm a little nervous about where we're going from here. Up 6% is nice. You know, looking at a daily chart here, 1 minute, I like the 85 level. That should be able to hold there for MSTR MicroStrategy. So a pullback into 85 is worth it. But you've seen, are you going to talk about IBIT? No.
I was gonna talk about what Sharif was mentioning here, how Strategy's plan is to be essentially a digital credit lender. But what he does is he's selling his preferred shares. Once that hits a certain threshold, he sells them, he issues, he sells them, and then he buys Bitcoin with it. Now, a lot of funds classifying this as financial gibberish, and in potential, what Katina Man was saying, a house of cards. It's very, very risky. But the question for me within Bitcoin is, has anything structurally changed? And I'm going to say no. Has sentiment changed? Absolutely. And that is key driver, right? Like, we're down 60% off of the all-time highs in Bitcoin. Now, it's not very attractive to some individuals, but don't forget, for every buyer, there's a seller. So someone's chewing this stuff up, and we're in the middle of a halving cycle. Now, am I going to say we're going to climb back to all-time highs? Can things change? Can it go down to 20, 30,000? Well, we've experienced 70 to 80% pullbacks before, so I'm not surprised. But the thing is, with MicroStrategy, this is supposed to be acting as a leverage play. But with Bitcoin not doing anything and not performing well in the middle of a halving cycle, obviously it's not good. You're down 80%, and I talk about a point of no return. Are we there? But don't forget, there's no specific leverage aspect, a 2-to-1, a 3-to-1 within MSTR. Just look at it as a leverage play. And if Bitcoin does start to recover, maybe late next year or closer to the next halving cycle, then you can see a big time change within MSTR sentiment. But as of right now, you also have to take into consideration some of the larger Bitcoin mining companies, the Marathon Digitals, the Riots, are doing a little bit of a strategic pivot getting into cloud computing. So, I mean, there is a big time sentiment shift within this space itself. But let's give it a little bit more time to see what happens. Let's send it back. We're going to talk some Palantir and VDA.
Yeah, right now, we're going to take the time to talk about PLTR. Again, we mentioned it earlier, but this name has consistently been one of the most mentioned names in our chat all morning. So worth noting again, Palantir with not one, but 2 deals this morning, Sharif.
Yeah, Dara. Well, it had a hell of a year last year, so it's fresh in people's minds still. Debuting today, a secure government AI engine alongside the monster NVIDIA, and it's also expanding its software suite commercialization with Surf Air Mobility. Let's cover the NVIDIA part of this. So it's a you know, a lot of the reports that I read this morning is they're announcing sort of this generic model team or team up, I should say, between the two companies. But that's not exactly what's happening here. Palantir built a very highly specific, what they're calling an intelligent engine to run NVIDIA's Nemotron. Remember Nemotron? We said very little about it aside from the headline story when they debuted a few months ago. It's completely isolated in what they're calling air-gapped environments. Not really sure what that is quite yet. The architecture, though, is specifically and explicitly designed to bypass federal cloud vulnerabilities, and that gives U.S. national security agencies what they're calling full model auditability and the right to erasure without any leaks to public external networks. So good look there, especially for secret and classified documents. With respect to the Surf Air Mobility headline, it should be noted here, aside from the tie-up between the two companies, that Surf Air issued, SRFM is the ticker, by the way, more than 4.7 million shares of common stock directly to Palantir, and that kind of takes gives Palantir a non-cash equity consideration in exchange for licensing the Foundry AIP to Surf Air Mobility.
Palantir guys, thoughts?
Yeah, so thoughts are pretty good. Thoughts have been pretty good on Palantir the last couple of days, but I mean, they've been pretty bad for the last month or so, right? So I think Palantir continues to have its issues. I do like the fact that we're talking about government contracts now. We really, really like Palantir for that reason. And they've sort of made that footprint into the United States government and other governments, including those of Israel and all across the world, right? Many European countries as well using Palantir. They're also a play on border security as well, immigration, and it's just that Foundry has been locked in now. So I think that Palantir does have a runway to get back to the upside. I've been not unloading anytime recently, but we had been unloading back, I guess, beginning of the year, maybe once we failed right there. I think we might have got something out around 150, 160. Don't necessarily want to buy it back yet, PLTR, but I do like the story today, and I think that we may have seen a little bit of a bottom there at 110. Mm-hmm. I think that's might have another magnet down there. Like I wrote down long TQs today, but the market's not really, this is the ES coming back into the downside. The Nasdaq's also right now crumbling just a bit here. And I'm a little worried about, a name like Palantir up 4%. And this is what just came out. Yeah. We had IBIT to the downside there. So you're starting to see a little bit of a wash there happening as these imbalances come out. Then sell on the Nasdaq as well. Just hit with the TQs, right? Oracle with a small buy, SpaceX with a small buy. So there's the bump in SpaceX they're looking for. We wrote down 154 long, right? That got down to 155. But if we're going to talk about PLTR, the headlines don't seem to matter, and I'll tell you why. Because President Trump literally dropped this ticker during one of his conferences, when he was asked about it. Or asked about, I think it was about the market or about, the technology that they were using.
Well, I was going to say it was even more blatant than that. He put the ticker in a Truce social post and then said, Palantir is doing so well. So
right. So, and I mean, he put that out there, and then Palantir's at the lows. So I don't know how well they're doing right now. Did that seem like a little bit of desperation? I remember kind of when the CrowdStrike guy asked, Claude and all these LLMs about like, hey man, like, is my business over with? Or like, not that exactly, but can you replicate CrowdStrike software? So Trump saying that should have kind of rallied the stock, and it really didn't. So, maybe now you're coming into some levels. It just sucks because that's May of 25. So you're all the way back 1 year. If you held the stock for the full year, you went up to all-time highs. Now you're right back into some support areas. So coming back in through here, 110 or so for Palantir. I like the stock. Did we just go zeros on the day? That was a bad wick. Mm-hmm. So 117, I would say, hey man, I don't think we're going to fall down here, but watch out for a 116 bid maybe on PLTR. There's only 3 minutes to go. I mean, so we could go back over and talk Comcast.
Yeah, we could go over and talk Comcast. I mean,
or do you want to look at NVIDIA?
Well, I mean, we could look at NVIDIA. The partnership is more of a needle mover for Palantir in itself than what it is. Europe, not even 1% in NVDA. Combining the two systems, you're going to be able to use the best of the best LLMs and just really maximize everything. That's the whole point for the government, is to see if they can extract everything they possibly can. And that's the new movement, right? Like, you're talking about autonomous warfare and just really, really organizing mass amounts of data. These two combining with each other is doing exactly that. We'll head back. We'll talk CMSCA spinoff Comcast.
Yeah, let's talk here about CMCSA, if I can pull up this chart. Good news here for Comcast, a spinoff in focus and a big gap up for the same, and a couple others in the sector.
Oh. Yeah, Derek, Charter as well, as you mentioned there, it's also ripping up cable company. Let's talk about this. They announced it will separate its connectivity business from NBC Universal in a tax-free spin-off, creating 2 independently traded public companies. The move designed to give each business their greater strategic flexibility as traditional media companies, of course, face intense pressure from streaming. Their shareholders are going to receive shares in both companies. Comcast will temporarily retain about a 19.9%, give or take 20% stake in NBC Universal. Leadership will also be split at the tail of the 2 Michaels over here. You got Mike Kavanagh, he's going to be CEO of NBC Universal. Then Michael Angelikis, he's going to be at Comcast. We'll see about that. Should we talk a little Amazon, Adara?
Yeah, let's talk about AMZN. Prime Day is over, and some of the results according to these analysts are here.
All-time highs for sales, Adara, $26.4 billion, but not because they were selling more in terms of dollar amount. They had a lot of cuts. People worried about the consumer.
Yeah, and that $26.4 billion, again, according to Adobe Analytics, across all U.S. sellers and not specifically Amazon. So maybe not a great look for AMZN today for those prime deals. Are you guys primed to look at Amazon and or Comcast as we wait that opening bell?
I've been too busy. Thanks, Adara. I don't know if I've been too busy, but I didn't buy one damn thing on Amazon.
That's good, man. That's good. Well, you should have got the discount.
Toothpaste. I bought some toothpaste, but I didn't buy anything.
Bro, you ordered toothpaste off of Amazon?
Yeah, you know why? Because I brought the toothpaste to, yeah, of course. What do you mean? I get deodorant off there and everything.
Really?
Yeah, well, if my wife goes to Costco and there's...
So you're a Prime member, so you don't have delivery fee?
Of course.
Okay,
come on,
all right. Okay, well,
yeah, man, I mean, everyone's a Prime.
Well,
You're not a Prime member?
No, man. I'm not a consumer like that. I get what I need.
Right. You don't have a family.
Right?
Like, you don't have
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For me personally, I can
that.
walk across the street and go to the Dollarama because you're getting the same thing that you would at Shoppers Drug Mart or the Metros for a fraction.
But you actually got to do that. You actually got to go there, though.
Yeah, so I can walk there, man, and you get some exercise.
Oh, I'm all about that.
I
But I think the Prime is such a, there's many advantages to it, but I do think that Amazon here just been hit. I like this. This is one of the bigger mega cap names, one of the better mega cap names that I think has a good runway to the upside. And it's just been getting hit right now. Okay, we're about to open up. Thank you to everybody for your patience today, as we did have some technical issues. I think we should be good to go. Andre, just test my ear quickly again, so I know. Yeah, perfect. I hear you. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So here goes SpaceX 157. I feel like this will be one of the very first trades that I'm going to be in today. Will be SpaceX. Well, okay. Shit. Shoot. Sorry about that. Here it comes, trying to break. I don't have my. We do have a little bit of quote issues first thing in the morning, so I can't even switch symbols right now. Were you guys experiencing that on Friday?
Yeah, it would freeze a little bit here and there.
So right now I'm waiting to get this SpaceX trade going. If it does break 160, I like it. But look what's happening with the NASDAQ right now. Kaboom to the downside right now goes NASDAQ. So I'm going to put in my bid, break through 160. We'll take it here on SpaceX, and we'll see what winds up happening. And it looks like it's trying to go. But there goes the NASDAQ to the downside. We don't want to necessarily buy immediately. I wrote down 73. We'll put a bid down there to 73, and then we'll give it a second to see what winds up happening if we do get a drip down into 173 on the NASDAQ. So, that's what I'm doing. Looks like SpaceX is going to try to go, man. I'm going to keep my eye on SpaceX, Joe.
Okay.
Come on, quotes. Michael, we're still having bad quote problems.
Big time.
Bad. Okay, I'll talk to you about it after. Okay, there goes 158, trying to break through 159 now on SPCX. So we're going to watch for a 160 break right now on SpaceX. I don't know if there's anything else going on, but that's what we've got right here. Obviously, there's lots going on, but right now
there's plenty going on, right? Like, I mean, think about it. We were up 1% here in NVDA. That was gone. You go actually negative now. It's starting to find somewhat of a recovery. We have the SPY starting to climb a little bit higher, guys. Oracle up 3.4%. There's multiple names. With that being said, I'm going to just be focusing on the overall market at this point. We'll give it a couple of opportunities. Why I didn't get to really put my list together. Had to be on the phone, making certain phone calls here with the boy. Obviously, Milo. So where are we going to find some signs of strength? A nice volume-weighted average price break up right here, the break of 74.25. There goes SpaceX to 159.33. Now, is NVDA going to find somewhat of a recovery here? DRAM actually to the downside, Sean, breaking through some key support levels. I'm waiting for a pullback in the TQQs, and then we're going to look to get involved in this name. We're starting to really head towards some at a fast pace towards some pre-market highs. If this breaks, then maybe we'll get some continuation. It's been a gap and go scenario so far, so let's be patient to see if it's going to be a trend up day.
All right, come on, let's go SpaceX. As soon as it goes through 160, we're going to be punching long onto that one. And man, we nailed the TQs on a dip buy opportunity on the sticky note, but unfortunately, it doesn't get as low as we had hoped. But there is a nice washout early, as Joe was just talking about it. I'm just waiting for this one, man. There's the 160 break imminent. It just went down to 159. It's moving dollars at a time. This is the chart why we like the 160 move right there. So hopefully we can get that break. We have to be careful because it looks like they're on the 25th, which would have been, I guess, Wednesday. We did, 25th, Thursday, sorry. I wasn't here. That's why I was surprised it broke. I didn't see this until I came in today. 161 was the top. So I think if we get a little piece at 160, we should put something out at 161. Hopefully we'll be able to get that fill for $1, and then we'll move off of that. And if I do get filled, man, I'm going to hold it until it breaks 156. Okay, back down to the downside. So we are waiting for $4. I'm only going to take half a unit, Joe, on the break. So it's not going to be a huge trade, but still one that we're looking forward to making there on SpaceX if and when that does happen. A lot of the talk early was, of course, on Palantir, and there that goes, right? So bounce off of, like, the 200 period just seems to be legit, man. I mean, every single day we look at this 200 period moving average and we say, why didn't we buy or whatever off of that level, right? So 116 coming into play there for PLTR, a good little drop down area there. We'll see if that winds up holding. But you know what? The NASDAQ ripping here, Palantir not. We got to find something that's either relatively weak or strong. The other name that I didn't have in was Intel. Nice move. Intel, I wrote down 129 short. Now, that was the only short call that I was looking at here today. And yeah, man, that short call has came through like huge right now. That's been a 129. There it is right there. We wrote it down all the way down into 125 now. And Intel hit for a minute as we were looking at something that was relatively weak against a strong market. And there it is. It's Intel. So I think we can definitely have a pick on here with Intel, Joe. Like if we can get something short as I look at that, I need my 1 minute chart. They're 127 and change maybe. Did you use my e-signal when you were sitting here, buddy?
No, sir.
No, okay, that's fine. Sir, you don't have to call me that, of course.
Well, I mean, well, we have our own logins now. We have our own logins.
Yeah, no, right? I just noticed. I think one of my charts was moved, but it doesn't matter. It's not you. It's probably me. I'm looking at 127 now for a short on Intel. So let's wait to see if that comes back in.
Yeah.
And look at that, man. SpaceX on the dot again.
Look at NVDA go here, continue.
Down or up?
Up.
Okay, good. Because I was wondering if it was going opposite of Intel, but
we're NVDA. Don't forget it did a split, guys. Right. So we were talking about $100 name here at this point. Now $28. About to head through some pre-market high levels we are looking for. Where I'm going to take the majority. Listen. Full disclosure, I have no issue. We just grabbed a handful here. This is, from a share standpoint, nothing substantial, right? We're not going to write home. Obviously, the trade is working. Wish you had a little bit more size on it, but I just wanted to get a little bit of a starter here going here for everyone. So a good little uptick here. You're going to see you're north of 1% now on NVDA itself. You're going to catch 3% on the leverage product. This has been split a 3-to-1, it looks like at this point, Sean. So not too bad of a play. And a good little start here. We'll just add that up, and hopefully we can stack up a couple of small wins.
What do you think about Meta?
What do I think about Meta? Man, listen, it's one of my, I think it's like top 3 of my largest holdings.
Okay.
It's just unfortunate. Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's not. I'm not saying that's good. Monetization aspect, too much capital expenditure. We just really hope that this doesn't fall into another metaverse scenario for Mark Zuckerberg, right? Just no direction. Now he's getting into the prediction markets. I'm not going to classify this as a I'm not going to classify this as a needle mover whatsoever. Obviously, it's helped Robinhood and some of the other names who have been involved with it. You hop onto some other brokerages and you can see that they have prediction markets. You get the transaction fees, but is this going to solve all of the company's problems? In my opinion, no. It's that simple. But let's see if we can get this break. Like, there's a pretty hefty pullback there, Katina, man. A break and hold, but the NASDAQ starting to come back in. So we have yet to breach this 1 minute or the 5 minute candle high, but there's a big time indecision print. Where's all my VPA traders at Gorev? This isn't too bad, but with NVDA, you just get some really, really hefty pullbacks. There goes DRAM to the downside as well.
All right, I'm still not into anything. I was waiting for SpaceX to break. It looks like that 160 again continues to be that top. So yeah, I was going to play a pullback. If we had broke, I was going to try to buy around VWAP right now, but I'm not down for that. There was no break. So now you're just testing VWAP back here at 158 on SpaceX. Holy, Why did I like Intel short so much? It wasn't even on our watch list. There was like nothing going on there. It was just relatively weak in the pre-market, and there goes Intel, man. See you later for INTC. And if you guys are looking for notes every single day, today I only wrote down 3 names on the sticky note. It was SpaceX long at 154. Maybe we're going to get that opportunity, or a 160 break. That didn't hit. The TQ's at 73, so if that comes in, the Nasdaq's got to break back below the low of the day to get that trade. And then we do have Intel as well at 129 to 130 short. It doesn't look like we're able to get that, as there goes Intel to the downside. I'm going to post up this sticky note right now and see if we can get some love here for INTC. But there it is. You guys can check that out in the chat as we go on. But that's Intel making moves lower right now. We can take a quick look at NVIDIA. Let's also do something for our good friend Tisha over there and look at UPC as well, as that's going to be another name. And NVIDIA's trying to pull back. Look at the NASDAQ right back into VWAP. Do we want to buy that or not? All right, there's UPC. I'm still going to look for some halters. So you guys let me know. JATT, another halter. Here's UPC. This is a second day continuation play. They're off of, I think they bought a company for $10 million, $10.75 million. But there it is, 9 up to $17. UPC up just 444% today. Shout out to Tisha and crew for making the best of this trade. It's UPC. It's down. It's upside for now. You guys want me to look at Tesla? We're going to go over to Adara just quickly on Tesla. 387. Nice move higher there too as well, man. Up 2% for TSLA. Adara, what you got back there?
What I've got here is a story on Occidental with some caveats. Here's a 3-minute chart here for OXY. The headline here says, Occidental Petroleum CEO makes the biggest insider buy in over 4 years. So it's worth noting the CEO is new and actually just started on June 1st of this year. So he's been in the role for less than a month. Regardless, Richard Jackson, new OXY CEO, purchased $25,000 worth of Oxy shares. OXY in focus. Also, of course, oil generally in focus here as the conflict between the U.S. and Iran, unfortunately, looks like it could be heating back up. Back to you.
Doesn't look like I'm getting heated up here on SpaceX. Yeah, we're going to have to wait for that. NVDA, yeah, OXY, good little look there. We can always check out Occidental. I mean, USO is not really doing too much. We always got that on the back burner as well. Look, NVIDIA's been pretty good. I just put a bid here at 193.50, hoping that that can hold. You know, if it does come in here, I don't want to give it too low. You know, it did go down during that market move, down into 191, 192. I think we can wait for 192.70s. So if that breaks, then that's when we get out. So let's go to 192.50 or so. I'm not going to give it that extra 50 cents. Let's see if it wants to hold that. We'll start the bidding here at 193.50 on NVIDIA, hoping for something there as well. As the Nasdaq's trying to bounce back up, I'm also waiting patiently, I think, for Intel to get to 127 again. I don't think that's going to happen, but if it does come up to VWAP, I'm waiting for Intel 126.75. Maybe we actually got to lower that as well. I'm seeing ASMH halted right now, and I have to, ASMH. Yeah, what is this? ASMH, this is now halted. I think this is an ASML thing. I don't think this is anything. AZI halted. Again, man, I apologize, guys. Some of these things aren't working out for me. Oh yeah, auto taxi. We still are having a little bit of software problems today. 4 million shares on AZI. That now halted there to the upside for, I guess it was a liquidity event, but AZ now halted right there. As you can see, AZI auto taxi there to the upside now halted as well, as that name looks like it's trying to do its best right now to get going. So AZI halted now. SpaceX doing nothing. NVIDIA not giving me that long. Here's SpaceX, Joe. It just seems to be bouncing between $2 right now. 158 basically to 160. I'm still going long, man. If that breaks 160, I like the SpaceX long. I only crossing up to 160 25s. So hopefully that does get me in on some exuberance of a break there on SPCX. So people liking CRML as well here, critical metals, you know, a good opportunity there. Shout out to everybody that's there in the chat as well. AZI halted up. Okay, thank you, Tech Lion, for that news. Critical metals, I mean, again, another one of these names you can look at. The name that Lithium of America as well, MP Materials, something else to potentially take a look at. But yeah, right now, not much going on, man. I mean, the market's been pretty flattish. I don't ever want to say, I hate saying like not much going on, but it's about the stocks that you're looking at specifically,
Absolutely.
Right? You know, if you're looking at some hot names, obviously they're going to be dancing around, and if not, we've got to find the right ones.
Exactly. So there it is. We added a little bit more here, Katina, man. Just to get a little bit more of a feel here of what's going on. Now, what we have is a potential 3-bar play in the SPY and the NASDAQ. If we're strong here today, I think this breakup pattern can just definitely lead us through a break of this 195 marker here in NVDA. So this is exactly what I'm looking at. So what I did is I started really small. I actually tripled up my size on this one to see if we can get a break. And then there it goes. A nice strong break for us right there, Katina, man. All the way up to 28.44s. Let's see if this can hold and head up into 28.60s. This is what I'm talking about. So some momentum really starting to step into this bad boy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take some off at that break of the pre-market high. And this is what we're talking about. 28.19. You're going to see my average slightly move up. So let's rock and roll. I mean, I would love to get a little bit more on this one, but we also want to be smart and piece it out. That pattern that I was looking at held up. Gorev, Los Pollos Hermanos. Check out the 5-minute candle. Loss, I seen you talk about Tesla here this morning. Sorry, guys. A lot going on. I have to check in this with that. Nonetheless, we're putting on this trade. So far, it's working out for us as the SPY might look like it wants to climb a little bit higher as well. For me, the question is, how are the banks performing bright and early this morning? Not too good here, Sean. We have JPM down about a little bit, about a fifth of percent there. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, positive 1% plus on each one of them. But we've seen the inverse last Friday. JPM was holding up relatively well on Thursday. It hit the all-time highs. Well, some of the other names were starting to pull back. I said this was going to be a lagger, and I'm referring to JPM, and it eventually caught up, and it hit all-time highs relatively quick. So it's good to see the banks really start to make some moves.
I like the bank stocks there. Yeah. Rocket Lab had a problem with $96 RKLB right now. So as we look at Rocket Lab, a great trade on NVIDIA. While you were just grabbing a coffee there, I was looking at 193.50. It bounced sort of off there. I'm glad that you have that, basically that exact price with NVDL. So great trade there. $96 right there for Rocket Lab. That was a level in the pre-market. It hit it right off the open. It's now bouncing back into VWAP there. So Rocket Lab up 10%. Yeah, I got some FOMO on that NVIDIA trade. That was a good one there. $93 trying to hold right now for Rocket Lab. That is at VWAP. So if you like the stock, I think you got to buy it right now on a dip down. If you like it, I'm still looking at SpaceX. It's not really doing anything. Maybe we're looking in the wrong spot, to be honest with you. You know what else I was thinking about? Why not rotate out of everything tech that I own and just put it in the SMH? Because SMH is a basket of all of them. Yeah. I was saying last week, Joe, how much I like Qualcomm. And they got hit on that deal, and then they just bounced right back like huge, and now it's right back down again. So, back up into 220, back down to 190 again. Qualcomm on the way back down in. I actually like this name. I like PanW. I like GLW as well as Qualcomm. So there's some good opportunities here in the space other than chip names, but the SMH kind of wraps it all up into one. And of course, we're talking about the Van X Semiconductors space. So I kind of like the SMH down here, bouncing off that 600, high of 660, now down 10% from its all-time highs. SMH, it kind of gives you a little bit of it all.
Did you want anything from the kitchen? I'm going to clean.
No, I have a great water here already.
Great water there. The Green Bay Packers.
Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, I can only. Oh, I got my Green Bay Packers shareholder meeting invitation. So yeah, it came in the mail yesterday, and my kid was on Friday, and my kid was like, "Oh my God, Dad, you got all this mail from the Green Bay Packers." And I told him, "Open it up," and it goes, "Dear owner or shareholder of the Green Bay," and he knows I'm like that, but it had the little tickets in there to go to Lambeau. So one year I got to go, man. One year I got to go and do the shareholder meeting there in Lambeau. Okay, man. Micron's been, quite a move down, right, off of earnings. We did have a big move initially on earnings, and since then it's come back in. Looking at $1,000 again, it's not right now, but I think that would be, a decent area for some Micron to potentially come through. Right now, $1,090 for MU, trying to get going, but nice downside play, down 4% right now, and looking to break lower on Micron. What is an ETF, MUU or something like that, that you can trade for Micron if it's a little too expensive? It is. It's your 2 times bull, but they're all the same price. So I shouldn't talk about being too expensive. This is still $1,000. But look at us trying to break below right now. I would say watch out here for Micron. This could be a great. I hate shorting Micron, but right now that looks like a better short than it does a long. I would rather wait for 1,110 or so to come into play for Micron back up there to the upside. You know what? You've got NVIDIA, and I don't have anything. I'm waiting to get Intel on board. That doesn't seem to be happening right now. Oh yeah, they have that. I was looking at that pink sheet name there, so that's showing up there as well. So we got to get that off. Yeah. But that's just looking at DIY. There was here. I'll show it to you. I don't care. DIY. There was a big level here at 335. So that's just I bought there, just trying to get it out right here. There's absolutely nothing going on right now with that one, so we got to figure that out. But yeah, that's all we're doing right now. We're trying to do better, trying to look for some more opportunities here, maybe including SoFi, Robinhood, something like that.
I think they're going to come up here momentarily, Sean. To be honest with you, as the market is starting to move a little bit higher, we can head over to our watch list and our options chain. I've offloaded this. Now we're sitting on about 45% of the position. We're going to hold on to it. Would I have liked more shares? Absolutely. And you know what? To be honest with you, I have to take into consideration the fact that now we're at $28 specifically on this name. So I have to add significantly. Before it was around $100, $100 plus, where you had to really watch the position side. But now we can really start to add a little bit of shares to this, considering it's relatively cheap right now. Now, what was really strong last week, I don't know if you've seen this, was the airlines. The cheapening of oil prices, and you've seen some of the cruise lines as well go on some big-time runs. Here's the 5-minute time frame. UAL, DAL, AAL, starting to come back in a little bit, but strong movement over the past week, considering jet fuel going to start to be a little bit cheaper. Now, here's the SpaceX ETF. Nothing crazy. What was the, this is what I actually wanted to do, is you were talking about the Vanek semiconductor ETF. I actually wanted to pull it up here on our overview and go over the exact holdings and the weighting of those holdings as well. Because if you're looking to own these, you have to know this. So at the top of the list, we have 15.25% is NVDA. TSM is 9%. MU is 7%, closer to 8%. Definitely increased in weight over the appreciation. Advanced Micro Devices, 7.6. So this is a good basket of stocks, if you ask me. Now, I'm in the camp of Sean. You have to be prepared to sit through some volatility if you're going to own individual names. If not, if you don't want to go through that hectic up and down and then having to deal with catalysts and all the market noise that goes along with it, your best is just to fall into the S&P 500 via SPY or VOO, where you're going to collect a little bit more of a dividend, or the NASDAQ itself. Triple Qs, vehicles that I've personally never owned any of them. I'm an individual stock guy. I believe I'm at the age where I can have a little bit more risk on, but don't think it hasn't crossed my mind. But I like some exposure to some of these equities because you get a little bit more of appreciation. But if you don't want to sit through that volatility, you want more of a calm, cool lifestyle, the Qs and the SPY are definitely the way to go.
Yeah, new trade alert.
There you go.
So here we go, man. We bought some Palantir off VWAP. I mean, Palantir's been, a decent name to look at here today. It was on our watch list. They do get some more talk about, the government. They get some more talk about their sort of foundry come into place and some of the partnerships there with the United States government, up 4% there today, as the NASDAQ having a decent rally back day, now up 1.24%. Now, the rally's not in every single name here, right? I mean, as we continue to look at, what's moving and what's not, but we still will continue to focus on PLTR, right? And so Palantir right here, trying to get going. There it is, 118. Let's go Palantir right now. Nice move higher here for PLTR as we get into 118. That's your dollar. I mean, we have one trade on today, and we're long at 117.05. So there goes Palantir right up into 118. I'm going to take a little bit off if we can right now on PLTR and see what winds up happening with a nice move. Yes, Joe, that's a face slapper right there. Me and Joe and I got them going on right now today. So that's a great trade there on NVIDIA, obviously. And there goes PLTR, your first Dollar Club member. Hey, we're back. We put on one trade and it's $1. So there it goes. Hopefully you guys are trying to, look at this. And why did we like Palantir? Again, it's in the news today. It was up in the pre-market. We always looking for stocks that are relatively strong. And there it goes, man. Nice move higher there for Sir Palantir and Alex Karp. You don't want to call me Sir or anything. You want that. You want to call Palantir and Alex Karp. You talk about your stocks moving around and, NVIDIA with a nice battle back there. That's a great trade over there. We'll still wait. And that was just patience, man. You guys had mentioned, hey, what about Palantir? What about Palantir? When it came back down through, we were sitting there at VWAP to pick that up. I should have covered that before, but there it is now. Back up through 118. We'll take another fill there on PLTR. What is OUST? Shout out to you, Scott. And Ouster. Okay, Adara, if there's any news on Ouster, maybe right now, as that's up 23%. And shout out to you, Scott.
I'm checking, but a lot of the times with Ouster, it's random people trying to hype it on social media. As I check right now, I'm not seeing any news. There's not been a Benzinga post on this for over a week.
Okay, so there it goes. Ouster trying to come in. Those of you, I do have DIDIY on, and I'm not really doing anything. It bounced off 335. So I just looked at that. It's a Chinese name I look at on the OTC markets every once in a while. You guys are right. There's really no volume in it. So, you know, I got filled down there. And we're just kind of averaging into it. So that's what that is. And if we could take a few thousand shares and make a penny, maybe we'll do that. But here it goes, man. This is where the bread's being buttered today, man. That is for sure. I mean, Palantir now, Joe, is $1.80 now in the money on PLTR. So it's oustering us to the upside right now, as that's a big one, right? We're done. Like we've got our daily goal here. Just off one trade.
So just wrap it up, man. Put the mic back on.
I'm done. So yeah, so you just take it over.
Yeah, I'll see what I can.
We went for 20 minutes in the morning. You can wrap that thing up. But no, the reason why I talk like that, it doesn't, you know, it's more about the fact that, like, as traders, we hear a lot of people there. And I don't know if it was Tony, I don't know who it was in the chat there, but you mentioned, like, oh, you know, you made 5K last week and then you lost it on Thursday or Friday, and so you're kind of like womp womp, you know, like woe is me, do I get back in? And part of it is confidence when you're trading, and that's why when you hit certain levels and you can sort of get out of that trade, you know, do it. Like hit your certain levels, put that money in the bank, and then go deal with, you know, other situations that you might have in your life. Go to the gym, you know, maybe sort out what's going on with your dog at home. You know, get all that kind of stuff all figured out. As you know, in life, lots of things happen. And trading, for me, obviously we're sitting here every day, and it's a business, right? But it can almost be a side hustle.
It is.
And I think that if you had that mentality, like almost like you're getting in and out of an opportunity. You know, it doesn't mean that every single day that opportunity is going to present itself again.
Absolutely, because it doesn't.
Exactly.
It doesn't. And to add to Katina's point, if you've made, why is it so long? What's wrong with it? I think it might be too loud. Anyways, as you know, I'll let you deal with that. Apparently my mic's a little bit too loud. But hey, to add to Sean's point, if you make 5K, if you make 5K in a week, that's pretty good, right? Like, I mean, that's really, really good. So what you want to do, if you still feel like trading, put $3,500 to $4,000 of that away, bank it, and then mess with the other $1,000. You either lose it, you have to live with that, or maybe you double it, right? So there's no reason why you should be giving back $5,000 that you've made on the week. Then that just means you had zero discipline. I understand that swinging big, you're going to make it big, but not when you're in that situation. You want to bank that and then come back the next week and just continuously roll that over. And as Sean mentioned, you're not going to have the same opportunities every day. It's best to use this as a side hustle at times and just use it as a topper, right? Because this is one of the only professions where you get to come into work every day and there's a probability, and for some people a higher probability, that you're going to lose money. It's that simple. Right? And it makes it extremely, extremely difficult. All right, we have NVDA starting to come back in, guys. We're all out of this one break even. We got stopped out about 33% of our position, and now it's starting to come back in pretty aggressively. Some topping tail signals. I was looking at Tesla. Tesla was strong. Someone asking me to take a look on Axon Enterprise, and is it good for a swing? If you break 514, then I think you'll get a little bit of continuation. Just the trajectory that the current price action is on right now, I think you will get a break of that key pivot. You can see there's resistance there. So momentum is going to stick to the upside. If it fails, then I would look to get out relatively quick.
We've got to go over to Adara.
Yeah, let's send it over to Adara.
About this Axon thing, because I saw an article about this in CNBC. I saw some people asking about it in the chat, so I kind of want to address this. People saying Trump is stocking up on Axon. Now, the article I saw on CNBC, and there could be other things here, was that actually he purchased on February 10th before there was some kind of governmental ask here for tasers from Axon. So that was the article. To my knowledge, he hasn't added any new shares since, though of course it could be completely wrong. But if that's what people are referring to here with Trump and Axon, this is a bit of an older catalyst that's just being, I guess, mentioned over the last couple hours on CNBC. Back to you.
I'm going to. I mean, I'm not caught with Joey. Joe's out.
I'm out. Yeah.
I'm into Nvidia right now. So here comes Nvidia. I'll buy a little bit down here. I'm stuck at 43s. I'm going to try to take a little bit of this blood out right now and see what winds up happening with this trade. But there's a little bit out there. We're stuck long now right here. So I was going to give this to about like 193.50s, sorry, 192.50s. I think that's a little bit too low for my liking here. We'll get some out at 40. Wow, it just ripped up to 40 there. We got to fill it. That was nice. As we start to get a little bit more out here of NVIDIA, let's give it a little bit of room and see what winds up happening there with NVDA up through 193 and change right now. Our Palantir's doing good. We were able to get some out at the high side there, 119, 118.40s. As that's trying to come back in just a little bit, let's get some more out there at 118, 117.50. NVIDIA is really the talk of the town for me right now. So I was gonna, let's just maybe give it to this little break. Yeah, 192, let's put this in right around 192.75. If we break below that, man, let's tap out a little bit here of NVIDIA. So we're long right now where we are. We're gonna see if we can get back up to 194 and get a piece out here of NVDA. I'm long NVIDIA right here and Palantir and trying to wait to see if there's gonna be that rug pull right now in the NASDAQ, man. We were up huge. And then all of a sudden to the downside right now, we're up 1.4, now cut in half as we look to maybe dip by some of this NASDAQ strength. But you're more favoring the short now in the NASDAQ, or you're? I
mean, I'm going to hold on, right? Like, let's see what's going on. I think that's been the narrative here for the past couple of sessions, Sean, is that we have those early morning pops, and then it slowly starts to fade. Now, what I'm looking at here on the TQQs, yo, day trader cut. Glad to see you back in the chat, by the way. And I'm like, hey, man, where you been? Hopefully your trading's been going well, and same with everyone else. I've seen a lot of love here in the chat before I talk about the NASDAQ. Dragos, I didn't watch it. A lot of my buddies from Vegas were messaging me like, hey, did you watch the fight? Did you watch the fight? I didn't. I'm actually going to later. So we got our boy Day Trader Cut in the chat, and everybody else, Lost Polios. We got Blicky in there. I haven't seen Jesse this morning, surprisingly, but everyone who's showing love to Sean and I, much appreciated. But let's head right back in here. We're no man's land. This was like, Neil and I were talking about this last week. Listen, I understand this pullback. You get 12% at this point from those to those lows, and then you just go on this insane run. Now, I would like to see a break of the high and then a pullback right here and a retest. I think this is all overdone and extra. That extra 14% is going to cause this market to be a little bit choppy for a little bit longer. Now, if you ask me, I'm not going to say it's inevitable, but I would put my bottom dollar on the fact that the $700 mark on the NASDAQ is going to break, especially when you have DRAM and some of these memory plays that have been going absolutely nuts, slowly starting to come back in. Now, DRAM, $80, you're down 17% off of the highs in this ETF, right? We've gone over it. The majority of its holdings are SK Hynix. You have the Samsungs in the world in here as well. So it gives you a lot of exposure to this storage. But with the Qs slowly starting to come in, we failed to put in a new high right here. Absorbing some more liquidity and some downside movement, I think it's totally healthy for this market. We can't just go up all the time. And Sean, to quote you, what you said a couple of weeks ago, if you didn't know stocks could go down, there's going to be a whole world of trouble for you in the near future. Watch out, $700 to crack in the near future, in my opinion, in the overall market.
We do have, let me know if we have to go over to Dara. I might have heard something there. Okay, let's go over for happening now. Marvell is crashing. So we just got a super chat there. Let's, maybe we can go over this. We'll send this to the board and have a quick little look. As the NASDAQ is falling back down, remember, we were initially looking for a short in Intel. We wind up taking the long in NVIDIA because that came back in. That doesn't look like it's going very well, but here goes, man. The chip names, and we sold some of this at 330. Obviously, we don't sell enough of it, but there it comes cracking right back down in Marvell. We'll see if it holds this 250 area. It doesn't look like it. I don't want to necessarily dip by this name as we've been getting hit right now in the chip names. So nice move down. We're waiting for NVIDIA to bounce. It doesn't look like Marvell wants to do that. I'm still stuck hella long this name. But yeah, what goes up does come down as Marvell all the way back to early June. So kind of undoing the whole month now on MRVL. Hey, look, it's 10 o'clock already. Joe and I having a great time. I hope you are as well. It's happening now with Adara.
S&P 500 gapped up and was pushing higher. Now slamming lower there in that second 15-minute candle of the day. Let's see how the third 15-minute candle fares. Here's a look at the NASDAQ, looking pretty similar here to the SPY. And oil, of course, back in focus as we did have, unfortunately, some strikes against Iran from the U.S. in retaliation for Iranian strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. Then President Trump says in a social media post this morning that Iran has requested a meeting with the U.S. in Qatar that'll occur tomorrow. So if we get more details, we'll let you know. But either way, worth noting, keeping an eye here on oil. Keep an eye as well here on PLTR, Palantir in focus, an NVIDIA-related deal. That's an AI name that's actually pushing higher here, but some of these beat-up AI names not faring so well today. Oracle initially gapped up, right now completely closing the gap. Again, it had its worst week since 2001 during the unwind of the dot-com bubble as of last week. Another name from that AI kind of space that's going to be in focus here. Micron, really great week yesterday. Now here at intraday lows. It's down roughly $75 from where it opened. SpaceX, going to be in focus here today as well. SPCE, another name that's pulling back from session highs. But it was announced here by NASDAQ. The company is going to join the NASDAQ 100 as of July 7th, 2026. GameStop in focus. Not a massive move here, but a name that I know a lot of people like. Ryan Cohen and company are not giving up on their bid that's already been rejected to buy eBay. Company also announcing here their guidance, including pretty strong adjusted EBITDA growth for fiscal 26. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to stick with us all day as we send you back over to Sean and Joe.
All right, good
Thank
stuff.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Before we do what we're going to do, Andre, I just want to say we did get a dip buy opportunity there, 193. We're cashing it out now, 193.50. They're on NVIDIA, so that one's a face slapper there. Palantir now still that dollar, so we're going to wait to see how much higher this is going to go. But now that I say that, I'm going to put another offer here at 118. It seems like it's having a little bit of a problem now, but we'll let it try to develop upside right there for Palantir. And there was another name I was looking at, but for now, we got to talk about Trade the Pool, because traders, here's an offer that your broker, I guarantee you, is not giving you. Markets have been extremely active lately. And for traders, this kind of environment creates, of course, opportunity. Big moves mean more setups and means more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and, of course, managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. If you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit ttp.com, tradethepool.com, and link in description and QR code right there on your screen. Hey, the market never sleeps, and apparently neither does Adara with another story. Let's go back over and see what she's up to.
Where are my currency traders at? We have JPY and USD back in focus. So here's the USD to JPY chart. As you can see, USD really strong against the JPY. In fact, apparently, the yen, the Japanese yen, was at its weakest level versus the dollar since 1986. That is a 40-year low. And then we hear a couple of minutes ago that there is suspected yen intervention. As such, you get this pullback here in the USD. So again, USD, JPY, and watch. There was some weakness here with the JPY versus the USD, after which we hear of suspected yen intervention. I also want to mention a completely different note, TTD. Someone in the chat here, I believe Benson C, was asking about TTD. It's up 5%. I could not find any news on it. It actually just recently bounced from a 52-week low that was made last week. That's the trade desk. Back to you.
All right. I just realized that the TQ's dropping nicely into $73 right now, and I was waiting at that. Yeah, I was waiting at 73.20s to get logs. We'll put a bid a little bit higher than that and see what winds up happening. If we, there it is. If we do break below 73s, I mean, how much more do we even want this name? I'm going to put the stop at 72.89. If we break below 73 bucks, let's not get into it. I mean, the market's coming back in right here, right now. We are losing NVIDIA now, so it was a good thing that we did talk about getting some out. My stop on NVIDIA is right here, a break of 75, and we're going to be out on NVDA. So we're starting to give some back right now in the broader markets, especially with this NVIDIA trade. We are now into the queue, so we do have our full position on right now. So not full that I'm going to take, 4 right now. Trying not to, there goes NVIDIA, by the way, man. So we'll slap to fail as that's moving in. And here's the trade that's coming in right now. So I said we'll buy 154s. I'm going to give this to 153.50s. So now we're long here on SpaceX. The longs are really coming in right now. Not sure. We're going to give this 50 cents on SpaceX. It's not super violent. Like, I don't think we have to necessarily worry too much about it, but it is trying to come back in. That is SPCX. We do average in. Now we've got our TQQ position on right now. So we're giving back what we made today a little bit here. There goes the TQs. Big move right there. I don't know what just happened, but the market does spike a bit. Unfortunately, we don't take advantage of it, but there's a nice spike up there off the TQs. We do have a long right now at 73.15, Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff. I see you're in multiple positions there.
Trying.
Rocking and rolling. All right, let's take a look at Netflix, guys. I know a couple people in the chat asking me about Netflix. We'll peep over this one, but I'm also looking for an entry in the triple Qs as well. For me, there's just a support level on NVDA. If this breaks, there's going to be some more downside. And we're talking about from a notional standpoint, this has some of the largest short interest. For whatever reason, the street not liking it, maybe the fact that some of its largest customers, Google and Amazon, really starting to look into custom ASICs chips, really hurting this name. $190. Man, oh man, I'm going to have to add some more cash flow into the account. We'll grab a little bit more, but at some point, I take that back. I'm never selling it, to be honest with you, unless it absolutely breaks down. But I highly doubt that we get 150 or anything along those lines. So I'll have to sit through some pain on that one. But moving forward, let's take a look at Netflix. Some strong price action over the past couple of sessions. Maybe a little bit of a rotation into this name, which has been overdone, in my opinion. They drop out of the bidding war between Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Paramount. See you later. You've seen a nice strong trend break. The stock rallied here about 30%, but then gave back the majority of its move and then some. So for those who are looking to get involved with some Netflix, you want to wait for some trend lines to be broken. We can take a look at the options chain to see what we have going on over there, but I just don't think we're at an inflection point where it says, hey, let's engage in this bad boy. And there's still a lot of size here at that $80 strike price. Moving forward, what I actually want to look at is this. We're going to be talking a lot about NVDA here as the market taking an additional leg lower. It's just weak sentiment. Listen, I talked about this time and time again. It's fun when we're going up, but then what happens in the bear market movement is it typically takes a little bit longer. We were fortunate. During the tariff tantrum, we were down quick, and then we were up just as quick. Now, if you ask me, we're going to chop around a little bit, and you're going to have a lot of sessions where these pops are going to get faded, and that's exactly what's happening here. Now, I think we're at a point where I have to take into consideration, is it better to go with the trend, or am I going to try to go bottom picking and find one for a rebound back in the overall market? I don't know if we're going to get that. $200 here on NVDA, expiring today, 18,000 contracts at that level. We're not even close to it. We're 8 points away, 7.5 to be exact. I think there's just too much downward pressure in this name for us to get any form of a sustained bounce.
So I went the other. So we got to hit some fails because these longs, as we just mentioned, just got cracked. But I'm going to go short now on SpaceX. So we tried to go long at 154. We averaged it into 150. It was a 50-cent hit. It was fine. Now we're going to try to go short. I'm going to go against 155 now. Well, whatever this 25 period is, that's whenever this sort of settles down. So we're going to try to go short. I'd hate that we were wrong by like 50 cents and then this winds up turning around on us one more time here. But now that we've broken below, I mean, I thought that 160 was a break long. It turns out to be one of the best shorts you could have had probably of the day right there, down $6, pretty easy off of a key level. I was just bearish on it. You were pretty bullish, or sorry, I was bullish. You were pretty bearish. It was a great call.
On SpaceX? Yeah. I'm bearish.
Yeah. So that was a good one today, man, because I wish that was my sentiment, because I was looking at 160 and I would have put that down as a short if I thought that way. But I thought with the Rocket Lab news, and that was sort of kicking as well, that had a good potential to make a move. We did get stopped out of our Qs at break 73. Relatively flat trade. I mean, we did good to get some out on the TQs as well. So, I'm not going to sit here and cry about that trade. I think we did pretty decently there, to get some out, and we'll be flat on it. I mean, we wish we had a winner on there, but NVIDIA came out too. That was pretty good. I was thinking about even reversing into that short. Anything else going on? We can check out our stock limiter there. There it is right here. After last week's massive sell-off, Micron results in the next morning. I booked all Q profits. Smart man. I booked all Q option gains today. Will enter after dips if sizable. So yeah, I think the dips is what Joe and I were sort of talking about here. There are
really moving.
Yeah, the market's going to be moving around here a bit. I have to focus on this SpaceX because it's up to 154.50 now. So I'm going to take another offer here short and see if we can get some more into this. I mean, obviously it's going to go with the ebbs and flows here, but yeah, a little bit of a violent move here on SpaceX. We'll take a little shot there at 154, adding to this position. We're now short at 153.50. Trying to give this one to, like I said, about 155 area. So here it comes right back into the money, SpaceX. What a violent name this one is.
Yeah, I mean, listen, here it goes, man.
Back and forth.
There is a lot of back and forth here, Sean, as the NASDAQ puts in a new low of the day. I mean, this is the only trade we have on here. We started small, we add into this position, we get that move higher, and then we get out break even. So I'm just happy that we didn't bag hold this. We get out when we were supposed to, and then sure enough, now if we're going to look to get involved in it, we're at a significantly better price, okay? So maybe we can fall into the narrative, buy low, sell higher at this point, or are we going to have to trend trade and not fight what we have going on? It's starting to get a little bit ugly. Is it working for you now, Katina, man? You got something?
Yeah, here we go. Finally, SpaceX.
SpaceX, there you go.
Let's go. Break that 153, my guy.
I'm telling you, 135. I believe 135 in the block. I believe 135 is totally obtainable in SpaceX. I was just looking at the price action from a daily. It wasn't strong, so I'm like, let's see if we're gonna get that. I removed my 150 order, replaced it at 125. I think we're gonna be able to get those levels. Maybe even $100 on SpaceX.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. Maybe what?
$100.
Okay, Joe.
That's another 30. Well, think about it. That's 30. That's 33% from where we are right now.
I like those calls, man. That's a very aggressive call. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll look to see.
I could be dead wrong.
I wouldn't lean more to that, but I don't. I have no idea. I mean, you're 100% right. If the market does come through to the downside and they don't stop believing in this build out, they're primed to get hit. So I
think about how much money he's spending, right? Like as soon as they release the report, you're going to see the capex. You're going to see how much they're actually spending.
That's the problem, I think, with Anthropic and all these other names when they start to get the market and we actually see. Because I told this story there before. My son has the $200 a month Claude because he's working. He's actually about to sign, hopefully, fingers crossed, a nice deal to get into the space with a private firm downtown.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
he
wicked,
built I mean, I'm very proud of him. He built all these models and everything. And so
really?
He's had a couple great interviews. So
that's
we're hoping.
Good. So he's using Claude Code?
Claude Code. Yeah, he runs it just on his little MacBook there, and he's got some great ideas.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I'm really proud of him. But he has a $200 a month option, so for tokens. And he showed me the website. Someone wrote an article. By the way, we're now $1.60 in the money on SpaceX. That it's costing over $7,000.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that.
Yeah, and it's only so someone eventually is going to have to pay for this, and I think it's going to be on the back of private equity, private money coming in from. Right now it's built by public markets. Once SpaceX, which it did, has now come public. We'll see their books. What about Anthropic? What about OpenAI? What about us, says SpaceX right now? Because there it is, man. It's $2. And you know what? This is the thing. You gotta have, and I always talk like this. I just want to show my sticky note again because people are gonna be like, who's this clown? Hey, it's me. Who was talking about SpaceX long all morning. I was, man. We were definitely long on SpaceX. I'm here to tell you, this was me on SpaceX buying, got some out, and then whoosh. Once that 154 broke, that was my level. Once that broke, we went short. We're short 153.70s right now. So that was, a good call to reverse into the short as the NASDAQ now turns negative. We are sitting here on Palantir waiting to see what winds up happening with this one. If this breaks 116, we can get out of this. So 115.90s. I guess I was getting a little carried away with SpaceX. Wish we would have maybe looked a little bit more at this Palantir, but right now Palantir trying to battle back a little bit. We'll see if we can take advantage of that. It's now in the money, so we'll offer some out here on Palantir as that's trying to go back up to the upside. So all is well. We buy a couple dips in Palantir. We short that on SpaceX, and boom shakalaka. The bear and the bull is back in the building. We come back from vacation, and I don't think we've missed a beat over here.
No problem. That's good, man.
It's been a good day so far.
That's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, so I think we're at the point now, guys, where I'm going to be looking for a short in the overall market as we continue to establish new lows. I mean, there was a couple of signals that displayed themselves that you might find a rebound back towards the volume-weighted average price. That's not the narrative at this point. DRAM absolutely fallen off a cliff. We can head over to our storage names and see what we have going on from that point, and they're really starting to drag the market down. It's not looking good. 190 and change for NVDA, guys, and I've been mentioning this for quite some time. 150 incoming for SpaceX, I believe today. That's going to be a key point. And then also Bitcoin heading to the downside. Yeah, things are getting really, really ugly at this. I've only had one trade. We're 1 for 1 this morning. We don't want to rush into anything, but nothing to write home about, all right? Like we want to put on some more sides. We want to find the opportunity, but this is what I'm talking about. You have a failed established high right here, and then now you're heading towards some key support levels with momentum. Watch out for 700 to be broken in the NASDAQ, which is totally fine. This is like Michael Noss was talking about it. In the bigger picture, we're down 5%, closer to 6. So what? Like if you get a pullback to, bear market is all the way down to 598. I don't think we get that anytime soon. We're rolling into earnings season. This is going to be a key inflection point to see where the market is going to head. Micron throwing out outstanding numbers, Sean.
Yeah.
It's still starting to sell a little bit, which is totally fine. The market catching up with it, which is totally reasonable. Where have we seen this before? A company that just puts insane numbers, double beats, insane guidance, and then sells off? NVDA, it's the same thing. It's the same narrative. You got to let PE catch up. You have to allow price action to catch up to some of the valuations. And then, sure enough, I wouldn't be surprised we talk about bottlenecks within the stores into 2027, into early 2028. I think we can continue. But stocks don't always just go in a parabolic line to the top side. They pull back. And for me, it's a buying opportunity.
Yeah, I can't believe that move. Like when you said 190 on NVIDIA, I was like, what the hell? It's a good thing. And I know you're talking about it. I just want to show you guys. This is why you get out.
Exactly.
Like, look at this move. Like, this is a shutdown for me. If I'm holding this and being stubborn about it, then I'm dead in the water. And I don't lose everything this month, but definitely you lose a week.
You take a big hit.
Take a big hit, right? Definitely not worth it. So pick and choose your poison, especially in a market like this. I mean, we talked about Marvell getting clapped to the downside. And yeah, man, like that right now, down 5%. Like this is making me a little sick, to be honest with you, how some of these moves are going. But if you stick, I mean, I'm only in 2 positions and Joe's got the long, wow, TQ 71.90, wow. I like 73 long. Oh, by the way, I want to talk about this, Zion. Thank you so much, man. All the super chats. I mean, I know Zion and I, we go back and forth, and there's been a lot of traders there. He admires the patience on buying that SpaceX. And so, yeah, man, it did come right into our level. We did buy the 154s there. We lost on it, but we're well up. SpaceX is my #1 stock. Well, Palantir is, but SpaceX is trying to battle with Palantir right now because we're able to reverse that trade and get some out for multiple dollars. Like my hit on this name was right into here. Like we lost pretty much, what was it? 65 cents, I think. We bought 154s and we bought 153.70s. So we even less than that, I think. Maybe we took like a 50-cent hit or less. Right now, we're $2 in the money on this trade right now. And we do have $2 outs down here. So, I mean, this is kind of that risk to reward, Joe, that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When you and I sit here and we look at like where the opportunities lie, and that is that sometimes you do need to switch up your mindset a little bit and think about going short and not just sitting in the same trades over and over and over again. So I do appreciate that.
Look at Google go.
Zion.
And Amazon.
Oh, yeah. So Google and Amazon. This is the thing. We talked about switching out of NVIDIA and over to Google. How smart were we, Joe, when you and I talked about that at 9 o'clock? But the idea here behind Google is Google and Amazon are the 2 biggest investors in the public markets right now of Anthropic.
Yeah.
And Anthropic is getting, they got another, I mean, Derek can confirm this. We're going to go over to her in a second. But I think Anthropic was, I just heard something about, something about California just approved Anthropic or something.
I looked into that. The timing for when Amazon moved is a bit off, and Zoom usually moves in Anthropic stories, which it didn't in this case. But yeah, I mean, they're going to have a deal. The other thing that people are saying, because of who the deal's with, namely California Governor Gavin Newsom, who President Trump notoriously does not like, people are saying this could actually be a bad look for Anthropic in the long run with the federal government. Right. Okay. It makes a little bit of sense there. Thanks, Adarian. Thank you, Randy, for getting another reload, man. This guy.
Oh, Randy got you a reload?
You want one?
Oh, man. No, it's all right, man.
What do you mean? Randy's right here.
There. Yeah, no, you just went.
Bam! He got you one too, my guy.
My guy. Let's go.
All right,
as
cheers.
we roll up, cheers. Bang.
We like that.
Oh, hold on. You got to put the pinky up.
Nah. Next time.
Man, there we go. Hey, you got something rolling on here. Check the TQ's entry price, my boy. There it goes. We're finally starting to cook up a little bit. Patience is key, ladies and gentlemen. We'll send the rocket. Hey, listen, I don't have my stream deck here. I'll have it when I head over to the other desk at 11. Oh, we're starting to come back in a little bit aggressive.
I hope I'm living up to Neil's expectations hosting with you.
Why?
Because, you're the man.
I'm not the man. So that's you. That's you and Neil. You guys are the big boys around here. The big dogs.
We will really love working over here with Joe. So, shout out to everybody. Thanks for all the support here live on the stream. Joe's got a banger. We've got some bangers on right now. And we do have coming up. I mean, we haven't traded any small caps. It doesn't mean they're not worth recapping. Here it is. It's a Dara. It's small cap recap. Let's roll.
It's cool.
So also a couple other stories here too before we get into the small cap recap. For one, Ouster. People were wondering why this was moving. I just saw this. The reason I couldn't find this right away because it's a very convoluted sympathy play. But basically, OUST on watch as CCXI. Now this is a SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation or company. They're combining here with Agility Robotics. So Agility Robotics going public through CCXI. Now what does this have to do with Ouster? Well, apparently Agility's Digit robot uses its LiDAR, which gives Ouster direct exposure to a humanoid robotics platform that is apparently close to commercial ready. So that's the deal with Ouster. It's super, super convoluted, but they have a positive relationship, at least tangentially, to a company that's going public via SPAC. Now, let's talk about the Fed side of things here. Fed on watch. I know I mentioned this last week that we were very likely to hear from the Supreme Court on Fed's Lisa Cook today. We actually did. So apparently, the Supreme Court will not be allowing President Trump to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook as they investigate the situation. We know it was announced that he wanted to fire her on August 20th. That firing apparently cannot happen, at least not right away, at least while there's an investigation in place. So she'll stay on for the time being. Apparently, the Supreme Court also, though, got rid of a 1935 precedent that allowed for independent agencies. So there could be more firing power potentially for the president going forward. Either way here, both those stories on watch with regards to Lisa Cook and the Fed independence as a whole. Now let's talk about these small caps. Thank you guys for letting me go through those stories here. UPC in focus, Universe Pharmaceuticals, trading higher here. We know Friday after the bell, they announced they're going to be acquiring Best Praise International here for $10.75 million. Now, the market cap of this company is actually less than $10.75 million. With this rally, it's about $10 million market cap here. 333,000 share float. It's a pretty small float here. Let's take a look at AZI, Atozi. This catalyst comes from back on Thursday, so not a new catalyst here, but Atozi trading higher, announcing as of Thursday a $5.25 million securities purchase agreement. This company here has a market cap of $190 million, float here of 440 million shares, 11% short float. Last but not least, a name that I know some people in our chat were looking at, including Arun. FCell was on our watch today as well, I believe. Fuel Cell, they announced a $49 million financing here for South Korean export project. You've got a larger market cap here, about $2 billion, 67 million share float, and a 10% short float for FCEL. Back to the boys.
Thank you. And first of all, I mean, thank you to all the love here in the chat. Yeah. They're loving the combo, but more importantly, there was actually another one up there that I had to scroll too far back. And they're like, every combo is a great combo, and that's exactly the whole point we're trying to do here.
It's very true.
I'm taking some time off. Neil's taking some time off. Sharif's taking some time off on Wednesday to go to some soccer. I'm sure he'll talk about that with you on the midday. And we have the return of Obi. Let's go, man. Obi will be here on Wednesday to cover for my guy Sharif. I think Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, and he's going to be here on the 10th.
Obi making that money now. Back.
He's going to be covering for me on the 10th as I do a little trek. 10th. Yeah, as I do a little trek to the great capital of our country,
right?
Ottawa, Ontario.
Saskatoon? Oh, Ottawa.
What's up, Adara?
What's going on in
I just want to know when we get the Adobe.
Yeah, all right, maybe at some point. Hey, maybe who knows during the holiday season.
Adara is on the news desk.
That's it. You're glued there.
Story.
No, maybe if she wants it.
I would love for Adara to sit back here, but I mean the thing is that
if you take a look,
I know the best part of the show is the news. So
yeah.
To pull her off the news desk would be suicide for us.
Well, maybe she can do two things that I'm sure she can multitask just fine, trade and do some news.
I'm sure
but you do want to focus on a little bit of both. What we do have here, guys, now everyone's talking about like, wait, what's going on? Why did I decide to go long? Gaurav, check this out. We had multiple things. The stars were aligning, my friend. We had an indecision print off of the lows with volume. So VPA 101 right there. I had to take the trade when moments ago, I'm like, oh, okay, am I going to get a continuation to the short side? So there it is. We're fortunate enough to get this one. How many trades today, Katina Man? 2. What is our accuracy on today's session? 100%. So, I mean, you don't want to get too ahead of yourself. Anything can happen, especially if you continuously take those shots. Unfortunately, you can't shoot 100% from the free throw line. If you did, you'd probably be the best NBA player of all time. But bang, there it goes. Another high for your boy.
Bro, we're rubbing off on each other.
Why? What happened?
This is the difference. What do you mean? We're doing it together.
We're doing it live.
We've got the big trades. We've got everything going on.
We've got everything rolling.
We've got the good vibes going on. We killed 20 minutes earlier today as we had no idea what was going on with the software. We want to thank everybody for staying with us. It's
crazy what's going on here because I mentioned, and I'll say it one more time, the just the chaos in the Wilson household this morning was through the absolute roof. So to come in here and do this and be this with all of you guys is absolutely fantastic. So we're having a good one now.
This is what we're doing, man. Every day, man, every day. And we got double back-to-back jacks right here. We've got $1 from my guy over here. We've got SpaceX now.
Am I $1 ITM on this?
Almost. Almost. Got to get going on it. We'll get going there. We took 151.80s there. We are now, look at this one, man. We talked about the number one name in the spot right now. We've got another one. We're going to find another one, and then after that,
another one.
But look what Palantir's doing right now. We are back, baby, as Alex Carp bringing this level higher. Although I think it was the U.S. government. Some good news today with Palantir and the U.S. government and NVIDIA. So there it goes, man. Nice move higher. I'm going to top out a little bit here at 60s and then wait. I had an offer at 80 that just didn't fill there. So because we missed that one.
There it goes, Katina, man.
Let's go.
You know what it is.
Only a matter of time, my guy. And there it goes, man. Nice move higher for you right there. And nice, we just got some more on Palantir. Let's wait to see if it does come back up through that 118. But yeah, we're doing it here. We just broke that 153. I got to give this one to 153.50. We're just going to stop out. Let's give it to 154 on SpaceX. Now we're going to cancel our past stop out. Okay, that one's good to go. Because we're using this 25 period moving average. So we should have stopped out at 153. So that's kind of like where it is right now. Let's put a bid here in the 20s. We'll just bid 22s. Hopefully we'll be able to get that, and that will, get me out of a little bit more, which we should have got out right there on that break. We're going to give it to 154 now. We only have about 20% of the position left, so there's still some on here. We still have an opportunity to win on this trade, but for right now, it's kind of just hovering, sort of in the abyss right here is SpaceX. I was just trying to get back to the upside right now. I liked the long, so there we go. We do take a piece out there at 153.22s. I do like the long in this name. But for right now, let's just do our best and see what we can do on the cover of 153 and wait for 154. All right, yeah, I did see that, Scott H. Yeah, he did just mention that about Cook is not going anywhere. So apparently Trump, I don't know if that has anything to do with anything.
So she can still be fired, but she will still stay in her job in the meantime. That's really what this question was.
Yeah, okay. So, so in the meantime, we still have 30 more days until the next FOMC meeting, and it's looking much more like right now that we get that rate hike. Unfortunately, the next meeting. Now, we were thinking that maybe that would take till the end of the year, but this is our current rate, and now it's looking like we get 30% of a chance for a rate hike next month. So, yeah, is it the worst sell-off in a month in Micron? I haven't been super focused on that, but we can. I mean, we talked about the chip names, and all I can do is say, like...
Is it, though?
Oh, I don't know. I have to look at it.
No, I mean, is it I heard Adair say it's massive. You're down 16%.
No, it was almost SSR.
It's 8%, man. So
today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Today, but I'm talking bigger picture. You're down 16% off the all-time highs.
Yeah, no.
In a stock that's gone multiple 100% in the past couple of months.
Before options, before earnings, we were talking about this one being vulnerable. Right? Because we had a great quarter from Marvell, obviously. We had a great quarter from Palantir. We had a great quarter from NVIDIA. All these names fell down. So I remember sitting here, it was $1,200 in Micron, and we were just like, man, it's before earnings, you can get some off. And hopefully you did. And, we did do some of that in Marvell and whatnot, but not enough. And so Micron, I agree with Joe sort of, and I know that's what Adair meant was just today's move. But I think that there's potentially a lot more downside in this name. And I hate to say that because I do think it is
crazy.
It is the dog that sort of wags the tail is Micron now. It's no longer NVIDIA, right? I mean, NVIDIA right now is getting smoked and the NASDAQ is up on the day. Well, now NVIDIA's back a little bit, I guess, there, Joe. Now NVIDIA's flat, but NASDAQ's still up 0.6, right? NVIDIA up 0.5.
Yeah.
So there's other names starting to lead the way here, including I was looking at Apple earlier. I think you mentioned about Meta was starting to move higher there today, but look at what Apple's doing, right? I mean, this is not helping the market one bit, down to 2.
Meta up 3%.
Meta up 3. Is it Microsoft then that's helping out the NASDAQ today?
Well, no, it's Google. It's Google and Amazon.
Google and Amazon, yeah.
And then Tesla's also up 4 1/5 today too, right?
So Microsoft up 1. Not horrible.
Yeah, it's not horrible. I mean, NVIDIA is probably next to Apple is the second worst performer here today. You're up 0.1%, and you haven't broken through the volume-weighted average price. I mean, I'm sitting on less than 10% of our position here. TQ is still holding on to positivity as we just piece it out on the way up here. A beautiful buy right off of those lows. There's too many stars just aligning for me to not take this trade, even though I was thinking short, considering we had that aggressive sell-off. Signals were displayed, so you take the opportunities that you can. Now, what's really going to be key for me next, whether we add some more or we're looking to go short, is how we react around the volume-weighted average price. This is going to be key. But again, just to go back to what we were talking about, Palantir up 4.5% almost. AMD actually down 2.8% here, Katina, man. ARM, Intel, so some of the other chip names, relatively speaking, I guess I can't complain too much. You're up 1/5% in NVDA when the rest of its peers are moving to the downside. 6%, 6 3/4 on Micron. Dell down 3% as well too. SanDisk down 6.5%, but Western Digital up 4.6% here, Sean. So that's not too horrible whatsoever. I mean, listen, you're gonna find signs of strength. And I'm hoping as I scroll down a little bit lower, we see, okay, we're back up north of $100 in Robinhood as we gain 2%, 2.5% on the hood there. But what we really want is JP Morgan. How are we doing? Yes, Katina, man.
Yes, let's go. What's
the capital. Hey, listen, we've been talking about this in lower 300s.
Yeah.
Wilson Katina Capital.
I love it.
Now $330 and up a staggering 0.5% here today. Is some of the banks, guys.
We did get stopped out, so our SpaceX does come out at 154. It looks like that might have been the top. We could have waited for 154.40. I'm going to try to short 154.40 if it does come back up there. So that could be a trade that we wait for. But again, look at all. I mean, once you start to see a little bit of a barcode like that and you start to see some support, definitely worth getting out of, in my opinion. And then, we got punched out of our last. I said we had about 20%, but we did get that fill there. So we had about 15% left. So that comes out flat. So that kind of sucks. But at the end of the day, we did really well on SpaceX to take advantage of that move down. So pretty happy with, the sort of structure of what SpaceX looks like there. IBIT, unfortunately, it looks like NASDAQ, and we could talk about MSTR and all that, but it looks like the IBIT name here, which is Bitcoin ETF, of course, moving down, right? So, I don't love crypto. I would much rather if it got to VWAP before we start to short that thing. So we're still waiting for a move there. Obviously, it's broken back down now below 60,000. And the story early was MSTR. And that seems to be going a little opposite right now of what crypto is doing. MicroStrategy up now 5%. So it's nice to see, obviously, if you're involved in crypto, in MicroStrategy, that it's moving opposite of what Bitcoin's doing right now, because there's Bitcoin 59 and change, and IBIT up. IBIT down 1%, MSTR up. So that's kind of nice. And you had mentioned Robinhood. That's nice to see what that's doing. SoFi, not doing so great. I mean, it's up now, but it did have a nice move back into 1750. Now looking to take down $18 right now for SoFi. So we'll see what that can do. And then Palantir, man, right back up to 118. I'm going to put another offer right now. There it is.
I don't know why it doesn't say I have a position. Maybe we did a little reset, but I only have
Palantir.
I'm still long the TQQs.
Sometimes if you,
by the way,
it might show up if you.
I'll have to do a transaction. Yeah, I mean, I could here. We'll take it off, guys. But again, I'm only sitting on absolutely nothing at this point. 74.17, long off the 71.90s, Katina. Man.
So how much do you wind up holding? Because I would by that point, I'd have like 10% left.
I have like 2% left.
Okay.
I have absolutely nothing. We offloaded this on the way up, and the majority of us taking it off was our biggest partial was this third one right here at 72.62.
Nice.
So,
okay.
Yeah, so just a little bit under $1. Now I'm just sitting on literally 2.5%. So nothing substantial whatsoever.
All right, we've done a little bit of work today. Obviously looking at a lot of these tech names. I mean, Joe and I trade, some bigger tech names. What's GemQ? This is one that's sort of been halting around here today.
Oh man, we might hit the $3 club here on
TQs is nuts, and I love that trade for you. Nice move back higher there as a NASDAQ up 0.93. And I just wanted to look because we are focused a lot, obviously, on the tech space. But look at this, man. It's a pretty good board today.
Yeah.
Google up 3, Amazon up 5, Tesla up 5. Look at these producers down here. AMAT, Lamb, GE Vernova upside. Caterpillar probably all-time. It's at an all-time high for Caterpillar's over $1,000 right now. Like, talk about a great trade there for Caterpillar. My iRen's probably doing nothing, probably just iRenning to the downside most likely. But there's financials there. There's our Micron. So yeah, the memory names and some of the names that have been really sort of hot fire over the last little while, including Intel. I mean, we had put down Intel as a short to start with. We didn't get it, but that's down 5. So that's interesting as well. Marvell's battling back, only down 3 right now. So that's interesting. Apple also down right now, not doing well. Utilities, again, with some of these big names like the Googles and the Amazons, you are going to see a little bit of emptying out on some of the utility names. Again, dividend payers, they're getting hit a little bit today as some of the action goes back into electronics. So other than that, man, Eli Lilly, kaboom. There's 52-week highs, right, for Eli Lilly. Our all-time, sorry, what am I talking about? 1,200 right now for Eli Lilly, man. We are loving that. Past all-time high, $1,215, now $1,220 for, as Adara says, Little Miss Lily right there. Not so little anymore, as that's now over, oops, here, LLY. That is now over that $1 trillion club, I believe anyways, is Eli Lilly now at all-time highs and doing well. And
Whoa.
My guy over there, Joe, talk about Katina Wilson Capital.
Yeah.
Joe, we printing on J&J there.
Oh, you
added
that,
223 or so.
Okay.
256 right now for Johnson & Johnson.
I didn't sign off on that one, but that's all right.
You didn't?
Maybe I don't need it. Yeah, you don't need that. You don't
look what
need
Johnson's
that.
doing right here.
Exactly.
Off the daily chart. Johnson. Okay, next time I'll get the approval.
No. Hey, you put some things up like J&J up there. You don't even need the approval at this point, brother. You're just rocking and rolling. We just buy whatever with the utmost confidence in each other to see what we got going on.
What is your call here for the TQs? Or did you just stop? Are you out of it?
No, I have 2.5%.
Because you're at VWAP.
Yeah. I took some more off right here. I mean, at this point, I think there's a couple of things that are going to happen, right? So you either fail. So what happens is you put in a lower high, or you're going for the pre-market high, or that opening drive, the opening auction high of around $718 on the NASDAQ. All right. So those are my if and then. I don't have enough. I don't care. I can hold it all the way back to break even. It's not going to change a thing within the P&L because I got a $500 vet bill coming up. So at this point, we're going to have to put on a little bit more shares, Sean.
I'm just going to apply for more. I'm just going to apply for more buying power for you.
Yeah.
Because that way we get, we just answer the call by more shares.
Exactly. Just buy more shares. So again. That's the boat that I'm sitting in right now. We either head back towards the lows, the momentum starts to pick up to the downside, or we're actually making that push for the opening drive high of $718.
Do you like Ozan at all, or?
He's
I know that sometimes sometimes you can be tough on people in the chat, I feel like.
Yeah.
But here it is. Ozan
What's
says
Ozan saying?
Either Katina Capital and Katina Wilson Capital adopts me, or I chain myself to Trader TV Live's doors.
Okay.
I don't advise you chaining yourself to anything.
Especially in the winter months, it would probably get a little bit cold.
Saw and will get you, unchained real quick.
Yeah.
Over there. So I don't advise doing that.
Are you looking to bring in maybe another person into the household?
We are looking. I did see what Adara wrote down there. Yeah. We are looking for a potential research analyst.
Oh.
So potentially Adara, although I kind of feel like she's already working with Katina.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just do it all, guys.
Yeah.
Do it all? Okay, so you're going to drop the reports, right? Like we had the fantastic short report coming from Adara on Oracle.
She's going to give us, she's going to do the in-depth research.
Okay.
And then you and I are just going to hit the keys like a bunch of and we'll just buy or sell. But we have a new position right now, so we'll go face Slappa right now. And there it is, man. Kaboom! We get right back into SpaceX, baby. And this is what we're doing. Every single day, we're trying to make some money and trade these markets. And we talked about getting short at 154.50s. We do that. And now it's coming. We do. We do wop. And there it comes out to the downside, 153.80. Hey, man, let's go. Let's put our little scalping hat on now. We'll punch some out more at 93. Hey, let's just take 50 cents on SpaceX.
Okay.
We don't need this thing to absolutely collapse. If it does, it does. We're already out of half. So we're out of half. Let's get out. Actually, there. Now I'm out of half of this name as it starts to come back in. I'm also bidding 75s. Maybe we get that. I lied. I'm bidding 77s. So we're sitting right there at 77 to see if we can get that fill. And did we just get it? No, we did not. We're waiting for it. Hopefully that will come back in and we'll get that fill. And then we'll wait to see about a 153 bid there on SpaceX. So I'm going to put one at 153.25. Hopefully we're able to get that. But yeah, so far so good here on the day as we run that on SpaceX. Now give me that down there in the 70s if we can get that bid, as it just came right up into that last... Boom. There's the downside.
Shakalaka.
You get that fill. Now it's coming back up. Could be potential news here for SpaceX. Let's go back over. Are we ready for Adara?
Shablamo.
then let's go, man. It's Sector Watch. We just did a little bit of that. Let's go get a more in-depth look with Adara.
Before we get that in-depth look, I do want to let you guys know, I put the headline on the screen. I'll read it again for you guys here. Hearing more about this meeting here in Doha, Qatar with U.S. and Iran. We know that President Trump posted about that this morning, but we didn't have too many details. Seeing reports from Axios that Witkoff and Kushner, so Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, envoys here, they're going to be traveling to Doha today. They'll meet on Tuesday with the Qatari Prime Minister and other officials to discuss talks with Iran. Apparently, the U.S. and Iranian technical teams will separately be meeting on Wednesday with Qatari and Pakistani mediators. So the meeting will start tomorrow. Looks like the bulk of it's going to be on Wednesday. And let's get to the bulk of our Sector Watch segment. Lots of strength in tech services. You've got Palo Alto Networks up 7%, Fortinet up 3%, CrowdStrike just had a downgrade up 7%. So lots of strength right away, as you can see here in that cybersecurity sector. Google and Meta holding up the fort here as well. So lots of strength in these Mag 7s in the sector. Microsoft also green, though, to a much smaller extent. Producer manufacturing strong here. GEV, LRCX, and AMAT continuing to the upside. Consumer durables, the lone green name here is Tesla. Rest of this is going to be flat to weaker. Strength in consumer services for the most part. Comcast, of course, still up only 9%, so it's pulled back sharply here. But CMCSA in focus here after announcing that spinoff of their Universal and Sky businesses, communications. Speaking of CMCSA, in a very adjacent sector, you've got weakness in TMUS, Verizon, and T, though the most direct satellite play here, EchoStar, is actually up about 3.5% today. You've also got strength in finance and electronic tech, pretty mixed. NVIDIA and Broadcom to the upside. Same with KLAC, though Intel, Micron, AMD, Marvell, even Dell, some of these high-flying names in electronic technology pulling back sharply today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Sending you back over to the guys.
All right, we see Sia's back in the building there. So we say, hey, what's up to Sia coming through there. Nice, I like that nice little outfit there. We'll see what Sia's going to bring to the show here in the midday as she gets all locked and loaded as well. It's 10:45, and we welcome everybody to Trader TV Live.
Yep.
Great, obviously great trade there on the TQs. Are you still in?
Still in it,
I keep asking you because it's not on the board.
I don't know why it keeps popping on and off. They must got something going on over there, but
that's okay. They'll get that reloaded, of course, as we try to figure out who's working every single day these days. But yeah, 154 coming in. Well, yeah, I mean, this is summertime.
Yeah. Well, it's summertime, and I understand that you get to go on vacation, but your boy's here every day. You know that, right?
Every day?
When am I not here?
I don't know. What'd you say?
When was the last time? I'm the 10th. Yeah, I got the 10th off, man.
Okay.
I got the 10th off.
Take some time off.
Yeah.
I think you deserve. We all get the same, amount of 10. Well, I probably have more days than you, but.
But how many days? Yeah, I know. You know what?
Don't worry how many days I have.
I'm curious.
I don't know.
I might need you to send me, forward me your S8. How many days you have left on there? So I can just get a
Wilson Capital.
Well, yeah, exactly. So it's full disclosure on all ends of things, and then I can kind of get a.
So you send me yours, and I'll send you mine.
Yeah. Well, there's not very many left on there.
Okay, so I'll just wait to see yours, and then you just send, that. And
all right, fair enough, man. Full disclosure.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a relationship. We're in a working relationship.
We're in a business relationship.
I do believe, just like the stock market, we need to be fully transparent with each other. All right, we're $1. I mean, you can see my trades here. We're $1.70 now in the money. As there it goes, but we just took another fill here on PLTR. So, I mean, this name is just going. This is going to be my number one stock of the day. We did buy it off VWAP there, and then when it came back in, we only had a certain percent left. Unfortunately, I don't remember at the time, but if you were here about 10 o'clock, I probably said it. And then we were trying to buy it off 116. So this is just another one of those examples where you're giving yourselves 50 cents worth of risk, and now you're in the money $1.50, $1.50 right now. But, we were starting to clear it out there for 50 cents and then $1 and now $1.50 as it now goes 3-to-1. And, that's something that you can use if you're sort of struggling with getting out too early, is the ratio sort of example, right? 1-to-1, take some out, 2-to-1, get some more out, 3-to-1. And then if you are really in a banger, then maybe you get that 4 to 5 to 1 or so. I think that's what I'm doing right now with SpaceX as a perfect example, because we just took another fill there at 154 flat. So my stop on SpaceX is actually 155. So there it is. Now we're $1 in the money on SpaceX, as this thing for some reason is trying to collapse all over itself. So let's just cross up there and we get filled at 57, and there it is, right there at our 25 period. So yeah, man, we are starting to now cash out a little bit here on SPCX, as now that's coming back in. This has been, honestly, nothing's life-changing when I'm making trades around here, but just to see the way this has been moving since its IPO day. I think we've traded it every single day, and I don't think I've had a red day on this name, and it's been lucky. It's like, you could go wrong. Like, we were wrong here at 154, and just the fact that we split up and we changed our direction and we started to go short on SpaceX, like, that's what made sort of that decision work. And sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. And, right now SpaceX has been making its move down. I'm going to take another bid here at 79. There we go. We got it. This has also been just a very volatile stock. So what I've actually done, Joe, to help myself trade is lower my shares.
Yeah.
Because let's just say I want to use a certain amount of shares. If I only take half of that, I'm less likely to stop out early.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm widening the stop, right? And lessening the shares. So at the end of the day, if the trade works out, my P&L will be fine. But the risk, if it doesn't work out, right, hopefully I'm not digging a hole because I've used more shares. Like, so it's just like, it's about trying to understand the risk rewards of every single trade that you're putting on. And I think we, both you and I and all of us around here, because we've been here for so long, that's the best part of this game, is understanding where your strengths and your weaknesses are.
Absolutely.
A lot of us scalp in and out quickly. Some of us hold for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we're all trying to make a little bit of cash.
Exactly.
And I think we're doing a decent job here today. And I hope everybody is liking and hitting the subscribe button.
Let's see. Maybe we should check in on them to see how many people we have liked and subscribed.
Well, people like you more than me, so you check on it, and then do a little bit of
Well, apparently I'm long Palantir now and short SpaceX.
Well, congratulations
so,
on the long Palantir.
Yeah, and you're short. So this is what I'm talking about,
This is what happens on Katina Wilson Capital.
Like, it doesn't matter
positions.
what's going on.
Please do not tell our compliance department.
Yeah. We don't want that.
Because, we're not allowed to just be like,
hey, you
putting
doing
fungible
this?
shares back and forth over here. We are 4 minutes away from what's for lunch.
Oh.
So,
Does
brace
Joe
yourself.
get the gains?
Brace yourself.
Brace
on
yourself.
that
What's
one.
for
We'll have
lunch?
to wait to see what's for
We're
lunch.
starting to get
back to the gym.
Yeah. Are you excited about that? I think.
Yeah, I think whenever you take a couple of days off.
You're just like, hey, you feel a little.
Yeah. Like, I'll probably get wrecked.
Like that.
I got the kettlebell and I was doing some squats with it the other day.
Oh, you know what?
So on my way to Vermont, I was like sitting there, and thank God for the full self-drive.
Yeah.
Because like my legs were hurting, boy.
Yeah.
I was just sitting there in the car. I was like, what the hell's wrong with my knees? What the hell's wrong with my quads and everything like that? Maybe I'm not doing the squats.
So quick before we get back into the market, on the weekends I like to go to the outdoor calisthenics gym, right?
You're kidding. You got tons of sun.
Right, exactly. So I'm out there working out, but Sunnyside Pool is now open, which is just
I know,
a little bit of a walk, like a kilometer and a half, right? So what I do is I'll work out in the nice hot sun, and then I'll go for a little swim. And then I remember, I thought you mentioned this, so people are running their lanes, they're doing their laps, but they had the little hand flippers. You got those too? I think you said you had those. Yeah. I think that works good. Yeah, you know what I mean?
No, it's so you get better resistance. So
okay. Yeah. Obviously, the
so
higher the gear,
you're
pulling the water back, right? Use a little bit more muscle in there, but then also it picks up your speed a little bit too, right? It's like
I think it does, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because you have a little bit more wider of a base. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. We were swimming on Saturday, but what we're swimming in right now is a couple of dollars in the TSLA. Bang. It's starting to pull back pretty aggressive.
You're long,
guys.
though.
This is what I am very much long. Now, I was talking about the lower high that was going to be established. That seems to be the case. Now, where's my add opportunity going to be? It has to be the break of this trend line. So that's where I'm going to be looking to add some more shares. But then we can also tell if the price action and the momentum starts to pick up that we might head towards those lows. Then it just completely flips the narrative. We failed to establish a new high, putting in a lower high. But now what I want to look for is if we start to head back towards our indecision print and our volume spike is a higher low for some form of a continuation, maybe back into this trend line. DRAM heading towards the south side. We have NVDA going back towards the volume weighted average price. I bit down to 33.50, and SpaceX just hovering around, been consolidating for about 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, SpaceX is starting to bother me here because it's not going down. So I'm gonna put another bid here at 154. Well, we got those fills. So, right now, SpaceX, we can't turn this one into a loser. Part of trading is trying to trade with house money a little bit, and you got to take some profits when the profits are there. So, we got to be able to watch out for that trade. Again, 155 breaking on SpaceX, and we are out. What's this? ASTT has halted. Nope, that might be a new. Might be a new one coming out there. Oh, SDOT. SDOT's a former runner, crazy, man. This was $8 last week. SDOT. $31 today. So, I mean, Joe, why didn't Katina Wilson Capital get involved in S stocks?
No, but we bought TKO at 185.
And what's that, at 2 something?
I
mean,
I
did
check
I,
out
did I
218, man. You didn't sign off on that one.
Oh, come on. Why are you giving me a hard time?
I know, I'm sorry. I didn't pass it on. I was like, you know what? He's going to like this pick so much just because I know you're a big WWE guy.
Not really. I used to be.
You used to be.
But they are coming here in August for SmackDown, and I was thinking of taking the boys.
Okay.
Yeah, for some Friday Night SmackDown.
Friday Night SmackDown.
We are very close to getting SmackDown on SpaceX. Right here. Is this going to take one? There it goes. Bye-bye. It's going to take 155, and we're just going to stop out immediately. Hands off. This is full self-drive trading. Hands off the wheel. If it breaks 155, we're going to get out. We don't have to disengage, nothing. There it goes. I don't even know if it broke there, but it still got stopped out. There might have been a dark pool that just broke that 155. Look at it holding. So there it goes. Oh, yeah. See, it just went to 155.02 and came right back. Maybe there's a seller here. Do you want to sell this? I'm going to offer 155. There we go. Now we're short at 155. I'm going to give it to 155.25. If it breaks 155, look at the seller here. It's an unlimited seller. Give it to me, Joe. What do you got? There it goes. It breaks.
It's gone.
We just put on half a unit there.
I think we trend here.
Let's wait to see what winds up happening. Yeah, there's a break. There was a seller there. They broke him or her, and now now it seems like it's trying to go upside through 155 now is SpaceX. Let's see if the buyer, okay. We're short right now. We're giving 25 cents to see what happens to SpaceX. Do we got to go back to the desk there? It's Money Talks or something. Are we going back? Yes, then let's go. It's Money Talks.
This is going to get, I think
Money talks, but are we listening? Let's take a look here at the DXY. This is the third straight red session for the U.S. dollar. Not too much to say here in terms of economic data for today, though. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting here the JOLTS job openings at 10 a.m. And then Thursday morning's the final day of this short holiday week. We will be getting NFP and other employment data. So employment data in focus, but later in the week. Keep an eye as well here on the USD to the JPY. This was in focus, and I'll go to a shorter time frame chart here. As you can see in the 3-minute, you did have around 10 a.m. that jolt to the downside. USD was actually trading with the JPY at 40-year lows for the JPY. Then at 10 a.m., you hear some intervention in the JPY, and then you get that spike down in the dollar. So be aware here. I'm also actually currently seeing comments from Fed's Cook saying that the Supreme Court's decision to leave the lower court's order in place and affirm the need for real process and real cause recognizes the Federal Reserve independence is essential to congressional mandates. So I was going to talk about this later, but as we know here, Fed's Lisa Cook, as I mentioned earlier, Supreme Court's allowing her to stay in the role. This was a tight decision, 5-4 in favor. And again, this is just for now. Basically, it means that President Trump cannot immediately fire her, though, of course, Bill Pulte of the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. He's also in the FHFA. He already posted on X immediately afterwards that he still thinks she's going to get indicted for mortgage fraud. So we'll have to wait and see if that happens. But either way here, Lisa Cook and the Fed in watch. She's still in the Fed for now. Let's take a look now at the CME Fed Watch tool. 70% chance we're going to get rates held at this next meeting in 1 month from today, July 29th, 2026. Just under 30% chance that rates will get hiked by 25 basis points. Probabilities here have not changed. We're still seeing the potential of a 25 basis point hike in September, and then not much of a change going forward. But as we get this economic data, including jobs data, in the coming weeks, this is going to be in focus, guys. Back to you.
Right there, 118.50. As you see our guys sitting back down here, Sharif is in the building. Get ready for some good trading here, and another great show coming to you on the midday from Sharif and Joe. I know Joe's been dealing with some issues there back home. With Milo, and we'll hope the best for him again. That rascal.
You have no idea, man.
Oh, I do. Trust me, man. I know about these dogs, and it's it's a problem there.
It's a big problem.
Well, he's only a year.
He's a year and he's 1.5, man. He's fully grown. You should be paying rent at this point.
Yeah. Tell me about it. I got a 25-year-old at home. I'm trying to pay 24 years old, trying to make him pay some rent coming up there. But you know what we can do right now? Talk about what's for lunch today. This flag always scares the living crap out of me. I'll tell you why. Because it's a Japanese flag.
Oh, okay.
And love the food. But this has been...
Yeah.
Sharif just tried to give me some shrapnel over here. He knows exactly where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
This got me off the tilapia because one day it was teriyaki tilapia.
Ooh.
And that was rough. That looked like sashimi when that was served over here.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I'm gonna pass on that one.
Yeah, pass. Hey, listen, I started a trend here. I was the first individual to take the tilapia off the lunch list.
Were you?
Yeah. There's no way I was
Well, hey,
eating
man,
that,
good move, man. Shout out to you on that one.
Jure, boys, how do I?
All right. So it's Japanese flag.
Okay.
I will read the first 2 words.
Do it.
Teriyaki glaze.
Okay. Chicken.
It's a fish.
Oh, man. Salmon, yes!
It's salmon, baby!
Let's go!
We don't got tilapia.
Straight to the bicep.
So this is one of the best ones.
That's what I'm talking about.
The best meals, I feel like.
Yeah,
the salmon is well cooked
absolutely.
here. The teriyaki is nice. So we're going to get the teriyaki glazed salmon fillet.
Let's
We've got the
go.
steamed jasmine rice. We've got the sauteed vegetables. And we've got the mixed green salad in the building. So that's what's for lunch. We'll cook that up. You don't cook up salmon like that. Teriyaki, you can maybe barbecue it. I think these guys bake it there. But that is what's for lunch. And it's teriyaki.
That's what I'm talking. You got to try it. You got to put one of those birds on the barbecue.
Oh, I will. Yeah.
Yeah.
That chicken is because I didn't get home till late that day.
Yeah.
And we had baseball 8 to 10.
Yeah, I remember.
So she just, she baked it, and then I had it.
It's still good. It's great. It's
she basically
great.
just tore it all up and threw it on a salad.
Oh yeah, that's fire.
So that was fire.
It's good, nice
the
and tender and stuff.
The pepper's actually quite prevalent.
You like it?
Really tasty.
Yeah.
So I think that was
really good stuff.
That was a really good record.
Multiple different flavors. Man, I feel
now
like
the
I just.
positions are no. Actually, I'm not in SpaceX anymore.
I'm still
wish I
in the teachable queues looking for an ad opportunity. I'm posted up at 7360s. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I've been
be honest with me always.
Always. I think I've been a massive influence in the menu. Yeah, within the Katina household. Have I not been? Like
Well, you've got some great recommendations.
You know what I mean? And you come back and
you
you're like,
dropped
hey,
us those veal meatballs.
the meatballs, just going to Farm Boy in general.
No, slow down on the going to Farm Boy, my God.
Stop, man. The sausages and everything. Come on, man. Give credit where it's due.
Man, I've been going to Farm Boy probably before you were born, my guy. Honestly, going
Farm
to Farm
Boys, dude.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I started the Farm Boy trend. Yeah,
we're
we're running into issues here now a little bit. That's all.
No, Joe and I like Farm Boys like a little. It's kind of like, here's a story for you.
What's up?
Vermont. My new favorite, let me guess, this is your favorite store as well?
Let's see, talk to me.
Trader Joe's.
Oh, I've never been.
Okay, go. Your namesake.
But there, well.
Okay, well.
Copyright.
I'm surprised it's not your favorite store to shop.
I started it.
Okay, so so there you go. But Trader Joe's, man, they had some great. I love Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
Well-priced stuff. Interesting stuff there. Good little snack, little frozen things, dried fruit, all that kind of stuff. Great. Yeah. Picked up some edamame, for the athlete.
I don't even know what that is.
Okay, so then you know what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. The soybeans, they're in the little the beans.
Yeah.
They have the soybean inside, and they're often salt, just very, very basic. Here, I'll just give you a whole bunch. Anyways, edamame. You don't know what edamame is?
No, I just said I didn't, man. No idea.
Okay, that's fine. We'll figure that all out later. But yeah, edamame, great. That was really good. Beef jerky up in there.
Okay.
Very good. I'm definitely a big fan of Trader Joe's. Put some ones or twos. I mean, everybody in the chat. You guys like Trader Joe's?
I feel like you'd be if you lived in California, you'd be that Erie one type individual.
I don't know. Erie one? I don't know what that is.
I
like avocado toast. If I'm
How do you say it? How do you say it, Ramin? Erewhon. Yeah. It just shows you how much I know.
Yeah, same. I have no idea. Basically, we are now short here on SpaceX one more time, and we got our scalper hat on, right? And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to just make sure we take a little bit
of
I'm
out of here
on that. Get out of here, my guy.
See you, man.
Thank you for the show. That was a great one. Hopefully working with you. The rest of the week, we will be with Joe coming through. We only have Shreve for a couple more days. He'll tell a story, obviously, when he's coming through here on the midday. But here's SpaceX. So now we're 50 cents in the money on this one. We're short SpaceX. But we're not short Palantir, unfortunately. That is a wrong look. That's a great price to be short, but I'm not. We got out of it right there, and we're still holding a little bit as this retraces right back into VWAP. But we're short right now on SPCX. It went to VWAP. So we're going to do that over and over again. We're going to try to call the short there on SpaceX. And here it comes right back in. We're doing quite well here today. And we've been really happy. It's been a great day. It's great to be back. We took off Thursday, Friday. We went to Vermont. It was absolutely fantastic. Went to we went to Vermont had this called the Pinery. They had a really good, let me see if I put it up here. Here it is right here. Well, here's my daughter, by the way. So this is what she was at it's a showcase. So it was really cool, man, to see her out there. She had a great time. So did we all. And then this was it here. I don't know if you guys know about the Pinery at all. It was really cool. It's just a, we'll go to Adair in a second. It's just an open market right here. It was a lot of fun. Wow, I got to work on my camera action here. But food trucks everywhere. A lot of fun there on the Saturday night, I think it was. Let's go back over to Adara for some breaking news.
I do have some news here, guys, and it involves AAPL. It also involves a man named Senator Tom Cotton, who we'll get to in a minute. Keep an eye on Apple. Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas saying, quote, Apple using blacklisted China chips would be a mistake. Now, as we discussed this morning, Apple apparently looking to use some chips from China. That is a huge simplification of the story coming from Senator Tom Cotton, but I will use my vast knowledge of the U.S. Senate to give you guys some more background on China hawk Tom Cotton. Now, Senator Cotton also previously, going back to August of 2025, spoke not too positively about Lip-Bu Tan, who at that point was the pretty new CEO of Intel because of his connections to China. Now, that aired on Fox News on a Thursday morning, and a couple minutes after that, President Trump posted calling for Lip-Bu Tan's firing. Now, obviously, we know how that worked out. Lip-Bu Tan and Trump got along, and then the U.S. government invested in Intel. But either way, guys, not the first time Senator Tom Cotton has chimed in on companies with regards to China. Not a fan here of this move from Apple. Another Apple story, pretty minor here. The Verge reporting, citing a separate report from TrendForce, that certain Mac and iPad devices could be getting an upgrade with regards to OLED. Back to you.
It's our time to shine.
I like me. I'm just like cracking up in the corner there.
Yeah,
you said some nonsense.
It's always about laughing.
And greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif, and we're gonna wait and maybe even wait some more until YouTube decides it has had enough ads.
Good morning, Ramin.
And now it's gonna allow people to come in. Shout out to my man RSB Bob Muffin 2. I don't think I've ever seen that name. Paco R. I'm back, he says. I've never even seen you in the first place. Paco?
Paco OR is an OG, man.
Is he?
Yeah, he's been
he's before my time, Joey. I'm new here, man.
Brother, ever since I started, Paco OR puts the same thing in the chat every time. It's money, it's either shorts or some other symbol for long, and then just a printing money storm. That's
I missed it every single time, man. I missed it every single time, man. Shout out to Just Some Dude, North Carolina, Proper Dang Paradox, Dino. I see you, Dino. YK Chicago, we got King Clutch. We got DK 6052. Shout out to Gus 23 and Angry Rob Entertainment. Christ Eternal God. Shout out to my man China, Joey Options, Sharif. China. We got Solar Tech, Buffalo Soldier's son. He's there. Go Birds, he says. Yo, yo. We got Stone Broke since yesterday. Loving it, man. Kalpa 22T31. Why don't you guys just leave the numbers and everything out of that, man? You're making my job hard.
Oh.
Caxman 123. We got who else, man? Bring the Hammer Down, Andrew Chow. We got Yao J. Shout out to the G is back. Scott H. The Real Gary F. and Boosted Red Sport. TJK Kodak. It's who? Shafi? Okay. All right, that's cool. Shout out to Shy. Shout out to Mac Grevo. And one more. Anurag. I lied. OF Grease. OF Grease. I don't know where all these names are coming from today, but I got to tell you, I like them. I like them a lot. We're going to let Joey get set up. While I'm doing that,
we're ready.
You're already ready to go?
Yeah, bro.
Should I? You want to cover?
Do you want to do your spiel?
I was kind of excited. I was going to be excited to
for yours.
Yeah.
Fire it up, man. Come on.
S. Guys, the dot is back. And it is as good as ever. All right, so this one was running on Friday. It is running again today, Katina, man. This was only like, I think, $6, $7 in the pre-market on Friday. It's $35 now, okay? That's the world of small cap gappers. It's up a substantial amount, 58.5% on the dot. AZI is losing trend, so I'll just leave that one for a second. NNOX, we had a good day on Friday on Nanox. And we're having a decent day today. I got to tell you, the volume profile not as aggressive as it was on Friday, up nonetheless 27%. ABCL. Look, again, multi-day runner. It is a small cap gapper world. We're just living in it. Even though the IWM is down 1%, we know the rotation has been into small caps lately. So it's small cap season. Traded carefully. They're around for a good time, not a long time. So this is a second day play again, much like we've been seeing lately. Volume weighted average price right around 8.25. That would be my entry area there. Chris, CRIS, another multi-day runner. We were trading this one on Friday quite well into 38 pennies. Today, it's got another high, 43. In fact, 38 here, acting as a local area of support, despite the fact that that was as good as it was going to do during regular trading hours on Friday. But look at that move in the aftermarket. You know, the degens, they love the pre-market and they love the aftermarket. I am one of those degens. The reason is there's no volatility halt parameters. So if you're a newer trader, you're wondering, why are these always moving in the pre-market? Why do they have such outsized moves in the aftermarket? For exactly that reason. It can move unobstructed without that 10% up or down limit. You need to be alive to that if you're a newer small cap trader. SLS. You know what I'm about to say about this one? Another multi-day runner. We were trading this one as well. It was 10.25 on Friday, 15.08 high today, coming back into 14 and a third-ish right now. SLS, and I ain't talking about that nice Mercedes two-door there, Joey, because you know I've been speaking very well about German cars lately.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
Biggie.
I haven't said anything bad about them.
You're liking
lately.
the American-made though these days.
Well, you know what, Joey? I like the Chinese-made as well, but that's not politically correct to say around here.
Well, soon, we get 50,000 of those.
Well, we got mostly American viewers who don't want to hear that.
Oh, well.
Well, you know what I mean? AIIO, Joey. Can I say this one more time?
Yes,
Another multi-day runner breaking out on Friday and going again today, guys. This is very atypical for small cap gappers to see this many multi-day runners that are holding trend. It is indicative of something bigger, okay? So around, what were we at, 382, today's 549, AIIO, and last but not least, before we see what the options man is all about. Hey, at least this one is not a multi-day runner, so you don't have to hear me say that again. ZNTL, nice breakout there, holding structure right around 4 3/4. Let's see if this one holds. If it fails, probably going down to 450, 445, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. You know when I did the old WAN, what that reminded me of?
Yes, sir.
Kid Rock, our guy in Joe Dirt. He wants get you a WAN burger and some French fries.
I love that.
Get you a WAN burger and some French fries. All right, guys, before
I love the way he runs, though, when he gets mad. We need a meme of that.
Yeah, bro. We need that. We need that.
When you get in a bad trade, you want to run away from it. Fabian, incoming.
Fabian, look, we got you a job there now. An additional one. I know you're busy.
Adam.
My Unity is running somewhere, so I can't log in. So good stuff, guys. But other than that, I am not short SpaceX and Palantir. We're still long the teacher book news. We're waiting for an order at 73.60. I initially posted up at 73.80 after these couple of strong 1-minute candles, but then off to the races we went. So we missed that opportunity. Now we're slowly starting to form a double top here, guys. So that's something I'll keep my eyes out on. I actually want to put my glasses on, to be honest, because I think Sharif stole all my napkins. But anyways, just because of the screens, right? Over there, I feel like Neo's screen, even though I know they have some things on, they just feel a little bit bright for me.
Here you go,
thanks, I appreciate
it. This is from Katina, man.
Thanks, Katina, man.
Special delivery.
Hey, man, that's what we do. We watch out for each other around these neck of the woods. But as for Tesla, guys, it's definitely been one of the stronger names. And we're talking about Google and Amazon being up 4% each, respectively. So that's not too bad of a look. 3.8% on Google, 4 3/4 on Amazon, Tesla up 4.5%, and then we also have Palantir up 4 1/10%. So things aren't looking too bad whatsoever. I'll figure out my Unity. It says I'm logged in somewhere. I wasn't over there, but this opportunity to buy some more shares on the teachable cues, slowly starting to slip out of my fingers. I won't complain. I only have one more out left, and I'm just going to close it all out at $75, I'm thinking. But at this point, we did establish a new higher low, and I think we're going to head towards the high of the day. A pullback or two in between. Oh, okay, I'm in. I'm tapped in. I just heard that one. Thanks, Tiffany. 75.40 potential target, even though I was just talking about 75. Let's be a little greedy. And get some more out of this one.
Absolutely, Joey. VinFast, guys, continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, guys, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Shiraram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all electric ride hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Look at this back and forth I've got with this individual in the chat. It's quite funny. These fools. Fools.
With the
increased their live viewers by liking 50% by opening chat to DJs. I'm like, oh, we love you.
What?
He's like, I hate you. Don't acknowledge me. And I'm like, oh sorry, sir. He's like, carry on. Do not acknowledge me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
We'll do just that. What are you looking at?
Later. Nothing, man. Just chilling out here. We're having a good time. What was bro's name? I
don't even remember. UPC apparently is moving.
Okay, it's all right, man. We're not going to worry about those type of people. We stick to the positive ones in the chat. What is positive, my boy is finally heading to Dallas, messages me, hey, man, I need the lowdown on Dallas. I'm like, I love Dallas.
Hold on, Joey.
Yeah.
We're going to Houston as well.
You're going to, yeah, my boy was just, he was in Houston.
Okay, guys, so here's what's going down.
Tell him, Sharif.
We got tickets to the Egypt game, right? Egypt is playing Australia in Dallas, Texas in the round of 32. So we're booked for Dallas. Then Canada beat South Africa yesterday. Sorry, Juan. My bad. Right. Love you, Juan. Right, so then, because he's South African, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So now that Canada is going to play either the Netherlands or Morocco in Houston the day after Egypt plays Australia in the round of 32, except the Canada is going to be playing in the round of 16. So I'm like, there's no way I'm going to Dallas. It's the next day, and I'm actually slated to come home on the 5th, so I've got the 4th off. Your boy's going to the Canada game. It's just I don't have the ticket for it yet, but I did find a good ticket. It looks like I won't have as good as seats.
That's okay.
For the Canada game as I do for the Egypt game. And wait until I show you my seats.
They're probably nasty.
For the Egypt game.
They're nasty.
They're badass.
Guys, just full disclosure, I know we were talking about this not too long ago. I am not short SpaceX or am I short Palantir. We've had 2 trades on today, Taylor, just so we can clarify and clear everything up. The TQQs, that's Katina Man who has the short on both of those positions. We're long off of the TQQs 71.90, okay? I'm looking for an ad here. I've only taken 2 trades today. NVDL, right? So we're looking at the leverage products on today's session. We had the long earlier this morning. Boom, we take it. Pull back, holds those levels, we add into it, and then we piece them out, and then we get stopped out, break even, right? So this is what you want to do, especially I said, hey, man, we're going really small to start. If it breaks down, you take a fractional hit. Now we're putting on a little bit more risk, and we piece it up all the way up to 28.70, and then we got stopped out about 15 to 20% of the remaining position. Now I'm sitting in the TQQQ. So once I do a transaction, you'll see that change because I'm not short either one of those positions. I've had 2 longs for today, and now I'm waiting at 73.60s for an ad and a continuation. Because why? We have Amazon up 4%. We have Google up 4%, Tesla's up. So half of the Mag 7, a little bit less, are positive on today's session. And that's going to help me and give me a little bit more conviction within the price action and for having a little bit stronger of a day here in the market.
All right, man. Joey, I'm keeping an eye out here on AIIO. And the reason I am is because it just broke out now through 550. I don't know. I'm getting vibes of a flat top break a little bit. 1, 2, 3, like there's a bunch of rejections on the 1 minute at 550. So here's the deal, Joey.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that it's a 6-penny spread right now on AIO, which displeases me very greatly, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead with this one because it's a 550 move. Now, the deal is I can't give it to just below 550. It's too spready. So I'm going to have to give it to below 540. So we're going to go ahead and do just that. And then you have to account for the spread, too, in your stop placement. And, okay, so it depends on what stop you're using. I hate to go into this lesson right now because it's really early on. But if you're using limit stops and it's a spready ticker, you've got to figure out a way around that because sometimes it'll blow through your ticker. So the way that I do is I use an offset on the limit. right? So I say to the computer, sell at 540, but pay down all the way down to 525. So you're giving the computer 15 cents a space should there be an area of illiquidity. And you have to account for that when you're trading these volatile yet spready names. AIIO, one in the same. All right, so we're gonna send it to Joey.
All right, man. This is what my good friend to the right of me has constructed. Quick reminder, Trader TV Live membership. Get Sharif's daily morning research note every trading day. The big market stories, key levels, trade plans, catalysts, and what we're watching into the open. It's only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join below the video to become a member. Man, oh man.
What happened, Joey?
No, it's good stuff, man. I like what you've done there. It tells you a lot and it gives you a lot of insight within not only the technicals and the fundamentals, which are key, right? For me personally, I'm gonna give an example. Now, it's easier I mean, you go through the earnings report, but sometimes things change in between. And what really changed a lot of my outlook on specific names, Sharif, is the consistent talk of custom ASICs. And it gives you a little bit different of an opinion and a broader aspect of what's actually going on within these spaces and why some stocks are performing the way they are and the way the other ones aren't performing the way you think they would.
I'm assuming you're surreptitiously referring to NVIDIA.
Exactly what I'm referring to, man.
Of course.
Exactly
and we know how you felt about NVIDIA as of late, and more sympathetic I could not be, because you know when I started pounding the table on application-specific integrated circuits, I said that could be a headwind for the king himself.
Which it has been, and I believe the market's pricing that in, man.
I couldn't agree more with you. But I personally believe that you don't short NVIDIA. It's just too risky. You don't have to hold it. Like, you know, we've talked about how we've gotten into this a couple of years back. Pre-split, have never added, have never removed, and just sort of hanging in no man's land at the moment, at least in my portfolio. And I gotta tell you, many times I lamented not having added, but then after you see the correction, you're like, all right, well, I guess it is what it is. Guys, a lot of you are mentioning BlackBerry, and I didn't mention it at all. It's not even on my watch list, but the berry is up about 5.1%. It just got into the day high. There was a lot of selling for whatever reason at 11.85, but that seller just got clipped right at 11.10, and into $12 it goes. The berry it's been doing quite well. BlackBerry, we're calling it the berry. Joey, look at this. Look at this chart here on BlackBerry, man.
Yeah, man.
Yo, what is this, 2009?
Apparently.
2010 all over again? What the hell is going on with BlackBerry?
If you don't have BBM, I don't know what you're doing.
Garrett, there's an entire generation that has no idea what you're talking about.
See, do you know what BBM is?
I told you she's going to have no idea. Go ahead, Sia, go ahead.
What?
Do you know what BBM is? BBM.
Yeah.
Any idea? Sia, what year are you born in again?
I'm so sorry. 2004.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So they're not a.
And it's not her fault.
No, it's not
her fault at all.
It's something.
Yeah, she has no idea what it is. But can I say something to you?
Yeah.
March 30th. From March 30th to today.
Yeah.
Don't look.
I'm not looking.
What's the percentage up on the berry? March 30th to today.
I'm gonna go 240%.
You were bang on, my guy. 283%.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Nice call on that. So that is BlackBerry. It's been very good. Obviously keep an eye on it. There's a couple of names here that are breaking down that could be replaced by BlackBerry sooner rather than later. But while I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. We're taking prints here on AIIO into 78 pennies. It goes. Alas, it's coming back down now to test that 2/3 of a dollar. So we've got a couple of prints here, but we're not out of the water. My stop goes below 40 on AIIO. We're going to replace here one of these names that's displeasing me, and we're going to put BB, because we're going to hopefully take maybe a couple of good trades here on BB as we set up. All right, let's say hello to everyone. Whoa, what's going on here?
We got a super chat though.
We got a super, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to that.
We can pull that up there. It's actually from your number one.
Oh, Judy will.
All right, we'll do this one first.
Stay in Dallas with me. You can drive the Rari. Hold on, guys. I just want to show this person over here.
Legendary trader.
Legendary. Hey, I mean, if this isn't a face you can love, then I don't know what you're looking at, right? Like, this is the kind of thing that I like here, Joey.
Man, that's crazy.
Shout out to Legendary Trader. Thank you for the suggestion there. What do you got, Joey?
So if you had to stay between Judy's place and Ozan's place.
Ozan in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Yeah. Ozan, save me, Ozan.
Or poor Jesse's there. All right, guys. Words and Stuff says that's a $2 super chat. You could have put a ticker in there. I don't know anything familiar along those lines. But no, in all seriousness, guys, I was going to wait for the pullback here, which would have been the more smart thing to do. 5-minute time frame, AMDL, is just to do a little transaction for you guys. It was absolutely nothing from a share size standpoint. Indecision print off of the lows, 5-minute time frame, and then you find a nice V-shaped reversal. But it's the same narrative that we were talking about on the NASDAQ if you fail to establish a new high and putting in a lower high. So we'll see. We'll hold up. Now you can officially see where I've been long off of the TQQs, and that's going to obviously correlate with where my transaction was performed right here off of those lows, and we piece it all the way out, all the way up to about $74.20 there. Now we'll head over to AMDL. Surprisingly, I thought this thing would be a little bit more liquid than what it is. It's like, this isn't pretty, right? Like, you're sitting on a 14 to 15 cent spread. So I'll add some more at 65.50, but I don't want to get too crazy with buying this name, even though I do believe we can find somewhat of a recovery in some of these memory store or in some of these chip names. What I want to do is actually head over to our watch list and just take a look at some of the names that have been performing the best. I was talking about Google. You're now back up to 351. We look at this from a daily, a nice little recovery right here, guys, but still in a downtrend. Apple down 0.5%, and to the tune where you were down 13 or 14% from peak to that local pivot low, right? Now, Marvell getting hit again today, Sharif. So a little bit tougher of a look, but Meta, I don't know how much weight you hold on with this prediction market stuff that Zuck's getting involved with. I'm not going to hold too much right now, but you're still down 30% in this name.
Is there an advantage, Joey, to doing the prediction markets on Meta? I'm just wondering here because he has such a big network.
Like, when you have billions of people, when you have 1 billion people on Instagram or whatever it is.
Yeah, like, is there going to be like a social aspect to this where he kind of, you see what I'm going with this?
Yeah, like, man. Like, if he integrates it into the platforms correctly, then for sure, like, you already have the client base, so why not? But I mean, I guess we could say the exact same. It's a different story, but if you're talking about him having such a massive user base and no one really uses his AI products, then I don't know if people are going to sway and get out of it.
That's a great point.
Right?
That's a great point. Yeah. We got to go to Sia, Joey.
Yeah, just keep an eye out on this ticker, FLY, F-L-Y. So it's an NVIDIA Inception member. The ticker is up almost 7% on the day, but the chart does look a little bit worse than what it opened at. It's still, however, up 7% a day, like I mentioned. It's launching its Blue Ghost Mission 2, and it builds on Firefly's Blue Ghost Mission 1, which launched in March 2025, which downlinked 120 gigabytes of raw lunar surface imagery and video data on Earth. Keep an eye out. Firefly Aerospace, up 7% on the day. Chart does look a little bit like it's pulling back, but it's still continuing to hold the momentum.
Love Ozan, man. What a class act.
He is class act.
He's a joker, so you never really know like what's on the other side of the screen, right? Because he's always joking around, and what a class act he is, man. Yeah, all class, Ozan. Appreciate you, brother. Hopefully we'll be able to see each other because he's been talking about staying at your place for a while now. Now we're gonna go to Dallas, right?
Well, I'm going to stay at his place.
Yeah. All right, Joey. New trade alert over here, as Katina Man would do. TNMG. Tisha's talking about it. There's a lot of people in the chat talking about it. Mr. Pink is talking about it. Who else? I want to shut them out because there was a lot of people calling this out. Okay, there's less people than I thought. Okay, my bad. Oh yeah, the two-wheel cryptos, double dip chip, all the favorite names over here. Now, this one is a bit of a bamboozler, so you got to be a little bit careful with it. What it does have, though, going well for it are these higher lows. So let me just cancel my stop on this because I do want to add into if it gives me an opportunity. So let's do a little TA here on TNMG. So you can kind of see when this one makes an area high, it almost has an immediate reversal effect. It's done it 4 times. Well, we're about to get to the 4th time. It did it in the pre-market on the biggest volume it's had on the day, 8.15. That's the day high, even though that's not an official high, right? That's $1.28. The official high is 121, which we got into now. And did it again, 9.45. The implied balance open, it pops up into 102. It loses, it goes back to the mid 80s. Again, 10.30, double top into one mid-teens, say 112, 111, whatever. Drops back down, loses $1 again. So here it is, making more highs and higher lows. The problem is we've already kind of seen this one's hand. So if you're getting in at the high, like I am, then you gotta be ready to be adding some into the area lows. So the question becomes, do you add on the way down, or do you wait for the area low and then you add big boy, right? In this case, I'm probably gonna be adding at 103, 105 to, that's kind of where the trend line looks like it's finding support. So that is what I'm looking at right now. It looks like TNMG could be the best of the bunch. S dot is bleeding its own blood. Is this going to halt down here? Is this halted? I think the dot might be halted, Joey. Yeah, S dot broke into 35. It looked like it was all gas, no brakes, and down goes Fraser. We're halted, I believe, even though it's not showing up on my chart for some reason. Let me load up S dot over here. I'm sorry, Joey.
Yeah.
SDOT, we are not halted down. We're just not moving. Sorry, I thought that this was halted because it was like just completely stagnant. Holding 31, but it just popped up into 35. Now it is holding 30. Into 31 it goes. So a lot of volatility in small cap gappers today. You're going to need to trade these carefully. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. We're looking for TNMG to hold up, pop up, possibly into that 1.25 area. We'll be looking to add some into the low 1 single digits.
Good stuff, man. I mean, here it is, right? Like, we're sitting in this AMD trade. I don't know what call you're specifically talking about there, John Pickett. Let me know. We can have a conversation about it, but I appreciate the good look. Now, we were $1 OTM on this one, and I was mentioning the spread. At times, it's like 10 to 15 cents for a $66 name. That's pretty hefty, and there's some liquidity issues on this bad boy, hence why you're getting a little bit wider of a spread. 2 million shares traded, probably a little bit more, because this doesn't start calculating till 6 a.m., so I'd probably give it just under 3 million shares traded. So AMDL using the leverage vehicle here on AMD. Now, as for Tesla, guys, right, we're starting to put in some ABCD patterns, right? Like, so you have A, B, then you have the pullback C, additional leg D. It's the same thing, but as we move higher and higher, the chances of the additional leg slowly start to cool off. What I would prefer to do here, guys, is add into my TQQs trade. I think that's the one where I was talking about we're going to head towards some pre-market highs, and I was being more conservative on this one with a 73.60 bid, and we've been consolidating at 74.50. So that's $1 away, and it looks like we want to take a leg higher, all right? So we'll be patient. We're going to allow those levels to come to us, and there might be an add opportunity on AMDL 66, but I don't want to give any of my profits away, too many of it anyways. You got to continue to swing the bat regardless of where you're standing. Actually, that is not true whatsoever. You can put the bat down for sure and just call it a day. But it's not going to hurt me. But what you do have to do when you are in the green is, what are you willing to lose from your realized standpoint? Risk that. And then that's it. It's if you either make more or you lose what you're actually looking to risk, and then just call it so you walk away positive. Adara.
U.S. President Trump just opined in Truth Social on the Lisa Cook situation. As we know, Fed Governor Lisa Cook was just announced by the Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision. She can stay on the board of the Federal Reserve for now. President Trump, as we know, initially attempted to fire her in August of 2025 related to allegations of mortgage fraud. So here's his response on Truth. Quote, the Cook lawsuit having to do with her suitability in sitting on the board of the Federal Reserve was sent back by the Supreme Court on a strictly procedural basis. We will take appropriate action immediately to make sure that someone who has committed wrongdoing will not be making vital decisions concerning the welfare of the United States of America. So that's President Trump's thoughts here on the Lisa Cook situation. Again, the Supreme Court ruling she cannot be fired and she can stay on the court for now. Again, if they find wrongdoing here in that situation with the mortgage fraud allegations, we'll have to wait and see. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, guys, people asking about AXON, another President Trump adjacent name. I don't like this. President Trump bought up to $5 million in Axon stock weeks before ICE sought a $220 million taser contract. That is a report. I'm not vouching for the veracity of the report. but it is what's being reported. AXON having a nice day today, certainly 9.9%. It is expensive, obviously, and the reason I'm talking about it is because Tushar 233 asked me to. This is a good level, Tushar, into 524. Like, I doubt there's going to be a lot of traders right now looking at intraday date. Maybe there are, right? But in any event, 507 and 2/3, 507 and a half is volume weighted average price. It is below the 10 EMA right now. But I do like this hold up here, not just because there's VWAP, but look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then on the 6th candle, we break out, Joey, above that. I want to say 509. For whatever reason, I would be gauging 510 as a resistance. In any event, it looked like it was 509 that was rejecting. I guess when you're a $525 name, 09 or a 10 doesn't really matter all that much. But in this case, it is holding a prior area of resistance. So keep your eye here on AXON. It is in this morning's note for the subscribers. If you want levels on it, it is there. We'll be going through it probably on the rundown. All right, just before we go up and get the euro close with Adira and Won, just want to mention TNMG popping up, 121 high. We've taken a bunch of prints. In fact, we took a print at 20 that I had there as a liquidity tester. Sadly, I didn't get to add into that dip area, 105, 106 that I was articulating. So I'm going to have to go here with my original shareage. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. While we wait for that, let Adira and Juan tell you about the euro.
Is the European market crumbling or the opposite of crumbling? We'll find out here at this 11:30 a.m. segment where Juan takes us through the euro close.
Thank you, Adira. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday to everyone. So the European market's trading a little bit mixed following heavy profit-taking over the weekend and some geopolitical frictions, mainly supported by a global tech sell-off or global tech bounce. But major benchmarks recovered some of last week's losses, and the sentiment still remains steady but on alert. If we take a look at some of the indices here, stocks Euro 600, marginally lower, but JP Morgan's upgrade to 680 from 630 definitely made it a little bit neutral throughout the day. The stocks 50, we see a little bit of gains coming from there, mainly on the back of banking buffers and chip supply stability. But the only laggard, one of the few laggards was in France. Some localized profit taking in the luxury blocks capped the tech lift. So some of the main stories or catalysts coming out of the region, the global tech lift, as you know, that huge relief rally, as well as the $518 billion investment by Samsung and SK Hynix coming from South Korea for a new mega chip-making hub. That definitely pulled things up with long-term AI CapEx restoring a little bit of confidence in investors, also boosting regional leaders like Infineon and ASML. I mentioned earlier about JP Morgan. They have some bullish upgrades for the stocks 600, end-year target of 680 instead of 630. So they're saying that it's because of corporate earnings and unwinding geopolitical risks, which is so far so good. But the Eurozone is definitely up for a compelling second half for the year. And finally, we need to mention a little bit about the European Central Bank's forum in Sintra, Portugal. Okay, we have to take a look at that because our Fed Chair, Kevin Walsh, is expected to speak at this forum. So keep an eye out for his speech as well as the ECB President, Christine Lagarde's speech. There's going to be some hints on interest rate clues, or maybe something will happen during this forum that we might need to take a look at in further detail.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye here on that ECB forum. I believe also Tiff Macklem of Canada is set to speak there on Canada Day. So interesting look for that. But he's no one-hit wonder. We'll see one again at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian markets. Back to you.
Wonder is crazy.
Joey.
Yeah.
You wanna show what we're looking at there, Joey?
I think you should do the honors.
You, me?
Yeah.
Man.
I could do it, man.
Come on now.
I'll gladly do it, man.
Joey.
Show him it.
Should I do it?
Yeah. If you were
There goes and dub into all-time highs.
Bro, yeah.
All right, the dub. We're gonna show the dub here, Joey. In the $330. Palo Alto Networks is all gas, no break. Joey, correction.
Yeah.
These are official all-time highs, but we all know what this one did in the aftermarket post-earnings. There's the topping till candle right there. So officially, we got, unofficially, because this was aftermarket, pardon me, $338.99. So $339, give or take. Today, the official high is a breach of 330 and a move into 331, 330.92 for Palo Alto Network. Joey. Damn. February low, don't look. February low till now. What are we up percentage-wise?
Oh.
February low till right now.
140%.
Get out of here, bro. What? You definitely look.
I didn't
You're
look.
bang on, bro. 138%.
Oh, let's go.
You're killing it today with this. Okay.
And I'm usually off by a couple hundred percentage points.
Couple of hundred percentage points.
Remember what was the other one you were asking?
Yeah, but that wasn't fair. I think I was asking one of the memory names. Yeah, that's a little. That's tough.
Hold on, man. Okay, so we're gonna play that game. What are we up on? Don't look, man. I feel like you're looking.
I swear I'm not looking.
Okay, you ready?
See where I'm looking.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
So from April lows to where we're currently trading at, what are we up on CrowdStrike?
Crowd.
Yeah.
So it's going to be similar to Pandub. Yeah. It's not going to be that much different. I want to say, so if it was 140, 138 and change for Pandub.
Yeah.
So I'll go 120. I'll go 131.
Okay, 106. 106.
That's it.
That's pretty good. I mean,
that's it, eh,
Joey?
Don't
make me do it, man. That's it, brother. That's it. Now I have to do it here.
What are you going to do, man? He's going to go to the board,
we're going to go to the portfolio, man. Your boy up 19%. I'm still sitting in that third place spot.
How's everybody doing on that, by the way?
I mean, you're sitting in that 7th slot. The chat down, you're still in the bottom of the barrel, chat. You guys got to perform a little bit better. My boy Mateo holding on to that 12th spot.
Seen that guy in a minute, man.
Well, there's no office, so shout out to him. My hockey buddy, we all love Mateo. He's down 20% here, so a little bit tougher of a look. Sean Obi holding up into that first and second spot. Your boy Joey O in that third spot.
Did you have a look at FCEL today?
It's up bigly again.
Another 21%. I told y'all, man, the sell's moving, baby.
How's Bloom doing today?
It's down. It's up. It's not at highs. It's about almost $100 off the high, but it's up 5.8. But it's a sell's world it's a sell's time to shine now. Like Bloom already shined, right?
I hear you.
But FCEL, guys, I told y'all, man, FCEL, just be careful, watch the technicals. But FCEL has been making a move, and it's been making a move for, I think, a month now. We've been telling you about this. So, take profits where they lie, right?
Yeah.
And don't hold forever.
Absolutely. I think maybe I believe we're starting to see a little bit of a rotation, right? So maybe into the energy names, some of these energy names, because they're hydrogen cell, aren't they, or something?
Yeah, but then again, yes, you're right. Yes, they have the hydrolyzer, they have a bunch of different things. But we've been talking about some of these traditional hydrogen names like Bloom, kind of deviating away from their moat. Like Bloom has nat gas generators, dude. Like what the hell does that have to do with hydrogen?
Yeah, fair enough. And I don't think Plug Power has been performing that well, but I could be
I'm not touching that thing.
Yeah, Plug was, I remember trading this name. Yeah, it hasn't done much. It doubled at one point, but then started to come back in a little bit here. Other than that, guys, we're still holding on to this. We're not going to get that dip buy at 73.60 here on the TQQQs. We're still holding on to our position. We have AMDL. Maybe we can hold that to 69. That'll give us $1 plus and change, but this has definitely been our winner chicken dinner. We'll hit the money on the Stone Cold, and the Stone Cold here momentarily, as the NASDAQ is up over a percentage point at this point. Given in the day here, Sharif, we're up 1.5%. You can see the TQQQs, you're up 4 3/4. So it's been a nice recovery. And I'm going to be frank, as I typically am with everyone here, is that after this selling, right, we had that nice strong move this morning, but then from 9.54 all the way to 10.19, even though it's not that much, it looked pretty aggressive. And I was thinking, hey, are we going to go short? But there was a couple indecision prints and some price action candles that displayed themselves that said, hey, let's rock and roll long. And then I seen it again at the volume weighted average price, hence why I posted up at this specific level, but the market showing really, really good signs of strength right now and not getting that pullback that I was anticipating, and now off to the races it goes. We're long 71.90s, the TQs are 75.35, so it's been a pretty good one.
All right, man, we got the ad on TNMG. It is continuing to drop, but I did expect this because it has done this basically all day, right? Where it makes a new area high, and then it has a lot of trouble holding that area high, only to come back down and put in a higher low. So let's go ahead, throw our stop on this bad boy here. 4 down to 80. There we go. So we just did get 105s. So I did get my add into 105 there, but that's not the end of the matter, right? I give it to area low. The area low is below the area of 90 pennies. I ideally like for it to hold above the dollar, and by extension of that, the volume weighted average price, but I'm a market observer, not a market mover. Continuing to watch AIIO, having trouble with 60, and I'm starting to feel that it's a little top heavy here. So it's a 578 high. We have that print, but ever since, it's really had trouble clearing prior bar high. We have a couple of equal prior bars, but on the 5 minute that is, but I'm not really getting vibes that this one could be ready to go. So we'll keep a close eye on AIIO. Nothing changes on my plan as of yet, but Chris, you guys astutely pointed this one out in the chat, and rightfully so. Into 43 pennies it goes. That is obviously, you know, sub $half, but the volume is what I don't like as much about CRIS on the day. Take a look at the volume bars in the middle part of your screen, and then look at the bottom right part of your screen on the black charts. There's like, you can't even see the volume bars from today. They're so overshadowed by the huge amount of volume we were doing on Chris on Friday. So I am a little bit concerned with that. S dot still putting in generally lower highs, so you got to be alive to that as well. But it is putting a bull flag pattern. When the flag breakout comes, your guess is as good as mine. You can do one or two things here. You can wait for the breakout decisively on a closing print, or you could build your position in this downward channel towards the low end of the range. My suggestion, and that's all that it is, never advice, a suggestion would be $30, give or take. That takes you to the low end of the range. Keep your eye here on SDOT. It's a multi-day runner, and it's, well, you know, a couple of bucks off highs, but it's a 35 buck name. So there goes AIIO back into the mid 60s. We'll take the opportunity to get a print there. Alas, no print, as the spread is still being ridiculous on this very, very, wow, it just really opened up there. So we'll post at 65, we'll post at 69, we'll post above that at 74. Let's let this one manifest. BlackBerry is making the move though, guys. There goes BlackBerry for the first time through $12. Not a small cap gapper and not parabolic. We're talking 6%. But I'd say a predictable area of support vis-a-vis that green line. That green line will always be the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 minute charts, on my black charts always, without exception. 1209 high, 1210 high, Joey. BlackBerry breaking through 12 for the first time, and I'm willing to bet a long time. Let's check the daily. Oh my days. Look at this chart, dog. This is a nice looking chart.
Yeah, man.
This is a good looking chart here,
check
Joey.
Nokia is a pretty nice chart.
Absolutely.
There,
but I think Nokia is probably moving for different reasons, because Nokia's got that next gen 6G, 5G build out, right?
Oh, is that what they
I'm just assuming. BlackBerry doesn't deal in that world. Yeah. Fact check me, chat. Why is Nokia moving up? Like, what is the main reason that is continuing to go? In any event, AII continuing to go. S dot is moving again here. Here we go. Here comes $35. $35 has been a very staunch area of resistance on SDOT. And I want to bring your attention to the 1120 candle on the 5 minute chart, the high of which I believe is almost like 34.98 on the dot. So we have been rejecting off that level. Keep your eye here on 35 to see if it clears.
Good stuff, guys. All right, we took some off exactly when we said we were going to here on AMDL. Again, this was just more or less to see that you guys see what we have going on. A nice little $1.68. We could unload this, and I have no issue. Just because my risk to reward isn't where I want it to be, I would like to add some more shares at the volume weighted average price, but I don't know if we're going to get there again. So as long as we don't come back to the break even, then we'll let this trade ride. We have no issues. We're not going to hit panic mode or anything along those lines on this one. All right. So we'll keep our eyes on it. break even, we're out of Dodge. A nice climb higher in the NASDAQ once again, guys, heading into 75.50. This has definitely been our best trade of the day. It's working for us. Get it, Joe. I love you, brother. All right, man, I appreciate you. I love you too, Jack of Art. Good stuff. You're a good individual. I can tell already. Nothing but positivity, and that's what we want to see. Now, as for NVDL, guys, this was another name that we were trading bright and early this morning, finally finding its road to recovery. An add on this position here, just tripling up our size. Once again, nothing crazy from a size standpoint, but we'll take it for what it is. I don't know why I always, every time I log into my P Pro 8, I blew out capital on one of my side charts, just in case anyone was curious.
Private credit card.
Yeah, I know. Apparently, but here it is, right? So we take some off, and then we eventually get stopped out break even. Now we're fortunate, man. We're shooting at 100% clip rate on today's session, Shreve, amid all the chaos. Amid all the chaos, bright and early this morning in the household. 68.50. I'm gonna post up here on AMDL. If we get that, then we'll be all out of this position, and we're okay with that. Small share size, nice little rally for us here.
Get it, Joey.
Okay. Oh, I clicked the screen and it took me out. That was accidental, guys. Oh well. We'll take it all off there. We're up about a 1% on NVDA, and you can see that we got 2% here on AMDL. We'll head back over to the TQQs because that's the name that we're sitting in. Gonna have to be more patient for a pullback, but I mentioned this bright and early. Just the fact that, okay, we put in a higher low, which is good, and now we're heading towards the high of the day. Wish we had some more size.
AIO breaking out.
Okay, go ahead. If you hold on, let me say one more thing.
Do your thing, Joey.
So what we have here is we had the indecision print on the lower time frame, but this is why I decided to post up just in case we got another pullback. That indecision print right at VWAP, and then off to the races it goes. We're gonna put in a new high of the day here momentarily in the NASDAQ.
There's my man. All right, there goes AIIO and SDOT. SDOT into the high of the day. AIIO into the high of the day. They're both ripping. We happen to have one, not the other. 35.80 on SDOT, but I need to bring your attention to the fact that we are below 35 again, and it kind of just builds on the point that we've been talking about. SDOT has some resistance at 35, but now I see a 36 print manifesting another high a day here on SDOT, up very nice. And there's 36.90. The breakout is on now on SDOT. It's moving dollars at a time, baby, from 36 right into 37, minus 7 pennies here. We could see 40 sooner rather than later. Be on the lookout here, but also be on the lookout for a retracement into 35. If 35 was such a resistance level, such a staunchy resistance level, you need to look for it now as a possible, underline that, possible area of support. So we're going to keep a close eye there, and if warranted, we will execute on the dot as well. Continuing to watch here, AIIO, I'm looking for a move into 6. As you see, the red lines on my chart, those are resting orders, and they're ready to take profits should the price action make it all the way up there. So we're going to keep an eye here on AIIO. But I also want to shout out my man there in the chat, calling out ZZ Top. You like that? You like that? ZZ Top's a band? Or
yeah, I'm pretty something along
band,
those. I think it's past my time. You still got your girl up there.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna close that up. Oh my God. I'm pretty sure. Is it a singer or a band?
It might be a group, man.
Yeah, man. I heard of them one time on 2.5 Men, Joey. That's all I know.
The chat will fact check us real quick.
Yeah,
you guys don't know. Dude, I'm literally gonna be like, someone's gonna be like, you don't know ZZ Top, and then the first comment I look at, y'all don't know ZZ Top.
Well, of course. You're going to get, look, brother, whether you know it or you don't, you're going to get rinsed by the chat, right? Yeah, that's what, they're here to troll you. No, the point is, I was talking to my man ZZ Top there in the chat, and he's like, look, man, I'm zigging and zagging here with $8, and more sympathetic I could not be to the zig and zag trade, as we are always caught in those, it feels like. But look, man, this is an ascending wedge pattern. However you square the circle, you want to look locally here at the 785, 780 support. There's that. How about the higher lows from the area bottom of 741, then into 7.5, and then into 7 4/5. So higher low, higher low, higher low. All the while, you are leaving that top area of resistance. That's what we lovingly call, of course, a flat top break. I like your trade on this one, brother. Just be patient. But, as Joey always says, never fall in love. So should, for example, the closing print from Friday, 780 on the day, get breached, I personally would get out of the trade, perhaps set up a little bit better. But WEN, yes, in focus here. Not a big, but you can see the price action on Friday as well, showing that this one was very much in traders' purview there. So continuing to watch as well here, AIIO. And looks like we're back in the money here on TNMG. So it's time to take prints into 14. Pleased with this one, but not pleased that I don't have more orders to take account of price spikes. So going to throw some out there, and we're going to throw some into the fifth of a dollar as well, Joey. And that is what I've got for now. How about yourself?
Good stuff, man. Trav, man, for real. My guy is always keeping it real, that's for sure. A positive individual as well. I agree.
He's
everybody likes a sharp dress. He's always just complimenting us and stuff like that on our attire. So thank you very much, Trav, man.
Hold on, I gotta read this.
Yeah, read it. Okay,
Womb
stretch. Read it.
What?
Where?
I was born at a ZZ Top concert in 1984.
All right.
I feel like is that from Modern Family?
ZZ Top?
Because
no, bro, I'm pretty sure
no.
like,
they refer to that. I think because one of the children of the main couple on Modern Family, I forget, Claire and whatever Phil. I'm pretty sure their oldest daughter, they said she was born at a ZZ Top concert. She was conceived.
Conceived. But that's two totally different things.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah, they're right. I don't know. I think that's from there. I could be wrong, though. If any Modern Family fans in the chat, let me know if...
an American rock band from the 70s, it looks like there.
Get it, Ozan?
Yes, Sharif.
What's that?
Modern Family, yes.
Hold on. Was that accurate? Did I actually come up with that?
No, you said Modern Family fans in the chat. Let me know, so I'm just like.
No way. Yes. Score.
See, topping around the 70. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right, man. I mean, hey, let's continue to rock and roll. We did have the pullback here on AMDL. That trade's now finished. We were waiting for 68.50. Good thing we got out a little bit before then, because it would have pulled back right into our break-even entry where we first got involved with it. Now the TQQs. Let's see if we can head up into 76. Man, this pullback is not coming. But a lot of people saying, hey, Joe, can you take a look at MSTR for me? Absolutely. Michael Saylor and company buying some shares back. And I mean, in the bigger, let's see, we're going full. MSTR is up 8%, but this 8% in the bigger picture doesn't seem like very much, right? I mean, it's not like a crazy engulfing session. Not to be a negative Nancy, we're just going to look at the technicals for what they are. So again, bigger picture, nothing crazy, but it's better than nothing. Now, I mentioned before the fact that if I'm going to add into my Bitcoin position, it's probably going to be via a leverage system, and that's going to be MSTR. $80, I'm not going to really complain about, to be honest with you. And same with BM&R. BM&R sitting around like $13. I mean, if you're willing to sit in these for a couple of years, I don't know how much uglier it can get. I mean, obviously it can go to zero.
Thanks, Joe.
But I know.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, hey, man, it is what it is, though, Sharif, man. Like, again, you're off bigly off of the all-time highs, man. Obviously, it can go significantly lower, but ever since Tom Lee joined the company, I think the narrative has changed, and I don't think structurally, the narrative in Bitcoin and Ethereum has changed. It's just a total rotation out of the space. They're optionable. You can still hedge within the systems. It's just that they're shiny new toys, in my opinion, and we're in a funky area, in a weird spot within the Bitcoin halving cycle. Who knows what's going to happen with it? Only time will tell. And I think once we head into 2027, late 2027 and early 2028, I think that's going to be a big teller of where the trajectory of this asset class is going to go.
Well said, Joey. S-Dot accumulating for another move here, guys. I think I'm going to get involved with the DOT. This could make or break my days. It's ripping, Joey. Just was about to hit the punch key. There it goes into another high a day. I had a feeling, man. I was just about to punch and I hesitated. Shouldn't have done that, but there goes S-Dot into another area high, 38.34. It feels like SDLT is on the way to the whole dollar, the $10 level. I'm talking about $40. It's up 75 2/3. So it's not even that much. I mean, for a small cap gapper, we could easily see this at 100% on the day, but you need to account for the spread on this one. Right now, it's tightening up to 23 pennies. It is not always that way. In fact, I saw it as wide as 70 some odd pennies. So that could cost you a lot of money just doing business. Here comes again. Here comes a high day break. There it goes again, Joey. 38.60, 38.72 now of the high of the day. 39. Here comes 40. 40.54 limit up on SDOT. I'm not saying we're about to halt. I'm giving you the halt level there through $40. So keep your eye out on that. And then AIIO is displeasing me. It's coming back in here into 70 pennies. Time for me to take off some more, as we'll continue to watch and see if this one can work its way back. There's another high a day on SDOT, 39.34. I feel like $40 incoming here. Perhaps flip to the 5-second chart on SDOT to spot areas of support and resistance, local areas of support and resistance. Looks like there is some support here. I want to say around 38 or 37.50. Those are the levels that we rejected before we continued on. That's on the 5-second chart. So be on the lookout for that as well. SDOT, I see you, Tisha. Tisha's all over SDOT as well. She should be, because it's doing real well. Oh no, down goes Fraser. TNMG displeasing me greatly here. Coming back down, I stop out below 90 pennies. We'll take this opportunity likely to add if this one's going to hold trend of higher lows. So 90 would be my line in the sand on that level, on TNMG. If it doesn't hold that, then we'll take an L on this one. But we've locked in some profits on it. We're out of the money right now on it to the tune of 5 pennies. But this could be an interesting add opportunity here. Just found support at 1, but the local area low, the way I see it, is 90, Joe.
All right, good stuff. We have a $5 super chat here, guys. If we can pull that bad boy up here from a great member of our community. One of my you guys are my favorite. Cheese in a chair, Mr. Daniel himself.
Itza is how you say chair in Mandarin, Joey.
Okay.
Itza.
All right, man. So it's just now you know.
We're going to be doing random Mandarin words from now on.
Okay. So I like that, man. I can support that for sure. The person in the chat wasn't complimenting your attire, you silly nincompoops. Sharp Dressed Man is the name of a song by ZZ Top.
Somebody did mention that in the chat.
Okay.
Yes, Sharp Dressed Man. They told me to listen to that. Yeah, I saw that.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, man. I feel like Adara might have knew that or something.
Nincompoop.
You didn't know. Adara didn't know that one. Okay. So yeah, I mean, hey, thanks for that. Yikes. Apparently, Ramin knew that one as well too.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
There's no way Ram knew that was it.
What's that?
No way.
What's that grocery store called in LA, Ramin?
Whole Foods?
Erewhon.
Oh, I didn't know.
Would you go there? It's like $20 smoothies and stuff like that. It's like
I don't even know where is that. Like, I go to LA a lot.
LA.
My sister. I know
ridiculous.
where in
Prices
LA?
are ridiculous.
Have you been there? See?
Where in LA?
No, it's like all over LA. It's called Erewhon, so they're pushing they push healthy stuff. You can basically get healthy stuff anywhere and make it at home, but they're charging like $30 for salads sometimes.
Yeah. For the hip individual people. All right, man. It's been a pretty good one so far, Sharif. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We got the Teachable Cues. Joe, that's how Missing Persons documentary starts? Okay, I don't know. All right. I have no idea. Anyways, aside from that, man, thanks for joining us. 6,000 of you watching. I haven't looked at the likes or the subscribe, so just do us a solid and make sure you hit the like for not myself, but everyone else.
Oh, there he is.
For everyone behind me, thank you very much for that. So yeah, it's been a good one, guys. So we'll keep it cool here, and we'll stay golden, just like Ponyboy. We'll run through our watch list, which we have yet to do completely here today. We have Netflix. We're gonna start at the top. I'm going to see USO up 1.6%, but also that's correlating with the NASDAQ up 1.6%. The SPY is up 1 1/3 here, Sharif. We're getting actually some negativity in the VIX, so volatility is starting to cool down. And I mentioned this time and time again. It's easier to play the put side of things in the VIX with cooling down of volatility, so the compression of the average true range, opposed to anticipating volatility stepping into the market. Now we have SpaceX up 2 1/3, Microsoft down 0.5%, Amazon up 4%, Tesla up 5%. I'm not even looking at this name. So we're continuously stair-stepping. Pull back 1, pull back 2, and then now you put in a new high. So a nice recovery here on TSLA. The next heavy hitter we got, looks like it's starting to form somewhat of a flag here, ladies and gentlemen, but it can also curl over, allow the volume to step in, and that will help you anticipate which direction we may potentially head. Now, 25% to the downside here in Broadcom. That's a tougher look if you ask me. Meta up 2.6%. Mags, someone calling it the lag 7 last week, but Mags is up 2.6%, so not too bad of a look there. AMD up 0.5%, and Palantir up 2%. IBM, we're up 0.75%, and a couple other names. TSM holding on to positivity, but we're almost down 2% here in INTC and Intel. And Texas Instruments, the sleeper of the market, in my opinion. Oh my God, Shreve. Applied Materials is up 11.5% here today. Yeah. So that's some big time movement. I like the look of Applied Materials, Jim.
All right. I
think that one.
Get it, Joey. All right, here we go. We're watching here AIIO because, well, this is AIIO? Yeah. It just got back near that area high, so we're watching here. I just got into SDOT as well. I've got 42 1/5 on the dot. I'm looking for a bigger squeeze and a hold of 40. There's a seller here locally at 42, so we're out of the money on this one. It did pop up into 42 moments ago, and it was met with an aggressive sell. So a little concerned. I will have to give this one a lot of room just based upon the price action. It is a little extended here, but I'm looking to scalp. If we can get back into that 43 on the dot is the high of the day on SDOT. Here it is showing 88s again. It's been quite aggressive. Let's see if it can get up into that 100% range. Wow, it just took out all my orders through the area high into 67. Here's 43. We'll take out more there. How many shares do we have on SDOT? There we go. Looking for continuation, Joey. On this one, looking for a bigger move up to test 43. There's a seller here at 69 that we can't shake locally. So we'll continue to watch that. And just as I hit that, there it goes, Assassino, into a new high day, $44. Give me my money, man. There we go. We're looking for continuation, Joey. And while we look for that, C is going to tell you about this.
Ooh.
Thank you so much. Let's begin by taking a look at the three major averages and what they're doing at the moment. The SPY currently up 1.25%. The triple Qs are up very close to 2%, whereas the Dow up 0.40% on the day. I have two updates for you right now. We're just gonna take a look at Google over here. So Alphabet, as of today, has, as we do know it, joined the Dow. The Dow Jones Industrial Average shares are up 4.2% at the moment. So it's helped the Dow a lot. It's up now, as I mentioned, 0.4% on the day. Also, another thing we're going to take a note of is Marvell. So Marvell is expected to see more of an upside after benefiting from an AI-linked surge, and demand for its products is coming from comments from UBS. The bank has also raised its price target on Marvell to $340 from $230, implying a 27.5% upside from its Friday's close. And that's all for happening now. Sending it back to the guys.
Yeah, I like that. I like that one.
I like that. I like that.
Where the money at?
Oh, da-na-na-na-na.
Tell them where it's at, Sharif.
I don't know.
Well, you just yeah. Come on, bro.
There goes AIIO. Not at the high of the day quite yet. It's showing high of day, 590 now on the ask, but that hasn't officially printed. But here comes $6 on AIIO. Very pleased with this trade. Shout out to my man Dewey. He's printing on SDOT. He's printing on AIIO. We're going to shout out the Dewsters in the chat. Oh. Hope he prints and continues to print multiple storms on his side of the screen. We're watching that one, Joey. But we also, I forgot to mention that I got into the berry of black. We just took out 209s there. We got 202s. It's not a big trade on this one, right? We're kind of just looking to defend 12, Joey, because this one has been respecting the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're trying to ride trend on this monster. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles, but very pleased here, at least initially, with the trading on the day. Things are continuing. But I want to mention SDOT is bleeding its own blood here, coming back down into 40. So be on the lookout. So number one, you got to be looking for $40 SSCino, right? But you also got to be looking at prior bar low. The 1155 bar takes you down to 38.55. So if you lose that, you've lost trend because you haven't had a breach of prior bar since 11:30. It's been all gas, no brakes right now on this one. So make sure you're using sound risk management skills. Shout out to Blicky. Yeah, I like Blicky, man. People
you thought differently of Blicky once you actually found out what that meant.
Well, I didn't think differently. I thought it was like
I thought you
Britney Spears related. Man. No, I had no idea. I really didn't. I got to tell you the truth, right? I can pretend like I knew. Like, but
he's born the same year as you.
Is he? Yeah. Oh, he's ancient then.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, there you go. Shout out to my man Blicky. All right, let's mosey on up to the big desk. The Dara has happening now, but Neil is on vacation in jolly old London, so there's not going to be any Neil's lessons.
Guys, by the way, sorry, well, before we send it over, only 333 likes. Tiffany will shut the show down if that doesn't
shut it down, Tiffany.
If that doesn't get to 1,000 by the time we get back from SIA. So, all right, guys, we're going to send it off to happening now.
We're going to Dara.
It's the confusion over who is talking about what when I'm currently speaking. It's not happening now. It's actually going to be news. So AMZN in focus here. The information reporting that Amazon could be paying more for Anthropic's technology under a new deal. Now, apparently this new renegotiated deal is going to be involving tokens based on compute hours. So again, Anthropic renegotiating with Amazon. This new deal is going to be based on tokens as opposed to compute hours. Amazon also apparently evaluating other AI models to mitigate rising costs from Anthropic. Again, some Anthropic Amazon deal shakeups here. AMZN kind of at a pivotal level here. This is being reported again by The Information. Back to you.
Yeah, well, I'd pay more for Anthropic's model than I would for OpenAI. Did a little bit more work on the weekend.
Okay.
With Claude, it's just superior, man. And I started labeling all these chats like wellness specialist, personal trainer. Like I'm designing these very, very hyper-specific strength training routines to account for my latest caloric deficit diet. Like everything is blended. And the beautiful part is when you switch the chat, like say you go from like your personal training chat to your nutrition chat, it is able to know the details that you gave it in the other chat, so it can cross-reference that, so you don't have to re-enter the details again. And again, my favorite part about Claude is its level-headedness. And
you were mentioning that.
Yeah, it doesn't tend to sway one extreme or the other.
Yeah.
And this is from a guy who refused to use it initially for an ideological purpose, for a reason, right?
I remember.
And so I'm just going to admit that I didn't have this one right.
I said, use that. What do you think of, I know I was talking to you last night about Dario. Did you?
I saw that one with Emily Chang.
Yeah.
You're talking about that?
Yeah, what do you think
So I
about
started it, Joey. I didn't go through too deep on it.
Yeah.
Has he lost weight? I feel like he's smashing some GLP-1s.
He's probably doing something.
Dario's losing weight.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
He looked a little bit plumpier on some of the podcasts he went into earlier in the year. Now I see him and he's like, his face is slimmer. He's looking taller and leaner.
I mean, if your company is almost worth $1 trillion, wouldn't you want to be in the best shape possible?
I would want to be, always.
What do you think about him as a person? I told you, I don't know.
Super awkward, but so are these guys.
If you watch SBF interviews, Sam Bankman-Fried is which I'm referring to, and Dario, there's some similarities.
Is there actually?
Yeah. Watch them.
I hope they don't have
of eye contact.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's for other specific reasons, but they do the same thing. Like they'll sway away.
Is that right?
It's like they're kind of hiding something.
I don't like hearing that.
Yeah. Watch the two, right?
Okay,
I've watched a bunch. Watch them.
Does she press him?
I wouldn't say she presses.
She doesn't press. She presses a lot of people. I don't
feel like there's a couple of things. She's like, hey, people who are all in. It was kind of obvious. She's like, what do you think about people who are YOLOing this AI play? And he's like, I'm not going to mention any names. Obviously,
he hates Altman. You know this,
and that's
right? Everybody hates Altman.
That's what I'm getting at. He's like, he was most likely referring to this individual there.
He did, bro. I saw that part, Joey. I did see that part. I saw that part.
Yeah. It's like he said it without saying it. You know what I mean?
I think that got clipped on TikTok.
It's the lack of like eye contact, like in him swaying and stuff, and it was very similar to watching interviews with Sam Bankman.
Great take, man. Yeah, now you motivated me to watch it. I'm
not saying he's a sketch ball like SPF. I don't know if we can say that about him, but I just said it. But other than that, like he was up to something behind the scenes, right? And sure enough, the man is now sitting in prison. I'm not saying that's going to be the same.
He was trying to get out.
Yeah, of course. Boy, if you're in
but
there,
you
you're
see some of the trades that he would have made money on if he held.
He did, yeah.
Ooh, he must be punching the concrete walls.
Yeah, obviously.
Let's say hello to some of these people who supered, Joey?
Yeah.
Andrew Fischella, he dropping 5 nice one in the chat.
All right,
Thank you. But no, there's no comment attached, man. Oh, here it is. Another. So he dropped 2.
Yeah.
Boys, both of you would love the views here. Views. We are Erewhon. We are at Erewhon. Trust me. Oh, really, eh? Fantastic. We're going to take a picture of that so I remember to look at it later. Thank you to Andrew, man. I hope you have a great time. Shout out to Andrew. There we go. Mark, 9670. Good night from China. Okay. All right, man. Good night. So, 他会睡觉.
Good night.
他会睡觉.
Good night.
Means he will sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where's my man Michael? Michael, did I get that right? 他会睡觉. He will sleep. 他会睡觉. No? Got it?
Yeah.
Hey, I got the nod from Michael. All right. Good look. All right, Joey, we're taking prints here on BlackBerry. Right into the high of the day it goes. 12.15. We're pleased. We're not pleased, though, quite frankly, with the TNMG trade. Now it's starting to put lower highs in. Quite frankly, I'm a little worried here, Joey. What do you got?
Okay, good stuff. I got a small amount to swing TKO, says Lemon's family. I like that one. My boy iGrow fighting, I was saying to him. I haven't seen Ryan O'Day in the chat. Jesse has not been present here today, but we got all of you, and thank you for hitting that like. It's not where we want it to be, but Assassino and Tiffany are very lenient individuals, and they'll allow the stream to continue. Otherwise, they were going to shut it down really quick. But let's head over to TKO, okay? And just take a look at this name. I mean, I was grabbing it in the 185 is when I said I was going to start to allocate a little bit of this. I just think due to the fact that you have the WWE, and I know a lot of people, iGrow and Ryan O'Day, you're gonna and Lemons, or sorry, Hangry Wife. I know you're in the chat, and you guys watched the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Now, there's some things looming around the organization, obviously, but I don't think that's going to change because such a majority of this is held by Dana White and the higher ups. So I continuously and will like this name. You're not going to get any forms of crazy or capital appreciation in it. Like, even though you get 16% off of those lows, it's just a nice steady uptrend. It's, I mean, it's not something I'm going to call a safe haven, but if you zoom out on this, it doesn't look like a bad underlying. And like I said, when in doubt, zoom out. You go down from $9 to where we're currently trading in the span of, I mean, less than a decade. That's some good capital appreciation if you ask me. And the monthly is just showing some complete signs of strength. And that's what we want, right? That's what we're looking for, is those things where you're not going to get absolutely destroyed and think you're going to lose the majority of your investment. I seen a funny meme over the weekend where this guy is just crying. And he's like, just please, God, I don't even want any profit. I just want my deposit back. And that's what individuals here are doing with MSTR and some people who have been buying Bitcoin up in the high 126s or in the 120s, I should say. And then now you're losing 60% of your investment. Like, guys, full disclosure, I'm one of those individuals who, as soon as IBIT came to market, I was buying it. Now, we had some nice moves. I did trim some, which I'm fortunate enough to do, and trim some even more on the way down. But now you're just back to where you were from February of 2024. Okay, and that's what's fearful for me. Like, same thing with Microsoft. I've never been a shareholder of Microsoft, but if you want to go to worst case scenario, you're back to levels of November of 2023. Okay, that's not fun. You want to see steady appreciation, and times for me, I'm not gonna, which is crazy. Some people would be like, "Bro, what are you even talking about?" But time's a ticket, right? And same thing with NVDA, right? Like people have goals that they want to achieve and other things, and that's why when you're investing in the stock market, it's more or less capital that you can afford to lose. You don't want it. You don't want to count on it too much, even though, once again, in doubt, zoom out, and you see some nice steady appreciation, especially in the overall market. But we're right back to levels of October of 2025, all right? So, I mean, we're going to be approximately 3 months away from those levels, and then it's a year of almost doing nothing. Now, you get on these big parabolic moves, I understand that, but are you willing to sit and wait and do that for X amount of time? 8 months of consolidation and then very little appreciation. it's tough. But hey, if you have confidence in the names, then continue to hold. And especially if you're the best in class, the chance of you having some success or greater success does increase, all right? So John Pickett, you tell him, Joey, do you know how fun it is? Fun is TQs. Okay, there's a lot of fun in there. Today, yeah, TQs has been absolutely great, Johnny P. We like it. Pardon me?
New hire.
New, yeah, okay, what is
fun.
that? New fun? Yeah, okay.
No, it just means it's fun.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I got a small, so we went over Lemon Family. Yeah, guys, so if there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, put it in the chat. We got Peiko in the chat again.
Get him, Joey.
Ooh, boy, socks out. He does the same emojis every time. Dollar money storm. We'll hit this for our boy Peiko. Where is the money storm? Haven't hit that in a while. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday. It was a Monday. It was an absolute beautiful weekend in the city of Toronto and on the East Coast. So I hope everybody.
You got some color, my guy.
Yeah, brother. I was standing in Stacked Market. Did I tell you? Did you hear me say it this morning that Big Sean showed up? Yeah. To Stacked Market yesterday.
Where is Stacked Market? I don't even know.
Dude, right at, I swear you were there not too long ago, right at Bathurst and Front Street.
Oh, is it the one with
the
those
sea cans?
Yeah, so they've got the big what's it called? Shipping containers.
Yeah.
I know about that.
Right?
My bad.
That's Stacked Market.
Yeah. Okay. Good call.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. There we go. We got a couple super chats. I can't wait to get to the next one.
Why are you like that, bro? Why are you like this?
It's your baby. Well, where would you buy the dip for IBIT to hold 6 months to a year? I mean, I think you're in that area right now where you slowly start to grab some. We often talk about don't buy everything at once.
Don't buy.
You grab a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, and a little bit there, okay? So you're down 60%. I don't know how much more you're going to ask, right? Now, Sharif, everyone likes Big Teddy. I don't know what that means, but oh, this is a different individual with a new profile picture, which we will pull up here, but let's read the super chat. Sharif, you look like my pool guy. I watch him from window when he cleans. He doesn't even know. Have a good day, cutie. That's insane.
Bro, that's some predatory stuff.
Yeah, that is scary stuff.
That's like predatory, my guy.
And if you look half of what your picture looks like, I would be fearful of my life.
I gotta tell you, Joey, the more and more I look at that picture, the more I'm starting to think,
this is a whole new one. I don't know if you've seen this one.
It would be a good match between them and I. You know what I mean? Like,
you think it would be a good
click, right? I'll show you how to do it. I'll show you how to do it live.
Okay.
Right click, open image in new tab.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're doing it.
Ooh.
Man. I would be fearful. But remember, don't forget, I had, who was it? Big Tammy from Bama?
Tammy.
From Bama? Remember Big Tammy from Bama? That was That was my my big fan there. Big Tammy.
Save us, Sia. What are the small caps doing right now? Tell us, please.
I might actually. No worries, I got you. I might actually with that last ticker over here. Let's talk about the three individual tickers, but IWM currently down almost to 8% on the day. So first one I have for you is SLS, the SELLAS Life Sciences Group. That's ticker SLS, jumping nearly 13% at the end of last week. It's held on to that momentum. It's currently up almost 14% on the day after the biopharmaceutical company, it's what that is, has disclosed updates to the severance agreements for its top 3 executives, which has sparked a renewed speculation of a buyout. We have TNMG is up 113% on the day, driven all by sheer volume and speculative energy. There's no fundamental shifts here, but something to note of. And finally, we have UPC, Universe Pharmaceuticals, has agreed to acquire Best Praise International Limited, an all-stock deal valued at $10.8 million. It's up 288% almost on the day. So Universe will be paying for the acquisition with about 4.8 million shares of its common stock, and this deal expected to close in the third quarter. Sending it back to you.
Juan, is that you? Is that you in the chat? Get the production team to give you a manager's account, Juan, because your name should be coming up blue, brother. You're part of the team now, man. That's great.
Man. Well, apparently he's in the wedding party.
Eddie's dunking on me, and I'm trying to help him out over here, but he's dunking on me in the chat. I love Juan. Juan's great, man.
He's a good guy.
You can never turn on.
I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was so.
He's like family now.
Yeah. Oh.
He likes the gun.
Just like that, eh?
Yeah, of course, bro. It's the Arsenal Brotherhood, man. Are you kidding me?
All right, man.
Man, it's been a minute.
Are you ready for this, though, Sharif?
Yes, I am.
All right. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan. With VinFast VF6 vehicles together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS.
Yes, VFS. Shout out to them. Shout out to my man Miami Dragon as well. Chris Arthur, TNMG. It's curling. I just took profits. I did add into that 103 area. Look, man, you know, TNMG, I knew what I was getting into. I said that very clearly to start. When it makes an area high, it is almost destined to turn back in and, you know, drop. My only concern was it had to hold higher lows. If it didn't hold higher lows, then my theory was absolute trash, right? Because this one is showing you its propensity to do just that. Area high, retrace, area high, retrace. Not every kind of price action looks like an upward channel. You know, I don't want to say this is atypical price action, but it is uniquely characteristic to TNMG because you keep seeing it over and over again. So I don't think we're out of the woods at all, quite frankly, but we're going to see how this cookie crumbles. AIIO is coming in, and it's time for me to end my trade here. We're going to take the last couple of shares there for 1 or 2 pennies profit, nothing to write home about, but a very good trade on AIIO. SDOT, my number 1, AIIO number 2, and so far, BlackBerry is number 3. But I've got high hopes. I got high hopes for BlackBerry. I don't know what I did with my screen there. Sorry, guys, 1 second. Just allow me to fix this. There we go. So let's go to the BlackBerry chart. Where is it at? Last one. There we go. So I did take profits all the way top, but it came back and it lost the 10 EMA for a second, held 12, and here we are back into 12 high single digits. So watching that, there goes TNMG into 13, 14, taking profits, resting orders now. Big position on TNMG, right? Because we had it 3 times, looking for the bigger move. And this is what it's done. Let's go. We're going to have resistance at 15, guys. I want to bring your attention to that because the 5-minute chart shows no closing prints above 15, at least during regular trading hours. You got one, and that was at 8:15. That was it. That was as good as it got. So we're probably going to have a little tug of war here between buyers and sellers into $1.15. Let's see if we can get above that official area high of $1.21. We'll have to pack the patience and see what we get on that one. But I've got high hopes. Chris Arthur, Sharif, I used a 3-minute chart, not the greatest for small caps, and it helps VWAP. I'm in at 96.32. You got a substantially better price than me. I have 108s, so I'm barely in the money on this one and, you know, on the verge here. So keep your eye out on that. But I like your entry here. Look, I stop out below 90. And the reason I stop out below 90 is take a look over here. I got in originally over here, right? So my area low is 90 pennies. So I'm going to continue to defend 90 pennies, especially if this can kind of test that high a day at around 120. Get it, Jack of Art. Chuck of all trades. Finally, a strong move on TNMG. I took off half. Okay, brother. Travman also saying 80s for me, brother. Love it, Travman. You obviously had the right idea there. Just before we send it to Sia with news, but I wanted to mention one that, to Adira, pardon me. Thank you, Assassino. I wanted to mention KUST. So this one's had a lot of price action, and it looks very similar to TNMG in the sense that when it makes an area high, it almost immediately retraces once, twice. OBE is the one thrice, coming into that 10 EMA at a buck, say, give or take 127, 126, 145 high. I would be watching out here for a possible move into 150 and even more on KUST. We'll pack the patience. We'll see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. I hope he's having a great time. And we're sending it to Adair.
Just a couple housekeeping notes here. For one, keep an eye on USO. This is just continuing to kind of, stop to the upside. Iranian state media reporting that according to the embassy. Preparations for the talks with the U.S. in Doha, Qatar have not yet started. We know the U.S. is already reportedly preparing to send a delegation that'll start with the envoys here, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, coming up. They're, I guess, leaving today for early talks tomorrow. There's supposed to be more talks on Wednesday. But either way, even though the U.S. is prepped, reportedly Iran has not begun those preparations yet. Now, the other thing I want to mention is we had Juan mention it during our Euro Close segment, so I want to shout him out for that. But we did just get this recirculating now. Axios reporting that Fed Chair Kevin Warsh is, in fact, going to be appearing at this ECB forum in Sintra, Portugal on Wednesday. I checked the schedule. Looks like he'll be at 9 a.m. Eastern, so before the bell with us. Stay tuned. That'll be Wednesday, July 1st. Back to you.
Yes. So I'm going to do a half day on the first. So it's you and Obi on the midday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Cool.
And then we all have Friday off, which is pretty cool. They're the 3rd.
Man.
So shout out to my man Ob. He is the one to know.
So when does Egypt play? What day?
The 3rd, which is a Friday.
The Friday.
Yeah.
And
then Canada plays on the 4th. I was actually gonna look for like an outdoor pool party kind of thing in the Fort Worth, Dallas thing for the 4th of July, but I'm not gonna do that anymore because I'm gonna drive down to Houston. I'm thinking, here's the deal: the game's at 1. So guys, all right, all my Texans there that live in Dallas, Houston area. If I leave, say Dallas at like 7:30, 7 in the morning. Is that a reasonable amount? Because I heard it's about 3.5 hours between Houston and Dallas. Like, that's what Google Maps was saying. Is that going to be good, though? Is that going to be good enough on the 4th of July? Or do I have to worry about traffic in that kind of particular area? So
I would definitely consider
12-ish for you, be there. Shout out to Ozan. Eddie says, no, that's not good enough. You'll be there around 11 a.m., says Wrath Knight. Okay. You would be good, says Double Dip. Traffic blows in Houston, says Terrible Trades. Yeah, people are saying 5 hours on the 4th. You're crazy, says Long Brady. What am I going to do, brother? I'm going to fly over there? Like,
why?
Dude,
it's probably cheap.
Do you know how much I'm paying for the ticket from here to Dallas, man? They're not cheap. They're not cheap.
No, I bet you they're not.
Yeah. So I'm trying to save a couple of bucks, Joey.
I hear you, but also time is apparently money in this point. What are you gonna do? You're gonna have to rent a car.
Yeah, I didn't mind that.
Did you look into?
I didn't rent a car for the entire stay because the hotel I'm staying at is like $50 a night parking, U.S.
Is it? Just take Judy's Rari. Yeah, you'll make it.
I like this, man. Yeah. I'm not going to hate on this. I like it a lot.
Yeah, about 3.5 hours, Sharif. I think you're going to have to take. I'm
going to go early, Joey. The game's at 1. I'll probably leave like 6:37.
I tried finding where I stayed in Dallas, but I'm
staying in Fort Worth.
Yeah, you're staying in Fort Worth.
Yeah. I was on Claude. Claude's like, stay at Fort Worth.
Is it closer to the stadium for you?
So Arlington is literally in the middle of Dallas and Fort Worth. So either way,
closer leaning to Fort Worth for sure. So
the stadium looks to be kind of both ways. Like look at Arlington, literally in the middle.
Yeah, it's right there.
Like,
yeah.
So
that's pretty cool.
Claude was like, no, stay in Fort Worth. It's nicer if you want restaurants and like bars and stuff that are all walking distance. You told me that too.
Yeah. Downtown Dallas is a little bit different.
Pumped for this, man.
All right, man.
First time in Texas, baby.
Yeah, you're gonna like Texas a lot. You're gonna like Texas a lot. It's just everything's bigger there. Fort Worth. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna read what MPD said or what someone getting messages deleted and stuff. Ed Bob.
Mike, what's happening over there, brother? We can't do that kind of stuff out here, Mike. You know what's going on.
Oh yeah, that's the 3rd time he's put that in the chat. And
Fort Worth is right, my man. Ozan.
3 super chats. No, other than that, guys, I mean, it's not been bad whatsoever. We're still holding to this last little bit. I could mock it and just hold it until the end of the day. I would like to find an ad opportunity. Now, my wishes fall within this specific name itself is I want to see it up a little bit more today. It's just fluctuating. It's not doing anything substantial or anything crazy, even though it did find somewhat of a recovery. We're on the longer time frame, the monthly displaying like, hey, just when in doubt, zoom out a little bit here on this bad boy. But we'll head over to the 5-minute time frame. It just can't find its way, and just these rebounds that it gets eventually get sold off. So what the game plan could be for an additional entry here and on NVDA via NVDL is we have that nice indecision print at the lows with the volume supporting it. That's the thing in absolute beauty. If I seen this, Gorev, I would have taken this trade. I haven't seen you in the chat. Hopefully you're having a good one. But that's a nice little pop there. Similar prints on AMD. Now what we want to see is a higher low being established with something along those lines. Now you add a little bit more shares, especially when you have two things correlating, and that's going to be the indecision print and the volume outstanding. Okay, so that's really important to know when you are using VPA as your strategy. So now we'll have to be patient and wait for a reload opportunity. I've only taken 3 trades here today. We're still sitting in the TQQs. This is going to be my second one. We'll go back to our NVDL trade, what we had bright and early this morning. We are fortunate enough to get that nice uptick here. Then it gives back the whole move and then some. Now finding somewhat of a base, but still starting to curl over, which I don't like whatsoever as short sellers are starting to step in. And Jose and I we were having a conversation on Friday, just the fact that we're just in my opinion, with the overall market, I feel like we're sitting in no man's land. Right? We'll head over to the daily. Is that you fail to establish, I mean, here's the SPY. And it's funny, as I was doing TA last night, completely different prints on the SPY compared to what we have on the NASDAQ. But where we are is we're just in this consolidation, right? And I think we constructed an iron condor not too long ago for us to stay within a specific range on the NASDAQ. And we have, just using our key pivots. So we had our condor was based off of this level here and around 700, and it's held up. So you would have been able to collect the full amount of premium on that specific strategy constructed via options, to the tune where like, hey, we just have a lot of inside days and maybe some sideways consolidation before we break a little bit lower, absorb some more liquidity. People sell whatever profit they had unrealized. They realize that stuff, sells off a little bit, and then hopefully we can continue on our merry way leading into earnings season. Right? Like, when do the banks start reporting? I'm sure it's pretty soon. I'm going to pull it up here before I send it back to you, Sharif.
Oh, you're good, Joey.
What we can find here. But what a sentiment shift here, guys. Like, at one point, like, here's our fear and greed index. Like, we're sitting in fear. We were sitting in an extreme greed not too long ago. Okay,
crazy.
So just remember, just like a complete switch,
straight up.
Right? So let's head over to the calendar and see what we got going on from earnings standpoint, and when these big boys are really going to start to report, and we're going to roll right back into the season. So I don't know if it's anytime soon. No, Nike's. I don't know if that. Okay, Thursday we got Nike and Take-Two coming up here. There it is. I think it's going to start next week, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's not going to display.
They start on like the 14th of.
The 14th?
I think usually start about the 13th or 14th of the months where they start. So January, April, July, and then October.
So, I mean, a couple weeks away, right? JP Morgan, Tuesday morning, bright and early, like they typically do, one of the first banks to report. JP Morgan coming to you on July 14th. Now let's send it back to Sia.
Thank you so much for that. The SPY currently up 1.3% on the day. Let's take a look at our sectors for today. So in electric tech, we have NVIDIA trading flat at the moment. Apple sliding into the red, down 1.14%. AVGO down 1.4%. MU was down significantly in the earlier trading session. It's hoping to reverse its losses. It's still down almost 2% on the day. We have Cisco, AMD, GE doing relatively well. Tech services, we have Google up 4.29%. Google, as we do know, it also has put limits on Meta's use of AI, Gemini AI models, but Meta is comparatively also up 2.5%. And then Google, also Alphabet, made the Dow today, so it lifted that index up by 0.4%, as I mentioned earlier in the day. In finance, we have BRKB sliding a little bit, down 0.52% on the day. JPM, Visa, MasterCard, BAC, on the other hand, are a bit in the green, with MasterCard leading those names, up 2.3% on the day. In retail, we have Amazon up 3.17%. So Amazon has hit Prime Day sales of $26.4 billion. That's also something that might be causing the rally over there. We also have Walmart, Costco down on the day. Walmart leading by down 1%. Producer manufacturing, we have AMET, that's applied materials, up almost 12% on the day. So two analyst commentaries, it's maintained at overweight by KeyBank and maintained at overweight by Cantor Fitzgerald. So LRCX with that up almost 9%. CAT also up to almost 3% on the day. In consumer durables, we have Tesla up almost 7% on the day. Elon Musk announcing that he started testing for Grok 4.5, GROK, Grok, not Q. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, also the NHTSA, has closed its long-running investigation into Tesla after concluding that a prior recall has addressed concerns over increased steering efforts. So that's another thing to note as well. Health tech, we had Lilly and J&J a bit of a flat sentiment earlier in the day. Currently, they're making, reversing that. They're up a little bit. Lilly up close to 0.6% on the day. J&J up close to 8% on the day. Consumer services, we have McDonald's down by a close to 1.5%. Energy minerals, oil is on the rise again with that XOM trading flat, and CVX down almost 8%. We have process industries, a bit of a mixed sentiment, leading with red. Industrial services as well. Communication severely in the red. We had Verizon deepening its losses from earlier in the day. It's down almost 7% right now. It has projected second quarter losses between $700 million to $800 million. With that, it is down almost, like I said, 7% on the day. Consumer non-durables, transportation, communication, health services are all of a bit of a mixed sentiment in transportation. However, we do have UNP that's leading the pack, up 1.53%, and CHRW also up 2%. That's all for your sector. Sending it back.
Rate them somewhere.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, think about it. Thank you very much for that, Sia. Okay. Let's get to these super chats.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Judy, with $4.99. Yes, come to Dallas. Take the Rory. This next part, though, it just gets me. We can consolidate down here. What does that mean? I'm not consolidating with anybody.
What do you think it means?
I'm better than I look. When in doubt, zoom out. Let's spend the money, man.
That's madness.
That's so good. When in doubt, zoom out.
That's complete
I appreciate you. Let's get to the next one. Joey, this one's for you.
Is it?
Bobby Thompson, 39.46. He's dropping 5 nice ones.
Yes, sir.
What would your charting methods, what would be your charting methods, if you were trading triple Q options with 0.5 day expiration dates? What technicals would you use? Which time frames? I think that's a pretty astute question.
It is it's a very good question, but you got to understand, guys, I very rarely trade 0 DTE. If it's options, it's swing trading or collecting premium. DTE, full disclosure, okay? Can we keep that super chat up there for a moment, Assassino? I appreciate that very much.
Get it, Assassino.
Do not. Now, what you have to take into factor is options are derived from the underlying, right? So you're not going to change your trading style or your methodology, right? What you're going to do is you're going to use your options contract to leverage your system. That's what it's meant for. So I wouldn't change anything from a trading aspect if I'm trading outright shares or if I'm trading options. But now if we're talking about 0 DTE, you got to understand the closer we get to expiration, your Greeks are almost amplified, okay? So when you get these moves, like today, where you bounce off of the low and you happen to just pick the low where I was, and you use that specific contract, so it's going to be tough for me to figure this out. But what we'll do, actually, no, it's not actually at all. So hold on, bear with me here a moment, ladies and gentlemen. What we're going to do is we're going to actually pull up the Qs, and we're going to head over to the lows of today's session. Okay. And then we're going to grab that contract, and then we're going to look at an appreciation standpoint from the options contract. Okay. So the low of the day is going to be around 706 on the NASDAQ. Let's head over to our 706 strike price. Now we can head over to the 5-minute time frame, and we're going to be able to tell from an appreciation standpoint. Now, this is where leveraging your system, and this is what I mean. So if you were going to go the contract route, this was going to cost you right at the low of the day where I entered. It's going to cost you $4. $4 in options term, $400. All the way to where we are now to $14 is a 250% return. Now you're going to use the underlying assets technicals itself and amplify your system. By using this contract, you can see the difference in the appreciation, but the technicals should remain the same, okay? You're gonna get out at the crack of the low of the day, so you're gonna lose $40, but this is where you really amplify your gains. So I'm in off the lows, $71 on the TQQs, and still holding. So instead of me getting from the bottom to where we're currently trading a couple percentage points, the difference is that you now have the rights to 100 shares, but you have a 250% return. I wouldn't be changing the strategy from options trading to like common stock. Okay, it's just different. I mean, it's not different. You're just using a different vehicle in that specific strategy, if that makes sense.
All right, Joey. We got into KUST, failed break of the half dollar right now. We got a couple of beak wetters there at 48s. There's a big seller at $1.48 on KUST. If it loses trend here, I'm going to get out. I've got 45s back into 46. I need a breach of the half dollar here. So it's got to clear 50 pennies to kind of keep that bullish outlook. 47. I want to see at least 49 show up on the ask side of the level 2 because we haven't seen that quite yet. 148, high of day. No continuation, though, on KUST. BlackBerry continues to do quite well here into 12.21. There's 19s again. I'm just going to wet the beak here super quick to take some profits there. But I'm really keeping an eye here on KUST. I'd like a breach of the half dollar. I've set up some profit takers right at, or liquidity testers, I should call them, at the half dollar to see if we do get the cross. And the reason I put it at the half dollar, and that's something I've been doing a lot more lately, is because I want to see what kind of resistance we get, right, at the half dollar. Oftentimes you see a lot of churn, and you'll see it on the level 2 on the ask side, but nothing's printing on the time and sales at the half dollar. So that's exactly why I'm doing that. We'll keep a close eye on that one as well. 47s again showing up. I'd love to see a 49 print here, at least so we know perhaps that 48 seller that's been keeping us down is out of the way. 48 showing up. Nothing coming out of this one at 49. Look at that 48 seller. Oh, he might be in trouble here. Let's see. The size on the gateway is getting taken out, but you could tell it's a hidden seller. A big hidden seller. 48s again showing up. No continuation at all here, Joey, on KUST through the half dollar. A very, very convicted 48 penny short seller and or profit taker taking profits here on KUST, up 55%. Nothing to write about as we still struggle to clear that half dollar. But I want to mention some other names that I've said very little about in the world of small cap gappers. Top middle right of your screen, D, G, NX, above and special. Into 139 it goes. It's been quite good structurally. Volume is a little sporadic, coming in, randomly here and there. Also, I want to mention SATL, looking pretty good, but also with a topping tail candle, and now you're getting some lower highs. So I'd be very much on the lookout here of a reversal for SATL, but it was a good move up. If it holds a 10 EMA, starts taking out prior bar highs, I think you might have something on this one, but pack your patience. Continuing to watch KUST, and I'm continuing to watch that seller at 48. Keep everybody, or keep the longs, I should say, below the requisite level. And do I have anything new here on BlackBerry? We'll wet the beak here at the high of the day on the buried one and hope that that one continues to mosey on up. So, Joey, KUST, man, we can't shake this seller. Look at this, Joe. Look at the amount of size here. There's barely anything posted on the gateway, right? Yeah. So you just know he's a hidden monster, right? And what I'm talking about, if you're a newer trader, I say hidden seller, iceberg. I use all these sort of terms that you may not be familiar with. That's basically a seller who has purposefully hid their position from being seen on the level 2. Now, you'll always be able to see their hand on the time and sales because you can't hide from that, right? But it gives you an incomplete picture about what is waiting for you at that level in terms of sell on the gateway. So, for example, EXP, EDGX, ARB, ARCX, MEMEX, NYB, NYSE, BATS, all these are different gateways, and you can post sell and buy orders on those gateways. And so you can kind of make an educated guess as to how much resistance there is by calculating the cumulative total of those sell orders on the gateways. The problem is you can't count what you can't see, and that's where the iceberg order and or hidden seller comes into play here, right? There goes BlackBerry, Joseph frickin' Options into the high of the day. We're going to wet the beak here on the BlackBerry at 28. Very pleased with this one. Steady state, higher highs, higher lows here on BlackBerry. And above in DGNX is making a move, and it looks very interested in taking on that $1.39. This one could be a big boy mover into the 150 area sooner rather than later. My man Ozan lost me. Too many calculations for hitting. You know what I'm talking about, Ozan. I don't need to explain that to you. I already know you know. But we always have newer traders, newer viewers, and we're using these terms sometimes that they may not be too familiar with. So sometimes we just take the opportunity, Joey, to kind of talk a little bit about that. And while I talk about that, C is going to talk about this.
All right.
Thank you. Let's start by taking a look at how the Indian rupee is doing. So some Indian banks could potentially see a stronger interest margin in the July to September period quarter. Central banks are measures boost rupee liquidity and reduce the cost of borrowing for funds that mature within a year. We also have the pound set for its largest. Let me pull up the chart really quick for you. Give me 1 second. We have the pound as well here. Set for its largest monthly drop that we have since March, has edged up today a little bit, as we do know what Andy Burnham, who is Britain's likely next prime minister, has laid out his plans for the economy in his speech today. The dollar also, let's take a look what's going on over there. Sorry, a second. Dollar over here hovering around the 101.11 mark at the moment. It's a little bit weak, continuing to slide, currently down on the day by almost 0.25%.
What is happening in this place, bro?
It's pretty managed, man. You gotta.
Let me talk about Jin Wei. Let me see my man Jin Wei over here, because my man Jin Wei.
He's been waiting.
He's hot fire, man. Shout out to my man, Jin Wei. So morning, Sharif, Joe. What do you guys think about light? We're talking, of course, about Lumentum. This is one of my calls that we gave you guys. I believe now we're going on 6 months on this bad boy here. Now it's displeased me as of late. It's very looking NVIDIA-like here. I don't know how you feel about this.
Yeah.
See that NVIDIA kind of top-end consolidation?
Zoom in a little bit on that for me.
Zoom in?
Yeah, on this current, yeah.
Yeah, that's the little consolidation we've been in. But this is an optics name, right?
Good.
We were talking about this one in the fall, Joey, in the wherever it was anyway. And now, the reason I don't like it, look at this. Now, you had respect for the 50, right?
Yeah, no,
now the 50 is cutting through the middle of the price action.
Yeah.
And you're also getting lower highs. Jin, I'm talking about this one from a technical sense. I happen to like the company. I happen to be holding the company, and I'm going to continue to hold the company. I'm just saying locally here, the chart doesn't look awfully bullish. You get that $1,000, almost $1,100 touch. That was back on the 12th of May. Since that all-time high, Jin, it has been lower highs and, sadly, lower lows. And that's the problem. Now, we are defending that prior area of resistance. I'm talking about that let's say 750 to 800. Rejection. And then you finally get the clearing on the 7th of April on a closing basis. So I'm looking here for 750 to 800 to hold. The question is, do I sell this one if it loses that level? That is something that I don't think that I agree with you that the technicals would say, but I haven't personally made that decision quite yet, is what I'm trying to get at there. But
that's fair.
It's a name that I'm very happy with. It's a space that I think continues to expand. Joey, whether this company continues to be the leader in it, that's a different story, but I'm definitely loving the optics, photonics as well. Mm-hmm. It's a big space. Lumentum, the
Cornings of the world as well.
The Cornings of the world, no question about that. A name I'd love to have that I don't have. So, we can always add into these positions.
Absolutely, man. And the markets, hey, there's a couple of names you might be able to get at a discount right now as well. Okay? We got a lot of stuff. All right. Everyone likes Big Teddy. Back off, Judy. No one wants your entry-level Rari.
Who is Big Judy?
Yeah, your other friend there. This is crazy. It's definitely the same.
Everyone
it's the same person.
For 100%.
Just going back.
Got a lot of money,
the
man.
amount of time. It's crazy. All right, let's talk some financial markets.
I appreciate
you
guys, man.
It's a lot of fun stuff. We'll hit we'll hit this for you. I feel like I haven't hit it very many times here today. And then what other one do you want me to hit here, Sharif? I just feel like because I don't have a stream deck over there and none of my other things, so we'll hit this one right now. All right, Alan. Let's see. I bought a 0 DTE contract on 400 on a 400 put Tesla. I'm trailing it at the moment, but it seems hard for these orders to capture a big move. I'm not too sure what you mean by that. You bought a put on Tesla, but the stock's up 6%, and a 0 DTE. Did you write it? I'm kind of confused on what you have going on there. Some more clarity would be good. But and I'll come back to you, obviously, because then we'll talk what you got going on with that specific contract. And yes, we will take a look at MRAM. You have been asking very, very nicely throughout the whole day. So with that being said, we'll take a look at it right now. MRAM. Are you familiar with MRAM? No.
Yeah, I know about the missile MRAM. You know about the missile MRAM?
No.
Advanced medium range something. It's fired off a fighter jet.
Okay.
MRAM missiles.
Okay.
As opposed to
the stock itself.
The Sidewinder missile, which is for short range, and it's heat-seeking. The AMRAM is radar-based.
Oh, okay.
Did I get that right, chat?
Yeah, the chat will know real.
No, I'll get audited in a second here.
That's all right. Yeah. 60% to the downside. I mean, you do have this breakout. Now, what I would look for here potentially is just the open on the backside of this trend, and then volumes start to uptick. What you do have going in your favor is this strong breakout to the tune of where you go over 100%, almost 200%, 189% to be exact, after the break of this key pivot level. Okay, so what I would do waiting to engage on this specific stock is for you to break this channel down, form a base, and then you can hopefully start to find some form of a recovery. Again, you're going to need more than 100% return in order for you to just get back to that previous pivot high. With that being said, you can see that we've been consolidating around these highs. I could take this TQQ's position right off of the table, and I wouldn't be worried about it. But if we're gonna continuously grind higher and higher on today's session, then why not hold on to it for as long as I potentially can? Now I want to head over to the 5-minute time frame here on NVDA to see if we got those indecision prints that we were looking for. Not so far. Now, what I'm thinking is that this is just somewhat of a breath. Even though the trend line is slowly starting to be breached, this price action and volume by time profile is too weak for my liking to take along. Now, I would want it to break the trend line, 5-minute candle sitting on the back side of things, and then on top of the volume weighted average price in NVDA. Now, Google's still up 4.2% here, putting an indecision print, a nice steady channel to the top side with a high of around 352.77, and now you're starting to head back to that area. But Tesla, a name that I feel like we should be talking about a little bit more, but we're not, up 6% here today. That's a pretty big move here in TSLA. I like the way it's looking. Now, same narrative. You head over to the daily, you have a strong engulfing print on the backside of a down channel. Where did we see this before? Oh, good thing we don't even need to switch names because it happened previously. Now we're holding up trend. You're establishing higher lows is what you want to see. Holding off there, this is going to be a key pivot level around $450. I think we might be able to climb up into 410. Before we send it back to you, Sharif, what is the option chain telling us in the next couple of days? Is there any outstanding size? Is there large amounts of open interest higher in the strike price, higher in the strike prices here that say no? We have a lot of options, right? There's a high amount of supply, and we don't feel that that's going to be absorbed. I'm not seeing that right now in Tesla.
What's going on? Sharif tells Joe to unbutton his collar before trades. Why would I do that?
Who said that?
What was going on over there, man?
Ed Bob?
Yeah, he's funny. Get it, Ed Bob. Mike PD right up. 11-2, my favorite part of the day. We love you, Mike, man. Get it. Mike PD right up. He's always in the chat. We love him. Always great commentary and a great vibe. Shout out to my man, Mike PD Ryder. Here they are, Joey.
What's up?
This is what I was talking about over here. So the AIM-9 Sidewinder, that'll cost you $472,000 a pop.
Okay.
But I'm old, as you know.
Yeah.
And this is the one that I thought was the most advanced, the AMRAM.
Okay.
But there's a new one, Joey.
Yeah.
The Arglum R.
Okay.
Right? That'll cost you 6.2 per pop. Do you see the insanity of these prices?
Yeah.
Just an example. We're talking about drone warfare a lot, right? We see what Ukraine right now is doing to Russian refineries. We know about that. Well reported. We've seen the drone strikes in the Middle East. So drone warfare front and center, right? So they were talking about cost per kill, Joey. They were saying to shoot.
It's not cheap, man.
It's not. So great point, which gets me to my next point. So the cost per kill for some of these drones, we're talking about $1 million and change to fire one of these land-based surface-to-air missiles to take down a drone.
Oh, a drone. Yeah.
And they miss. They miss a lot. These new laser-based systems, AV specifically, I'm talking about. Shout out to my man Neil, and they'll be in focus soon. You know, they have this new laser-based system, $10, if you believe the reports, per kill.
That's what you want.
That's a fundamental difference there. It's a high-intensity lasers, this, that, and the other. We'll find out more about that. But Adara right now has news.
Keep an eye on USO, guys. Some headlines here coming out of Iran, but not involving the U.S., involving France this time around, though it still does potentially involve the conflict. Comments here coming from Iran's deputy foreign minister, responding to comments from French President Emmanuel Macron, speaking on the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this Iranian deputy foreign minister saying, quote, demining is carried out solely by Iran, according to the Islamabad MOU. So this is referring to the removal of mines that are reportedly in the Strait of Hormuz from Iran. We know this is a concern for the U.S. as well. The Iran deputy foreign minister goes on to say, quote, the situation is sensitive and complex. We strongly advise France not to complicate it further with its provocations. So keep an eye on USO. We did get a little bit of a pullback there, at least briefly, but already recovering from that. We're still hanging out near intraday highs on USO.
AV does report after the bell on the 29th. So that's today. AV, Aero Environment, $7.2 billion market cap. Its price action has seen better days. You know, these are ones where I think we may be looking back at these ones in a few years' time and saying, what an idiot I was. I should have been buying it at $140. Now, let me tell you, I don't have anything drone related, but I wouldn't mind picking some up here. This one has been creamed, guys. The double top through 400. Joey, you ready for another test?
Yeah.
Top of AV.
Yeah.
To current price action. Give me percentage down.
How percentage down?
Percentage down, Joey, off all-time highs.
I'm gonna say 72%.
70, dude, you're
Am I on
pretty
today?
Yeah, you are 65. Right. So you're not far off on that one.
Okay.
But this one will be an interesting one. There, Adara put her earnings preview in the chat on X. Guys, click that link, get some of the information that she works hard on, and it's often very, very good information to kind of help you understand where we're coming from, especially when it comes to revenue generation, income, stuff like that. Gives you the trends. So make sure to check that out. Joey, what are you looking at?
I do Minnesota Trader, that's for sure, brother. I do have a ticket. I didn't check it for 40 sheets, my boy. Hopefully that Lotto Max hits for everyone here. Now, I mean, here it is on the TQQs, guys. We're up 6% on the day. I'm just holding on to my last measly 2%. It's nothing to write home about. So, enhancing something for predicting. I wish Milton Muse. It's been a pretty good one, right? It's a nice recovery, but I'm gonna stay within the camp that I have been talking about for the past couple of days and weeks. It's funny to see, like, you have Micron and with the market, you remain forward looking. Right, like just an absolute insane report to the tune of you having $100 billion in RPOs. You're talking about the bottleneck lasting until mid-2027. Now you sell off a little bit, but what there is that you're holding up. All right, you're not absolutely breaking down. You're not capitulating. You're not like the sky is falling to the point where you're hitting bear market territory. You're down 11% off of the highs. But if you can see the trend, it's still there. Now, what I was about to head over towards was the NASDAQ, how the narrative, I wouldn't say is too much different, but it's slightly different, okay? This is really important, the fact that we failed to put in a new high on this previous push. Now, today's session is pretty good, but what we do have is a range between 700 and $730, where if we don't break this to the top side and just chop around within that $30 range, the longer it takes to break, in my opinion, the more likely there is for us to break through this $700 level, which we're now starting to form a shelf. And where have we seen these shelves formed before? well, look at this. And then I was like, hey, watch out, Head and Shoulders shelf here on NVDA at that $200 marker. And then sure enough, you print in a low of $190, okay? So let's see if buyers clearly stepped in a little bit here, but nothing from a strength standpoint. Katina Man back in the building, back from the gym, so it's good seeing him. But what we do have is completely different prints on the SPY. Now, Gorev, Los Polios, and all of my other volume price analysis traders, if we break this 716, I would bet my bottom dollar that we're going to see some more downside. But what we do have right now is a break of the higher end of things. Now, what do we have is more of a balance in the S&P 500, Sharif, compared to the NASDAQ, where we're really tech weighted. We have the banks and we have the healthcare names that are going on some pretty nice moves. Like we can head over to the XLV and see what we've got going on here. Oh, well, Katina Man was mentioning it this morning. XLV, Sharif, all-time highs today, right? Like here's the ETF. Not too bad, right? Strong Friday session, now running into all-time highs. And then the XLF, we have the Goldman Sachs. We like to call it Goldman Sachs. The Morgan Stanleys.
Oh, I like that one though, Katina Man. That fruit salad, I remember that, man. Those were
the
good
Morgan
times.
Stanleys and the JPMs of the world, not too far off of all-time highs. XLF lagging a little bit here, but you have those second and third heaviest weighted sectors in the S&P holding it up a little bit better than what we have in the NASDAQ, and we're only down 5% off.
It's only down 5%. Joey,
yes, sir.
There goes DGNX. Get it, Bovin. I know you're in this, and here comes the $0.50 on DGNX. 146, it's all gas, it's no brakes. The volume is sporadic, but that has not prevented the price action from continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. Look at him, boom, right in the chat as soon as DGNX breaks out. Get it, Bovin. AIIO as well on its horse and through 6 into 610, showing 605. Now, guys, two things. I don't think you get a strict hold of 6, at least not yet. 610, not decisive enough of a clearance of that whole dollar level to say, we're going to use it as support now. And then I would say, look for 590. 590 was an area of resistance at least a couple times here on the 5-minute chart. I would say be looking out for a possible support area there. I'm continuing to hold the blackest of the berries, and they're up now into 1232. We got 01s.5 on this one. We're going to continue to look for more. Quite frankly, I'm looking for the $0.50 here on BB. Shout out to my man, Mike P. D-Rider, Captain Sharif, and Big Joe. Get it, Mike.
What's up, buddy?
He's on one today, like in a good way, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to my man, Mike P. D-Rider. Yeah, he's always typically in a very good mood.
Yeah.
But today he's in an extra good mood.
Yeah, Mike P., tell us how long you and your family been in the
I'm in a mood, he said.
Yeah. Tell us how long you and your family have been in the Carolinas, my boy.
Yeah, man, I told you. Remember? We talked about this one.
What's that?
North Carolina, my last
your last
through.
Yeah, your
we were
last,
running from Hurricane Bertha, Joey.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, remember Big Tammy? A Big Bertha. Whatever her name
is. Hurricane, it was like the mildest of the hurricanes. Hurricane Bertha. Look at this one, Joey. 1996. This is the one here. This was like as light as it got, man. It was an intense, really? What category was this, Joey? 90s, the second name storm. Does it show you, can you category 1? Over the next few days, it continued to intensify, occurred, and Bertha became a category 1 hurricane. Category 1 is the lowest or the highest?
It's the lowest.
Lowest, right? Yeah. Category 5. Cat 5 is the big one.
Yeah, it's like a rainstorm.
Yeah. And the funny part was, as we were escaping Myrtle Beach, we got hit by a different tropical storm that had nothing to do with Hurricane Bertha.
Just chaos.
It was chaos everywhere,
How old
bro.
was young Sharif at that time? 14?
96, I was 14, man. I just finished grade 8. We graduated 8th grade, sorry for my American friends. First year going into high school. We don't say sophomore, or we don't say freshman, we say grade 9, right? But same potato. But it was a great year, man. And that was one of my favorite, I would say just like close by destinations for the beach, because we'd hit Virginia Beach as well. Okay. But I felt Myrtle Beach was a little bit more, there was more to do.
Yeah.
Virginia Beach.
I feel like that's the narrative over there.
Yeah, it got heavy. Anyway, I'm not happy at all with this KUST trade. This will be my biggest loss on the day if it does materialize here. We are nicely positive. However, that is all being threatened now. Okay, right back up.
Yeah.
As it defends a key area of support. I'm looking for this 130 area to hold. I've already put in my stop below this area low, KUST, displeasing me greatly. While I tell you about that, I gotta tell you about this. I've been using that a lot lately. I don't know how I got onto that, Katina man. What's going on over there, brother?
You see the TSSQs, Katina man?
The Katina man is back at the desk now. He just realized the Qs are up 2.1%. The SPY is up more than 1 1/3. The Dow is knocking on 2/3. And the IWM, hey man, it's been strong lately. But today, it's getting clipped. More than 4/5. Bovin, I need an explanation as to what is going on here on DGNX, Bovin, because into the high day goes. It's all gas, no brakes. My man, Adam James abroad. He's in the chat. He's back. We love Adam. Shout out to my man, Adam. Let's go. Bovin's getting lit up in the chat. More please, that could not be for you, Bovin. You called out this trade, and here comes. We could see 175 sooner rather than later, Joey. Knocking the door 69 round. Good breakout here for DGNX.
Absolutely. There it is, guys. I just took that last little bit out. Again, I mentioned nothing to write home about on this specific trade, right? We were fortunate enough to catch the bottom. Stars were aligning. We just take the trade, we take the position. Would we have liked more size? That's always the case. But we'll be thankful here,
man.
This beautiful Monday morning on what we got going on. So boom, 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 boom. Then we get that pullback, in which I actually posted up at 73.60s, but it never came back in, and it's just been a steady grind higher here, guys. So it's a really, really nice move on the TSSQs. More happy I can be, but I will not be. Because I know you say more happy, I cannot be, Sharif. So I'm going to mention the fact that, of course, we can always get a little bit more. We want to try to maximize things. But what's really unfortunate is that, okay, so trend line break, 5-minute candle sitting on the backside of this trend, and then now you're starting to find somewhat of a recovery. But it's Tesla, it's Amazon, and it's Google that are really, really driving the NASDAQ here today. Let's send it off to Dara or Sia? Adara.
And I will mention a different Mag 7 stock here, NVIDIA in focus. NVDA on watch, company announcing that Anthropic's Claude models now run on the GB300 Blackwell Ultra in Azure. So keep an eye here on MSFT. Again, guys, NVIDIA, MSFT in focus. The former company announcing that its Anthropic Claude models, or that Anthropic's Claude models are now available on the NVIDIA GB300 Blackwell Ultras in Microsoft Azure Cloud. Back to you.
Yeah, it's a good headline there, man. Yeah, there you go, man. We got more tie-ups here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Anthropic's Claude model run on the GB300 Blackwell. But we know, Joey, that they're running it on Microsoft Azure. And the reason is, do you want to tell everybody why they don't have their own data centers, Joseph Wilson?
They don't.
Right? They're at the whim. They are subject to the availability of compute.
So let's have this. I know
they're gonna start though. They're gonna start, but they have nothing at the moment.
At this moment, and we know that OpenAI is kind of taking the opposite of that, where they're just investing, right? So I mean, it's two.
You like that or not? Give me your opinion, man.
But see, the thing is, Sharif, we get to the point.
On both sides a little bit.
It's weird because I'm not going to say it's inevitable, but we know as the technology progresses, you're going to find a way to be more efficient.
Okay.
Right? So what does that mean? You have too much compute at some point? Did you pay too much for the older product?
Well, that's exactly it.
Right? Opposed to maybe, hey, it's really a tough outlook, to be honest with you. I think it's really different ballparks that each of these names are playing in, and it's going to be interesting on how this plays out.
I feel like, okay, so you're great point.
Yeah.
And I feel like there are different times where this could be beneficial and then kind of deleterious, right?
Absolutely.
Where in the sense, like right now we're seeing, weeks where the hyperscalers are made really to pay by the market for being these asset-heavy companies, whereas before they weren't asset-heavy. Even though they were spending billions, Joey, they were also bringing in way more. So now they're bringing in a lot, but they're also spending a substantial amount. So we call them asset. So there's times where the market makes those people pay, right? And so there is times where owning the infrastructure is frowned upon. There are going to be, I'm just assuming, other times where owning that infrastructure will be a distinct advantage. Case in point, your friend Elon, your friend XAI, pardon me. Why? Because the second they saw that they didn't have enough demand to use that compute for Grok, he's so versatile, bro. He maneuvered immediately and started selling that to whoever wants to take it.
Absolutely. I don't know. I think OpenAI might be in a. I totally agree. OpenAI might be in a little bit different of a boat on that one because
let's hear it.
If there's not enough demand for these tools, then it's like, who is OpenAI actually going to rent it out to? Where opposed to what we have right now is that there's not enough compute. So Elon has the ability to say, hey, we're underperforming. We can rent it out to some of these other individuals' cloud services. That is, who's OpenAI going to do that with it? Because I think at that point, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
There may not be enough demand considering.
So I guess the premise of our arguments, I would say, would be that will continue to be compute constrained in the near term.
Absolutely.
Would agree with that.
Absolutely.
I would agree with that as well.
For sure.
Now, my only concern, not the only, but a major concern of mine is a technological advancement, like something to do with, you know, the utilization of RAM that fundamentally changes the requirement for RAM. All of a sudden, you know, your HBM4s now we're not even talking HBM3 anymore. For the next NVIDIA chipset, HBM4 may not be in as much demand because some engineer or some company somewhere came out with some sort of algorithm or some methodology, whatever it is, to use less RAM, to use less compute to achieve the same result. That concerns me because I see immediate correction in the forward guidance.
Absolutely, and it adds to what Katina Man's been talking about for the last little bit, just how much token generation costs. I believe at some point within the technology, you'll find that max efficiency, which will hopefully be significantly cheaper than what it is right now.
I would hope so, brother, because you know we're having this infiltrate into the consumer electronics space, and now you have AOC over the weekend calling for Apple to get broken up. You didn't see that?
Yeah, but it's
I'm
not like
saying
it's
that's
not
not
like
going to happen.
Yeah, but it's not
this
like
is the response that it elicits from these politicians, who have the power.
But what would the difference between breaking up Apple and breaking up Google? I think Google just has so many different segments and are in different, like completely different sectors than compared to Apple being a part of the physical product of things.
Yeah, and not just
like, what are you going to break up? Like what, MacBook has to be a different
Well, you
company?
could like say services got to be its own thing, right? You know, I can see how they could structure it. I don't agree with it, man. But just not to harp on AOC and the Dems. Adara brought us this headline not long ago that some of the Republicans, I read this in the morning as well, they abhor the fact that Apple wants to do business with this Chinese RAM company. I forget the CXMT or CMXT.
Yeah,
or
I was reading on that briefly.
They are livid about it, even though this specific company, I'm just saying, brother, these are the people who have the power, right?
Exactly.
They don't want them at all to do business with them. And let's just be more honest about it. Can Apple catch all the nuance in the product? Like, what if they put a back door in that RAM or something? And I think that that's the concern that some of these politicians are kind of pounding the table about. So I'm sure we'll get into all this some point in the news segment, but I just want to rant about it right now. Guys, we were still in a couple of trade, GGNX. Bovin, this is holding generally this 1.5 area, but it feels a bit of top heavy now. It's got a higher low relative to prior bar, but a lower high, again, relative to prior bar. So I'm not sure how these cookie crumbles. I'm giving it a little bit of room here, but none too pleased about the current price action on DGNX, small position. KUST as well, I'm kind of trying to hold this one into the the third of a dollar, pardon me. There was a lot of resistance earlier on, I want to say around 10:30 till about 10:45, so about, say more than 15 minutes, maybe about 20 minutes of resistance at 130. Now we're holding 130 as support, but we're not putting any higher highs. I've got 43s on this one. It's showing me 35, so I'm out of the money, and not very pleased about it. The other one that I'm keeping an eye on, though, is BlackBerry. We continue to do well on that one. 1235 high, showing 29s right now. Let's see how this one ends up trading. DGNX coming back down pretty aggressively here, guys. There it is. And I got stopped out of that one. So that one did lose the 54 penny area that I had. So we will give back a little bit there on DGNX. Sucks to be me, but that's the way it works. Hangry Wife, Joe, Sharif, watched a great video on next stage capitalism. We're about entering a time when the rich have ultimate control over everything. We do tenfold more than now. Yeah, I don't like the looks of that, but it's not something I haven't heard, to be quite honest with you, Hangry. And yeah, I think a lot of people do share your concern, quite frankly. So, Kim John Click Clack. 199 super chat. Kim Jong, headline, not in California. You're not? Where are you? Are you in Pyongyang? Come on, bro. We want to know. Where are the missiles at? Let's go, my guy. Tell us. So that's all I've got at the moment, guys. But SATL continues to rip up. So if you're looking for a small cap name, I got a couple for you here. Where's the individual that was holding WEN? And I was like, brother, hold on to this. This is a flat top break waiting to happen. You got that. You got it in spades. Shout out your name there, WEN Trader, because we're pretty close to Friday's early morning high. That was about 825. Today, the high of the day, 821, showing 815 right now. I would say you're buying here if it loses into 8, but good look there. And then SATL continues to trend above, and good call on this one. 550 area support right off the 10 EMA, and boom, it goes. I gotta tell you, I was a little bearish on SATL. You got the topping tail candle. You got 3 red candles in a row, which were kind of showing this rounded top formation. And I was thinking we're headed back to 535, volume weighted average price, also pre-market high, or is that the implied balance high, whatever, 530, 535. What's going on, Katina Man? There's some things going on with SpaceX here, says a Katina Man. It is up 4.5%, but let's go to the big desk right now.
A couple different stories to talk about. Let's start here with this smaller cap play here. INV Inventure just got to move to the upside. Now, one of the companies under the Inventure umbrella is Excelsius. Excelsius 2 minutes ago posted on X that they met up with the NVIDIA team. So NVIDIA-related tie-in here for a company that is related to INV. Not sure what the volume is on this, but given the size of the move and the NVIDIA connection, I thought I'd mention. I also want to let you guys know, keep an eye here on oil. A couple different headlines related to oil adjacently, tangentially. You've got apparently stocks of crude oil in the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR, dropping by roughly 5.5 million to 325.7 million barrels as of last week. That's the lowest number here since 1983, or over 40 years. Furthermore, comments coming from U.S. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum a couple minutes ago saying gasoline can, quote, absolutely get back to below $3 per gallon, according to a Fox News interview. We might hear more about this during the news segment. We'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, we'll send you back over to Sharif and Joe.
Get it, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff.
SpaceX is breaking out, Joey, in case you're interested.
Is it?
Yeah, it was moving there.
159. Holy cow.
Yeah.
And some volume stepping in here, ladies and gentlemen. So, did you pull up the technicals on this bad boy?
No, Katina Man yelled it out. So
look at this bull flag. We know our boy Katina Man was, I think he was short, actually.
Should we start soon? Let me know when you're ready.
Hey, I'm good to go whenever. Yeah. But let's take a look at the options activity before we head into the news segment here, guys. We want to see from an open interest standpoint. Now, listen, I'm saying 135 here on SpaceX, which I think is respectable, to be honest with you, SPCE.
Okay.
I'm just being honest. I don't know, like, see up here, guys, where we're currently trading around $160. There's nothing from a size standpoint. You have these 155s that are underwater, but I want to just look at the daily so we can take a little bit different of an approach here and what I'm thinking. So, I mean, we know how the majority of the IPOs have been acting from 2025 and even this year. The majority of them sell off. Now, we'll head over to the daily and see what we got going on. I just don't believe this is extremely uber strong price action, okay? 150 has been holding up very, very well. You may get another uptick, but I just don't think this is flat out strength. And you have a declining volume profile. That's something that really needs to be taken into consideration. Constant lower highs right here. And the volume falling off a cliff, especially when you have strong sessions, you want to see some strength in the volume. And you've seen that through the first 3 days. So that's all I have to say about SpaceX. Yeah, want to start the news here? We ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, she has been ready, man.
All
we
right,
made her
man.
wait today. Sorry about that.
I know, we apologize.
Yeah.
It's all right, no worries. Let's start the story with Rocket Lab's acquisition that we heard earlier in the day and dive a bit deeper into this. It's up almost, I would say, 14% on the day, 14.36% at the moment. It'll be acquiring satellite communications provider Iridium Communications in an all-cash and stock deal that will be valued at $8 billion. So Iridium shareholders will receive $27 in cash as well as RKLB shares that will combine this value, which will make it at $54 per Iridium share. It's expected, this deal, expected to close in the mid of 2027. And this acquisition will combine RKLB's launch vehicles and satellite manufacturing business with Iridium's global L-band satellite network, licensed spectrum, and more than 2.5 million subscribers spanning government defense, aviation, maritime, as well as commercial markets.
Oh, there's a headline, guys. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, Iran's priority currently is following up on the implementation of the memorandum of understanding coming in on the wire there. Let's talk a little bit about this, Sia. As you mentioned, $8 billion, half cash, half stock of IRDM. That is the ticker. It kind of, the purpose of this, as you'll see in my commentary coming up, is vertical integration to kind of make it similar to SpaceX, where they run the entire stack. The buyout price, $54 per share, half of which is going to be $27 in cash. The other, of course, is stock. But I want to mention one quick thing here. To pay the cash portion of this buyout, the $27 per share, they had to commit to a $3.6 billion bridge loan, bridge financing, okay? And that bridge financing is going to cost them some money. So this deal, even though it's supposed to be accretive immediately, will not be, because they're going to have to schlep, or they're going to have to dish out, some money for the interest rate here, which my understanding is a little bit higher. But this is being kind of framed as Rocket Labs trying to get into that same space as SpaceX by having these low Earth orbit satellites. And so they are. The problem is these 66 satellites that they're going to acquire from Iridium are aging. All of them were put in between 2017 and 2019. They have a 10 to 15 year lifespan, operational lifespan. So as quickly as they basically assume some of these assets, could be as quick as, these assets are defunct and no longer usable and require more to be put into space. I've got more to say on this one, but we've got news at the big desk. Let's go up.
I'll be quick here, but I wanted to talk about oil a little bit more. As you guys saw on the screen here, we did have some comments coming here from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying they're focusing right now on implementation of the memorandum of understanding, or the MOU, that was signed a couple weeks back. Now, furthermore, we have some other comments saying that they're not having any scheduled negotiations with the U.S. side. We know the U.S. is going to Qatar, Iran also going to Qatar, but apparently there's no scheduled negotiations between the two countries. Just each country's groups will separately meet with the mediators, more or less what we heard earlier, but just hearing that repeated. Again, we also have comments from the spokesperson saying, quote, "We have not started negotiations for a final deal as these require the implementations of certain points of the MOU." So Iran making very clear any final negotiations for the deal based on the MOU are not happening yet. Back to you.
And then the other part of this deal, obviously, is to kind of make sure that they have a client that they can actually use to get into space. Believe it or not, Iridium is like one of their biggest clients. I'm talking, of course, about RKLB. So it's faced intense competition, Rocket Labs, for kind of shuttling things to and from space, especially for its Neutron rocket. By owning Iridium outright, Rocket Labs can kind of bypass the open market, and they lock in all future, at least, Iridium deployment, maintenance contracts, replenishment flights. So a bit of a circularity in terms of that business, but one that they're pretty pumped about nonetheless. And then the core asset here, I want to mention this, driving this $8 billion valuation for Iridium is what they're calling this L-band wireless spectrum license. These are kind of basically legally protected international, telecom licenses. And they're incredibly rare. They're weather resilient, radio frequencies, and they're perfect for what they're calling direct-to-device D2D smartphone connections. So much like we saw SpaceX or Starlink, with their 65 megahertz acquisition last week, and we compared that to basically the insane thousands of megahertz that are owned by telecom, and they only have double digits. And the fact that SpaceX's direct-to-cell network is going to be limited to the countryside and not into the cities. This is kind of the same thing, but at least they get their foot in the door, Joey. I like this acquisition for RKLB. It's nice to have somebody to be able to compete with SpaceX. You can't have like that single monopoly there. It sucks for companies. Costs remain up. Technology, it won't advance as quickly. You need some competition in this space.
I think so.
And Amazon.
Absolutely. Exactly. So what I was reading here, Sharif, is that it's being classified not necessarily as a direct competitor, right? Because the objectives of between the two companies are slightly different, opposed to where Starlink is looking to provide consumer broadband. This is more from a tactical comm standpoint, going through thick concrete. So the objective is a little bit different.
SpaceX just said that they were going to do consumer cellular.
No, that's what I'm saying. SpaceX is consumer. This is more, this is different. This is more tactical comms, like going through thick walls of concrete.
That makes sense.
So they're kind of just they're aiming at a different consumer base, essentially, not the average individual who's in the rural countries using Starlink with signal and everything along those lines. This is more tactical communication.
Kind of thing,
Exactly. Tactical communication. So not directly competing, which is good, but there is still some forms of competition. Where is that going to fall into? Putting satellites into orbit, most likely, as you were mentioning before. So a little bit different here, but not too bad, guys. Rocket Lab, listen. RKLB, sorry for the delay. We'll pull up the technicals. Like, we went on a big time run here, guys. You're down 36% off of those highs. And then we look at some of the other ETFs, like the NASA ETF, down big time, 40% off of its all-time high. 31 now, got a little bit of a bounce, but I like this purchase. You're really starting to see this space evolve, Sharif. Where's the next flow going to be within the stock market? Maybe this could be a part of it for sure.
I definitely agree. Shout out to my man, Adam James abroad. Dropping a super in the chat. We thank him, Adam. DGNX climbing up. Musk. Yes, man. Yes, we're pumped about that, man. Adam, I don't think you were here when I mentioned I'm going to the game, baby. We're headed down to Dallas, Texas. And then there's a good likelihood that we're heading to Houston as well to catch the Canada game. So we'll see how that all works out. I'm looking for a good price for the Canada game. I found some seats that were within my price range, but they're not great seats. So I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here because I'm looking for one ticket, right? Because I'm on my own. And so I'm thinking maybe as time gets closer to the game, those single seats might drop in price. I don't know, that's a bit of a gamble there. So we'll have to think about that. But this is the DGNX trade. I tried taking this one, Adam. I got a couple of prints on it, but I had to flatten this one out as it came into that 50 penny area. If we were still trading, I'd definitely be keeping a close eye on this into the $0.50. Good support there at the $0.50, Adam, especially with that 10 EMA coming in there. Guys, high of the day was prior bar, $1.68. Be on the lookout for that level. DGNX moving up here. See ya.
Talk a little oil prices higher at the moment, as we do all know it. According to Iran, the U.S. and Iran will not be moving forward until the implementation of the MOU takes place. So military tensions around the Strait of Hormuz have also continued to unsettle these energy markets. WTI has risen 1.4%, almost to $70.68 per barrel. Brent also futures have climbed 1.2% to almost $74. The U.S. military, just an overview of the weekend, had attacked a number of Iranian targets after a commercial tanker in the Strait of Hormuz had reportedly been struck by a projectile on Saturday. So these renewed attacks have prompted the U.S. President Donald Trump had also warned Iran on Sunday of devastating consequences. If there are any further talks and any comments, we will be sure to update you, as you all do know it. We do it here live. USO, however, currently up on the day, 2.16%.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of comments today about this specific one. Yeah, I don't have any comments today about, I don't. Like usually I just say headline driven, but I had a couple of comments last week about the shipping lanes.
Yeah.
Nothing new that I have to add this.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I think we're in a respectable part here in USO where we can officially say that we're at the beginning of the maybe in the middle stages of the unwind here of it. You're down 30% off of the highs. Unless someone really breaks this deal, then I think we're going to continue to sell off in USO, in my opinion. We already know that some of the Gulf states are really starting to load up their tanker ships and prepare to ship them wherever it may be, some of the Asian countries as well, too. And you have Iran starting to offload inventory. So I think that things are going to continue to cool down here. You'll have the headlines here and there, but it might just be noise in the bigger picture of things. All right, let's send things off to Adara.
More headlines here in the Middle East, actually, so pretty good timing with that story. Now we have comments coming from the defense minister, Katz, of Israel, saying that Trump connected Iran and Lebanon to reach a deal with Tehran, preventing Israel from delivering a massive blow to Hezbollah across Lebanon. Apparently, Israel told U.S. Central Command or CENTCOM commanders that Israel will not be withdrawing from security zones in Gaza, Syria, or Lebanon. I believe as part of that Lebanon-Israel deal, they're allowed to stay in some of the security zones, so unclear exactly what this changes, these most recent comments versus prior comments. Furthermore, Defense Minister of Israel saying that, quote, hostilities with Iran will resume either when Trump deems negotiations exhausted or if Iran strikes Israel. Any Iranian assault would constitute Tehran's third war. So more comments suggesting some aggression here coming from Israel, specifically its defense minister. We're going to send it over to Sia for the next segment.
Thank you so much for that update, Adara. As always, let's take a look at what Apple's doing right now. So quick news, Apple turning to Chinese memory. So it's reportedly seeking access to memory chips from China's CXMT as global AI infrastructure spending has tightened and continues to tighten the DRAM supply and pushes these prices higher. So according to analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, Apple is lobbying U.S. officials to allow CXMT chips into consumer devices because the industry now faces a widening memory shortage rather than the excess supply. This is also coming in as the AI data center demand is also absorbing a growing share of the global DRAM production, and with LPDDR, which is low power double data rate memory, expected to remain constrained through 2027. So Kuo believes that CXMT would primarily support this supply memory for these consumer devices, however, leaving this AI-focused HBM demand largely unchanged.
Okay, so I sent this to Joey yesterday. Memory and storage costs for the iPhone 17 Pro, $50. That's Apple's cost, of course, not ours. Memory and storage costs for the iPhone 18 Pro, of course, it's a projection, $200. Yeah. Company scrambling. The company is in full scramble mode. So what is this Ram-mageddon going to do to, Apple's sales? And that is the concern here. So Apple trying to get this company Changxin Memory Technologies, CXMT as it's called, they're trying to get the Trump administration to give them some sort of guarantee that if they start buying RAM from this Changxin Memory Technologies company, that the Trump administration won't later come back and either prohibit them, add them to the blacklist, whatever, restrict imports. Because so far, CXMT is not blacklisted in the legal sense. It is currently on the Pentagon's 1260H military-linked assets. That restricts only the Defense Departments from actually contracting, but does not legally bar private companies like Apple from doing business or contracting with them directly. So a political gamble here by the senior leadership at Apple. And we also have to talk about the fact that SK Hynix, Samsung, Micron, they've aggressively redirected their production away from DDR5 and the things that are used, or the RAM that's used in mobile phones and other electronic devices, into HBM3 and 4, which are used for the hyperscalers. So they don't even want to make it. They don't even want to sell this because it's not as profitable for them. So Apple needs to look to another source. Otherwise, we could have not just price increase, but a shortage in actual electronic components. if they can't get enough of this. And then here's the other thing. Equity research models revealed the real panic centers on Apple's smartphone gross margins. We saw a lot of price increases last week from Apple. None of them included their smartphone, but we saw immediate sales. And my position was that the market was basically reading through that. And they were saying, okay, if they're going to increase it $200, $250, $150 on this product, then here's what the likely iPhone increase is. And then if that's going to be the likely iPhone increase, here's what the actual destruction in sales is going to be. And so that's what you're seeing here, right? Driven by the relentless memory squeeze, contract pricing for 12 gigabyte mobile DDR5 RAM has quietly hit an unsustainable $145 per unit, threatening to consume an unprecedented 27% of the total bill of materials, BOM, for the upcoming iPhone 18 Pro lines if an alternative supply can't be established. So I think that this is Apple not wanting to aggravate President Trump by continuing to get some of its materials from China, which we know he does not want them to do. Now, not only that, but now this is a company that's already been flagged that maybe we should stay away from doing business with them. This is a gamble, bro.
So it's on the restricted list, right?
For the military defense,
Like, Sharif, you and I were having the conversation before, and we were talking about literally in the midst of the cost of memory storage, it equaled 13% of the total iPhone construction. Now that has gone up substantially, 3 times. It's significantly more expensive. And I was reading, Sharif, we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago as well, is that on the higher iPhone models, the Pro Max, the Pro and the Pro Max, it's going to be $100 on that top line. So they're going to be looking to increase the price of the iPhone eventually at some point. $100. $100, right? So eventually just this insane amount of demand is going to be put onto the consumer. Why? Because these companies aren't going to chew up their margins with memory storage costs. And that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to see price increases and passed along to the consumer because memory storage is just costing way too much right now.
I love this take here, man. You ready for this, Joey?
Yeah.
Eric Newton, 5720. You're going to love this, Joey.
Let's hear it.
When OpenAI implodes, all the DRAM makers will be in deep doo-doo. I don't hope for them to be in deep doo-doo. I don't want OpenAI to implode, but I just don't think they are the premier model anymore. I think that belongs to your friend Daru Amade. And
it does. It absolutely does.
There.
It does. It does.
Or Claude.
But again, I think you and I both are in the same camp. We're not going to count out the leapfrog of these tools, right? And I think we're in the same camp in following the fact that eventually supply will meet up with demand, and you'll see prices start to hopefully come down. We're not talking about tomorrow. We're not talking about next week, and maybe not halfway through 2027, but eventually supply does meet up with demand.
All right, man. Looks like Meta doesn't have enough compute here.
How?
See ya.
Yeah, Meta really doesn't. These companies seem to be having the token maxing issue going on quite a lot these days. Let's talk and dive a bit deeper into it. So Google has put limit on Meta's use of its Gemini AI models after Meta has sought more computing capacity than Google could provide. So Alphabet had told Meta, just a quick history, around March that it could not meet the full Gemini capacity the company had sought to purchase, and it had also added that the shortfall disrupted and had delayed some of Meta's internal AI projects. So several other of Google's clients have also been affected by this. Meta has been particularly impacted, however, due to its exceptionally high demand for Google's models. So Google and Meta have not immediately responded to either of these comments and have not made any comments outside of business hours as well. But due to these restrictions, Meta has encouraged its staff to be more efficient with their usage of these AI tokens. And with that, Meta, however, is still holding a little bit up there, up 2.7% on the day.
Yeah, I got to tell you, first of all, full disclosure, I didn't know that the two companies had a partnership for compute. I had no idea. I figured, just given the amount each company was spending, that they had their own compute capacity and they were just constrained by their own. I didn't know that they were doing business with one another. Now, apparently, the restrictions have delayed some of Meta's AI initiatives, and they forced Meta engineers, to optimize token usage while relying more heavily on internal models. Zuck, what are you building over there that's so compute heavy and that we haven't seen? Because brother, Zuck, we love you. Well, but like, what do you have to show for this? I don't get it. What does Meta have to show for all the money that they've spent? I haven't seen too much in the way of this, and I got to tell you, this just feels like it's more inflation oriented. The fact that they're renting compute off one another, now they're not even providing each other enough compute because it's so constrained. To me, that just means more inflation, more supply constraints, higher prices. Do you take anything else away from this?
No, man. I'm really confused at what Zuck's going on right now, because MuseSpark was actually supposed to be a token-efficient platform that you could use and a software that you can use where you didn't need to use as much compute power. We did a poll before, and I understand it's such a small sample set, but who is using this stuff? Who is using Meta's products right now? I'm really confused at what the company has going on and the direction that they're looking to head in. I found it odd the fact that Mark Zuckerberg would announce that he's getting involved with prediction markets before he would with cloud computing.
Straight up. Oh, good point.
Right? Like, would you not think that, hey, you spent all of this money and you don't even provide any form of cloud services where you can see a return on your investment, but instead you're like, hey, we're adding tiers to Instagram, paid tiers, and then we're also adding prediction markets. Like, I get that, but I don't think that's going to subsidize for the amount of capital expenditure you have. And if you're looking to increase that, which I wouldn't be surprised Mark Zuckerberg, of all leading into the coming earnings reports, is the one who's like, hey, we have to slightly increase our CapEx.
Yep.
And he's already cutting from so many different segments. So where is he going to get this money, I think, is the major question looming right now.
Adam.
Wish, what's up? Boom. Yeah, apparently Japan might be up here, Sharif.
WSHP.
1-0.
1-0?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to put it on right now. We'll put WSHP for the OG Adam. There goes WSHP. We Shop Holdings. Is this Chinese? We're going to have to look over here, Joey. Profile. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys from? Show yourself. JE11HH. This is England? What is this, bro? What kind of company is this? St. Hilar? All right, I don't know where they're from, but anyway, nice breakout there, Adam, into 1060. Takes out the pre-market high at $10. I don't know what the spread is on this, but it's a nice breakout there through the flat top. Shout out to my man, Adam. 8 penny, 10 penny spread. Manageable right now on WSHP. 1060 it goes. Let's just do a quick hourly chart to see where this one is coming from. Yeah, so we're breaking out here. This is the second day continuation. So WSHP, a good mover on Friday, and another mover today, taking out the pre-market high at 1060 high. Shout out to my man, Adam James abroad. All right, we're going to talk a little Tesla, and then I'm going to tell you about a Tesla competitor that's finding its way to Canada. And I don't know. I don't see these cars on the road in the United States anytime soon, despite the fact that they will be on the roads, on Canadian roads, very, very soon.
Yeah, but
okay. We'll get to it.
Let's tee it up. See ya.
I'm honestly a bit excited about those cars myself, but we will dive into that a bit later. So the NHTSA TSA has closed its probe on Tesla. So the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has closed its long-running investigation into Tesla after concluding that a prior recall has addressed concerns over increased steering efforts. So now this review has covered roughly 376,000 Model 3 and Model 3 and Model Y vehicles after these reports that power steering could potentially fail at low speeds, which increases that crash risk. So Tesla seems to have resolved this issue through an over-the-air software update that is designed to prevent voltage breakdown and oversteering of the motor drive components. And the engineering analysis is now closed. Therefore, this regulatory hang that was over Tesla has now been removed without requiring additional recalls or any enforcement actions, which, if you look at it, is a bit of a good news for Tesla. When you look at the stock today, is up almost 8% on the day.
All my evidence here is based on Katina Man's drive to Vermont I think that just proves everything I'm kidding, of course. But the point is, Katina, man, just before you go, brother, how many interventions between here and there? 0 interventions. What was the kilometers? Give me a range. 700 kilometers, guys. 0 interventions. And that's what I'm hearing from a lot of people online. Anyway, so that's where I fall on that. I get the whole thing was about a steering wheel probe, but I think we can all move past that. Assassino, let's go to this now. Randy's not here. That would have been great if Randy was here. But this is what is coming to Canada now. Geely to ship a Lotus EV, which they have a deal with, to Canada in July. So far, all the Chinese EVs that we've gotten have been Teslas. They're Shanghai-made Teslas, whether we're talking about the base Model 3, which is sub 40,000 Canadian, or we're talking about the premium all-wheel drive Model 3, which is sub 50,000 Canadian, unheard of prices. By the way, again, made in Shanghai. That's the company that's taking advantage. But now Geely is throwing their hat into the ring, and they're bringing this Lotus EV. Joey, I'm going to throw in some images here because I want to get your opinion.
I think it looks great.
I want to get your opinion, Joey.
The green one that you had up not too long ago.
You don't like this yellow one over here?
No.
Geely Lotus EV interior.
Yellow belongs to Lamborghini.
Yellow belongs to Lamborghini. Joseph Options has spoken. This is the interior, my guy.
Fantastic.
This is the interior over here. Come on, you're killing me, man. You're killing me, man. Let's go over here, Joey. You got the interior over here. There we go. We'll go open image in new tab.
Zoom in on that, Joe.
Yeah, that's nice. Look at that.
It's very nice.
Yeah, this is quite nice, and that's exactly what to expect from Chinese EVs. You're going to get premium finishes. You're going to get a lot of optionality. This is a Lotus joint venture. So like Lotus, obviously French.
Dude, that's what Lotus Alice. I remember in my old Need for Speed days. That was the car that I always picked. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2. Lotus Alice was my go-to car.
See ya.
I like this. I really like this.
It's not bad.
I like the black and brown interior.
Oh!
It looks pretty good.
Yes.
That looks fantastic.
There's
and that one has a lot of options.
Black and gray.
Oh, look at that.
Oh. Yeah.
Which one? Go to the other one. Which one you going with?
But their taillights resemble a Porsche taillights like quite a lot.
A little bit.
These ones? Hold on.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
See, they're doing all the light bar. You notice this
like
now? They're like
bar.
all contiguous. They're connected.
Yeah.
Right?
How do you like? Do you like the light bar?
I love
the light
like
bar.
it.
I love it.
I like the light bar.
I don't mind it at all.
Okay, so how many of these things are we gonna get? Because you just brought up a very valid
49,000 max per year,
which is about 3% of Canadian car sales.
And we already established that Tesla took a lot of that already off the table.
So, are we going to see some form of crazy demand, which would increase the prices of some of these vehicles? Think about it. That's a nice car.
Okay, bro.
Yeah.
I'll throw some numbers at you.
Okay, talk.
And then you tell me what you think about these numbers.
Yeah.
Why don't we tell the lovely people on the stream what the average selling price of a Canadian vehicle, a new Canadian vehicle is? 63,000 Canadian dollars is the average. Okay, if you combine the high and the low, of course there is cheaper than that. These cars here.
Yeah.
No,
these cars here, Sia, are gonna start at sub 50,000. Now, Joey, when we said the average selling price of the car, we included internal combustion engine cars. If we were to get the average selling price of electric vehicles in this country, I think it would be a little bit higher than the 62 and change, right? So the fact that this monster over here starts sub 50, you telling me that there might not be a demand, a family or two that may like that?
Of course, right? So they're gonna get chewed up quick, and then who knows what they're gonna go on in the aftermarket.
There's a very similar car that one of the India's producers called Mahindra is producing. It's called XEV9E that
That's
my
actually
family
really
just
nice.
got.
It's very nice.
We just got this back in India. It's actually so cool. It has a Batman version too. So they have like a
Hold on, you guys drive on the right side in India?
Yeah, we do.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It looks good, honestly.
I actually really like that, Sia. What's the name of this car?
It's XEV9E by Mahindra. Its features are pretty cool too. It has an infinity roof light up as well from the inside,
Mahindra,
which is insane. That's like the interior and everything.
I did not even know that this car
I like the
existed.
symbol on there. It has like the infinity symbol on it.
A little bit, right?
Yeah. Well, no, like the actual like the loop.
The actual infinity symbol, yeah. All right, should we
we might have
throw
to,
it to Sia for the next topic, or do you have any more you want to say
No,
about
man,
this?
I don't really have anything
All right,
more.
let's go.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the next story right now. So we're going to talk about the Elon Musk testing Grok 4.5. He's entered the internal beta testing across SpaceX and Tesla ahead of a broader release. So the model is built on xAI's new 1.5 trillion parameter V9 foundation model and incorporates technology from AI coding platform Cursor, which highlights a stronger focus on the software engineering capabilities as well. But Musk has reiterated that xAI plans to release multiple entirely new foundation models this year rather than incremental upgrades, which signals, again, an aggressive development roadmap against OpenAI, Google, Anthropic. But testing Grok inside SpaceX and Tesla provides this real-world engineering and manufacturing workflows that are all before public deployment, potentially accelerating product refinement, but no public launch has been provided. The timeline has not been provided as of yet. Currently, SpaceX is up 4.27 on the day. Adara, give us your take on this.
Yeah, so I just want to remind everybody, SpaceX is going to be on the NASDAQ as of July 7th, the open. That's going to be next Tuesday, so about 8 days from now. This will be really, really tight here with when it had its IPO, which is on June 12th. So it's going to be less than a month since the IPO. We're going to be seeing SpaceX crash landing here onto the NASDAQ. Hopefully, a smooth landing. But either way here, just be aware that'll be a new addition to watch out for. Also, happy late 55th birthday to Elon Musk. May Musk, his mother, posted this on X. Apparently the first photo was like AI augmented, which is kind of weird, but just giving you guys that heads up. Either way, this is her post. And apparently he had a fun moon-themed cake, which feels very apropos for SpaceX. So either way here, we'll see if SpaceX goes to the moon with that NASDAQ edition. I understand the stock's doing pretty well today, but yeah, lots of catalysts to be aware of for Mr. Elon Musk between SpaceX and Tesla.
Get it, Adam. DGNX is ripping, guys. DGNX looking fantastic into the high over here. So is KUST. They look very similar structurally here. S-Dot as well just broke out. Watch out for S-Dot, though. That could be a bamboozler. WEN also moving back up into 814 after reholding that $8 prior area support. WEN, bottom right of your screen. There's a lot moving right now, guys, in small cap gapper world. Keep your eye out if you're trading these live right now. But let's get to this SpaceX headline. So we reported to you guys long ago, before SpaceX even went public, that they were eyeing an acquisition of Cursor for around $60 billion, and they closed it, and they wasted no time getting Cursor's material right into Grok. So following the merger, xAI directly injected Cursor's real-world multi-turn developer interaction data right into Grok 4.5 in the supplemental training component of it to kind of master that agentic multi-step reasoning, which is characterizing all these newer models. To force Grok 4.5 past its rivals, and I should note that some reports say that it exceeds Anthropic's Claude Opus. We'll have to wait and see if that's actually true. To get it past its rivals, Musk has executed a ruthless talent diversion. So here's what's happening. Tesla is reassigning some of their most important engineers, SpaceX is reassigning some of its most important engineers away from Starlink, from Starship, into the data centers here so they can really perfect some of the setup of the data center. So it jives with Grok. That's what's being reported here. Also, Grok 4.5, apparently the first model optimized by this Grok build hardness. So this Grok build thing can actually write code, execute it inside virtual containers, and then check its own output, and then self-correct bugs all in real time. So it reduces some of the need that we've seen with respect to some of these teams having to employ a lot of engineers to fix the bugs, this, that, and the other. Whew. It felt like I was yelling there, and now that the volume outside, or the airplane, it landed, I think, outside.
Remember when we had that airplane before?
Well, it was like had its engines on the entire day today.
Yeah, hey man, you gotta. Hopefully,
as we're joking around, we're renovating the other side. It was super loud.
Yeah, it was just, hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Anyway, Sharif, I mean, we talk about SpaceX and what the company has going on and what the actual total addressable market and where the majority of its future revenues can flow from. And it's the data center, colossal. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, hey, this is really where we're going to see this company grow. It's not really the space exploration side of things just yet. That's something that you're going to remain forward looking. So Elon Musk and company just continuing to deepen its ties between SpaceX and Tesla, which, I mean, the Wall Street is anticipating a potential merger in the next 16 to 18 months. Even less than that. So I think that's going to be really huge for both of the companies. And even Sean was mentioning that he can talk to Grok in his Tesla.
Exactly.
Right. So you're really starting to see some of these tools be integrated within Elon Musk's ecosystem. And who knows where this company can go in the next 5 to 10 years.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. This is a good look. But I got to tell you guys, I'm not using Grok nearly as much
I've never
as I
used it.
I used to use it a lot. So I had 2 different LLMs that I like to use for really kind of, current events. Gemini, because it uses obviously Google's index searching to generate or to populate a lot of the information. But I also like using Grok because it uses X, right? They're intertwined. So X, something that we use all the time here, especially for breaking news. But unless I'm using Grok specifically kind of for breaking news or really, really newer pieces of information, I feel like I don't get the best output. And I feel it's like too extremist. So we were talking about, some of my peptide research. Claude is telling me to titrate up 0.5 milligram for 4 weeks and then to increase to 1. Like, Grok is insane. It's telling me to start at 4 and work up to 8. And it's just, it feels like it's hard to trust, especially with information that's super, sensitive like that. I don't know. It's not my favorite.
I gotta you don't like the Mad Max aspect of things within Grok?
Kind of the similar. It is similar to Mad Max.
Do you want to, Sharif, as you mentioned before on multiple occasions, so what I'm personally starting to see here, someone who's never used Grok, but I'm finding Claude does have that level-headed aspect of things.
It does, man.
I think Gemini and some of these other tools are too worrisome. You know what? It's like, hey, don't do that. You should go and do this, right? It's very liberal in the aspect of things, which is fine, obviously, right? But I want something that's dead in the middle. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Don't do this, right? Hey, Claude will give you reasoning. Okay, you can do this, but this is scenario A and scenario B, opposed to where you're seeing Gemini models just hey, don't do that flat out. A little bit more cautious
I would have to agree with that. Yeah.
So
what's going on, Rob? He's trying to make us nervous, guys. So
successful.
I hope. See, are you nervous?
No, she's a rock star, dude.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Can we move on to the next story? There's also a very cool update on the whole PS5 situation. PS6 is coming, but it's priced for $999 apparently. Yeah, it's apparently expected to come late 2027, but it's going to be priced at almost $1,000. So,
come out. It only came out a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
3 or 4 years.
Yeah, it did.
But didn't we wait a decade in between 4 and 5?
We actually did, yes. Just like the whole, it seems like a long time with all these things, even the whole GTA 6. Anyway,
maybe just the acceleration within AI is the reason why we're going to see 6 sooner than.
Let's talk a little Amazon here. So Amazon Prime Day sales have hit $26.4 billion. U.S. consumers have spent more than $26.4 billion during Amazon's 4-day Prime Day event. That's up 9.3% year over year now, according to Adobe Analytics. So strong discounts have driven shoppers towards higher ticket categories that included electronics, appliances, toys, and personal care products. I'm also privy to that. However, the average order size of this has fallen to $47.66 from $53.34 last year. So retail analysts have also pointed to a larger tax refund, warning that all of the support will disappear heading into and storming into the holiday season that's oncoming and upcoming, the holiday shopping season, as you do know it. Amazon, however, up almost 4% on the day.
That's a great point you brought there, Sia, to kind of correlate the tax season or the tax refund season with some of the deals here being offered by Amazon. That's not a bad take to have. The other take, though, I want to say, and something you glossed on, Sia, is the fact that, yes, the total dollar value is up, but the average ticket price is down and promotions are way up. So not like Amazon really relies too much on Amazon retail for margins. They don't. Some of the worst margins out there, obviously, because of logistics and discounts. But, you know, it's not good to see them get reduced even more. So, and I also think that you can read through more on this, that the consumer here, although still spending, may be coming to that area where they're getting a little stretched. And you're seeing that, especially strong discounts drove shoppers towards higher ticket categories, including electronics, appliances, toys, and personal care products. It highlights that the promotions remain a major driver of the discretionary spending. So those are big ticket items, probably a little bit more hit on those to give discounts. But the data does reinforce consumers are still spending, but increasingly only when significant discounts are available. I think that's something to look out for, possibly a read through here on that. You want to do one more, Sia? Is she there? No, she's gone. She's gone. All right. So we'll do the little trade recap here as the big boys get ready for the afternoon segment. It has been a good day in small cap world. Today there are still a lot going. Chief among them, DGNX, now clearing triple digit territory, up about 105% into 182. When we started out the day, this one was sub $1. In fact, we closed out below 90 pennies on Friday. This has been a great one. A lot of structure holding here, especially area lows. You can see once it cleared 150, it really respected 150 as an area of support. If this one gets to 2, I'd look for the same thing, especially if it's able to clear 2 decisively. Not quite yet, though. Still showing that it's stuck at about $1.84. There it goes, Bovin, into another high day, 184, 186. The breakout may be on here on DGNX, not like it wasn't already on, but that's a straight line from 150 into 186 here on DGNX. Fantastic look. Keep your eye on that. As I mentioned as well, KUST. This one got absolutely decimated on Thursday. It sold off even more on Friday. A bit of a relief rally today, up 47.33%, back above that dollar area so they don't have to deal with the notice from the exchange. And then last but not least, WEN. Shout out to the trader again who told me he was holding this south of 8. I told him to pack his patience because this one was an ascending wedge, flat top break pattern. It ended up manifesting into 821. Look for an 815 clearance here. WEN looking good. And last, I lied. One more. BlackBerry. That's the one we're still holding. 1246 high. Almost got into that $0.50 area. Wasn't quite able to clear it. This is the first 20 EMA pullback by BlackBerry on the day. Correction. There was one here at 1040 and 1045. Other than that, it's been green support all throughout. This is the deepest it's made since deepest pullback since about 1045. So be on the lookout there. And then SDLT Katina, man. This one's closing in on $40 again. It's been a bamboozler though. Probably broke a lot of hearts once it lost $40, but SDOT has been one that we've been talking a lot about lately. It's been showing up on the scanners a lot. I hope everybody has a fantastic afternoon. See everybody tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Joey and Sean, that away.
Man, Joe, you're putting in the work today, boy.
All week, man.
How was the midday? It was good, eh?
Of course.
A couple good trades in there. We got breaking news, but we're short and long. You can look at the bottom to see our positions. What's up, Dara?
Supermicro computer in focus here. SMCI pushing lower. Supermicro office reportedly raided as Taiwan's expanding its chip smuggling probe. So again, SMCI woes continue. Apparently their office is raided as Taiwan continues to probe chip smuggling. SMCI to the downside. Back to you.
I hear Sharif laughing over there. I mean, he never seemed to get out of the way of SMCI these days. We can have a quick little look there. I am short Palantir and long on SpaceX. Going back and forth with this SpaceX today, my guy. Yeah, there's SMCI on that news story all the way down to 229. They're repairing the floor and everything in the background. So if you do hear something like that, that's what's going on, and it ain't great. It's pretty loud. So we apologize for that and appreciate all. Hopefully you can't even hear it, so it's okay. But hopefully I'll be able to hear Joe sitting right beside me now. But there it is, downside move there for SMCI. Supermicro office has now been raided. Never a great time as Taiwan expands their chip smuggling probe. Bang. As we go on Palantir, look what Palantir does. It goes all the way up to VWAP. We say thank you, come again. Nice move to the downside right there now, as we're nicely in the money now, 50 cents. And by the way, it's SpaceX time. And SpaceX does the infamous break and fake and we take. And there it goes all the way back up there to the upside. So let's wait to see there as we climb SpaceX back there to the upside. SpaceX going to be my P&L number 1 today.
Okay.
And that's because, oh, hey, Joe, what's going on? That's because we do have short into here. Lost on the first short, made, got stopped out. And then we just long as we break above 160 as we listed it on our note today. So we're going to go SpaceX. We're going to go Palantir, and just trying to get out a little bit more here of Palantir. We'll punch some more out as we're at that 200 period moving average. And yeah, I don't know about you, Ken, but I can barely hear myself think at this time. But we want to welcome everybody back, and we're going to go over a whole.
I was going to say it was a good day for the hearing aid to have died. I can hear it, but barely.
I honestly, is there a way I can even turn Adara up in my ear, because I can't even hear her right now? But thank you, Adara. Basically they're replacing some of the flooring on the other side. And they've got this huge grinder going on right now. But it's SMCI right now. That might be the talk of the town here in the afternoon. Getting raided there, the Taiwanese government going in, trying to figure out what's going on there. I guess they want to see some information. There it is right there, raided in Taiwan, as they look for this chip smuggling probe as that continues. Not the probe that any of us want these days. No. And you don't want to get your office looked at. I mean, I think the office there, it's probably fine. I mean, you gotta, I don't know. Did we even know? Adara, was SMCI under like investigation or this kind of out of nowhere?
So yeah, it was being investigated here for probes into chip smuggling. We had already kind of heard that. This Taiwan probe, unclear if this is related. We know that there was also that probe with regards to NVIDIA chips specifically being smuggled. I would guess this is related. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But all we know, this is coming from Bloomberg, and it is suggesting the company's office was raided as the chip smuggling probe continues. This is the latest kind of round of SMCI investigations. I believe this was reported on Feb. It was one of the days that I was off, so it was either February or May, but that was when this kind of began here for SMCI. I think February 20th.
All right, let's go. There we go, Katina, man. What
Are you short?
Oh, yeah, my boy. There we go.
When did you punch short? Just now? Yeah, I like that. I didn't even see you in it. I like that trade right there. I like that trade.
28.82.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Just like that. What did we hit? Almost the dollar club. Hey, listen, we were waiting for that pullback.
Should I hit it?
We're hitting. We're in that.
Let's go.
There it is, SMCI, probe never good, looking for the continuation to the downside.
Go straight to jail, do not pass go.
Do everything right away, straight to jail. There it is, a nice little move. Katina, man.
Yo, tell me you play Monopoly. You love Monopoly.
Of course.
They're not even passing go.
They're going directly straight to jail. What kind of guy are you going after, like Park Place and?
Yeah, I don't mind building. I don't mind building like the middle.
Okay, you like
like the New York, whatever those were. Yeah, the
New York Avenue.
New York Avenue, Indiana Avenue, those red ones.
Yeah.
I like the red properties.
Okay.
Orange properties.
Orange properties. The green is.
We're talking Monopoly strategy here.
Yeah.
Slums. Brown and blue, and that's how you win.
The slums are in green.
Yeah,
obviously, the thing about own the railroads.
Yeah, the only if you own the railroads, you own the whole.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You get everything involved, so that's the way you want to go. So, Adair, you like the greens? Okay. Oh.
No, the slums, the light blue,
the light blue.
Yeah,
also,
the brown.
Anyone who plays Monopoly with me, I have all of the rents on all of the properties memorized without houses and hotels, so I'm very easy to play with. I can just.
Okay, well. Yeah, we're never playing with Adair, so that's it.
That's probably not going to happen.
Great game, Monopoly. The fact about Monopoly is there's so many different ones. There's Star Wars Monopoly.
Yeah, that's the cool thing. Have you played Monopoly Go?
No, but isn't that on the app?
No, it's the card game of it. So it's just like straight cards, and it's so competitive.
Fun?
So instead of playing hours and hours of Monopoly, Monopoly Go is like 10 to 15 minute games.
Yeah, I like that.
And they're so heated. They get so heated.
Joe, I'd ask you to go on Amazon to pick it up for me, but
we're not a Prime member.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to pick that up on Amazon over there. But yeah, Amazon's not going straight to jail today.
No.
Amazon's had a really nice day, up 3.5%, now underneath view up. I think the market's due for a little bit of a fall down here, but I don't know if that is the case. I mean, up 2.5%, well, 2.25%. I never want to fight the trend. Oh, Sean Katina, hey, what's up? What's up, Tisha there? Next daily level, is there even a level on S dot? All right, let's look. Thank you, Tisha, for that. I mean, we always appreciate all of the action that we get here on the Super Chat land. All right, let's go. Let me call it up here on the chart. $43 for S dot. Yeah, I guess so. Here a second. Let me go into let's go to a weekly chart. Tisha, okay. Wow, okay, well, it was just split so much. So we're not going to get much love here on a weekly chart because of all the splits. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, you're not far off. That's $90 right there. You've had a bunch of splits. You split 20 for 1 right here back in May. So these levels do exist because this is split adjusted charting. So yeah, you're right. Right there, actually, Tisha, good call. The 200 period moving average 56. So I think your 63 level is right up here. I don't mind that look, but I don't mind it right into here at 55 for S dot, as that is having themselves a day again, another mover. The only thing is, don't get caught with all this. What is this? I mean, the story Adara or all with S dot, not sure. You can have more than a second. But yeah, that was a runner from last week, definitely up to down to $7. They had a nice move. They pulled back. Now it's Rip City again on S dot. So have a quick look if you guys are involved with S dot. Thanks, Tisha, for that one. It does look like it's an interesting.
I'm not seeing anything on this S dot here, guys. Apparently, the circuit breakers or whatever here. Yeah, it moved last week. It moved this week.
Find out the
not
short
seeing any
flow.
details. I guess a couple Wednesdays ago is when it started after they closed their acquisition of Venura Consulting. That's over 2 weeks ago now.
I think the one thing we have to learn about, and Shreve just mentioned about it last week, is that, some of these names are going to keep on going. Like right there, its short float is only 1 million, 10% short, probably getting added to that right now. Some of these companies here, this is Sadet Group. So, we go down, you can find out some of the news, from last week. Statement, why is it up? Halted, why is it up? So there's a bunch of different stories here. Regardless of whatever the story is, the important thing is to keep on remembering that these stocks, they do have legs. And if people get caught short on them, they tend to blow up. And I mean, it's 1 million shares outstanding. It's done 8 million shares today. So S stock continues to work north side right now for this name. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. $44, a nice little pullback there. But yeah, I just looked at it for you there. I thought 55 was its 200 period moving average, Tisha. So that's sort of where I would be looking to maybe get some out, and we'll figure it out from there. But that's one little thing there. Oh, good, I helped. Ooh. So as my parents get older, you don't have this problem yet because you're still a young guy.
We mean
your dad's old, right?
No, my dad's 20 years older than me.
20
but
years
my grandma's
older.
getting old.
Oh, grandma, no, I'm talking about parents.
Yeah, but my grandma
is older.
Yeah.
Anyways, I introduced my mom and dad to this app, Jiffy app. So it's where you can.
Yeah, the Jiffy. Yeah, of course, man. It's on the radio all the time.
Exactly. So I use it all the time. Like, my laundry machine is broken. Call them up.
Up on the Jiffy
things like that. It's just basically what it is. Well, you guys, it's like Service Titan.
Yeah.
You guys have it there, TTAN, Service Titan. So, anyways, she's on the app. It's really easy. We went over there for Father's Day.
Yeah.
They wanted to get some roof repairs. So I was like, she's like, man, the roofing company's not phoning me back. I'm like, the roofing company.
Yeah. Later to those guys.
Let's just get rid of those guys. Let's get on this app. We downloaded the Jiffy app. We logged in. We put that we needed some help, blah, blah, blah. Within, honestly, 10 minutes.
The guy was there.
2 contractors, sliding in the DMs, giving quotes and, asking when can we come over and see it. So they came over the next day and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so she's ready to book it. But now she can't figure it. She can't put in her credit card number.
They don't
But
want
she's
to.
smart. Like, she's fully capable of doing it. Like, she hasn't lost her ways, like her, she can figure it out. But she's like, oh yeah, the cognitive functions, yeah, and the abilities there. But she's like, I'm putting in the credit card. It's only showing half the credit card. But the thing is, Joe, when I got her phone, she has Samsung S8, which I guess is a bit old. But she has it zoomed, like she has the text settings to
so
like old
they're
person
ballooned. They're ballooned.
Right. So it's like she's looking down, and I'm looking at her phone. I have to scroll through. I have to like
zoom out.
So I'm like, you have to zoom. You have to figure out the settings on your phone.
And just
so apparently she's done it. And I just got the message there. It worked. She's telling.
Funny. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Funny story about Jiffy. I heard one time, just over the radio or something. So it's winter time, and this guy's like, hey, I injured myself. I need my driveway shoveled. So he hops on the Jiffy app.
Yeah.
The Jiffy guy shows up, but has nothing. He's like, yeah, I got to use your shovel.
What?
Yeah. He didn't have any tools. I remember one time I ordered I got a cleaning lady because I was just like, going through this super lazy spurt where I'm like, hey, I didn't want to do as much cleaning. So I hire these cleaning ladies and they come there and they're like, yeah, where are your cleaning products?
What? You gotta read the fine print there.
Yeah, I'm like, what is going on here? But
Ooh.
Apple
introduced iOS 26.6. Okay. I mean, as long as Apple, they gotta do something with Siri, right? And so I think that if they can, the noise has stopped.
Yeah, for now.
It almost seems eerily quiet now. We can almost hear each other think around here. No, look, Apple today was a good stock early, right? Wasn't it? And then the whole market was an interesting one early there. It was actually a good one to the short side. We actually talked about Apple earlier today and, the reaction that it's had to different stock prices and whatnot moving forward. And, Apple's had that bounce off of VWAP pretty clean. Like we touched VWAP, this is on a 1 minute chart today. We touched VWAP right there at 12, and then we just grabbed it again right there at 2, and now you're falling back down in. I don't think this is going to be a needle mover for them. What we're waiting for is actually waiting for stories to hit on Apple as far as what are people thinking about the new versions. And then we have the big problem with the memory cost, right? I heard you and Sharif talking about that earlier today, right? What about this memory cost there for Apple and what that means? So there we go. I was going to say, I don't know if I can remove it, but I just did. There goes that story. Before we go over anything else, I covered a lot of this. Palantir just bounced off the 200 period moving average. For me, it's got to break that. So I actually have about a third left on what we had initially. Let me let that roll now. We were always going to get stopped out at 117. So the order to get stopped out is at 117. We just went short at 80s. So, that's a 20 cents or so as we get stopped out. We just took 116. Our best outs, let's just call them 35s, 30s, 20s, 25s down there. So we were able to sort of take a 2-to-1, at most sometimes 3-to-1 maybe on that. But now you're starting to get back up there to the upside here on Palantir. So I'm not going to reload this one. I'm going to wait to see what winds up happening at 117. Say that again, Andre. I missed that one. Okay. Oh, good. We're going to go to the dare on the wall. And then just quickly that, and then SpaceX. So we're not $1 in the money.
How many?
We're not $2.
Oh no.
I don't have a 50-cent thing.
Oh.
But maybe we're in the club.
Maybe we need to make one.
Maybe we're in the club.
You know what the 50-cent one?
If we say we're in the club, that's 50 cents. Because 50 cents in the club.
Okay, that's fair, man. Right, we're in the club. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. In the club. But not the dollar club though. That's VIP.
This is $2.50. It's
right.
We're in. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Adara, one of our favorite segments. Something about the chart window and something about the wall. So let's go back over to the wall and figure out. And there goes SpaceX now, almost $3.
Oh.
Let's go back over to Adara.
Shout out to Inda Club, great song here. And we're going to transition to talk about this segment, which is named after a different rap song from the same era, To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up a chart window for one of these infographics and we look at it on the wall. Let's talk about Comcast. So CSA, we have not talked too much about today. We mentioned it during the rundown. It was near the top of our watch list today, our free Twitter TV Live watch list, but it wasn't discussed too much, and I found this to be really interesting. So basically, CSA, in case you missed it, they're going to be doing a little spinoff. So Comcast splitting up here. You're going to keep Comcast as one of the companies. You're also going to have the NBC, Universal, and Sky as a separate entity. That'll include Telemundo, Universal Studios, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of the entities going over to that side of things. One of the CEOs of these new companies is going to be Mike Cavanaugh, so former co-CEO of Comcast. I believe he's the one who's going to Universal, or the NBC Universal rather. And then Comcast CFO, Mike Angelakis, I believe is the name. He's going to be going to become the new CEO of Comcast. So that's basically a rundown here of the spinoff catalyst. Comcast initially loved this news, but they gave back a lot of the move. Now, what's fascinating here is their revenue. I made this infographic to kind of, commemorate the spinoff for Comcast. But what I noticed here, 2014 annual revenue. Nice steady uptrend. Uptrend becomes steeper starting in 2017, and then, like a lot of companies, 2020 we do have a bit of that decline. It would be really odd to necessarily directly attribute this to the pandemic unless spending declines. But either way, here we did get that drop in 2020. We recover in 2021, and then revenue completely stagnates for 4 straight years, from 2022 to 2025. They're currently in fiscal 2026, I believe, about to report Q2 2026. So interesting look here for CSA. Let's see if the spinoff helps their revenue spin back to the upside. On the real, I've said this a lot, I'm a massive NBC, specifically Law and Order fans. I'm very curious to see what they do here, because Peacock is going to be also part of the spinoff, spreading its wings over to join the NBC Universal and Sky spinoff. As we get details, we'll let you know. But in the meantime, you can find this infographic on X at TTV Research. And that was today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. Now back over to Sean and Joe.
Okay. All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, we were talking about that with Comcast as well. I have a sticky note. I'm just treating this right here and putting it out for everybody there, just to see the kind of trading that we've done there on SpaceX. We were short early, and then now we're long late. We just got a 161 fill there on SpaceX, which is kind of what we were celebrating as we threw it back over there to Adara, and now it's coming back in. So celebrating a little early, but it doesn't matter. We emptied out a lot of the clip up there as we kept on going. I mean, we got those highs of 160.50 a couple times. Then we got the 161 there. It all started with the 160 break, and then we only got a piece out. We had to average in. So we didn't wind up making as much money on this move as it actually looks like, because we did take a piece there, but then we put on basically half unit there, half unit in total here, to give us 1 unit or so right back to the upside on SpaceX. Let's hold that one until we break back below 158, okay? That's what we're going to do there for SpaceX. We're going to let this one sort of, fester down at these levels. I like the stock there. It's SpaceX. And we did cover a little bit more of our Palantir. We will get going on that one. I did want to quickly go over this NVIDIA trade. So you had a great one there today, picking up near these lows, and you said to me, like, have you looked at the TQQs?
Yeah, that was the Qs. I grabbed the lows.
Oh, the Qs. Sorry.
I was long at the VWAP area.
Yeah. Well, yeah, NVIDIA kind of fell through there. We were, I think, trying to go long around this 193 area into the lows of the day. Once that breaks, right, we got to give it up. You can't, if you don't give up something when a key level breaks, like the low of the day, sure, sometimes they can hold and you look like an idiot because it goes down 20 pennies and then it absolutely rips your face off. But sometimes this happens, and you could have always gotten back in when we retook that level. What I actually wanted to highlight right here was 195. You had a problem going through 195 there. So it's not a battle back for NVIDIA today, not the same way it has been for Marvell. Marvell's $20 off the bottom. And still going higher. Now up 3%. Marvell was down 5% today. Everybody was like, what the hell's going on with this stock? And same thing for me. I was like, hey, look, man, I'm a Marvell shareholder, and I don't like to see these kind of things. What they just release a new movie or something?
I know.
These jokes aren't going over that well.
We get it.
Because, the Marvel movie or the Marvel movies aren't going over that well. But anyways, of course, this is a chip name. But yeah, Comcast CMCSA. I got to go back on vacation. I've only been back for half a day.
I know.
But no, honestly, that was a good move. As Adara said, they've given it back up today. I think spinning that off makes sense. The cable companies, as Adara was waiting to see what was going to happen with NBC Universal and so on and so forth, Peacock and whatnot. Streaming is one thing, and I don't like linear cable, the old style. Like, I'm not even sure that many people actually have cable anymore. So I think the fact that you're going to have different streaming engines like the Peacock, that's going to be good, and that allows them to also potentially be bought out. I mean, we've seen a name like Netflix, Warner Brothers, Paramount. All of these names go through quite a year, right? I mean, and now Netflix can't even seem to get out of its own way as that gets all the way down here to the downside. So I don't, if all of these properties, Netflix does have their own IPs, Stranger Things and whatnot. There's a few different names out there.
Yeah, the Netflix originals.
Originals, yeah, that's what we're looking at. So, I think there's some Squid Game stuff and yada yada.
Yeah, that's classified as an original.
Yeah, so I think that there is some value to all of this. But Comcast, man, that's kind of on a island by its own right now. Nice move higher there. We'll see if we can get back upside. I mean, I think a lot of people are maybe trying to get back up into $31, $32. We start the day up there, but it doesn't look like we're going to end the day, as we had a nice little wick higher there on Comcast to start the day. But I was just looking for some other halters there. TPTS, no, that's not it. SDOT is probably the one that's going to next halt, I would think. here with big moves today. It's starting to go a little lower. We did get that message from Tisha earlier about SDOT and trying to find out what was going on over there. Micron, actually, wow, what a battle back for Micron. The minute you short these things, I think it was Sharif I was saying, like, you don't want to short NVIDIA, and I think it was more talking about your long-term portfolio. Yeah. I would say that's also true for Micron. Absolutely. I mean, what was down today is now, like Micron, what a great day trading stock, though. This thing goes from 11.30 to 10.20. This thing goes down $105 to go right back up $105. And now it's looking like, I mean, I might short this.
That's crazy.
Is it though? I mean,
no, I don't think
against these tops. So the thing about it is, I do agree with Joe and even my own sentiment here that it is kind of sometimes crazy to short different names. But if you do have outs, it's like I thought maybe to short SpaceX was a little nuts, but then we made money on it, we punched out, and now we're long, right? So you can always change up your mind. But wow, what a great day for Micron. What a great day for the battle back. We even talked about it, right? Dump all of these names and just buy the SMH. I mean, then you don't have the single stock risk. Look at SMH today, man. Again, down 3 or 4% to up 3 or 4% and still wants to go. This name adds $40 from the top to bottom as well. So that's going to be a good one. Names like Meta, Microsoft. You have to, the problem with buying individual names is there's so much headline risk to the individual decisions that these corporations are making. Like what if Microsoft has to go out and raise money? What, like Google did. And Google got hit for that, right? I mean, Google was cruising, then they needed $80 billion. And it's been from $400 down to $340. Do we still like the stock? Hell yeah. And we're actually buying these dips into $350. But that's kind of the risk, right? I mean, Meta has the same kind of problems. But did you see Tesla today?
Yeah, big time run.
Tesla, 409, like when's the last time? And I kind of say this, and it's probably happened last week, but 7, 8, 9% moves, that's great. That's a great single day move here for Tesla, taking it all the way back up into its 50-period moving average. So this is what I mean. It's like a stock picker's paradise. Yeah. And it's like, it's win or loss. Like you make a move and it can either be disastrous or you look like a genius.
Exactly.
On a day like today with Tesla.
I mean, what we're starting to see is SpaceX and Tesla really starting to cross some paths here now, Sean. So we can see the stock climbing higher. What a recovery here on SpaceX.
You told me SpaceX was all about
they're looking to get involved with a mobile phone market, right? With Verizon and alongside Verizon and AT&T. Now, the street likes it right now, but when the numbers start getting crunched and what Elon has to do to actually produce a mobile phone, I think that'll be a little bit different of a narrative, especially with the earnings. We get to see the fundamentals of the company. But to add to Sean's point, that's why I'm trying not to hit the panic button on NVDA and other names, is because buy the dip in strong ones and you can see them recover. Okay? We sending things off to Adara? All right, let's see what we got.
The headline on the screen, you guys can see it there as well, but just be aware here, guys. AAPL and Watch, apparently they're concerned that there is a leak of iPhone 18 Pro documents on the dark web. Now, this is because I guess there was a breach of Tata Electronics data. Now, apparently that data included lists of suppliers, parts, and photos of the 18 Pro. So, again, some concerns here about breaches and leaks for the iPhone 18 Pro is connected to the breach of Tata Electronics data. Back to you.
I mean, Micron, I think that could be a good play, to be honest with you. And I mean, am I going to be buying some more NVDA? It depends. If it sells at a solid premium and at a discount. But if I'm going to get involved with some newer names, which I plan with every intention to do so, it's going to be the DRAM. I wanted some ETF exposure to the tune where we just don't have what Sean was just talking about, that individual stock risk, right? And it also gives you exposure to some other names. Like DRAM, you get SK Hynix and Samsung, names that you may not have exposure to in the Western markets. Oh, okay, all right, see what you got going on. So sell the news, Joey. That's what I'm saying. That's honestly what I'm saying when it comes to SpaceX. I don't think that's starting a new cell phone business, especially when people are already so heavily integrated into their ecosystems, whether it be Google, Apple, Samsung. It's going to be hard to sway consumers, even though there's people who love Elon, to sway consumers to say, hey, hop onto this new technology, hop onto this new phone, which I mean, I think we're kind of getting the feels we don't necessarily know, but between Sam Altman and Johnny Ives, these guys are coming out with a physical product. What is it going to be, right? So I think there's a lot of things and a lot of questions that need to be answered, but I don't think bringing out a mobile phone is going to be the be-all or end-all to SpaceX.
Yeah, that would be an interesting look. I mean, I think that's part of the reason why maybe SpaceX is starting to rally a bit, because we can't wrap our head around like where the profits are going to come from, right? We easily understand how you make money with cell phones, and so on and so forth. But we have something interesting to talk to you guys about right now, and that is the campus program is back on. So if you're ready to become a real trader, our next training cohort is just around the corner. And this time we are expanding our reach. If you live outside of the United States, now is your chance to apply and join our program. You'll be trading U.S. equities during regular market hours, so be sure you're available for the continuous U.S. session. And if you are, get this link right now. This program is carefully designed to help you master market microstructure, different marketplaces and venues, order types, execution, professional versus retailer, and versus retail and amateur approaches. The space is limited, so don't wait. Apply now and take your trading skills to the next level with our Real Trading training program at campus. So if you are located outside of the United States, you are eligible for that. It is the same software we're using, shorting, curated lists to trade with, great training, similar guys. I mean, we've had Wayne on the show before.
Wayner, yeah.
You're going to get training from guys that, even that we've trained. So hopefully that works out for everybody. But go fill it up right now. Scan that QR code that you saw on the screen. Get the link in the description. Or go to realtrading.com and click on the campus program. So I want to thank everybody for doing that. If you have a second, go give it a shot there. If, of course, you're located outside of the United States. So thank you to everybody over there for helping me find that ad. I couldn't find it there for a minute, but what is lost is now found.
Yeah.
We covered a little bit more at Palantir down there at 30s.
Nice.
So that was a little bit of a good trade there. And the SpaceX thing is just kind of hovering around, man. I mean, we were able to get that 161. Now it's bouncing off the 50 period. I still do like the long. And then we said that maybe it was a little crazy to short Micron up there. Was it?
Ooh.
I mean, it would now be about $7 in the money. As we're starting to get a little lower right now in Micron, as that's starting to bleed right back into the downside. And the thing is that when you get that kind of a retracement back, you're still down 1%, right? It's still negative against the market. If this market does fall, Micron will fall with it, and that's exactly what's happening. And for me, instead of waiting for some of these lines to sort of formulate, it would have to be basically a break of the 200 period to really solidify the short. So I think if you're being a little more conservative, wait for that 109 break or so to the downside. But I just felt like for risk to reward, when we were talking about it, it was at 11.29, and that, with a stop at 11.30.50, that's $1.50, $2 worth of risk. To get it all the way back down here, that's already a big reward. So you may want to cover if you did put a little bit on there, but again, up to you to see what you want to do. But there's Micron with a nice little pullback into some range. I'm still looking to see if anything's going on there. SDOT has been a mover here this afternoon, $38. We'll see if that can hold off of the 200 period moving average. We'll continue to look to see if there's any super chats that we missed. Make sure you do get into all of this. Get into the chat right now. As Joe was talking to you guys about interactive brokers and so on and so forth, we try to answer questions. Make sure you tag us so that we can see them. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and get into our chat ASAP as we look for some more opportunities right now.
Yeah, man. What do you think? What do you think about SMCI right here?
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the one.
Dude, listen, hey man, it is what it is. It's just one of those days where you're a little bit hot, and I wasn't expecting it this morning, but that's what we got to do, is just come in here and expect the least expected. And we're fortunate enough to do what we have done today. Sean I don't have a losing, I'm not even going to say it. It's already too late. It already half came out my mouth. But anyways, what I'm saying here is there going to be a good reload opportunity? So we take that first short, initial move lower, bang. We get the reload here, boom, stopped out break even once again. Now I'm waiting for price action to curl over. What I do believe is that we're going to have a liquidity breach north of this $29 level, and then maybe slowly start to curl over. I don't think this is a positive catalyst for TSM whatsoever, and that's why I'm going to remain bearish on this bad boy and look for the continuation
to the short side. What I can do is post up at the higher end of the range, which is going to give you drastically better risk to reward ratio opposed to what I'm looking to sell right now. Even though we do have a 1 minute candle opening up at the lower end of the range, volatility stepped in, and there's a little bamboozlement that I always find happens here in SMCI. But a test of the low of the day, I wouldn't put it past this stock. 230 right now. Oh, there it goes, Katina, man. Yeah, it's really starting to sell now, brother. A curl over is what we were looking at. Yeah, I should have took the 28.81 short there.
I was gonna say that the 29 was the trade.
Is that, yeah, the 29 was the trade. Yeah,
there.
exactly. 29 was the trade. I mean, we can still post up there to see if we're fortunate enough to get that, but a little bit of a chase at this point.
Can you still Post Malone? That was a great.
That was a great show.
That was a great show.
That's good.
I'd love to go back to that Post Malone.
That's good.
Show again. That was fantastic. I got to give some congratulations to Sia, who's got another story for us.
Did he sing that song?
Today is the last trading day, right? Thank you so much, Sean. Let's take a look at the three major averages for now. The SPY currently up 1.5%, holding that momentum from the early day. Triple Qs are up more than they were earlier in the day, up to almost 2.5%. And the Dow is up close to 1% today. So let's begin talking about a couple of things here. I'm going to talk about Comcast. Sorry, just pulling up the ticker for you. That Comcast has announced that it will be separating its connectivity business from NBC Universal and Sky through a tax-free spin-off, creating two independently traded public companies. So what exactly is this? Let's get into a bit of detail. So this move is designed to give each business a greater strength and a strategic flexibility as these traditional media companies are facing intense pressure from the streaming giants in business and competition, as well as, industry consolidation. So current Comcast shareholders will be receiving shares in both these companies, while at the same time Comcast will temporarily retain up to 19.9% of stake in NBC Universal before monetizing it over a period of time. So the leadership will be split as well, with Mike Cavanaugh becoming CEO of NBC Universal, Michael Angelakis taking over Comcast, and Brian Roberts remaining involved with both these businesses. So currently with Comcast is up almost 6% on the day. Also a little bit of a news, Securitize, which is a leading tokenization platform, will be listing its shares on the NYSE for the last trading week of this week, which is Thursday, becoming a first pure play tokenization firm in the United States public markets. Sending it back to you.
All right.
You're
reminding me of a Christmas movie that I'm not sure if I've seen it or not. With Jack Black, Dear Santa, Post Malone in that one too.
Post Malone's in Dear Santa?
Yeah,
I've seen it.
He actually is. I think Ben Stiller has a cameo. It's like the lady from Ginny and Georgia. It's the weirdest cast ever. I was definitely not the target audience in any way, but it's actually entertaining.
That's nice. Yeah, I gotta have a look at that. I was just saying to Adele, it's at Rogers Stadium. Those of you here in the GTA, like every concert basically has fireworks, and it's just it was such an amazing experience to watch that. Okay, so I have to, can't just talk about the winning trades and not show you guys the losing trades. And yeah, man, we lost on Intel. I tried to short 130. I tried, but no workout there, as my old Italian, now deceased nonna used to say there. Sean, and no workout today. And this trade, no workout. It was trying to short it against 130. So this is like that whole Micron thing, right? Like you go all the way to the downside, you make a low of 118, and then Intel just says, no, thank you, completely reversing course. But look, man, it lined up. Like I don't have, again, if we're going to talk about different strategies, we're going to talk about, SpaceX right now, $3 in the money, like all these trades, they're great, but sometimes you put on bad ones, and like if it's going to break against a level like that, fine. Break out, and there it goes, right? The only thing that I wish we would have done is gone long, but hey, that's hindsight. If this trade happens again, I'd probably take it again. It's that exact example, sort of on Micron. I can't control what's going to happen, but there goes Intel straight there to the upside. And sorry about that, but it was during the midday, so hopefully no one was trailing me. But that was a trade that we had written down on our sticky note, 129.50 to 130 there on Intel. We tried it. It does not work. It's the same trade here, and I can show you what the sticky note is all about today.
Okay.
And that was, and there's my, oh, this was a Post Malone concert, actually. But there it was right here. SpaceX, 154 long. We could go back and look at that. Or the 160 break long. So we actually waited. Once 154 broke, we actually went short 154. Once 160 broke, we went long. So it actually worked out pretty much as planned there. We go up and down there today on SpaceX. Here's me trying the 154 long right there. Once it breaks, we get out, then we go short, push it down, go short again. And then as we keep on finding it tougher and tougher to get out, eventually we get blown out to the upside. There's still a positive trade at the end of the day, obviously, as all these shorts rang true. And then it comes out, there's the break of 160. Here's the pullback into the 50 period, kind of as expected. And then there's the ramp higher. We averaged into this trade, and now it's going higher. And we said this last week, and it's just like, 161. Okay, so I'm noticing that top. Let's see if we can get going. I don't think this trade is done yet. Bouncing off the 50 period, I think we can get higher here on SpaceX. I mean, if you missed a 150 buy, maybe you'll get it again, but not today. I just going higher here, SPCX, as well as Tesla, man. Both these days, like how much money, and I know, I hate doing this, like, every dollar Elon makes $6 billion.
Yeah. Just to rub it in.
SpaceX is also down $50 from the high. Yeah. So how much money did he lose there, right? So hard to talk about that. But there goes Tesla now, up 8% and SpaceX going. So for all the Elon fanboys, and I guess I'm one of them, I own both these stocks, a good day today for Tesla and Elon people as we look to see both of these names. And, I was able to cover a little bit more on Palantir. But you see, this is what I'm getting at. We were long on Palantir there. It was good until it wasn't. So make the money, give some back. Mm-hmm. And right here, I feel like the same thing's going to happen. It's not pushing lower. It's bouncing off the 200 right now. It's not pushing lower. So let's be a little more conservative. We started taking a little bit more out there in the 30s. We have another bid at 20. Then we'll wait for 116 flat and hope for a break lower there on Palantir. And a quick check back in on Micron. Back up to 120. Oh boy, Joe.
What happened?
That came again.
Yeah, man.
The 129.
Okay, well, they shorted my boy. We're short.
I didn't short it, my boy. I'm wasting time.
You can do it. You can do it now, though, if you're back at the unless you don't want to.
Not there yet. I don't want to go. So again, good point by Joe there. You could always get back in, or get in. That the trade right now doesn't have the right risk to reward because
that's fair.
I have to stop out at 131. And that would be $6.
Yeah.
So $6 down means we have to break this level. So I don't know about that.
We don't know about that one.
By the way, there it goes. It's SpaceX, man. 160, 150, now 3.5.
Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I mean,
good trade on SMCI. Looks like that's what
we'll see what we can do. This is our third reload on this one, Katina, man. Entry 1, entry 2, and then entry 3 right now, just slowly starting to bleed. I just believe it's too negative of a catalyst right now in order for me to find any form of a long with it. And I have no issues shorting this. I was going to use another word, but we'll call it just somewhat of a sketchy company. These guys are always along the headline, in the headlines for the wrong reasons, in my opinion. So let's see if we can get a breakdown here, Sean. Otherwise, it might find somewhat of a recovery here towards the volume-weighted average price. But yeah, I mean, we're going to do the trade rundown. Nice work from Sean there, as always. He is the Katina man for a reason. We have SMCI on our radar. You can see this is our third attempt to the short, but we'll start from the beginning, right from the origin of our intraday session. You right, Joe? So here it is, right? Like this is trade number 1 on NVDA. We start small, bang, we add to the position, pop, 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 and then shablamo to the downside. We get stopped out, break even right there, ladies and gentlemen. Then our best trade of the day was grabbing the bottoms on the TQQQs. Right? This was definitely our better trade here of the day, and we are fortunate enough to sit on it for quite some time, still continuing to move higher. TQQQs is up 7.3%, which is absolutely crazy, but we're long 71.90s, and then we're fortunate enough to get our last bid out there at 76.34. All right, so a nice move in the overall market, and then we took a little bit of a scalp on AMDL. Listen, this was a fluke. Guys, full disclosure, I have no issue telling you that. I was doing a transaction so you guys could see what I was up to. And I'm like, why not go long on one of the strongest names in the market? And that's going to be AMD via AMDL. So a nice move up here, guys. 7.3% in AMDL. So cut that in half. You have the percentage gain on AMD. And then now we've just been trending shares in SMCI, right? Like, keep bringing those negative catalysts to me. I'm glad that we're not trying to find any form of a rebound. If we break 28.53, then I think we're going to have the opportunity to piece out some more. If not, we'll be patient. I have no issues with re-engaging, but a couple of strong upticks are showing that we might come back to my break even, and at that point, I'll get out because I think we'll get a recovery back towards the volume-weighted average price, especially if we break this $29 zone. So which end is going to break first? Right now, it looks like it's going to be to the top side as the ebb and flow within SMCI can get slightly annoying. Let's see if we get that curl over and that breakdown. But nice call on SpaceX. Listen, I'm talking about $135 in SpaceX. Yeah, we'll take that down.
I just put it up there. Say hello, everybody.
Whoa.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I thought that was you. I know, as a scene.
I didn't even. Oh, he always does it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the guy always does.
I just saw the $5.
Yeah, you know what I mean. We appreciate the donation, man, but
the chat, but
no.
So we had the chat up, but just quickly here, Palantir just came in into 116, so we were able to get out of that. It just fell right into our lap there, so that looks like that's going to be a good one. Hopefully we can wind up holding that. We're almost at the highest spot we've been at all day, so Palantir, nice move there, back into the downside here for PLTR as it continues to get a little lower. Like, we can look over here. This is the trade rate. This is brought to you by eSignal. Okay. This shows names that are starting to move around a little bit. So right now, one of the number one names on this trade rate is Apple. So putting through, again, look at that move. We talk about VWAP all the time on this show. Like, how good, and someone asked about Apple, and I even called it up. I was like, look, there's a VWAP there, there's a VWAP there, and it just came back in the last 10 minutes. So I think I got to refresh my scanner. I don't know why I didn't get a notice on that one hitting VWAP there on Apple. I should have definitely got alerted on that one, but there's a good Apple trade there off VWAP. Why didn't I get alerted there? Okay, I don't know. But that would have been a good trade there off VWAP there for Apple. Where did that little scanner go? I lost it. It's behind everything. Here it is. Nope. Here it is. Yep. So Apple, Tesla moving around. Oh gosh. And this is the problem with not having a stop. Because there goes the futures, the high of the day. And remember we were talking about, you said, well, you short it again. And there's the break. So that last time, it doesn't work, man. Like you want to short Micron, maybe not that level. You really have no reason to. There kind of holds again. That's not it. But I would think after you've seen it, that would have made sense to me to short that against these top wicks of 131 or so. But then it hits back there. Whenever you get a bounce off, I always worry about that. And it's like the same thing that happened to me on SpaceX there, right? Like comes back in, bounces off, taken out, comes back in, bounces off, take those out again. So, this is kind of the stuff that we have to deal with here as traders. You never know where these markets are going to go. But when they hit some levels and then take off after them, generally speaking, you can get some more upward momentum because it's a fail downside on one of those moves. Okay, well, I don't know why Apple didn't hit there on that. I'm gonna have to go find it out. But right now we're getting JP Morgan hitting on a key level. So let me go have a quick look there. As Joe and I really like JP Morgan.
Yeah, we like Joe. What's up with JP?
Coming through. Oh yeah, that's what it. See, so there's VWAP. So it's working. Joe, look at that wick. Remember you were developing that program that when things wick down or something, it was.
I still have it.
Okay, so have you been using that? I haven't heard you talk
about
it.
Yeah, man, all the time.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So there's one there on JP Morgan, comes right into VWAP and bounces. Like there's a VWAP bounce again, right? Sure, you probably get stopped out because there's that low move there. But nice move again on JP Morgan. Up 0.5 today.
Yeah.
Always take that move.
I mean,
nice
we'll take it, man. Especially
you know what? SpaceX going one more level here. I'm going to offer out at 63 and see if we can get that. Sometimes you just put out an offer and you get it. You just need someone to hit the buy button. Or the sell button.
Look at the market. Look at the market here
2.3%. I think that goes to show, like, if you just invest in the indexes, is something going on with oil maybe?
The oil's up today, dude.
Yeah, 1.5%.
Yeah, nice. You know what I mean? Like oil's up. I think that.
Marvel Shablamo says.
Yeah, you weren't here. We got the new term Shablamo.
Oh yeah, who made that term up?
Your boy.
Sure, you did?
Yeah. Shablamo. Well, I didn't make it up. I just heard it somewhere and I repeated it, and then.
I feel like I've heard that before. Shablamo.
Yeah.
Where is it from?
I don't know where I heard it from, but if you look in the Urban Dictionary, Shablamo.
Right. Shablamo.
It's like kablamo.
I kind of like Shablam.
Shablam.
Why got the O in it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Shablam. There we go.
Shablam.
Katina, man, it's been a good day for you. Hasn't been horrible on my end, aside from the incoming vet bill that we have rolling here. Remember when we used to price things in tires?
Yeah. You and I both had tire
So
work done?
so I got like
got a tire today?
Yeah, I got a couple tires rolling in today. So.
But you didn't really just replace your tires? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh,
my vet bill.
Now we have to talk about it in vet bills.
Yeah. No, I don't. That's
Target.
too
Oh yeah. By the
complicated,
way,
man.
this is my bad joke. Katina Wilson Capital.
Yeah.
Who are we going back to? Let's go back to Sia, and then we're going to talk about Target. Small cap recap.
Spike is.
Thank you. And with that, Shablemo, Brazil has scored a goal. So we're happy about that as well. Let's take a look. The IWM is currently down 0.5% on the day. We have I have two individual tickers for you to talk about. I don't know if I've used that term correctly, but that's okay. BHVN, Biohaven, is down 5.3%. The company has been downgraded by analysts at Bank of America on concerns about the upcoming readout from a phase 3 trial for its company's epilepsy drug, which is known as Opacalim. Fun, FUN, Six Flags Entertainment, down 5.5% on the day. So the price target was announced at $29 per share by citizens, and attendance of Six Flags, as reported by CNBC today, has increased 4% in the first quarter of this year, that's 2026, signaling a rather reversal of a months-long decline of visitors, according to Citizens Analyst notes. But we're going to pause and head to Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on Uber. UBER briefly just broke here to new intraday lows. It's recovered right now, kind of a flat candle, if you will. Seeing reports from TechCrunch suggesting that Uber and Waymo have, quote, quietly parted ways. Apparently, this is just in Phoenix for now. I guess Waymo robotaxis are no longer available on Uber, specifically in Phoenix. Obviously, not a lot of details on this story. If and when I hear more, I'll let you know. Keep an eye on UBER. Back to you.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. I know you.
Because Uber, I want to sell Uber, and I didn't even.
Yeah.
Like I'm away. I didn't even notice it went to $78. Man, that was like.
Is that what you wanted to do?
Yes, that's the out.
So why didn't you put the order, man?
No, it's not. It's not that. Like we were trying to get. Like honestly, I don't even have the order out. Like if it broke through 80 and I didn't. Like I'm not mad that we didn't get out. It's just like it was at 78 on its way back up. And then now today, getting hit to the downside. Uber on a nice recovery. We do know that Democratic, member there, Nancy Pelosi. I don't even know what her. That's why I say I don't know. Does she have a seat?
Former Speaker of the House.
Former, but what is she now?
Well, now she's just a member of the House. She's a representative.
Representative. Okay.
You guys know there's so many weird leadership positions, and you guys know I love U.S. politics. There's so many weird leadership positions. Currently, she doesn't possess one. She's just a House member from California.
She's just super rich. And then there it is right there, $78 there for Nancy Pelosi and Uber. She might have been selling right up there. Look at that big green spike on the volume on the daily when it went up. You know what I mean? So boom, shakalaka there. Yeah, big move there on Nancy Pelosi Day. And now right back in there for Uber, down 2%. This is a name that I want to get lighter on, honestly. I can't kind of wrap my head around what Uber's next moves are, and I worried about Waymo, I'm worried about all of that. But 99 problems, Palantir shorting one right now because that is starting to go, and we're coming back in. We said that we'd only take a 20 fill, so we just got that. We also got we got a 30 and a 20. I must have had too many bids out. So now we'll wait for 116. I'm at 116.05 for a decent percentage out. If we can get that, that's perfect. That's exactly at this. Actually, let's move it to one. Well, I want to move it to 116.10, all right, just because it's there now, and honestly, for 5 cents difference, not that much for me right now. So we'll see if we can get that fill. Good move off of VWAP there. We love those kind of trades. Hopefully it continues to work out. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's 4 right now on SpaceX, as there it goes, straight up to the upside. Nice move there for SpaceX. We're getting out. We're getting more out, right? I mean, nice move. We got to still make sure we appreciate that. This is going to be my number one stock today, P&L wise, as Joe says. Just paid for one vet bill on SpaceX today, so nothing really too crazy. How is Milo, by the way?
He's good, man.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's good, man.
And he got a little sick there over the weekend, so we hope that he starts.
Well, it was bright and early this morning.
Oh, that's even worse. So it starts your day off.
Well, as soon as I got in the office, my phone's ringing. I'm like, oh my God, here we go. All right, speaking of, here we go. Let's go. Let's see if we're gonna get another opportunity. Yeah, exactly, another opportunity here. Man, if we get another short here on SMCI, all right, this is a little bit of a chase, Katina, man, but the momentum really starting to pick up on this bad boy. We should have been a little bit more patient, but I have no issues with taking a small hit on this trade, just because I believe we can get that curl over in that breakdown, which has started to look like it. The volume started to uptick. The tapes really started to speed up. But it could be a potential fake out, as this name is typically full of them. As soon as it breaks 28.80, we're out of dodge on this one. We're going to give it about 30 cents worth of risk. Nothing substantial. Would have been more ideal if I posted up at the top end of the range, but I can't complain, right? One thing that I also have to take into factor is look at this. So we get this initial leg. It was the biggest one. Second one shorter. Third one even shorter of a move. So could this be another fake out to the point where we don't break through the support level, in which my thesis is invalid and I can no longer hold on to this trade north of this 28.90 marker? Let's be patient to see if we do get that breakdown. If not, this could act as a solid support level, and SMCI finds somewhat of a rebound here today. I just believe the catalyst is too weak, but the defense stepping in right now, what we can see on the tape, not too good, Katina, man.
I have to go back to this Intel trade. I mean, so right now SpaceX has, like, pardon the pun, but like a rocket underneath it. Like, honestly, it is just going. It's not even like it's huge volume. It's just, you see the volume down here. It's kind of just whatever. But it is starting to really extend out here on SpaceX. So I think what we can do is just kind of look at a little bit of a longer time frame. We've already broken out through here. This was the 160 level that we were really talking about. The next high, I guess, if we go back even a little bit more than we are right now, into here, that's 164.50. So looking for something in and around here, 164.60. So I think if we're gonna wait for maybe a spot now that we've got it, this is not horrible there for Eli Lilly. I just heard something in my ear about Eli Lilly. 164, 165. I think that's a good spot to wait for now on SpaceX and see if it just can continue to go up. Now that would be another $2 from here. We'll wait for that. I just heard something in my ear about Eli Lilly, so we can have a quick little look at that. Not much going on. Nice move higher there. Eli Lilly, the new $1 trillion club. I mean, it's been an absolute monster. Good moves from last week. AbbVie and the XBI, I know we talked about that before. ABBV? AbbVie, this is a name that I've been holding for a while. They had they bought out somebody last week, and it's just been really well received. And you can see the market really rewarding AbbVie and their shareholders. So there, that goes Precipico or something like that. Nice move there to the upside for AbbVie. We did have On Semi. You want to talk about a deal that's gone bad? People didn't like that one, trying to figure out what exactly that means for ON. And downside play continues today for them, down 1%. Not all acquirers go up. They actually go down most of the time when you're acquiring a company, and they believe that they paid a little too much. So On Semi, downside rate now, and continues to go a little bit lower. I was going to say we have to check back in on SMCI. But wow, look at Palantir. We did it. Good trade, honestly. I mean, short there, short here, right into the 200 period moving average. Let's cover one little bit more here at 04 if we can get it. Did we get it? No, we did not. So we'll bid some 04s here. See if we can grab that as people join us up. We'll see if we get it. And again, why are we covering it? It's at the 200 period moving average. I'm going to punch out a little bit there. We just removed some liquidity there at 13s. We did not get the 05s or 04s, so we'll take some 13s out there on Palantir, as it looks like it's trying to make a little bit of a move the other way. Still waiting for something to halt, man. My halt scanner is not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now. Let's go back over to Adara.
Yeah, here's the deal here with Lilly. Regeneron also implicated. This isn't on Benzinga yet or anything. Looks like this is new, but CNBC reporting that Eli Lilly and Regeneron are amongst the first handful of companies selected by the FDA or Federal Drug Administration in the U.S. for an initiative to speed up the review of new manufacturing facilities. Now, of course, Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks and the CEO of Regeneron both have strong relationships with U.S. President Trump. He's publicly praised both companies multiple times. Other companies that are benefiting from this FDA, designation here include Amneal, Solaris, Fujifilm, Curia, and Kiowa. These are going to be the first companies that will participate in the FDA pre-check pilot program. Again, just as reported by CNBC, no details or confirmation yet. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much for. There goes Katina, man. SMCI for the fourth time here today.
Ride that bear.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes bang, almost going to put in a new low as the momentum is really starting to uptick in this bad boy. 28.57. Let's see if we can hold this, man. Diamond hands, we're talking about a negative catalyst stepping in and now looking to break the low of the day. That's where we'll take some off at 27. We'll call it 75s. We can post up at that level there, Sean, to see if we're fortunate enough to get it. But so far, so good in this potential trade here. The trade that we've been sitting in.
Is that a shablamo or is that a shablam?
This is shablam. This is shablam right here.
Huh?
Yeah. It's a wham bam shablam.
It's a wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Shablam.
Oh,
yeah, that's
shablam on this one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Four entries on SMCI as this bad boy is slowly starting to cook up for us here, guys. Just fortunate enough to be sitting in the position where we can take some of these trades. So it's been a pretty good one. It looks like the trading gods were looking out for your boy today, Sean, because wasn't mentally here bright and early this morning. Now we've been rocking and rolling, sitting alongside Katina Man, obviously Sharif and I throughout the whole intraday, midday, I guess I should say, session, having a lot of fun over there, trading TQs, SpaceX moving up to 162.95, yes. NVDA holding on to 0.8% to the north side.
On fire.
We'll take it. Wow.
He's on fire.
T-triple-Qs. Oh, nah, we're not going to talk about it. I was going to say if you wanted to talk about it, we're not going to talk about it.
Why?
Well, it's the Leafs, man. We can always find
the Leafs?
Yeah.
Well, the Leafs had one of the best weekends they've ever had.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So the guy that they picked up, they then traded once again.
Who, Carlo?
No, the goalie, Radit.
Yeah.
No, that's the demon. Yeah.
What do you mean? They got a free fifth round pick or whatever?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
I think you said the Leafs. We don't want to talk about the
Leafs. Now you got me started. So
you got yourself started.
Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm rightfully so. I'm happy about it. So, anyways, quick story. A couple friends. Sorry, you're getting over there. A couple friend of ours in like a girlfriend, boyfriend. They're friends of ours in the Liberty Village. One works for TSN, and he's like, don't say too much, Joe. But rumor has it the Leafs are looking to sign Sergei Bobrovsky.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know that. Right? They're not going to get him.
Yeah, I don't
think
he's
going to be too much money. I think, but maybe.
But imagine they pick up
a really bad year.
They did.
Yeah, but Zach Werenski is going to cost them Nyes plus probably one of Easton County.
You send him over with Riley, ship him.
Riley. No, Zach Werenski, you got to go Nyes.
Yeah.
And you got to go probably a 28 first round pick. And you got to go at least one more guy to get Zach Werenski.
I think you do that.
My daughter was on the ice with Wyatt Johnson today. Do you know him from Dallas? My daughter was on the ice with 6 NHLers this morning.
No way.
Yeah, Mason Marchment from Columbus.
Okay, I know Mason.
Well, Wyatt Johnson was a 30-goal scorer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was drafted like 9th overall.
Okay.
Yeah. A couple guys from San Jose she was on the ice with this morning.
Really,
Her boyfriend is, and don't tell us to Celebrini, but that's her boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Macklin.
Macklin.
Okay, rightfully so. He might be the next Captain Canada.
Well, he was the captain on the World Cup team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Doing that, but
it was like 4 Nations or
something. Yeah, whatever that was.
Yeah.
She loves some Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, Macklin.
But yeah, shout out to the Maple Leafs who grabbed Gavin McKenna. The Maple Leafs have only had 3 number 1 overall picks.
2 of them in the past.
You know who they were?
Wendell.
Yeah, you already got it.
Yeah, Austin and
then
that's the one that you thought you were gonna get me on. Was the first one?
Yeah. The minute you said not get you, I just say if you don't know that because you know Austin.
Exactly.
He's still there.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to the Maple Leafs having a great. I think they had a great.
Remember when we were saying? Remember we were picking Leafs within their their numbers.
Yeah. Yes. And it was. You got me on 43.
Yeah.
Kadri. Yeah, that was. I should have.
That's a good one.
I definitely should have known that one. Yeah, Kadri. Yeah. And McKenna will wear 72. It looks like.
Is that what he's gonna?
That's what they keep showing. But I never want to buy a jersey until they officially announce the number.
Yeah. That's fair,
sometimes
man.
they change it up.
I tossed my Mitch Marner jersey, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know. Forget about Mitch Marner, man. This guy, if he can't play, I don't know. You got too much pressure for him to play here in Toronto.
Yeah, the irony.
Yeah, he's a great player. I mean, the talent is definitely there. Okay, the market is trying to hold, I feel like, this 50-period moving average. I'm still looking there at SpaceX. We took another out when I thought it was breaking back down below. We took out some at 162.50 there for that, and we did have a good out on Palantir, of course, down there, and we talked about getting out a decent chunk. We get out another piece as it breaks above the 25-period moving average. We'll hold. If it comes back up to view up, we could try it again there right now. Any other Brazil, people saying? I mean,
did they win?
Most
Brazil
likely.
Looks like it, yeah.
I don't know. It's like Neil telling me that England's not an elite team. I don't know. But a few more seconds left. And Brazil, so shout out to Andre. Congratulations. Who are they playing, Andre, Brazil?
Brazil.
Who?
Japan.
Oh, Japan. Oh, Japan's not a bad team.
No, they're not.
What is the score there?
I still got 1-1. Oh, man, I could be wrong.
Oh, it was 1-0 Japan at one point?
Yeah, they tied it up.
Ooh-wee. That would have been quite the upset, I guess.
Yeah.
Coming through there. Canada now waits. Canada, the first team to advance into the round of 16. You know, we had our first ever, just like Egypt, your boy Sharif over there.
Yeah.
They had their first ever World Cup wins. We say shout out to Egypt. We hope that they could do well. Sharif's going to go see them live.
Yeah,
that's
going to be wicked, man.
Canada got their first ever World Cup win. This is the problem. Obviously, the World Cup is very much watered down this year. But now that you get into the, the more serious round there, we can see what winds up happening. United States against Cape Verde. We'll see what winds up happening there. That should also be a good game. We'll wait to see. I think USA will wind up smoking them, but the cream rises to the top, I feel like. Yeah. Let's go back over to Sia and see what she's up to.
Thank you so much. The SPY currently up 1.6% at the moment. Let's take a look at how the sectors have been doing and are performing at the moment. Electric tech, NVIDIA is up 1%, Apple sliding into the red, just down 0.6% on the day. MU was a little bit green earlier, but it's currently trading flat. It's down 0.11%, very minuscule. AVGO up 2.5% on the day, followed by AMD up 3%, Intel up 2.36%, and Cisco up 3.5%. We have KLAC also rallying up 12%. Tech services, we have Google up 4.6% at the moment, Meta up almost 3%, and Microsoft in the red, down 1.3%, whereas Oracle and Netflix are trading flat at the moment. In finance, we have a little bit of a mixed sentiment. We have the RKB trading flat. It was a little bit of a green earlier in the day. Red earlier in the day. We have JPM, Visa, and MasterCard continuing their momentum from the earlier trading session. Retail trade, we have Amazon still up 4% on the day, whereas Walmart and Costco are down 1% and 0.75% respectively. Producer manufacturing, we have AMAT, LRCX, CAT all up in the green. GEV also following. Consumer non-durables and utilities, I'm seeing a bit of a mixed sentiment. A lot of gray, a lot of red, and a little bit of green. Consumer durables, we have Tesla up almost 8% on the day, so that's good for that stock and good gift, as Adara said, for Elon Musk's birthday. Health technology, we have Lilly and J&J up 1.27% and 1% respectively, 1.18% respectively. ABBV and MRX, where we're trading flat. Consumer services, energy, minerals are also a bit of a mix over there. Process industries, industrial sectors as well. However, I'm seeing a bit of a darker green on PWR, up 3.5%. FIX also up 5% on the day. Communication continuing to slide by that Verizon pull earlier in the day, down 5.49%. We only have Echo, which is up 5% on the day in the green. And with that, energy minerals, XOM still continuing to trade flat on the day, followed by CVX sliding into the red, sending it back.
Thank you, Sierra. I do want to talk to you guys about Global X. Volatility does create movement, as you guys can clearly see every day here on the show, and that creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors like that TQQ that Joe and I are talking about. They understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. So these three triple levered bull and bear ETFs are tied to the NASDAQ 100, and we trade them all the time. They are designed for daily tactical trades. They provide amplified exposure, giving traders tools to engage with both the upward momentum and market pullbacks. The important thing about their offering is it is currency hedge, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. So it's TQQ on your Toronto exchange. Those navigating short-term market moves, both up or down, check them out. It's Beta Pro. They offer you the flexibility to act with conviction, no matter what your strategy looks like. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. That QR code right there on your screen, scan it and go have a quick look. And just to show you, we trade TQQ here on the NASDAQ. This is a Pro Ultra Shares product. This is on the NASDAQ. If you go TQQ on Toronto, this is the Beta Pro, the one we're talking about. So again, one of the most liquid names here. And you might not think that when you see this because it doesn't look, but still 1.4 million shares done today with a lot of liquidity offered here on the level 1 and 2 for TQQ. So if you just wanted to trade it in Toronto, it's a completely different look, completely different market structure. But again, look at the odds. There's 7% there in NASDAQ, 7% here in Toronto. So same type of thing. We want to thank Beta Pro for all of that, man. SMCI, my boy over here, is just absolutely destroying SMCI as there it goes right back into the low of the day as we pay for some vet bills today here live on Trader TV. But yeah, down 8% now as, hey man, their offices are getting raided in Taiwan.
So how could you not short that?
Well,
I mean, probably someone.
No, it was a great trade. I mean, I think that there was. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention. I don't know how many lots you have left, but you are at the low.
I don't even have a lot. Yeah.
Okay, but no, I just mean you know, if you can get out, because right there we've already sort of touched that there. So I was going to say I'm not trying to go long. Just letting you know that is an area of concern. Oh, you got a cover there.
Yeah, man, we're good, man.
Okay,
we took some out.
Yeah, there it is.
We did call it mini.
Can we increase? Joe, I mean, I think Joe will be the first one. Shout out to Ozan. Here, look.
What did Ozan say?
Nothing. He did a good one. He just said, "Can we increase Joe's buying power?" This is the thing.
2x.
You didn't even use.
I didn't even use
half of your buying power.
No, actually, I did. I couldn't buy anymore. I don't know what happened. Yeah, because I put in an order officially and it rejected.
Yeah, but what did it say?
Not enough.
So you definitely need more.
Because the first one, I was telling you, hey man, like I was ready to do what I had to do.
So I got you a bunch more for SpaceX IPO. Did it revert back? Is that why?
Yeah.
Oh, it reverted.
No. But it so I put in an order. I believe it was when we were trading at like 175. I put X amount of lots in, and it's just like, yeah, no, we're not. Order not acceptable. So then I had to reduce the size. So hey man. Is what it is.
Okay, we'll have to get you.
Yeah, we'll get it next time.
And what's up, Zion? I mean, honestly, I'm trying to do this every day. You know, like obviously I'm not here. I didn't see Joe or Neil. I'm sure they had great trades there, obviously on Thursday and Friday. But like every single day, I'm sitting here trading, and that reminds me, let's put an offer. I like trading SpaceX, man. It was the #1 idea.
You've been hot on it.
Yeah, it's been hot on it, but it's not just hot on the stock. Sure, it's fine, it's great, but it just makes sense to me. Like we wrote down a 160 break, and you know we also wrote down a 154. So both those levels today very key. Like 154 short paid down to 151. We got out when it broke higher. Then it breaks 160, comes right in, starts taking off again. So yeah, we are starting to get paid off a little bit. My stop, and I didn't cover this, was 162.
Okay.
So now, you know, the fact that we take another piece out to the upside, we take out a quarter of what we have left there on SpaceX. My #1 stock today is SPCX. We only have really one losing trade today, and that's going to be on Intel. And it's just, look, we lost a little bit on the TQs, we lost a little bit on NVIDIA, but we lost a lot, not a lot, compared to what we lost there. We lost more on Intel, trying to short that 130. You know, looking at this 130, 150, that might be an area there that if it does come back up, we look to short against that level. But do we really think this market's worth a short right now? I don't know. We'll have to find out. There's Apple. Apple just Apple just broke higher. Now it hits on my scanner for some reason.
Still negative today.
Yeah, there it is right now. SpaceX just ripping right now too, right?
Tesla up 8 1/3.
Apple, Tesla, everything moving today. Yeah. This is the good day to check out the old account.
Yeah, nice. No. I looked at it on Friday. That wasn't a good idea.
On Friday?
Yeah.
I didn't even see how did the market end on Friday. Just tanked?
Yeah, right out of the gate, it just like Thursday, Friday.
Oh, the market was. Yeah.
Just,
I'm about to say today, check the account out.
Did it not so bad?
You know, Google's up to 355 now or something like that. Is that continues?
Yeah, that's a good one there. Google up to 352, up 4.5%, a little bit more than that. I mean, Tesla up 8 1/5. Like, come on, man.
S-Dot's not doing anything.
S-Dot's not doing anything. Amazon 3.8% to the top side. SpaceX up 6.5%. NVIDIA has just been chopping around that like 0.9 to 1% down to 0.7%. So it hasn't been anything crazy. Western Digital up 10 4/10 there, Katina man. So not too bad. MicroStrategy, your boy MicroStrategy up 11% today. Okay. Well, Bitcoin itself is only up 0.5%.
Yeah, I mean, I have a bid on Michael Saylor's yacht, so if the things don't go right and he comes down and
it goes to auction,
I'll be sitting there with some Katina Wilson capital.
It's on the boat, eh?
Yeah, I might as well.
Like, you're gonna put it on the boat?
Can there be any worse investment than a boat?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that needs signing off on. Other things we don't necessarily need to sign off on, totally understandable.
Right, but buying a boat.
So, remember that one scene in Wolf of Wall Street when it's like...
Yeah, they're on the boat there?
No, when the dad comes in yelling at Leonardo or whatever his name is because they spend so much money. They spend like $20 million or something on like entrees.
That was such a good movie, man. So I enjoyed watching that one. Your JP Morgan is breaking lower. I think there could actually be a short trade here, honestly, on JP Morgan. I hate to talk about that, but this is what it looks like right now. We could pick on something else, but there's the break of VWAP right now for JP Morgan and looking to get a little lower right now. So I think this is maybe worth it. We did break through 330.50. That was that little wick right there. And we talked about JP Morgan holding VWAP, and then there's that wick, and then it held perfectly right there, but couldn't get going. This to me is looking like a decent short now for JP Morgan. I think we can almost put it on, and we can put it on against, I like to do it against the 50 period, or sorry, the 25 period, which is 330, 331. So I think it's maybe worth a look here on JP Morgan. We're riding SpaceX. I mean, we just got that out. That was a good one. We still have some on, but I'm going to try now. Nothing worth this but a try. So we'll try it here at 67. We build up this level. Hopefully we'll be able to get filled on JP Morgan. We'll wait for, I'm just going to wait for this fill. Hopefully it will come in. I'm sitting here right here, part of this mess. We'll see if we get a 67 fill there on JP Morgan. And thing is, see, like I don't want to pay that 16-cent spread right there. I was hoping to get filled on the ask. Obviously, it goes against us, but I like the JP Morgan fill there. If it could come up, give us a little bit of a trade against basically 331. I mean, it's 50 cents worth of risk, I think, right now for a lot more downside if this trade works out for us. Maybe we can get into this congestion here, 329.50 or so. So we'll try a little bit on JP Morgan. Maybe I'll bite the bullet here. I just crossed down and missed again. Joe, we had a decent trade there on JP Morgan, but we didn't get filled. I made the level there at 67. It's now 20 cents lower. That's all right. We missed that trade. I did look at Apple, and I started about talking about all the big cap names. You guys can put some small ones in there if you want. Like S-Dot is not moving. Well, it's moving, but not giving any like big time moves. I mean, we just got to 42, back to 38. I'm looking for it to either break 44. It's really held this 200 period here is S-Dot. So that would be a name that to maybe look at. But again, the break of that still gets you into here. I still think we need to break 36 in order to be in trouble. And then if you're really holding on to it, it's still 34 there. Alibaba has been an interesting one. I don't know if you guys looked at this over the last couple of days, but now it broke below $100 from a high of 380. Like, look how bad this stock has been, man. This was 145 back mid-May. So, Joe, this has lost like, what kind of percent on this one here? From 145 all the way down to 90. So that's lost 31% in a month and a half there for Alibaba all the way to the downside. So watch out for that name getting a little worse right here as we watch out for Alibaba. Also TCEHY, another name there, Tencent. This name's getting killed as well. I eventually think the tides turn a little bit on China and some of these names can come back. So I'm going to be careful watching out for them. There, Alibaba.
Would you like to grab some of those? Is that what you're getting at? Like, I feel like you're talking about you.
Yeah. I mean,
do you own any ADRs?
No, not right now. ADRs?
Yeah.
No. I do own some Alibaba.
Okay. Oh, you do?
Yeah, but not like nothing. I do want to average into it at some point. So I do like Alibaba. Yeah.
Okay.
But, all right. It's just been a falling knife, and I think that we got to wait to see what happens with China, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. I mean, Sean just went over. We had Thursday and Friday, guys. Complete strength in the airlines. Cooling oil prices, cheaper jet fuel. All right. We had NCLH, RCLH, CCL starting to move a little bit higher. Still holding on to positivity here today. Katina Man jinxing my JPM as it's curling over here. We're only up about 0.4% here today. But Walmart, my guy Walmart, not doing so well here, Sean, as we're heading towards some key lows right now. After that gap down, man.
Walmart at?
Yeah, it's not like 150, 114 right now. So almost tapping into bear market territory after that earnings report where it was just shablammed all the way to the tune of 17%. So, Yeah, it's been a tougher look, but listen, it's a staple. I think when we see some form of stronger rotation, and I'm not saying more indefinite, but a longer duration where, hey, we believe that the tech trade is slowly starting to cool off, that's when we get that stronger rotation into the staples. Like Costco is down 13% too, okay? So, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. I must give credit where credit is due because I believe you were talking about this name, Katina, man. Starts with a T, ends with a T. All right,
man.
in the middle
we got it at 122.
You got into it at 122.
No, I got out of it.
Oh, you got out of it at 122.
I'm in at like 80 something.
Okay, yeah. So that's good stuff. And this is a name that's only down 5% off of its previous all-time highs, where we have Costco and Walmart down double that. Okay. So I mean, listen, there is some strength. Procter and Gamble. I know this might be one of your favorite companies. They're still down 12% there, Katina, man. So PG and some of these XS, like if you want to head over to XLP, not performing how you would expect it to. Now, what does that tell me? That tells me that money is still going to be funneling, especially on today's session, into this tech trade. Because where do I personally look for when money is funneling out? Financials, staples.
I am now short Apple. We're going to go over to Adair and we'll come back.
Keep an eye here, guys, on Uber. I mentioned this earlier. There was this report that led to this drop today's low here. This is going to be around 2:45 p.m. after TechCrunch reported that Uber has wound down its Waymo robotaxi partnership in Phoenix. So more details, both companies coming out to talk about this here. Uber saying that it was intentionally a limited deployment. They only had just over a dozen vehicles. It was never supposed to be long-term. Waymo also commented on this. They said that the program completed hundreds of thousands of trips. So it seems like both companies happy with this. Again, limited deployment. And Uber is not leaving Phoenix either. Apparently, they're going to be announcing a new robotaxi partner for Phoenix, Arizona going forward. So that's the deal here with UBER. Back to you.
I mean, the Palantir, thanks, Dara, for confirming that. I mean, we talked about Uber before, and it's just, hopefully we can get back up into that $78, $79, $80 area, and we'll see. But there goes Palantir. Oh, back up. Okay. Finally break. So we took some more 116s there, as it looks like we were trying to break back underneath that the 200 period moving average. We'll see if it wants to continue to work downside right there. Palantir getting lighter and lighter on that trade. All right, man, we took Apple short. It just worked. It just bounced off view up at 30, by the way. I'm trying to go against 283 here for Apple. I don't like the story, man. I don't like the fact that costs are getting higher. We just did a move on Apple where I can feel a little more confident. That move is right there back into view up. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it. Right there, that's 283, and then we just went up to 283 again. That's 283.10. So this is kind of where my stop out zone is going to be on Uber. On Apple. We'll try to average in if we can get back into the 70s. But for right now, we're going to start a trade half a unit short right now on Apple, just thinking we can retrace back, man. I mean, why can't we get back into here or at least back into the 50-period moving average? Even if we take a little bit out there on VWAP, that would be 20 cents. I'm going to try to average it in right there. And without further ado, what is VWAP there? We went to 30s. I'm just going to put a quick bid right here at 30 for like maybe 10%. And then we'll see if we're able to get something out in and around the $30 marker now for Uber. So that's what we're going to try to do. For Apple. Oh. So we'll see if we can get some shares there. It's starting to work in the money a little bit now. SpaceX, we took another out, but now it's in the 164. So I think we just let this one go and see what winds up happening here with SpaceX.
Uber. All right, yeah, good stuff there, Katina, man. Yeah, I like how you were talking about not too long ago. You're like, hey, you got the break through the low of the day. We pieced some more out. I'm currently only sitting on 20% of the position. I mean, if it comes back at this pace, I believe it's going to break even. There's some indecision prints around the lows. Algo would probably pick up one of these here. Definitely picked up this one and might have got stopped out. But we're starting to head back in towards a key resistance zone that was acting as support. At this point now, you can see that we're short from 57s. We're printing 57s right now. So that's my break even. We offloaded 80% of it, so we're not going to complain, but now you're starting to find some form of a recovery in this bad boy. Now, Nike, man, oh man. Listen, you guys know where I stand when it comes to the retail and athleisure space. For me, there's just, I would never use Wilson Katina Capital and hop into a Nike or a Lululemon or any of these names that I feel come and go. And it's crazy for me to say Nike doesn't come and go. It's the most popular sports brand on the planet. With that being said, If you're the most popular thing on the planet and your stock is down 70 to 80% off of its highs, I have no part, and I just don't want to be involved with you. I don't know what the company's going to do, to be honest with you, in order to find any form of a recovery. And I think you fall into the...
Oh, sorry, I was going to say they need to dump Elliott Hill. Start with that. I'm sorry. They've got to get rid of Elliott Hill.
Yeah, where's he from anyways?
Well, he was from Nike, and apparently people were getting upset at me in the chat, and I think rightfully so, because apparently he was like the main person people wanted to take over in like 2020, 2021 when they announced John Donahoe instead.
Yeah.
Because again, the guy before John Donahoe, Mark Parker, was apparently an incredible CEO for the company. So you get John Donahoe, he does a bad job, and people are like, oh my gosh, Elliott Hill is going to be the savior. But here's the thing, if you compare, not even like beyond the stock performances, the reputations of companies that had CEO changes around the same time. So you're talking my boy Kelly at Boeing. You're talking Brian Nickel, who I admittedly don't love, at Starbucks. I think in both of those cases, they were able to turn around, if not the stocks 100%, certainly the public images of the companies. Elliott Hill, I think, has failed miserably at both, in my humble opinion. And I'm going to get some hate for that, and I'm willing to back it up.
I don't understand why you would catch any hate. Like, it's speaking for itself. The stock has just been getting absolutely destroyed. It's down 80% off its highs. Like, I don't know. I talk about like a point of no return. I'm not saying that's going to happen with the most popular brand on the planet, but how long are you going to sit in this before you see any form of recovery? Like, it peaked in 2021. That's half a decade ago that we're talking about this name being around any form of all-time high. I just don't know what you do with this at this point.
We are, I mean, I'm not, especially with the World Cup, right? I mean, there's like so much exposure there with the sports now that I think, it's probably due for, I think it's due for a bounce. But to Adair's point, if you ever start announcing, potentially activists, stepping in and requesting new management, that could definitely be a catalyst. But we'll see. I mean, I know it's already sort of been surrounding Nike for a while. Look, I don't know if you guys thought this was going to happen or not, but there it is, man. SpaceX came right into our exact area that we had, right there pegged, right? 164 and change. So that was a great area for us there on 165. So it came right in. So we just took an out right there. I mean, I have to do that. That was 164.50. We took an out there. So good move upside for SpaceX. We got to represent that. It's now $7 in the money. I mean, we're just cha-ching on that one. We did average into this Apple. I mean, we don't even have a unit yet, but we have 3/4 of one. We'll see if it comes back. It just bounced off 43s again. That would have been an amazing 10 cents in the money. Hopefully we get back in. I'm just joking about that. Hopefully this comes back into view up into 30s. We can start to take a little bit more out of Apple. That would be real. Wow, SpaceX is, the thing with Rocket Lab and Iridium there, that sort of whole purchase today really does justify that there is enough money in the space maybe to keep this game going. It's not just SpaceX, looking to acquire assets and, getting into that sort of realm of what's next. I mean, obviously Rocket Lab believes in something, and IRDM today, I said maybe 60 or 55, sorry. Actually, that just broke. So there it was. That was that level that we were looking at here for IRDM. Came right back into the highs. They had a nice move down on everyone getting a little worried again about the space names, right? And that's again, telecommunications up in space, a nice move there. As you mentioned, SpaceX looking for their new phone and trying to get that going, and there it goes. The experience I had in the Tesla this weekend was absolutely amazing. Like, I obviously could have paid for full self-drive for my whole freaking life if I just bought 100 shares right there. But that's a nice move down right there, 280, 250, all the way to 412, up now 9%. So good day there for Tesla shareholders as that just keeps on pumping. And yeah, man, let's go. Congratulations, because it's a cash register again as it's trying to get back up to the 50. As if the 200 period's at 420, so puff, puff, pass. But we'll see if that one wants to come through. That would be pretty sweet. I mean, a nice move down, let's call it 8 straight down days. We did have one day in there that it kind of went. Nice move back into 370. Didn't quite get into some buy levels of 350, but still, nice move up there for Tesla. Was there a single story about Tesla today, Adair, or is it just kind of the whole feeling?
The NHTSA, or as I've been told in the chat, you can call NHTSA, apparently, anyways, the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, they have now apparently said, like, they've canceled one of the investigations into Tesla. So that investigation closed. Usually when these investigations close, the stock doesn't react like this. But keep in mind, we're also awaiting their Q2 2026 deliveries, which are expected to be released before the bell, usually around 9 a.m. or just after on Thursday.
I wonder if we if we had a leak or something like that on those numbers. But yeah, we know Tesla's not the greatest haven't been showing the greatest delivery numbers.
No.
As of late.
I mean, there's an uptick in
I could be
Europe
wrong in that.
On the last
but yeah, we'll wait to see what those delivery numbers look like. And yeah, Tesla right now, nice move to the high side. All right, my guy Palantir is right back down in. I mean, first of all, SpaceX is 165, so holler at that right now. But it's Palantir, it's back into these levels, and I'm just going to put another bid, punch out a little bit more there. So yeah, another out at 116. We're trying to let this thing fall back in. It's going to be a good one, I would think, for Palantir. We may be offside on Apple for sure. I do have an offer at 80. If we can get that, is it at 80? Where is it at? Yeah, it's at 79. So if we can get that trade, I think we'll be a little happier and have a much better price, and then we can give it up to that 283.10. So let's see if this one wants to fall down. We're offside right now, 20 cents on this Apple trade, but we got to sort of let it try to breathe. I mean, I'm kind of thinking here. Oh, we just get those? No, we didn't. Look at Google. Like Google's been strong all day. You just mentioned that it was up 4.5%, right? But look at this. There's Google coming back in right now as well. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Google. Maybe we do get some love. Okay, we're about to get some more shares here in Apple. Just heard in my ear that Trump is saying oil prices are way down. I feel like that is correct. So he's not saying anything here that we don't expect. Nice move to the downside on USO, but a couple of days now, maybe there's with the summer travel, right? That's another thing. Like summer travel is still happening, right? So we do expect there that we will get some more demand for oil. So I think at some point you're going to find a little bit of a bottom there. When did the war? I mean, Adara's got the memory over here. What day did that start?
February 28th, 2026. It was a Saturday.
Yeah, so there it is right here.
According to my memory. First day of trading, it would have been March 2nd, 2026.
Yeah, right here. So I was just going to say, like, before this all happened, we were down here $90 on USO. So if we're going to retrace back in as if this never happened, I think that's a good level. But that's not what I'm all about. I think you can actually hold this 200 period, $95 or so on USO. We'll wait to see what winds up happening there. Man, time flies when you're having fun there, Joe. And you just covered some SMCI, I guess.
Yeah, man. I'm all out. I got to break even as it came back in towards our entry price.
I'd like to say congratulations.
I know, because we're all about that. I told you about Big Sean showing up to stacked market. Whoa. Not you, Big Sean, the other Big Sean.
Oh, okay.
You see what we got.
Was Janae there? Did he bring Janae?
I wait. Oh, stop. That's my crush.
I love her. I would have cried.
Well, if that's your crush, I'm glad he didn't bring her. Joe is Mr. Steal Your Girl over here.
Oh, who is that? Who is Mr. Steal Your Girl? That's Jeremiah, isn't it?
I don't know who it is.
Jeremiah?
I don't know.
Wait here. Sia, don't ever do it again. Come on, do that again. That's Trey Songz. Is it? No. Is it? Is it? Yeah, it might be Trey Songz. Anyway, someone will figure that one out. No, all fun and games here. But yeah, no, none of that activity going on there, Katina, man. Just Big Sean. I'm gonna live my life just like it's my life. You know
I got it. I'm down with
that song. That was a good one. Yeah, all right, we're done with that.
Let's go back over to see it.
Okay, we're going over there. Just give me the thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Let's take a look at what the money markets are doing right now. Yen is under heavy pressure, trading around the 161.9 region. Japan's warning on the currency weakness and an alert for the possible intervention, as well as central bank action, as we've been seeing for the past week or two. Bolivia also has ended its 15-year dollar peg, so it's shifting to a more flexible exchange rate system, effectively, basically, that devalues the currency and signals broader stress in these emerging markets. But I was going to take a look at how the dollar is doing at the moment, currently around 101 mark, down on the day 0.26%. Looks like it could be surging to a one-year high, but don't quote me on it.
Perfect, thank you. Right. Now, Sean, I mean, here's Applied Materials, up 11.33%. This was actually going to be one of my picks.
Crazy,
but,
huh?
Man, it's crazy. But the 53-cent dividend, man, this stock, like I understand that the Microns of the world, the SanDisks, the Western Digitals have been on these big time runs. But how about 330% from September of last year here in Applied Materials? This whole AI build out, ASML and Applied Materials are really on the low, are like near the beginning of things, right? Aside from the picks and the shovels, you take that next step, you fall into the AMET and the ASML world. So this is another name that's not often talked about. Like if we want to go down the supply chain, well, where are we going to start? It goes from Caterpillar here, then I believe to the next following name. So Caterpillar just been on another pair. This is parabolic.
Caterpillar is
I don't even know what to say about this. Like it's parabolic at this point.
Look, you're now rocking with the best of us. I mean, this is what we're talking about right here. We made picks back in January.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I mean, imagine being like, it's been such a great year. I mean, there's, I think, was it, who has Caterpillar? No, I don't think anybody
No one has Caterpillar.
No. So we're in the money now, 67%.
Yes, sir.
Year to date from January is my play right there. Obi's got 32%. My man over here, man, this is why we're part of it together.
Big Joe.
There's Joe up 19%. And then Miss A in the back. Let's go. Fire off those glizzies right there as Miss Adara up 11% so far this year. No one knows who Mateo is, so forget about it. Fabian.
No, that's my boy. Don't discredit Mateo.
I'm not discrediting him.
No.
I like Mateo.
They know Mateo.
How?
Because I talk about.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. You say they don't know.
Well, I said I'm gonna.
They couldn't cross him if they crossed him in the street. They would.
I said I'm gonna have to have a conversation with my boy Mateo with some of the picks that he's got.
I like Mateo. Well, you got to have a conversation with your boy Neil. Right there, Neil down 18%.
Damn.
Right there, Brendan down, Sharif, Ramin, and it doesn't matter. Just going over some of those plays, and for me. Yeah. And again, it's the same story all the time. Like we just got stuck with Big Bear AI at whatever price it was at that time, and unfortunately it was 631. I'm still long, and even when I made that pick, and we actually tweeted it out as well, our average price is 420 on Big Bear AI. But I did like that one. It's Marvell, man, $82. That's been a good call, and that's huge. And then Eli Lilly as well, up 13%. So I don't know if we're gonna have fun with this again, but we should. I think we should try to do it one more time. But that was a fun little opportunity. We get Sia involved and everybody involved there as well. But by the way, we got to go over to Sia. Just Apple. We just took a fill there on Apple at 50. We average it in. We talked about where we're trying to get out. Our out is going to be 283.10. So if that does wind up breaking, then we're getting it out. Let's see if Apple continues to fall back in right now. Stop on SpaceX as it's trying to fall back. Break of 163. We're out on SpaceX. What's up, Sia?
I want to know Sia's picks.
Are we going back there? Yes.
It's actually not Sia. Plot twist of the year. It's actually me over here with Juan. Juan and I are here to talk about the Asian markets.
Thank you, Adara. So I've transformed from Sia to Juan right now. So overnight, tech's basically the big story was the tech fracture that happened after last week's tech volatility. Today we saw a little bit of a detour with premium hardware and HBM facing de-risking. Capital mostly rotating from to internet platforms, biotech, and oversold foundries. If we take a look at the indexes, Hong Kong, they were notably the highest performer today with 1.57 increase, a huge jump. Their tech index rocketed up to 3.23% higher. Most of the short sellers basically covering after a 7-day losing streak. So what to look out forward in the opening of the Asian markets later? In Japan, watch that 70,000 threshold. We see in the early morning index futures. Last night, the cash market hit an intraday V-bottom to close slightly green. So psychologically, it's still below the 70,000 threshold. But if tech buying in the US markets maintains, might test that threshold, or it might go down to sub 69,000. In Taiwan, watch the Taipei's early tape very closely, especially after that breaking news you had on SMCI raid. So that's definitely going to affect the index. It might be indicating some weak institutional convictions. So Taiwan may be facing a gap down risk at the opening. And other than that, in South Korea, the Kospi expect cautious and very range-bound behavior. Of course, everyone's pre-positioning themselves ahead of some U.S. labor prints later this week, as well as Kevin Walsh speaking in Portugal. So any sudden hawkish shift in Western yields, that definitely going to be some regional cost spiking, as well as squeezed tech multiples. So watch out for that in Korea.
Sounds like Taiwan and Korea should be interesting at that Asian Open. We have President Trump speaking right now, but we'll have one speaking again at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. about Euro and Asian markets, respectively. Every day the markets are open. Back to you. Thanks, Juan.
Props up.
We got, oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Apple. Apple. We're short up here.
Okay.
We're getting out down here.
Uh-oh.
As there goes Apple. Dara, I mean, I guess it's just the market. It's probably not Apple, but it's just the market. The market's losing bid right now. And there goes Apple, man. I mean, look, we picked on this one. We're definitely at the highest spot we've been at now all day. Apple's sort of trying to threaten SpaceX here with the #1 trade of the day for me, but there it goes to the downside. Apple, you know, you like the trade, you averaged into it, and we were not silly with it at all. We wound up getting that 1 unit. We talked about sitting there at 80, waiting for a little bit more, so we put it on. There it comes in. We had 3/4 of a unit, so half a unit, a quarter, bam, to the, wow, I'm gonna cover it, wow.
Oh.
I'm gonna cover it a little bit more, ooh.
Oh, they didn't give it to you.
They didn't give me that 79.
They didn't give it to you.
I see you there, Apple. What are you trying to do, Tim?
That's crazy.
Over there. Give it to me one more time.
Ooh.
Maybe we can get it down there at
Bang. You do the other replace slapper.
Which one?
The other one that you have.
Oh, I have another one somewhere.
Yeah.
I have to find it, my guy.
Yeah, come on.
I don't know. We have this one there.
Yeah.
All
hit the weed. All right, hit weed, Batman.
Weed, Batman.
You got too many. Yeah.
Where's the slap one where it changes? I got the watch. On the other one, I got the watch on, and it goes back. And what is this the one I just hit? Yeah, okay, that's not the right one. I don't know, man. I got to try to find it. I'm looking here. I don't even see it. Maybe it's been taken off of my. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know where it is, but I have this one.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dara. We have this one. Money Storm.
Ooh, the Money Storm. That was the first one I actually ever got Fabian to create.
Cash register Sean Slap. So I have one that says Sean Slap 2023. I think that was the one I keep on hitting.
Hit it again there.
No. Oh, no. Look, they're underneath each other. That's why I can't.
Well, that makes sense.
This one. There we go. I'm getting slapped so hard. I have more hair here, which is very interesting to notice. Right there. And then the watch keeps going back and forth there. Look, it's been a fun day. Yeah. We're having fun trading. We've got Joe in here who's going to be in for Neil all week. And I also noticed that Neil took next Monday off. What a guy.
Crazy.
So you're coming, this guy, crazy, man. If I had as many vacation days as him, I don't know what I'd do.
I need y'all to send over the S8 information to my email.
What S8? You don't have? You can't log into S8?
No, I can't. I need you.
That's probably 6 weeks, my guy. What do you want from me over here? You know how long I've been here?
Yeah, I know. You got the days, man.
I started in 2022. I started
working. You didn't start in 2022. You started in 2002.
No, 2022. 2002.
Yeah.
I was going to say 20-something years.
Yeah.
I started 24. Here before Seal was born.
Yeah.
So
you've been trading for that long. So
let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. You don't need hair when you have it all. Yeah, look, I feel like, honestly, I couldn't be luckier. Like, I'll come home today to a meal, to a clean house, to happy kids. Yeah, man. I mean, I've been lucky enough that the minute I married Marissa, it was kind of like, okay, like, and she was down with it, but it's like, you're going to be, like traditional kind of wife and handle everything. And she did that. And, we were able to,
it worked.
Thankfully,
good,
have that kid. We got down to business there on the honeymoon.
Ooh.
And boom, immediately, we both knew we wanted to have kids immediately. So that popped out 9 months later. And, then it was like, you're going to stay home, take care of the kids. And then we popped out Gia after that. It's been an amazing experience ever since. But now this is where I have to give her the most respect because now she got these guys running around now for all summer.
Yeah.
It's easy. Like when they're at school, you get rid of them for 8 hours.
But now
they're like around.
You got 2 months.
I was talking, Gia went some skating this morning. We just get back from Vermont. She's on the ice the very next morning. It's crazy. But basically, I hear Gia in the background, we're going to Sherway after this.
Oh,
the mall. Like, you gotta, I don't know, man.
Hey, man. Hey.
It's crazy.
True question. Do you guys have a hard time like getting out of Sherway? Because every time I've tried to leave that mall, I've ended up like, they have the QEW is right there. Yeah. I end up on the highway. I don't know how to leave this mall. I'm not joking.
But you're not even.
It's a maze. It's labyrinthine.
You're not even driving.
No, I'm not. My walking self.
Oh man.
Is walking.
You walked on the QEW? Hold on a second.
No, but hold on.
The QEW is a major.
I'm not joking. I end up on the shoulder through the parking.
It doesn't even go there.
Well, maybe not the Q. Whatever major highway is there.
That's where it is. It is literally the QEW.
Okay, so I've ended up.
It is a QEW.
Uh-oh.
If anybody sees Adara walking on a major highway where cars are going 70 miles an hour,
dude, it's actually 110.
That's kilometers.
Yeah.
No, it's not 110 on the QEW. Not there. Not at that area.
No, not at that, but a part of the stretch. 110 there.
Wow, Adara. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Interesting. Yeah.
Adara ends up on the south end. But I don't know, it's a circle pretty much. I understand that, like in the middle, it's a tough one. There's a couple of other alternate paths you can take that may lead you nowhere close to the QEW in itself, but hey, man, to each their own. Katina, man.
SpaceX $7.
Yeah, $7 on SpaceX. That's really good. What are we gonna do here with Meta?
This is too funny, man. Like
24%.
That's a good story. No, I know you're not joking. That's why it's a funny story.
But you walk, but like that's Sherway is far from you, Adara.
No, I didn't walk to Sherway. I was trying to leave Sherway, walking out, and I ended up on the highway. From the mall. So you know how you leave the mall, right?
Yeah.
But there's multiple.
I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
I ended up on the highway.
Do not go to the Mall of America. I went there in Minnesota. If you're getting lost at Sherway, the mall.
I was with my family. I was a child when I went to MOA, so I was fine.
Adara's gonna end up like if Dara goes to Mall of America, it's gonna be like back rooms. Just no way out.
I had a chair last week here, and it's And anyways, Dara's has it now because it's over there. She's like, "Oh, this chair's not that bad." And I was like, "Yeah, I got it in the back room."
Horrible one. You got in the back room.
Well, that's the bathroom. They don't take the back room. Just chairs loaded up in there.
The minute I heard that they were gonna use the women's washroom as a chair storage, I'm like, man.
Randy's just in there chucking chairs in there, like crazy.
It's crazy.
We're getting all the renovations on the other side. So Real Trading's hooked up here. So that's getting all renovated over on that side. So it does look like back rooms over there. But yeah, that's a wild story. Maybe we'll run into Adara the next time we're at Sherway over there. You ever heard of those Nidos? You know those?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I have no idea, man.
All right, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, let's talk here about some of these housing stocks. Nothing massive, but Open Door pulling back a little bit. We know there was an affordable housing bill that President Trump was supposed to sign going back a couple weeks ago now. He delayed it, saying that there was a, quote, national capital N, emergency capital E, close quote, with regards to the Save America Act. So he just made some comments. The comments were really brief. He's already finished, where he said that he was not going to be prioritizing signing this bill, saying, quote, the bill is just a bill. The Saving America Act is saving America. So he's not going to be signing this bill right away. I looked at these housing stocks with that in mind, given the fact that, again, affordable housing, you could see maybe an uptick in these types of stocks. Either way here, OPEN did pull back a little bit from highs, bit of a flat top there at 463, currently trading around 455. Just be aware, guys, he was talking. He's not talking anymore. Back to you.
It's great.
I tried to tell people about Neil, but now you're realizing it. No, shout out. Thanks, Joe, for filling in for Neil as, Google, by the way, is like, on a mission. Come on, switch over, Google. Look at that. Look at that bounce back. Will you take a look at that?
Oh, wow.
You don't need them to do anything. There's the money storm right there. I do have something that says do something. So I'm going to try to find that one. Where's my do something? Man, there it is, do something. Like, what is that a picture of? Why is Fabian making this for us? Over here, a meme coming through right there. But we'll wait to see. But Google definitely 5% higher. I recently put a little bit of money to work. We talked about that last week.
Okay,
into, I think it was probably, as I said, it was about this level, 347, 348, something like that on this day down. And then it kept on going down. I was like, what have I done? But there's a nice move backside there for that. Nice move back in. Yo, what's up, the real Gary? General thoughts on how oil prices? Here it is. Let me see if I can find that on our stream, and then I can put it up. Right here. General thoughts on oil. By the way, man, this SpaceX.
This is going on.
Wrong one. That's going off right now to the upside. Now $7 and at day's high of 165. We wrote down that 160 break and it didn't look so good early, right? But you have to believe in it. You got to have a little bit of confidence in the ideas that you have. There it goes back up to the upside. Unfortunately, we don't have a continued contract on USO, so we can look here at the August contract. I believe that's the one that's printing the most volume now. 131 for August let me see what the July is printing. Nothing. So it is the August contract right now. So we'll go back over, unless it's September. 77. No, so I was right the first time. Why am I keep guessing myself? We'll go back over to here and look at oil prices. So the question is, and maybe you too, Joe. I hear you and Sharif always talking about this as well on the show. Like, what's your opinion on this or that? But oil right there. Here it is. General thoughts on how oil prices could react as countries refill reserves, right? And so, yeah, that's the whole problem. Like, what is a strategic oil reserve? What's the current situation now in the United States? I know that they did try to drain a little bit of that. Not just did they try to drain the swamp, but they're also draining the oil reserves. And I would say that as they try to fill them back up, I actually already had this talk. So thank you for that note there in the chat. That's why I asked Adair, like, when did we start the war? We were down here $64 or so a barrel. We did pump all the way up over to $100. And this is just light sweet crude. So there's West Texas, there's different prices. But I feel like right now we're starting to see a little bit of a base, right? We're not really getting too much new information. We know the Strait of Hormuz is somewhat open now. There's been some passages through there. We do know that there was a little bit of a hiccup in that ceasefire, and there's been some back and forth talk there as Palestine with Israel not really having the greatest relationships, obviously, as Israel just does not seem to want to believe in this ceasefire either. So that's going to be back and forth. But I'm wondering right about these levels, there's the gap overnight, and then the rip higher in the preceding days and months. So I'm actually looking to say, I think oil goes back up to the upside as more and more oil is needed to fill up some of these reserves. And I don't know, man, it takes a while to also refine oil from Venezuela.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I like that trade. I don't think there's a recession incoming or anything like that. That's generally a problem for oil when that does happen. And by the way, what in the...
There it goes.
...is happening right now as an apple a day does not keep the doctor away because apples have sugar in them. You know what I mean, Fabian? If you have an apple every day and don't brush your teeth, that's a problem.
That is a big problem. Well, if you're not brushing your teeth, then you probably have a little bit more.
I'm trying to get, honestly, I go to my son the other day who's 14 years old entering high school.
Yeah.
And I was like, you got to make sure you're brushing your teeth every day. He's like, yeah. I'm like, bro,
what?
No, he is doing it. He is doing it.
Bro, what?
No, I'm not trying to
what
say
do you mean, like,
He's like, no, he's just being funny about it. But I'm like, bro, like, now, like, you no longer, like, all your teeth, what's up, Sia? All of your teeth are adult teeth.
Yeah.
You don't brush your teeth. That's a problem.
Brother, he's not brushing them twice a day.
I know you got the nice veneers in there, right?
No, I don't have veneers.
Oh, I thought you had something with
Harvey. These are fake because I get to get knocked out. The bottom three, come on, man.
I know. Obviously, it's not.
Pull up the old pictures of your boy right here. I know you got those on cue. Look at this smile. This is all real teeth. This is multiple brushes a day, consistently.
You got to go at least twice a day, at least. I don't want to bring
in
my
the morning and in the evening time.
If I'm at home, I'll try to do it. Like I'll try to do it in the midday as well. But
where is it, Assassino? You're usually quick on the trigger there, my boy. Oh, we got to wait for. Anyways, aside from that, like
what are we trying to show?
My old, like my real teeth. Only these three and this one are fake.
Okay.
Look at that smile.
Yeah, you're young there. Everyone has great teeth when you're young.
Look at those pearly whites.
More importantly, look at that hair.
Yeah, man. Good stuff, man. Sia asked me why I took it off.
Hey, man, we take it off. It's called trader life.
Yeah, exactly.
If you had kids, man, wow, it would be...
why did you take it off, Joe? Well, I mean, it wasn't...
over there.
That's true, yes.
Oh, it's funny because I mentioned to you that I got toothpaste off Amazon.
Yeah, which is crazy to me, man. This is the modern world, guys. We'll take a look at
all right.
The Colgate, guys, white strip.
We got to go. Are we going back to the desk over here?
Netflix?
By the way, we only have 2 minutes until the imbalances.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the early ones.
Okay, we got to go back there, then we'll come back over here and talk about the imbalances. Let's go.
Guys.
Perfect. Let's discuss a little crypto right now. So we do know what happened today. We have strategy. Sorry about that. Strategy's enterprise value has fallen below the value of its Bitcoin holdings for the first time, but shares, however, are up currently 13.8, almost inching closer to 14% on the day, set to snap its 8-day losing streak after it had announced the share repurchase program and had authorized as much as $1.25 billion in Bitcoin sales, building a liquidity cushion for the largest corporate holder of cryptocurrency. Also, BTC is currently trading around the $60,361 range, up 1.5% on the day. Sorry about that. ETH currently trading around $1,620, up almost inching closer to 4%, up 3.3% on the day. While our Solana currently trading around $76 almost and up 6.3% on the day.
I'm going to try to find these imbalances real quick.
I got them up right here if you want to pull up the old screen. Yours is a little bit bigger than mine here, though. That's not you, Joe. That's LaMelo Ball. Man, that's
yeah, LaMelo Ball just got traded, I think.
Yeah, he's gone to Minnesota.
Not too long ago. Okay. Yeah, Minnesota should be good. Apparently, like, we're in the Kawhi Leonard sweepstakes. Pass on that one.
Why would we
want trophy Kawhi, but we do not want Kawhi Leonard. But if we could trade it for Brandon Ingram, fine. But I don't think they would do that. I don't think LA would do that. All right, we are 15 seconds away. There it is. Yeah, thank you so much for that one. East meets West bestie. There, people loving those old school pictures of Joe. All right, moments away from these imbalances coming live. So we're pretty much getting out of everything. Like Apple could be a sell, could be a buy. So we don't really want to play too much of those games. We are long on SpaceX. We can see if SpaceX hits on here right now. There goes SpaceX up to, wow, 166, man. This is now $8 in the money. Like that trade you're seeing on there is real. So there it goes. Tesla with a sell. So a nice move on Tesla, downside 1.6. There's a lot of shares here. NVIDIA with a sell as well. That's starting to hit lower now. Wow, look at that, 194. Nice washout on that one. Google with a sell here, as that's Goog, though, not Google, but there goes Goog with a sell there as well. Same thing going to happen on the other one. But yeah, I'm not seeing any of my names on there. But wow, that SpaceX is really mooning. Apple must be a buy, but we got that cover down there. That was crazy. There it is, the market, 2.6 billion to sell. So yeah, man, very good day happening around here. It's been good so far. And yeah, just really glad to be here with Joe. Now, $8 in the money here.
Let's go.
We might as well just close this, I guess. How about we just put a 165 trigger out? So, I mean, I don't know what else to do. We're back here all day. This is going to be my number one trade today. Is the SpaceX, whoops, I just closed the chart. Is this, oh, there, hey, there's that hot list I was talking about before. Push that over here again. I'm going to get that chart back up. Let's go back over to Joe, and then I'll get that.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Here it is. Hopefully a nice little rebound over the next couple of days here in NVDA. We had 5 straight to the downside in that name, right? Like you're the top company by market capitalization. 5 straight down days is most definitely a look. We have about 9 minutes left here, 8 momentarily. Let's do a quick trade review, okay? So SMCI going to be our second best performer here on the day. Had that headline step in. Rate of the office is not a good thing whatsoever. So what do? We wait for this pullback in the momentum. I could have got in a lot earlier. But Gaurav, check this out, brother. We took 4 trades on this, going 4 for 4. We took, I believe, 7 on the trade, shooting 7 for 7 on today. Knock on wood, 100% accuracy. Once again, nothing crazy from a share standpoint. But let's go. $28 all the way down to $28.09. So $28.86, $28.90, we'll call it, down to $28. We re-enter that again, boom. Enter again, boom. And then finally on the 4th attempt, like think about it. I got stopped out break even on every single trade here with the small amount of my position left. Number 1, break even. Number 2, eventually back to break even. Number 3, back to break even. And even number 4, when I offload 80% of my inventory, I get out at the break even. Now, moving forward, let's take another look. Our best performer here today, Katina Man, was the NASDAQ, the TQQQs here. Blicky, not the, I don't know what you said I called them, but it's the TQQQs. You said something else. I'm like, what, huh? But anyways, we're patient. We wait for a couple of things. I thought the narrative of today's session was going to be, all right, we're tanky. You get the pullback back towards the volume weighted average price, and then you make that second leg lower. Now, that wasn't the narrative whatsoever. We're fortunate enough to sit in this position, 71.89, and our final out was at 76.36 on the TQQQs, as that name is up 6%. Now, something that we were involved with right out of the gate being NVDA via NVDL. This is split 3-to-1, so don't forget it was over $100. Now it's south of $30. I mentioned we start small on our initial position right here. We get that uptick, but what happens here? We reject some pre-market levels, and then we come back in, but we hold the lower end of the range. That gave me the green light to go, and boom, our opportunity to add a little bit more shares to our position sends us off towards roughly, I mean, that's pretty close to the high of the day. It is the high of the day right here where we get stopped out a small fraction of our position right here. So almost every trade that I was in here today came back, but I just got out right at the break even. And you can see on multiple occasions
it's gone against me, but we were out of the position, so we were thankful to be not involved in something along those lines. Because if I held what I had here all the way down to 27, you could just eliminate everything that we gained from this specific level right here. So not too bad of an intraday session. I told you AMDL was just a little bit of a fluke, but look at the run that this thing went on. I'm surprised by the spread. When I remember when I first punched into this trade, I'm like, what am I doing? This has like a 20-cent spread. I don't want to be involved in this. But from 67.40, we take it out at 68, so 60 cents right there. But then it proceeds to climb all the way up to $72 and a quarter. So nice move up 3% is AMD here today.
All right, man, so we're just going to end that trade. There it is, breaking through 165. I mean, you know, the trade that just kept on going upside there is SpaceX. So far, so good on that. And then Apple, we've covered. Oh, God, come on, chart load. We've covered a bunch of Apple. We just got an 80 fill down there. We got a bunch here at 81, so it's trying to go upside. So let's just put an end to that trade right there. We'll punch out at the O's. Wow, okay, Apple just cracked lower there at 55 as we just reversed in. We just punched out of the last of it. Wow, there goes Apple downside. Huge right there. But we still got Palantir on, and that's going lower. Wow, look at Palantir here. The market going upside, but some of these names have cracked a little lower right now. So there goes Palantir. I mean, these have been, we just got some 85s out there on PLTR. So that's exactly, we went long actually. We got stopped out. Too many shares out. There we go. Now we're flat on that one. So that's about $1 there on that. And then the Apple trade, that was $1, downside on Apple. So just if we're talking about some trade reviews, lost, come on, chart. Lost on Intel real quick there, made on Palantir. Traded a little bit of NVIDIA today. I can't even, we're down like a cup of coffee on this one. Yeah, so upside worked out for a minute, then it broke, so we're out on that. Triple Qs, we traded a little bit. I think it was a very similar story. Yeah, up until it didn't work and out and left it alone. Should have re-entered that one. The TQs have been actually quite nice. And then, of course, our SpaceX trade. So, yeah, well positive today and a pretty good day overall in the market. And we'll just go home. And I got to pick up my one son is downtown right now.
Oh, what's he doing?
I don't know. Even I think it was at the U of T library doing some stuff.
Okay,
it's
cool.
my 24-year-old, so he's doing that, getting ready to hopefully sign a deal. So we'll see if that can happen for him. I'm really hopeful of that. And the faster he gets a job, the faster he gets out of the house. He's only been there. He's only been there a couple weeks.
Listen, I'm not a parent or you want him out already? That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
You should. Honestly, man, I'm not. Listen, I know you got the kids, but listen. In my opinion, if I could go back in time, even though I did do a stint, I would stay home. I would. I would convince my kid to stay home, save as much money.
Yes.
Like we're gonna make a plan for you.
Right.
And then by the time that you're 27, 28 years old, I was 27 when I purchased my first condo. I would be like, hey, this is the game plan. We're going to invest in the market for you, which I'm sure you're doing, but you're going to save your money to the point where you can move out and you're not going to be paying someone else's mortgage. You can pay your own. And we'll set you up with the house and everything. I don't know. That's just me. That's my game plan.
Well,
hey, I think stay at home until you're 27, 28 years old, but in that period of when you're staying home, you have to be saving money.
Yeah. So I'm going to kick him out once he has acquired enough money to pay first and last. Rent.
Man, that's crazy.
He wants to move out.
Does he?
Yeah, he wants to move out.
Yeah, man. I guess I moved out when
He's welcome to stay as long as he.
I moved out when I was in my early 20s.
Yeah, I moved out. I got a job here. I moved out a couple months after.
What's up, Adara?
Left the province at 17.
Yeah, there you go. See what I'm saying?
He left the province at 17.
Yeah. So,
absolutely.
No, he went away. He went away. He's lived on his own now for 5-6 years. Like he went away to Waterloo.
Yeah, exactly.
All that
He's
kind
used
of time.
to it. So like,
and I have the kids at home too, right? So it's a little bit of back and forth with everything happening at our house. It's very busy times, but no, he's welcome to stay as long as he wants. But I mean, he's looking to get that place moved downtown.
Absolutely, man. It's fun too. It's exciting, right? Like I remember when we were first out of school, I moved out for a couple of years, and then where I really honed into the most amount of cash is when I was like 22, I think at the time. I went home for a year, and it was just like everything was just bang, 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 bang. Which put you in some pretty solid position.
So no, he's all good, and I mean, and now especially, I mean, he's in the AI space. So I'm hoping that he does get a job that's somewhat good for him, and he will be able to save, and hopefully he does make a little more than his rent, and he's able to save himself. But he wants to move out too. Right?
Yeah. I mean, if he can find a roommate and stuff like that, find a buddy to.
Yeah. They've already got a whole bunch of guys talking. There's a place in the beaches that they're looking at. A few of them. Cool. So he's trying to do big things, and I'm very proud of him. So
I mean, the more people, the better, because you're paying less.
Last chance to get into NVIDIA before 2 bills, eh? Says on the rail. Okay. I mean, I think Joe and I are both dug into NVIDIA.
Yeah.
So I've been long this name for many, many years. And I like the stock. I don't want to dump it, but it is not behaving well off the daily chart.
No.
It's had those highs. It's just been getting kicked all the way down here into the 200 period. And just like we said with Amazon, right? I mean, I was talking about Amazon this morning. I said, this is one of the Mag 7s that I like the most. And it's down at that 200 period and now just busted through it today. So there you go. So that was a nice move back for Amazon. So I do think that all of these names definitely have a space in the portfolio, and take them as you see them. And I think there's a lot of opportunity right now. And I even talked about the MAGS ETF. This is your Round Hill Mag 7. Every single one of those names is divided by 7, so giving you 16% exposure to each of those names. And so that's the MAGS. So that one also at the 200 period moving average and trying to get going there on MAGS. The closing bell brought to you by VinFast. So go check them out. The global intelligent mobility company, VinFast, doing big things. We talk about that all the time. Symbol VFS, another one of those EV names. We want to thank them for sponsoring once again the closing bells. So thank you to VinFast for all of that. Thank you to Joe. He's going to be back with me tomorrow if he's
and
not.
The next day.
And the next day, but not Friday.
Not Friday.
No.
Are you showing up on Friday?
Yeah, of course. No, Friday we have off. Friday's going to be July the 4th. So, well, it's not July the 4th, but it's the holiday. Canada Day, Wednesday. So, I don't know if anybody's taking any holidays around here for Canada Day, but that's on Wednesday. So that's the,
Sharif got half day Wednesday, doesn't he? I don't know. I thought that's what I thought.
He's traveling, right? So I don't know when Egypt plays, but he's been pretty lucky because he wants to go to he wants to go to Canadian game, which is also in Texas. That's in Houston. And he gets to go to Egypt, which is also down there. So he's going to try to check both games, and I think that should be a lot of fun for him. And I think that's the big thing about this World Cup being here in North America. It is literally like a bucket list for everybody.
It is. It's pretty cool,
because like my neighborhood is just filled with Portuguese.
Crazy.
Like I cannot walk outside without, and they're playing here now.
Yeah.
So that's insane. If my boys Italy even qualified, they would have played first game here against Canada.
No way.
And that would have been
it would have shut the city down.
Yeah, but I think this is going to shut the city down.
It's going to shut the city down.
Because Croatia has a huge following.
Yep.
In Ontario, in Southern Ontario. Portugal is
and it's on a Thursday.
I think that there's a good chance, and I don't know in the States where there's a lot of Portuguese, but I think that Toronto, just like, because Toronto is, I think, the third largest outside of New York, Boston, and then it's Toronto for the largest Italians outside of Italy.
Okay.
And I think that in Portuguese, I think
it's up there.
Toronto might be like the top 2 or 3 as well.
It definitely is, because I grew up in, I remember I played hockey in Bradford, Ontario. Like that was little Portugal.
Oh, really?
Like Bradford, yeah, okay. Bradford is like little Portugal, literally. So
like tickets, and we'll show this tomorrow. You and I will talk about it. Yeah. Well, I'm still trying to get FanDuel to sponsor us, but we'll show up FanDuel odds tomorrow. Or if anybody knows any sort of an online, wants us, I'm showing. Hey, look, I thought we could have a segment like our play of the day.
Okay.
Like when I used to do the late night show there, the after show, every Monday night I would give a football play. Every Thursday night I would give a football play.
Okay.
Like over, under, whatever, team totals, things like that. I think that would be really cool if we gave like a degenerate gambling play of the day, sponsored by Draft.
Exactly. Sponsor you. Okay, I'll cover UFC and combat.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's lots of opportunities to do that.
There's opportunity everywhere.
But anyways, we'll check that out tomorrow. But I was going to say it's over $3,000 right now, the average price for a ticket for that game, which I actually think is quite low because it's expensive. I'm not trying to pay that. But I was looking elsewhere. Those are the prices everywhere right now.
Yeah, man.
These World Cup tickets are going insane. Although yesterday's Canada-South Africa game, you could have just gotten in the building for like $300 or $400 because the South Koreans dumped all of their tickets like crazy. Yesterday's Canada game?
Where it was in?
It was in LA.
Yeah, in LA.
Yeah, there's like 80 or 90,000 people there, and the South Koreans got eliminated, which they were not supposed to. They were not supposed to make it, and there's not as much South African or Canadian contingent as there was for South Korea.
Fair.
South Korea actually announced today, their government, I saw on Instagram, I was scrolling through it, that they're going to have like a national look at why they didn't advance to the next round. Man, people take this football.
It's serious. It's pretty crazy.
Tomorrow's another day. It should be a good one. We want to thank Sia in the back. We want to thank Adara as well. We want to thank the one and only as well. He was here today, so shout out to one.
Tiffany
that came through. Tiffany and everybody.
Ramin
and Fabian. Brendan a little bit as well. We want to say a big shout out to Andre back over there. The people want more Brendan, but he's behind the scenes. So I want to say that Brendan's here doing everything, helping. With the Brendan goat there. The thing is, Adara is just amazing at the desk.
Yeah, of course.
So we're definitely not moving Adara off the desk as Brendan works. And as we've announced this a couple of times, that's why one's here. You know, we're going to be working on hopefully soon to come, I don't know when there's an ETA on this, but an after show coming through.
Yeah.
Plus we're working on KL, Kuala Lumpur office as well. So Brendan in the background doing big things right now. So we're very, very excited for what's to come here on Trader TV Live. So awesome time here today. Joe's back with me tomorrow. Thank you, Joe, for that one. Thank you, Sharif. We almost didn't say thank you to Sharif.
Oh yeah, how could we forget? That's crazy.
I want to get in trouble for that one. What's the big news story tomorrow? I don't know, but we will find out there tomorrow morning. Join all of us live back at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you had a good time. And we're back tomorrow, 8 a.m. bright and early. Mad love.